Hey, what's up, guys? This is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter started a lost magical art and became a legend? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry discovers an ancient, forgotten branch of magic, he becomes the first wizard in centuries to wield its overwhelming power. As he masters this lost art, he rises from an overlooked boy to a legend who reshapes the wizarding world, and forces destiny itself to bow before him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. They agreed that every other week they would meet after divination, to discuss theory and magic, then the day after they would do a practical since the three of them all had lunch till midnight free. Once that had been decided, Harry was allowed to leave while Snape talked to Daphne about her occlumency. Soon Harry noticed Daphne had clearly finished as she was following him, so ducked into an empty classroom and sat on a desk. A few moments later Daphne cautiously walked in and glared at him. "Why didn't Professor Snape try and test your defenses?" she asked grumpily, rubbing her palm against her forehead. "Because he already knows mine are impenetrable," Harry replied, unable to stop his pride leaking into his words, trying to work out why she had followed him. Instead of replying, Daphne had pulled out her wand and fired legilimens at him, clearly trying to catch him by surprise. As it was, she wasn't as fast as she imagined since Harry had more than enough time to dodge or shield, should he have needed to. Normally he would have let her metal attack shatter harmlessly against his head's mithrilium, however he found himself mad she had tried to attack him for no reason and so shamelessly tried to invade his privacy. Deciding to try something new, he made his mental defenses catch Daphne's spell and draw it into his mind inside a mithrilium bubble, causing the two of them to appear within his mindscape inside a simple mithril-coated room. "Clearly not that impenetrable," Daphne replied snottily, looking around contemptuously. "Yeah, try and pull up my memories," Harry challenged, knowing full well she couldn't penetrate the walls. Although her avatar didn't move, Harry could feel her magic rebelling against the mithrilium, pushing against it softly but getting more powerful the longer the walls withstood her attack. Eventually her avatar drew her wand and began firing random spells at the walls, which simply absorbed her attacks. "See, you were only able to enter my mind because I let you into my defenses. As I said, even Snape can't penetrate my defenses and you thought you could." Rather than reply, Daphne turned her wand on him and began firing every spell she knew, only for each and every one to freeze in front of him. While it was considered impossible to freeze a spell in real life, within his mind world the laws of physics and magic were mere guidelines. Seeing her spells simply stop mid-air freaked Daphne out even further, causing her to try and withdraw her consciousness, only to crash into the walls again. "Let me go," she growled, turning her wand on him again. "Why? Can you not escape on your own?" Harry replied snottily, perfectly mimicking her tone from earlier. In retaliation she fired a few more spells at him, which were also frozen, before gathering her magic and releasing it in a giant wave of power. Harry couldn't help being impressed with the raw power Daphne was giving off, even if it paled compared to his own power. Her wave of magic would have been enough to break most enchantments, allowing her to get free from his mind, if his mithril wasn't able to simply absorb the power to further increase its strength. Exhausted, Daphne collapsed against the wall and settled for glaring at Harry silently. "That's it then. You try to attack me, violate my privacy and fire off a few spells and a wave of magic, then decide there isn't anything else you could possibly do. Just let me go, Potter. You've proven your defenses are good," she replied sulkily. "And I wasn't going to invade your privacy, I was planning on stopping the moment I bypassed your defenses, please." "That's all you had to say," Harry answered, easily opening his defenses back into the real world and dumping her mind back into her body. Seeing as she was still exhausted from trying to break out, Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a pepper-up potion. Uncorking it, he handed it over to her as he said, "Here, it's a pepper-up potion, it will help with the magical exhaustion until you can eat something." Begrudgingly taking it, Daphne drank it instantly, then started her interrogation. What even was that? I've never met anyone with that sort of defense. Basically, when I was fighting the basilisk, I had the misfortune of looking it in the eyes, but as the basilisk's magic tried to petrify my mind, I used a magical item to defend against it. As you can tell, I was able to survive, and it was only later that we realized the side effect of a perfect mental defense. What object? She asked eagerly, her previous frostiness gone. Can't tell you that, it's a secret. He replied instantly. I'd be willing to take an oath. Daphne promised, looking at him expectantly. The answer's still no, at least until I can have Snape there to witness your oath, so I assume there was a reason you followed me other than just to test my occlumency. Huffing, Daphne fixed him with a stern look. I wanted to see if you were lying about your adventures. I still don't believe you fought a basilisk. Rather than reply, Harry pulled up the sleeve of his seemingly undamaged left arm and showed it to Daphne. And this proves what? Is there a scar or something? Daphne asked slowly, peering at his arm, before Harry tapped his mutatio watch and returned his arm to its natural appearance. His normal pale skin faded into a grayish tint while becoming drier and shrunk into his flesh, revealing his bloated dark gray veins. I like to keep it under a disguise, as you can see it isn't a pretty sight. He pointed to an angry red mark on the palm of his hand. This is where the basilisk fang stabbed me. But, basilisk venom is fatal. Luckily, Phoenix tears can neutralize the venom before it can kill you, but unfortunately it can't undo the damage. Rolling up his sleeve to his shoulder, he then pointed to his upper arm, which had several black marks under the skin. This is where my bone got shattered after a werewolf threw me into a tree, which then got frozen by the army of Dementors. Before he could say any more, he felt a tingle from his mutatio watch, telling him it was now lunchtime. Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but it's lunch and I have places to be. Also, you should try and eat something before the potion runs out. Trust me, the crash you will get on an empty stomach is awful. With that, Harry turned and left the room, only for Daphne to jump up and chase after him. What do you mean about eating? If I've exhausted my magic, then why would eating change anything? Okay, to start with, you have to understand what your magical core is. Every single living creature has magic, but very few beings have an actual core. Even with muggles, their bodies need the magic to survive. Now, like witches and wizards, they make magic whenever they eat, as well as taking in around half their magic from the world. Now, for magicals like ourselves, we have our cores which get filled from atmospheric magic and our bodies which generate magic for the core. Imagine your core is a bucket left out in the rain. If you leave it alone, eventually it will fill and the water will leak over. Then whenever you use magic, you take a cup and remove a bit of water, while when eating you are actively filling the bucket. If you frantically pail the water, then you are going to lose water quicker than you gain it, in which case you will need to wait for it to replenish. Some people have bigger buckets but the same amount of rain, while others have smaller buckets but more rain. So, a bigger bucket means you can do more magic, but it may take longer to recharge, while if you have more rain you can recharge quicker but may be able to do less magic at once. Exactly. Then every so often you have someone with a big bucket and lots of rain. Now, your body still needs magic to function, but if you happen to use too much magic, then there will be nothing for your body to draw from, which is what actually causes the feeling of magical exhaustion. That's also why eating conjured food is useless. Because you are using magic to make the food, so the magic you will get from the food is less than the magic used to make it. Yup, along with the risk of the food returning to its original state before you finish it. Also, the fact you use up a bit of energy while digesting food, meaning even if you get back 100% of the energy used to create the food, which you don't, you are losing energy. To emphasize his point, he discreetly used the Philosopher's Stone to transmute the air into an apple. Take for example this apple, you could eat this without any problems. But, because I conjured it, you'd get basically no magic out of it, since it wouldn't contain the natural magic it would have had if it had been made naturally. Physically you would feel like you had eaten an apple, but in reality you would still be just as hungry. Whoa, you know a lot about magic. Well, yeah, we live in a world of magic, why wouldn't you try and learn as much as possible? Because I'm not a nerdy Ravenclaw. Daphne replied sweetly, looking up at him innocently. In response, Harry lightly threw the apple towards her, which she deftly caught. Har har. Well, unless you're going to follow me to the Ravenclaw table, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Bathsheba rather bemusedly followed Harry down an unassuming corridor, having been asked to follow him after lunch. As they walked, she couldn't help once again being impressed with how the boy had grown from a depressed, quiet little genius to a witty, incredibly powerful genius who was almost as tall as her. She considered it a privilege and an honor that Dumbledore had chosen her to watch over and help him, allowing her a first-hand look at the new Merlin. Soon enough they came to a stop in the middle of a corridor, when Harry turned to face her. So, my workshop is nearby, want to try and find it? You know I'm rubbish at detecting your mithril. Bathsheba replied, rolling her eyes fondly. I'll trust you've made it nearly impossible to find and leave it at that. Frowning lightly, Harry walked over to a nearby painting and confidently said, Hallowed Dream. Instantly a slight ripple spread across the canvas, revealing it was now safe to step through. Following Harry inside, she was surprised to step into a spiral staircase instead of the workshop she was expecting. Going up the stairs, she noted there wasn't even enough room for the two of them to walk side by side. Stopping halfway up, Harry turned to the inner column and placed his flat against a stone brick, which was briefly outlined by a pale green glow. Wait here for a second. Harry said, before stepping backwards into the outer wall and disappearing. Moments later he reappeared, now holding what looked like a mithril floppy disk, which Bathsheba recognized as the memory plate they had designed for his mithril crow. This is a bit confusing, but stick with me. I need you to focus your magic into your finger and press it to the circle, while thinking of a word. Then, when I put this back you will need to think of that word again while focusing magic in your hand when putting your hand against the column brick. If you only do one then the door won't open. So the word is like a password that's unique to me. Exactly. You need to make it memorable but not easily guessable, just in case someone can mimic magical signatures. She took a moment to come up with her word, before following Harry's instructions. Taking back the memory plate, Harry once again disappeared into the wall for a moment before returning. Right, you're all set up. Give it a try, he announced cheerfully, although she detected a touch of nervousness. Placing her palm against the brick, she felt the feeling of static electricity. When she focused on her word and magic, she felt something attach itself to her palm right as the brick was briefly outlined in a light purple glow. Checking her palm revealed nothing abnormal, but she could still feel something. When she turned around, she was shocked to see a purple outline on the outer wall, the exact size of a doorway. Glancing briefly at Harry, she cautiously stepped up to the outline before laying her hand against it, only for her hand to fall right through. Taking a deep breath and trusting that Harry would have warned her if something had gone wrong, she stepped through the outline and into a broom cupboard. It was small enough that when Harry stepped into the room there was just barely enough room to move. Okay. So you should notice there's a fairly sharp knife on the shelf next to you. You need to cut your palm with that, then place your palm against the wall to your left. Doing as he instructed, the moment her bloodied hand made contact with the wall the stone bricks disintegrated into dust, revealing an archway. Stepping through she was amazed to see the room was easily twice the size of her classroom, not counting the arches leading to even more rooms. The moment she cleared the archway she was struck by the high saturation of magic, somehow even stronger than it had been in the previous workshop. Right in the center of the room was the familiar table, which had been textured to look like it was made of wood. Over the years Harry had imprinted the image of what he assured them was an elder tree, which was surrounded by various animated crows. A new addition was the chandelier hanging directly above the table, each candle lit with a soft bright blue flame. Not that the room needed lighting, since the large windows along the back wall filled the room with natural light. On the side wall Harry had placed floor-to-ceiling shelving, which had been made to look as if it had been built from oak. Even from a distance she could feel the barrier of magic covering the shelves, protecting their items from everything. The first few rows had clearly been designated as bookshelves, even if the empty space made it look ridiculously ambitious. Immediately above them were the shelves helpfully marked as completed projects, including several generations of flasks, his sword of Gryffindor copy and another sword she didn't recognize. The shelf above of his fleet of mithril ships was labeled, Work in Progress, which was easily the biggest group of shelves. She knew these projects were mainly the projects Harry had either started and grown bored with, or made to eventually replace his current mithril tools. The most obvious of which was the Roman tower shield hanging on the side of the shelf, which had slightly stronger defenses compared to his current circular shield but was unable to shrink to a discrete size. Next to that was a pair of thick steam goggles, which were meant to allow the wearer to have Harry's type of magicite. Currently, they could only show all magic in monochrome, which was admittedly useful for finding areas of high magic. For someone without magicite, it was amazing, even if Harry was unimpressed. Her favorite of his personal in-progress projects was his second gauntlet, which could be imbued with elemental magic. It had been started and shelved shortly after he made the gauntlet, the theory being that one gauntlet would have the Philosopher's Stone and be used for defense and casting while the other would be for offense. The problem was the mithril had always become rigid after an hour or two without any mithrate crystal stabilizing it, making it almost impossible to wear. Despite that, he had managed to get the second gauntlet to work as intended, even if it proved redundant since he had later learned the gauntlet was already capable of far stronger elemental magic. The final piece of interest was the full suit of plate armor standing next to the shelves, although it was only the chest plate which looked finished. Seeing Harry waiting impatiently at the door, she sighed and asked, "Okay then, because I know you are waiting for it, how did you do all of this?" Beaming brightly, Harry launched into his lecture. "So, the doorway from the stairwell into the broom cupboard. I was able to use a conditional enchantment, which will only allow you to pass through the doorway if you have a specific immaterial disc on your palm. The glowing outline is alchemical chalk, which only becomes visible when charged, but only to the person that powered it. When you push your magic into the stone brick, you are actually making a very basic spell, which is then checked against the spell stored in your memory plate. If it says it's correct, then it tells the mithril behind the stone to summon a disc from the storage and stick it onto your palm, while also sending a pulse of magic from your memory plate to the chalk. The beauty with that is, even if somebody had a tool to mimic your signature and learned your password, I'm hoping they won't be able to see the chalk. But won't they be able to walk through anyway if they have the disc on their palm?" Bathsheba pointed out. "Yeah, but they'd have to know where to walk. There's a notice not spread across the entire stairwell, which makes it impossible to see where somebody walks into the wall. Plus, the disc leaves after a minute or two, or if it notices any detection magic being cast. Of course, even then they'd be stuck inside the broom cupboard, since there can only ever be one person inside, meaning they can't just copy what you do. Even if they do get through, they are stuck, since when you spread your blood over the wall you are signing a contract which prevents you from doing deliberate harm to people or objects without due cause inside the workshop. It also prevents you from revealing the way out of the broom cupboard, so they wouldn't be able to sneak anyone else in. And you didn't think to warn me about this contract. There was the risk we could have been overheard, which would have ruined the point. Nicholas helped me with writing the contract, by the way, so it's not like you were in any danger. I'll want to see that contract, just to double check. Although, assuming you haven't tampered with it, I doubt Mr. Flammel would get it wrong. So, how did you get the windows to work? Since by my reckoning they should be pointing towards the staircase. Actually, I'm fairly sure this room expands into the staircase even with expansion charms. The windows are basically my attempt at the fake windows in the Ministry and St. Mungo's, except this one takes the weather based on sensors I placed on the windowsills of the old workshop. The only reason they look so good is because I was able to tether them to a central processing unit, which also tethers the walls. With the old workshop, I was able to get the walls to expand to this size, but I would constantly have to think about them maintaining that size the entire time. If I didn't, then they would go back to their original size, rather violently. The central processing cube is able to keep them at this size without compressing, meaning more space and even more rooms. Hold up. What? Central processing cube? Grinning, Harry drew her over to a flat space of wall, which silently unfurled to form another archway. Inside she recognized their mithril ward generator, preventing their entrance until Harry waved his hand towards it and deactivated the ward. With the ward gone, she could now see a box easily big enough to hold a quaffle, which was connected to the walls with thick mithril cables. What piqued her interest was the tiny bright green crystals which studded the front of the cube, forming the rune manas. As that, mithrate. Yeah, over the summer after the World Cup riots, me and Nicholas were just discussing what I could do when I have mithrate, and he asked why I didn't do anything with the small granules of crystals inside the gauntlet. You know, the ones that formed after I fought the Dementors. So we very carefully pried them out of the veins and started experimenting. Unfortunately, they can't hold runes. Even if you can somehow scratch a rune into the surface, it just refuses to work. Which also means they are a highly limited supply, and I only had 5 granules left, which I needed for the weather sensor for the windows. Unfortunately, while I can't make any more, they can be used up if you don't give them a power supply, since they don't produce their own magic. Hence the huge cube, right? I assume that's a reactor. Nah, it seems the mithril recognizes the mithrate as itself, so when you make it big enough, it will produce enough magic to stabilize both. Technically, I could have made this far smaller since the walls gather enough magic to feed them, but I wanted it to be portable when needed. And what about the runes? What made you choose manas? That's because while I could give ideologies to each crystal, I struggled to link them together with a shared purpose, but individually each crystal was too weak to do what I wanted. We found that when we arranged them into a rune, it made it easier to form a link, while the cube handles most of the data transfer. So, by putting them in the rune for mind and memory, rational thought and development of the intellect, they were encouraged to act that way. Allowing them to act as a lesser part of the whole. Yup. Of course, they aren't doing anything that complex, just keeping the room at whatever size I leave it, keeping the windows realistic and activating the defenses. Defenses. Oh yeah, I never told you. So did you see the statue at the bottom of the stairs? Well, it's got a twin at the top, and whenever you enter the stairwell, the statue at the bottom increments a counter, and whenever you leave it, the statue at the top decreases the counter. Then, if the CPC detects someone trying to attack the doorway, then it activates the 2 statues and points them towards the attacker. Ideally, I would get that to also come alive, but I don't have the processing power. Harry explained, pointing to the suit of armor by his shelves. CPC. Also, how come you can get the statues outside to work if you don't have the processing power? CPC is my shorthand name for the central processing cube. Anyway, the CPC only activates the magic already within the statues, since Hogwarts can activate them at any time to defend the school. All the CPC does is activate just those 2 and then tell them what the threat is. It isn't actually handling the animation. How do you know all of this? This doesn't seem like something that would be public knowledge, especially since I didn't even know the statues could come alive, and I've worked here for years. It's in Hogwarts. A history, along with a list of a few secret passageways and some of the wards the castle has. Harry said slowly, unsure if Bathsheba was being serious. Oh, I should probably get around to reading that book. That night, Harry barely had time to shut his eyes before he was dragged into another dream conference with Tom. Well, you'll be pleased to know you are the heir apparent to at least 2 lines, including our mutual ancestral family, and heir presumptive to 1 other. Tom began, not even waiting to acknowledge Harry's presence. And hello to you too. Harry replied wryly, sitting down in what was becoming his customary chair. Do I even want to know how you found this out? Oh, it was easy. The Daily Prophet office has a policy to archive every newspaper edition, which includes the research and references related to each edition. For example, if a famous lord from a renowned family decided to marry a Muggleborn, then the reporter might decide to do a little digging into the family tree of the lord. Then all it takes is for me to go back a few thousand editions until another big marriage happens to find an older family tree going back even further. And that's just lying around. Well, no, I can only tell you this much because of how vague I'm being and because it involves your family. If I tried to even hint at any family record other than what is directly yours, then I would be breaking my oath of employment and would be made mute for the rest of my life. Of course, all it took to obtain this oath was walking in off the street and proving I was good with levitation charms, so you could argue it isn't as well guarded as you think. So, does revealing the names of these families break your oath? As I have said, so long as it pertains to you, I have more leeway. Obviously, you are the heir apparent to the Potter line, being the last Potter alive. You then heir presumptive to the Black line, due to technical reasons. Your great-great-grandmother was Doria Black, granddaughter of Phineas Nigellus Black, who was headmaster at Hogwarts and head of House Black. Then when Sirius Black was named your godfather, you were considered his heir presumptive due to your Black blood. However, from what I can gather, Sirius was banished by his mother, but his grandfather and House Lord, Arcturus Black, never confirmed her actions. Technically, his brother Regulus was now the heir to House Black, until Sirius had a son which would transfer the heirship to that son. Normally, due to you only being the godson to Sirius, Regulus would have a higher claim. However, Regulus died before Arcturus without an heir. Then, a few years ago Arcturus died, but due to Sirius being in Azkaban there was nobody to take over the line, which from what I know of family magic would have bumped you up in precedence. With Sirius somehow breaking out last year, he now has the option to have a son and overturn your claim, unless you claim lordship before he has an heir. Of course he'd probably try to kill you to give his son the lordship, but I'm fairly sure you can handle him. Okay. First off, Sirius isn't going to kill me. He was falsely accused and I met him a few months ago at Hogwarts. That's disappointing, although that would explain why I was unable to find him. Quite. So, what about our mutual ancestral family? To start, a brief history of my own family. You already know of my Muggle family, but you may not know my mother's family was the Gaunt family, a pale shadow to the once great Gauntus family line. Decades of inbreeding weakened their capacity for magic such that what remained of the family was barely strong enough to maintain the shack they lived in. The Gauntus line merged with a minor line of House Peverell, who in turn had merged with the Slytherin line generation prior to that merger. Now, the main line of Peverell merged into the de Topfer line, who would go on to become the Potter family. In case it wasn't clear, our mutual family is the prestigious and most archaic House of Peverell. Harry knew all this through Dumbledore's notes from his first year, but he was glad to hear Tom wasn't trying to lie to him. What do you mean by prestigious and most archaic? I thought a house could only be noble and most ancient. If a house is called the noble and most ancient house, then it means they were one of the families involved with the formation of the magical kingdom of Great Britain. Most confuse them with the Sacred 28, but very few of the Sacred 28 are actually noble and most ancient houses. Now, a prestigious and most archaic house is one that was involved with the formation of the enchanted Roman Republic, over 2 millennia ago. Technically, the Peverell House is both noble and prestigious, since it was involved with forming both Rome and Britain, but in this case prestigious takes priority. Some families, like House Lysown and House Flammel, have just the title of prestigious because they only helped form Rome. There's a theory that in return for forming the enchanted Roman Republic, every prestigious house was given a magical boon. House Flammel have always been skilled alchemists, culminating in Nicholas creating the fabled Philosopher's Stone. House Lysown were the first werewolves and are easily twice as powerful as a regular werewolf, maintaining their human mind in wolf form and wolf resistance in human mode. House Clawell had been a source of knowledge, until Helena and Rowena Ravenclaw's deaths ended the line. And House Peverell. Also, why did they get a magical boon for just making a republic? House Peverell's boon is necromancy. House Peverell has been a huge source of mediums and exorcists. It's said their family magic was able to interact with the dead in a way nobody else can. As for the boon, that is due to the power of belief, which I hope you know. Tom prompted. That's the idea that when enough witches and wizards believe in something, their magic makes it real, right? Exactly. During the times of the Republic, it's estimated that over 60% of the Earth's magical population lived within Rome, most of whom were suggestible half-bloods, which were all taught roughly the same beliefs. I suspect the families that formed the magical republic all had their own specifications and areas of study, then when their status became widely known and believed in magic herself rewarded them. That makes sense. So does that mean I have necromancy powers if I'm descended from the Peverells? Considering you have to ask, I'd say the answer is, not yet. I imagine you need to wait until Lord Peverell confirms you are worthy of the house magic, which won't happen seeing as the last Lord Peverell died over 120 years ago and nobody took the title since. The goblins would know for sure, but hopefully you can get named Lord Peverell when you reach maturity, where you can name you and me as worthy. Besides, Family magic always manifests differently. For all we know, you could just be very good at removing or sensing ghosts. Not like it matters, seeing as we won't know until you can gain the lordship when you reach your maturity. Unfortunately, from what I can find, the prophet has never managed to find out how you ascend to a lordship. I would normally have found out when I claimed the Gaunt lordship, except apparently framing the previous lord for murder and getting him sent to Azkaban makes you ineligible for the title. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a monster. Harry replied dryly. Plus, you know, the lords for my families are either dead or wanted criminals. Indeed. After an extremely uneventful history of magic lesson, Harry made his way down to Snape's office for their first experiment with the Dementor Ash. His own cauldron of ash was safely locked up at Dumbledore's house, under the best preservation magic his Mithril, Nicholas and Dumbledore were capable of. Finding Snape's door open, he knocked politely, then let himself in. Good evening, Professor. Harry greeted warmly. Evening, Potter. Snape replied distractedly, not looking up from his cauldron. Cautiously approaching, Harry recognized the pale purple of a pepper-up potion mid-brew, which was turning steadily redder as the mithril cauldron steadily stirred the potion clockwise. The professor had gone through several of his unique cauldrons since he had gifted the first one in his second year, the potion's innate magical power having had an unforeseen corrosive effect upon the mithril. Despite this, the decay was easy to predict and caused no issues with the potions, so long as Harry remembered to replace them every few months. For Snape, the cauldrons were Harry's most useful invention, since they had allowed him to go through spending the majority of his time brewing the same basic potions to brewing only when he wanted to. A pleasant side effect was this allowed him to spend more time going over his students' classwork and homework, instead of rushing through them during his free time. While his mood hadn't noticeably improved within classes, the students had steadily found notes within their work on how to improve next time. Is that the new cauldron? Harry asked excitedly, knowing full well it was. Obviously, hence the reason I am supervising its first potion. The pepper-up potion is in its most reactive state, as you should know. If the potion were to go wrong at this point, the effects would be dramatic. The new design was primarily improved by adding a thin layer of copper inside the cauldron, in an attempt to decrease the corrosive effect. The only other major addition were the two clear quartz crystals impeded into the side of the cauldron, the first of which was the size of a galleon and would change color based on the temperature of the potion within the cauldron. Its twin was a foot-long panel that would display the time the cauldron had started, thanks to the mithril casting the Tempest charm. Before he could ask Snape about the cauldron, Daphne entered the room, moving quietly so as to not disturb Snape. Harry noticed she seemed agitated and her defense against the dark arts book was almost falling out of her bag. What's up? Harry found himself murmuring, unwilling to draw Snape's ire. Oh, nothing, I just had defense and it was intense, that's all. Ah, I've heard students talk about how Moody was intense, apparently he turned Malfoy into a ferret. Daphne released a small giggle as she was reminded of that event, before she returned to her normal serious attitude. Any warnings about what to expect? I've got Moody after lunch tomorrow. Yeah, he's probably going to be teaching you about the unforgivables. He apparently doesn't know the meaning of tact. She replied tensely, still visibly unnerved. If you two are quite done, we can now begin our session, unless you would rather stay here and continue your conversation. Snape cut in sardonically, drawing the pair's attention. Sorry, Professor. Daphne replied meekly, while Harry only grinned unapologetically. You may leave your bag here if you wish, Miss Greengrass. I will be locking my door behind us. Potter, I will be asking you to leave your coat here. I will explain why later. The pair of you need only bring your wands. Harry had expected they would have conducted their experiments within the normal lab, so was surprised when Snape led them past the room and down yet another spiral staircase. For a wild moment he wondered if they were going down into the Slytherin common room before he realized they were on the wrong side of the entrance hall. Soon enough they were halted by a gate made of several thick bars dissecting the hallway. From this point onwards, we are going into restricted territory. I must insist you do not wander while down here, for your own safety. After making eye contact with both, Snape tapped his wand against the lock, which opened the gate long enough for the three of them to enter before clanging shut behind them. Should something happen, You need only tap your wand against the lock and walk straight through the bars. However, once outside you will need another teacher to let you back inside. This is where we conduct any dangerous or potentially hazardous magic, hence why you should be accompanied by a teacher at all times. As he talked, he led them deeper into the dungeons, until they entered a circular room with several doors leading outward. Harry presumed the symbol on each door was used to identify the room beyond, such as the cauldron-marked door Snape had just opened leading to an otherwise nondescript potion lab. Now, some basic lab safety. No running and definitely no throwing objects, no eating or drinking, and definitely do not consume any potions unless I have specifically instructed you to do so. Unlike your normal lessons, your school uniform will be insufficient protection, meaning you will need to replace your school robe with one of the dragonhide coats at the back. Inside the pockets of the coats you will find a matching pair of dragonhide gloves. You will need to tuck the sleeves of your coat within those gloves. Begrudgingly, Harry followed the professor's instructions, even if he felt his own dragon skin coat should have been enough protection. When they returned, Harry noticed Snape had also replaced his normal black billowing robes with a far more form-fitting dark gray coat similar to their own. When we are working with potions, we will need to keep the hoods on at all times. Fortunately, protective enchantments are included to allow our eyes to be unobstructed. Before either of you even thinks about taking off your lab coats, I will be inspecting the pair of you to ensure that no dangerous materials manage to find their way onto you. Now, before every session, I will ensure we have everything we need. As such, it is important neither of you try to bring in anything or try to take anything out of the lab. Once they had both followed his instructions, he went inside the supply cupboard and returned with a log of wood and one of the miniature cauldrons, which was barely big enough to fit a tennis ball. Now, the only potions which use Dementor ash use them in a cryothermal reaction, where the ash cools down the potion. The issue is that the potion needs to be raised to a significant heat to allow the ash time to bind to the ingredients, limiting the number of ingredients that can be used. For instance, a billywig stinger will become inert if added prior, but will refuse to dissolve if added after the ash. There are ways around this, of course, such as brewing the potion in two halves then merging them when ready, but such a merger is extremely tricky and requires a tremendous amount of skill and coordination. However, if you were able to boil the ash at the beginning of the brewing instead of the end, then we would be able to venture into new territory. By the end of his speech, Snape seemed ecstatic, in his own subtle way. But sir, I thought it was impossible to use Dementor ash as a priming ingredient. Daphne objected. Nothing is impossible when it comes to potions. The main reason the ash is exclusively used at the end of the brewing is simply down to how expensive it would be to replace the ash if the potion went wrong after adding the ash. By waiting until the end, a potioneer can ensure the potion is perfect before adding the final, and thus most expensive, materials. There are many cases where changing the order of the ingredients can yield higher quality potions, however the skill it takes to brew them goes from moderate to possible only by the utmost echelons of the potion world. As with everything, clients and employers prefer to go with the lower quality but significantly cheaper option. So why would we be going into new territory if people have done it before? Harry asked. Because we can explore significantly deeper into this well of discovery, seeing as we have enough ash to satisfy any curiosity. Due to the rarity and expense, people have been wary of financing any experiment involving ash. As such, almost every experiment that revolves around the ash can be dated to within 20 years after the discovery of the ash as a potion ingredient, or within 5 years after the invention of the Mopsus potion. Snape's next trick was to place a wooden log onto the table, which seemed to have a strange inner glow as if there was a fire inside. This is a log of eternal Gubrathian fire. The headmaster was kind enough to alchemically enchant it with some phoenix tears. Arguably, this is worth more than the entire cauldron worth of Dementor ash, due to the fact the headmaster is one of the few people in the world capable of enchanting it. It will burn far hotter than the normal runic burners, allowing us to reach the temperature at which the ash will dissolve into the water. Surely the burners are capable of getting hot enough. After all, it's not like it can get hotter than the water without it all boiling away. If we were using water as the base, then you would be correct. However, the ash itself has a dissolving point of around 110 Celsius. As you should know, that exceeds the boiling point of water, meaning we will need to use coconut oil as the base instead of the normal water. On top of that, the mixture will not start at room temperature. The ash will freeze the mixture down to around -30°C. As such, we will first need to heat the mixture up to first room temperature, then to the dissolving temperature. If we had the time, a burner would be able to reach the required temperature. However, this log will allow us to finish this experiment before sunrise. Greengrass, if you would fill the cauldron with oil until it reaches the neck. As Daphne followed his instruction, Snape walked back into the storeroom and returned with a tiny stoppered crystal vial clamped within a pair of tongs, containing a sprinkling of the ash. The outside of the crystal was covered in a thin layer of condensation. Very carefully, Snape held the tongs in one hand and withdrew his wand with the other. The moment the levitation charm lifted the stopper out, a thin layer of frost leaked out, completely covering the metal part of the tongs. Quickly, Snape tipped the vial upside down and emptied the ash into the cauldron. Instantly the oil began freezing, although without any water there was no ice. To Harry, it looked like the cooking oil had just turned into pale jelly. A very important step to remember when using any oil for the base is to cast a one-way impervious shield over the mouth of the cauldron, otherwise you will have oil being spat at you. Aside from the danger of the oil, it can sometimes cause the other ingredients to also jump out. With a wave of his wand, Snape formed the shield before crouching down and sending a spark at the log under the cauldron. Instantly the log caught fire and burned with an intense dark gray fire, although as the flames rose away from the log they gradually took on a dark blue tint. Even through his protective clothing Harry could feel the heat starting to emanate from the fire, as the flames rose up to lick the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, Harry could see the outer edges of the cooking oil begin to liquefy again, although the center of the cauldron stubbornly resisted the heat. As the oil gradually warmed, the amount of oil that had returned to a liquid state grew. Eventually, once all of the oil had turned into a liquid, Snape withdrew a thin metal ladle and handed it to Harry. If you could start to gently stir the potion clockwise, I will tell you when to stop stirring. Following his instruction, Harry was fascinated to see the ash shift every complete stir, oozing out invisible tendrils of magic and infusing it into the oil. The moment the tendrils started to stagnate, Snape instructed him to begin spinning counterclockwise, which gave the tendrils new life. Eventually he fell into a rhythm of 5 stirs clockwise, 2 stirs counterclockwise, 7 clockwise and 5 counterclockwise before going back to 5 clockwise. With each cycle the ash lost most of its magic into the oil, causing a familiar cloudy texture to appear. The cloudy texture was eerily similar to the inside of his soul gem, which did make sense given they had both originated from Dementors. Once the ash had completely dissolved into the oil, Snape swept his wand along the log and extinguished the fire. That will do, Potter. We'll let the potion cool naturally. So, what will the potion do? Daphne asked eagerly, leaning over the cauldron to try and peer inside. I have no idea, Snape returned snidely, pulling Daphne away from the cauldron. I imagine it would simply do nothing. After all, it is just oil and ash. However, it proves it is possible for us to try and create new potions using this combination as a base. Back in Snape's office, after picking up his coat, Harry was set to leave until Daphne stopped him. Hold up, Potter. Last night you told me that you would tell me your secrets once Professor Snape was here to witness my oath of secrecy. Wait just a moment. I said I wouldn't tell you my secret until you were under oath, not that I would tell you if you were under an oath. As in, when I feel like I can tell you, I'd ask you to go under oath, then I'd tell you. Well, that's not fair. And completely useless, since I'm going to find out anyway, even if you won't tell me. So you might as well tell me now. Daphne replied determinedly. As fascinating as this interaction is, Snape broke in, might I suggest you place Ms. Greengrass under oath, even if you refrain from telling her your secret. Then, should you decide to tell her, or she finds out, she is already under oath. Then, you two can go elsewhere to continue your squabble. Marking students' work is bad enough without being forced to listen to you two bickering. When Harry sat down in the Dada classroom, he couldn't help noticing how tense everyone looked. A few were clutching their books as if it might save them from Moody. All too soon the distinctive clunk of Moody's metal leg echoed down the corridor as he stepped into the room, bringing the already hushed room to complete silence. "You can put those away," he growled, glaring disdainfully at Anthony Goldstein, who was clutching his book like it was a lifeline. "Those books. You won't need them." As the students moved to put away their books, Moody wrote his name on the blackboard. "Alistair Moody, Ministry Malcontent and your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I'm here because Dumbledore asked me. End of story. Goodbye, the end." Any questions? Harry wondered if Moody had used the same speech for every class, since the professor seemed almost bored. Curses. They come in many strengths and forms. When it comes to the dark arts, I believe in a practical approach. So, which of you can tell me how many unforgivable curses there are? 3, sir. The Imperius, Cruciatus, and killing. The use of any one of them on another human being is a life sentence in Azkaban. Padma volunteered. Good. Take 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and leave it at that. I'm not supposed to show you what illegal dark curses look like until you're in the 6th year. You're not supposed to be old enough to deal with it till then. I say different. You need to know what you're up against. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. As Ms. Pottle rightly said, the first of the unforgivables is the Imperius Curse. It gave the ministry quite a bit of trouble some time ago. Opening a glass jar full of large spiders, he summoned one of them into his palm before muttering, "Imperio." A faint yellow cloud oozed from the wand tip and vanished into the spider, which instantly stopped scuttling and stood perfectly still, before it swung down off Moody's hand and jumped onto Padma's desk, who jerked away instinctively. Harry noticed Moody's normal eye was transfixed on the spider, even as the magical eye whizzed around to settle on the students. Meanwhile, the spider had woven a web and threw it over onto the next desk over in an extremely human-like gesture. Walking on just its front 2 legs, the spider then sauntered along its tightrope and onto Susan Bones' desk, who looked mildly distressed. As the spider began jumping from desk to desk, it started to perform a complicated jig, which got most of the class laughing. Harry noticed only himself, Moody, Susan and Zacharias Smith remained grim. "Funny, isn't it? I could have it keep dancing until it dropped dead from exhaustion if you lot wanted. That got the class to stop laughing, or if it's boring you, how about I make it drown itself or jump out the window? Total control. That's what the Imperius Curse means, total control. The kicker is, once cast, it is impossible to tell who is acting of their own free will and who's being forced to act. Years back, the ministry had a right job trying to find the difference. Even truth-telling substances didn't help, as the human mind is unable to truly know it was under the Imperius. I could cast the spell on half of you, then ask you all under truth serum, were you under the Imperius Curse? And every single one of you would tell me, no. However, it can be fought and I'll be teaching you how. Once it takes hold, it takes real strength of character to throw it off, something not everyone has, but there is a brief window where even the most rudimentary resistance can defeat the curse. Better to avoid being hit with it if you can. Constant vigilance. He barked, making the class jump. Tossing the spider back into the jar, he summoned a new one and swiftly enlarged it before dropping it onto the table. Crucio. The Cruciatus, the pain curse. Even as he spoke, the spider collapsed and twitched, convulsing awfully. A slight flick of his wand ended the curse, but the spider's legs still twitched jerkily. You don't need conventional torture if you can cast the Cruciatus. If you can imagine the pain, your victim will feel the pain. During the war, it wasn't uncommon for a witch or wizard to be tortured by the Cruciatus for a bit before an Imperio was applied, making it much harder to fight off. Harry noticed Zacharias flinched at this, a grim look fixed onto his face. Then you have the final curse, Avada Kedavra. There was a rushing sound and a flash of what looked like a bolt of green fire jumped from the wand and into the twitching spider, which instantly stopped twitching and collapsed, dead. Instantaneous, unstoppable death. There's no counter curse and no magical means of blocking. Indeed, for over 2,000 years only one person is known to have survived it, and he's sitting in this room. Moody didn't let the class eyes stay on Harry for long, drawing them back to the front of the classroom as he continued his lecture. Luckily for everyone, The curse needs a powerful bit of magic. There are many who could feed their entire magical core into the spell and still come up wanting. The only other advantage you will have if you end up facing it, is that the curse is slow and predictable. During the war, I've seen people outrun the curse, although I would advise you see them as exceptions instead of the rule. Now, can anyone give me a way to defend against any of these curses? There isn't a way. They're all unblockable. Terry Boot scoffed. Wrong. Potter, get up here. Frowning, Harry obliged the professor and joined him at the front of the class. Now, Potter, I'm going to fire 3 stinging jinxes at you. For this demonstration, I want you to imagine they are as unblockable as the unforgivables. Got that? Without waiting for a response, Moody stepped forward and shot a light brown spell at him. Reacting quickly, Harry flicked his wand at a nearby chair and summoned it into the path of the spell, causing it to splash harmlessly against the wood. Instantly, Moody shot a second spell at Harry, which he neatly sidestepped. Before Moody could fire the final jinx, Harry thrust his own wand forward and caught the professor with a disarming spell. Excellent. Take 15 points for Ravenclaw, 5 for each successful defense. Want to talk us through what you did for another 5? Sure. So my first counter was to put something between myself and the curse, since all 3 will dissipate the moment they hit something. Although, the Cruciatus and killing curses are known to release a lot of energy into an object they hit, often resulting in the object becoming incredibly hot, although it isn't unheard of for an object to explode on contact. Quite right. Personally, I'd suggest using something wooden if possible, seeing as they almost always burn to a crisp on contact, while any metal or mineral could get launched back at you. Moody added, before nodding for Harry to continue. Right. Well, my next defense was to simply step out of the way, since all 3 of the spells have a linear path, meaning even a few inches to the side is sometimes enough to let the curses fly right past you. My final defense was to act before my opponent could try and curse me for a 3rd time. Even Lord Voldemort can't cast a killing curse without his wand. Perfectly said, Potter. You may go back to your seat now. If you are just standing there and letting your opponent send 3 unforgivable curses at you without even trying to retaliate, then frankly you deserve to get hit. As Potter so rightly demonstrated, even the most basic jinx can be enough to stop an attack. In the real world, especially in battles like those in the last war, seeing an unforgivable is exceedingly rare. There is simply no point trying to use the killing curse when another spell might be just as deadly while being quicker and more unpredictable. Professor, why is it an unforgivable then if other curses can be worse? Padma asked. The unforgivables are labeled unforgivable because of the intent needed for them to function, not because of their actual effects. Even if the Cruciatus was only as effective as a simple tickling charm, it would still be illegal to cast. For the killing curse, you must want your target to die, purely for the delight in ending a life. Legally, it is impossible to cast the killing curse in self-defense or to save another's life. The intent to cast the curse is inexcusable, and thus unforgivable. The Cruciatus needs the intent to cause debilitating pain, pain such that your target will wish for death. As for the Imperius, that needs the intent to completely dominate your target's mind, not just to control. You must squash your target's free will such that you force their desires to become your desires. Harry looked around his classroom proudly, having just finished improving it. Unlike his workshop, he hadn't gone overboard, mainly due to the fact he had decided to keep his mithril a secret. Other than Luna, none of his group had been explicitly told about his mithril, even if Ron had seen him create his mithril within the Chamber of Secrets. Their group had changed since the end of the last year. Colin had already told him he would be skipping most of their sessions to spend more time with his brother, while Justin preferred studying with his Ravenclaw friends. Despite that, with Malfoy and Crabbe having said they would be joining their group, their numbers hadn't changed. The room now featured a large dueling ring in the center of the room, which was a simple wooden circle hiding a mithril core. The circle was large enough that there was barely 4 feet between the walls of the classroom and the edge of the ring in some places, making movement within the classroom difficult if a duel was in progress. A more permanent version of Tonks, dueling ward stopped any spells leaving the ring, along with a vertical version of the ward also protected the ceiling and floor. This left a green cylindrical shimmer of magic, barely visible until a spell crashed against it and the surrounding area lit up in response. Outside the ring, there were a few desks arranged in a semicircle, which Luna sat upon, kicking her feet back and forth as she sketched into a notebook. Soon Neville and Ron entered, Ron ranting about their homework. 5 feet on how to turn a hedgehog into a pincushion. Why do we even need to learn that? It's more about getting you used to changing animals into objects, rather than specifically just a pincushion. Mainly so you can easily do the reverse, such as turning a letter into a bird. Harry explained. Yeah, well, it's stupid. It's going to take me forever to get 5 feet written, and McGonagall gets prissy if I try and fill the space by writing bigger than normal. You should have started writing in large text from the beginning like I did Weasley, then she wouldn't have anything to complain about. Draco boasted, having just crept into the room followed by a bemused Crabbe and somebody under a notice knot. Forcing himself to see through that admittedly weak notice knot, Harry recognized Daphne's turquoise magic. Malfoy, didn't think you were going to show up. Neville greeted cordially, having glared Ron into silence before the redhead had a chance to make a retaliatory comment. Draco, Vincent, Daphne. Harry greeted, nodding to both the boys before fixing his gaze on Daphne's position against the wall. Daphne, Crabbe asked, looking around as if expecting to see her sitting in one of the desks. To Harry's dismay, Daphne refused to drop the spell, making him look mad instead of cool. Yeah, Harry, there's no one named Daphne here. Ron agreed, talking slowly as if Harry was an idiot. Sighing, Harry summoned his wand into his hand and shot a finite at Daphne, which hit her just before she was able to dodge out of the way. Spying now, Greengrass. I supposed it was you who was following us from Transfiguration. Draco asked affably, seemingly unbothered by her sudden reveal. Huffing, Daphne smoothed her ruffled robes as she spoke. I wasn't spying, I was observing. I saw you follow after Weasley and Longbottom and was curious, then I heard Potter and figured you were conspiring or something. So, spying. Luna clarified airily, earning her own glare from Daphne. Instead of replying, Daphne turned to Draco and asked, how did you know I was there anyway? You forgot to silence your feet, I heard you walking behind us. Draco explained. I knew our stalker must have been from our class, and you're probably the only student other than Potter in our year who can successfully cast a disillusionment charm. It was a notice knot actually. My disillusionment charm doesn't work properly yet. Daphne replied moodily. Oh, what happens when you cast it? Harry asked curiously. Never you mind. Daphne said hastily, blushing lightly. Anyway, how did you know I was there? Because I am sure I didn't make a noise. Before Harry could decide how he was going to answer, Draco solved the problem for him. He can see magic, he replied smugly, causing Daphne to at first roll her eyes in annoyance before looking around and realizing he wasn't lying. Well shit, how did you get that skill? I assume that's part of your secret, she asked, sounding genuinely impressed, which caused Harry to subconsciously puff up with pride. Actually, no. I taught myself how to do it as a child, although admittedly I don't think my sight would be as strong if I didn't discover my secret. But, that doesn't explain how you know, Draco. As far as I'm aware, only my teachers, Dumbledore and Luna, know about my sight. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I've seen your eyes follow spells that were basically invisible, and whenever you do charms or transfiguration, you always look like you are seeing something nobody else can. Seeing their surprised looks, Draco cockily added, yeah, that's right, I can be observant when I want to be. We're just surprised, you often don't show the capacity. Harry explained, earning an indignant yell from the blonde while everyone else nodded knowingly. Anyway, you'll be pleased, or perhaps disappointed to learn that we aren't conspiring here, we're just studying. Harry explained to Daphne, who looked unimpressed. I didn't realize you all got on well enough to study together. Yeah, well, events over the summer hammered home it's useless to hold a petty grudge against Potter, especially when it's so beneficial to be on his good side. If that means playing nice with his friends, then that's a sacrifice I'm willing to bear. Draco explained. So what are you all studying? Because it doesn't sound like you'll hear for Potter's wealth of knowledge for history or astrology, you'd go to Zabini for that. Longbottom could explain herbology, but you just said having him and Weasley here is a sacrifice, not the reason you are here. I know you don't need the help in potions or charms, even if you aren't at my level. While Potter's good at transfiguration, I highly doubt you'd be going to him for help given you are more than competent, meaning you're here for defense. What about care? I could be getting help for that. Draco argued. Potter doesn't take care. He has runes with me, Daphne pointed out logically. I guess you could be here for help with divination, but that doesn't seem like a subject you are particularly interested in. Even then, why bother going to Potter for help when both myself and Tracy are in your house? Fine. Yes, I'm here to learn from Potter how to defend myself better. Happy. Immensely. Now that that's over with, do you think we can get on with it before dinner time? Can I join? Daphne asked innocently. I could do with improving my defense grades. Looking around and seeing none of his friends disagreeing, Harry agreed. Sure. Now, before we begin learning anything, I need to know how good you all are. So, I'll be dueling you all to get a feel for where you are strong and where you are weak. Sure. Who are you going to duel first? Ron asked, stuffing his recently finished homework into his bag. Oh, I'm not going to fight you one-on-one, that would take way too long. I'm going to have all of you fight me at once. Harry replied, unable to hide his grin. This will be fun, Daphne said, stepping forward eagerly. Draco, Neville and Ron looked less sure, while Luna looked like she was already planning the other girl's funeral. Once they all got onto the dueling platform, Harry made sure to keep his back to the shield while maintaining enough space to dodge freely. Now, if you get turned green, then you're dead and should leave the ring. Otherwise, you should keep fighting. For instance, if one of you gets stunned, you are allowed to revive them. However, if you can get me in a state where I cannot fight any longer, then you've won. Getting nods from all of them, Harry began the duel. The main reason he wanted to fight all 6 of them at once was to give him the opportunity to properly test both his reflexes and Mithrilium. Primarily, he wanted to see how his magically split focus worked when he had to focus on multiple opponents along with the spells flying at him. Near instantly, all 6 fired their opening barrage at him, while at the same time Harry consciously reached out for the Mithrilium in his head and told it to increase his general awareness. The result was the world suddenly jerking before everything seemed to move slower. It was something he had been working on for a while, but was thrilled that it had worked so well. Unfortunately, it was only his perception of time that had changed. Physically, his reactions were actually slower given his body couldn't respond as fast as his mind. Despite the physical limitation, it gave him more than enough time to identify each of his opponent's spells and come up with a way to counter them. On his far left, Ron had fired a Jelly Legs and a Boyle's Jinx, both of which were fairly weak but extremely quick and annoying if they hit. Next to him, Luna had fired a Levitation Charm and was in the process of a General Shield Charm. Neville had gone straight to a powerful Stunner, although Harry could tell the spell was going to go wide. However, it did temporarily limit where he could dodge to. Draco had started with a Petrificus Totalis followed by a Wide Area Blasting Curse, both of which were moderately powerful. Beside him, Crabbe had gone with an Expulso and Incendio. Finally, Daphne had fired a Glacio at the floor beneath him, followed by a Freezing Curse straight towards him, and then was mid-cast for what looked like an Ice Spear conjuration. The fact that she was fast enough to get 3 spells done in that stretch of time managed to impress him, even if she had gone for 3 extremely similar spells. Deciding to show off, Harry dropped his heightened awareness and summoned a large shield, which was able to tank all 8 spells along with directing Crabbe's fire spell into Daphne's Ice Spear. Unfortunately, Daphne's first ice spell hit the floor just short of the shield, spreading a layer of ice all around Harry. Normally, this would pose a serious threat, however the layer of air Harry permanently kept under his shoes allowed him to walk unhindered over the ice. With some pride, Harry noted that Luna's shield was big enough to cover not just herself but also Ron and Neville on either side of her, even if the top of Ron's forehead poked out over the shield. Moving to the side to dodge Neville's more accurate Expelliarmus, Harry cast 2 strong stunners at Luna, then 6 successive color-changing charms, each perfectly aimed for the 6 opponents. It was one of the first lessons Tonks had drilled into him. It didn't matter how strong your spell was if it was going to miss due to lack of aim. They had quickly found that Harry's aim had grown to be shockingly accurate, such that he could account for his target's trajectory. Luna's shield was able to withstand the first stunner but shattered on contact with the second, taking the spell with it. It was only due to her crouching upon the destruction of her shield which allowed the paint charm to fly over her head, allowing Ron to be the first to die. Having foreseen the charm, Neville had stumbled out of the way. Having seemingly underestimated his dodge, Neville almost managed to get hit by the charm that was meant for Draco, only being saved by the brief shield Draco had cast in time. To his surprise, Crabbe had managed to duck under the charm and fire a retaliatory tickling jinx, showing a deftness Harry hadn't expected. Daphne had merely lifted her right arm and shifted her body to the side, letting the spell pass with barely an inch of clearance. The result was that she ended upside on, with her dominant left hand pointing right at him as her wand released a cloud of icy air. The cloud itself wasn't enough to disrupt his vision, but given it was formed entirely of magic, it gave the cover to use a notice knot. He could tell enough to know there was a notice knot, but through the cloud he was unable to pinpoint her location. The charm was also able to give her spells a few seconds noticeability, giving him less time to react. Especially given Neville and Draco had teamed up to send a near constant barrage towards him, where they would take it in turns to cast spells towards him. In terms of power they were easily dealt with, but there wasn't enough time in between blocking to focus entirely on Daphne. While this was going on, he also had Crabbe's blasting and fire spells to deal with, along with the few charms Luna would send his way. It was clear Luna was the least into the fight, putting the least amount of magic into her spells. Despite that, she was one of his biggest threats, due to the fact she had yet to use the same spell twice. Luna might fire a freezing charm, then switch to a heavyweight charm, then onto a beating wings curse. This made it exceptionally difficult to predict her next spell, in turn demanding a significant amount of his attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he was able to make out a section of the cloud shift aside, prompting him to send a wide wave of force at his opponents. The wave was strong enough to knock all four of them onto the floor, although he couldn't capitalize on this as he was forced to dive to the floor the side seconds before Daphne's stunning spell would have hit him. Unfortunately for her, casting at such close range disrupted her notice knot, allowing him to easily make her out. From his position on the floor, Harry tried to kick her legs out from under her, while simultaneously launching a wave of green paint towards her. Twisting awkwardly, Daphne was able to avoid the paint but was unable to avoid the kick. Her hasty shield charm was enough to block his retaliatory color charm, giving her time to backtrack and shuffle away. This gave Harry room to get to his feet, while starting his own attack. A series of stunning and disarming curses followed her retreat. Suddenly his mage sight was screaming from his left, giving him just enough time to leap out of the way of Draco's stunning spell. Now that all five of the survivors had regrouped and stood up, he was forced back on the defensive. Again, he noticed Daphne was limited almost entirely to ice-based magic, while everyone else used at least two distinct magical families. By limiting herself to just the Familia Glaciae spells, he could easily counter her with a rival family, such as the Familia Ignis variant of Protega. Slashing his wand, he sent another wave of force at the five of them, which gave him the time to cast a standard Protega and anchor it to the ground. With the shield anchored, he was able to begin incanting the fire variant of Scuta Combere Igni. The wand movement was a semicircle which led into the outline of a flame. Glancing briefly at his Protega, he was relieved to see even under their combined assault he still had a few moments before the shield broke. With the fire shield now fixed to his wand, he began the tricky modification which would anchor it himself instead of his wand, allowing it to feed off his magic while keeping the use of his wand. The downside with the fire shield was that it was around the size of a door, meaning if Daphne stayed in front of it he couldn't get hit. Of course, if she moved even a foot to the side she'd have a clear line of sight again. Pointing his wand at her, he fired a succession of tagging charms, each of them near invisible and extremely fast. As such, she was hit by all the charms, given she was far too slow to react. While the charms were fresh, Harry modified the fire shield so that it would constantly point towards the tagging charms, while still orbiting him. With the shield complete, Harry released a wave of fire. He knew the fire wasn't hot or slow enough to actually hurt his friends, but it would make them panic along with completely hiding him from view. From behind his temporary screen he fired a color charm at the last where everyone had last been standing, getting a surprised grunt from Crab. With the fire dissipating, Harry launched into the offensive. With Crab also out of the picture, Harry created 4 rubber balls, which were enchanted to paint anything it touched green. It was one of the training spells the Aurors used in place of the really dark curses, seeing as the balls could safely act like certain curses without the risk. Neville, Draco and Daphne all fired spells at him, of which Neville's missed and Daphne's failed to penetrate his fire shield. Draco's dancing curse was easily blocked, which gave him time to launch the balls. Neville and Luna were protected by Luna's shield, while Daphne shot her ball out of the sky. Draco sidestepped the ball and raised his wand to fire only for the ball to rebound off the arena dueling pit shield and hit the back of his head, painting him green as he was sent flying forward into a thankfully cushioned floor. He noticed Daphne was starting to send a curse towards him, only to then dive to the side. He only realized her intention when his shield moved to follow her, leaving him open to the curse. In return, he stepped to the side to put the shield back into the path, while also modifying the shield to become wider. It would take more power to keep it up, but it wasn't like the duel was going to last much longer. As Luna moved to get in between Neville and Daphne, he erected another wave of fire, this one used to split Daphne from the other two. While he would keep an eye on Daphne, who still hadn't swapped from ice-based spells, the fire would let him focus on Luna and Neville. Now that he wasn't testing their offensive, he didn't hold back on power. His first stunner impacted Luna's shield and burst through it, shattering both in the process. Neville's bubble shield absorbed the following color charm, but accidentally blocked Luna. With Neville's shield on her right and the wall of fire on her left, she had nowhere to go as the color charm tagged her right on the stomach. Having seen he was focusing on the other two and that her spells were being blocked, Daphne had moved on to attacking the wall of fire. Her freezing charm managed to vanish the wall only after Luna was shot, in time to step in and help Neville. When forced on the defensive, the blonde boy was surprisingly strong, such that without his mithril Harry would have struggled to overpower them without draining himself. As it was, he had both his mithril and his creativity. Sending a stream of green gas at Neville, Harry summoned a spark which ignited the gas, dealing a significant amount of damage to the shield while also temporarily starving the area of oxygen. Moving to Daphne, he began his own bombardment of blasting curses, stunning, disarming, petrifying and fire. Every so often he would add in a random charm, to prevent her from knowing what he was going to use next. Her shields were around as strong as Neville's, although hers were far more exotic. One was a wall of thick ice, another was the ice equivalent of his fire-based shield. Throughout the attack, he had only seen her use a conventional shield twice, which had been considerably weaker than her other shields. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Neville start to emerge from behind the smoke, prompting him to summon and launch a ball towards the floor below him. He had timed it perfectly so that as Neville dropped his shield to help Daphne, the ball bounced off the floor and struck him in the stomach. Moving back to Daphne, he sidestepped her frozen feet curse and summoned a wave of fire close to the ground and sent it towards her ankles, then formed a wave of green paint and launched them just above her head. As expected, she jumped over the fire, saw the wave of paint and panicked. Her shield successfully froze the paint, however the shield did nothing for its momentum or path. The frozen paint smacked into her face, covering her in paint. Harry wins. Ron said disappointedly, having been hoping to watch Harry get defeated, even if he got hit first. Right, if you're all up for it, I'd like to point out what I noticed. Now, Ron, I didn't actually mean for you to get hit so quickly, so sorry about that. However, it did reveal that you need to work on your situational awareness. Just because an ally has a shield up, don't blindly rely upon that shield. As I demonstrated, shields can fall, so it's important to know what might hit you at all times. Neville, you also need to work on your situational awareness, specifically when dodging. At the start, you almost managed to jump out of the way of one spell and into the path of another. You would have also gotten in the way of Draco casting, which if he'd been casting a blasting curse then you'd both be dead. Other than that, The power behind your spells and shields are great, we'll just need to focus on improving your aim. Draco, to be honest, I don't have much to say. Your power isn't quite as strong as Neville's or Daphne's, but it's still good enough. Your reflexes are good, your aim is consistently accurate, and your teamwork is great. You just need to remember that just because something has passed you, it hasn't stopped being a threat. I could have thrown a knife and then summoned it once it was behind you, for instance. Draco puffed up with pride at that, even if he seemed annoyed he had been defeated. Crab, your speed could possibly do with improvement, as could power. Reaction times could be improved, along with shielding. When your visibility is low, I'd advise having a shield charm ready to cast, just in case a spell catches you by surprise. With the possible exception of Ron, all four of you could do with more variability. You will also benefit by using shields specialized for the environment, such as a physical shield to stop physical attacks and a purely magical shield for spells. Those shields take less power to cast, along with being stronger. A general shield like a Protega is only really better when faced with multiple attacks, where you can't tell if you are facing a physical or magical attack. Luckily, both those issues can be easily fixed by just learning more magic, which I'll happily help with. Turning to Luna and Daphne, he took a breath, knowing they were the two who needed the most improvement. Right, Luna, we need to work on your offensive. Being the protector or even healer of a group is great, but most of the time a good attacker is better than a good defender. When I was pushed on the defensive, you had no reason to keep your shield up. That would have been the time to unleash your stronger spells in a hope to overpower me, instead of relying on a stream of basic spells. Your variability is excellent, you just need to work on adding more powerful spells. I know you'd prefer to avoid hurting someone, but sometimes you don't have that luxury. If you want, we can work on spells that simply trap an opponent, instead of harming. Daphne, you need to use a wider variety of magic. Your ice-based magic is easily the strongest here, but that's completely pointless once your opponent has figured out you stick exclusively to the ice magic. If we had been dueling one-on-one, I probably could have beaten you in a matter of moments. I disagree, there were times when I was winning. Daphne cut in hotly. Do you want to prove it? He returned, beckoning towards the dueling platform. Quote. Not right now. When I've had a chance to regain my strength, then we'll fight. If you insist. Although that does bring me excellently to my next point. All of you ideally need to work on your stamina, such that you can have several duels back to back. Part of that is knowing when to reserve power and when to go all in to end a fight. After all, there's no point reserving magic only for your opponent to receive reinforcement. Likewise, in something like a dueling gauntlet, if you win your first fight by wasting most of your energy, then you're probably going to get beaten in the second fight. Ley lines, we use them everywhere, almost everyone has heard of them, but what actually are they? Would anyone like to tell me what they know about them? Bathsheba asked once everyone had settled down. Beside him, Daphne stuck her hand up, drawing Bathsheba's attention. Harry had been surprised when she had decided to sit next to him, although her challenging glare persuaded him not to question it. Yes, Ms. Greengrass. Well, ley lines are the magical lines which provide magic to the world. Hogwarts is rumored to have been built atop 3 ley lines, which is why the wards are so powerful. Good. Take 5 points to Slytherin. Unfortunately, you are not entirely correct. To start with, ley lines do not provide magic to the world. For instance, there are no ley lines around Northern Asia. Despite that, they still have more than enough magic. To start with, you need to understand there are 2 types of magic: atmospheric magic and activated magic. Atmospheric magic is made by the nature around us, anything from the trees to the very ground all give off atmospheric magic. This magic is used by every living creature, where it is turned into activated magic. The world then takes in that magic and turns it back into atmospheric magic in an endless that final process takes considerable time, meaning it can sometimes take years for the world to turn activated magic back into atmospheric magic. Ley lines can do the same process in a matter of days. Now, runes can be made to use either atmospheric or activated depending on the need, however so far we have only covered activated runes. This is because they have to be activated by a witch or wizard, along with only being limited by the amount of magic given to it. Atmospheric runes can be automatically activated the moment the rune array is complete, with potentially unlimited power. For example, if you created a rune array to conjure fire. Now, if you got it wrong, you would first have the chance to catch the mistake before activating it, but even if you missed that, the runes would eventually run out of power. However, under an atmospheric array, you wouldn't have the chance to catch the mistake once finished, resulting in a ball of fire that will keep growing until whatever the runes were carved upon broke. Many around Harry looked incredibly nervous at the idea, with good reason. Ever since Bathsheba realized his mithril ran on atmospheric magic, she had drilled him on all of the dangers, along with the best ways to shut off such magic. Later she had realized his workshop had ended up being one of the safest places to use atmospheric magic, since he could shut off the magic passing through the walls at a moment's notice. Now, the second thing wrong with Ms. Greengrass' statement was regarding Hogwarts being built on 3 ley lines. Hogwarts, a history, clearly states Hogwarts was built on top of 2 adjacent ley lines, with a third running under Hogsmeade Village. It was only several decades after Hogwarts was built that the ley lines ended up converging. Now, what does this tell us? Does it tell us that the ley lines move over time? Susan Bones asked tentatively, as if afraid of being wrong. Exactly. Take 5 points to Hufflepuff. Now, Ms. Greengrass was correct in that ley lines bring more magic to an area, allowing places like Hogwarts to utilize stronger wards. However, in turn they are fed by places that generate a lot of activated magic, such as a school of magic. As such, much like the tree's roots move to find the closest water source, ley lines shift towards the biggest source of activated magic. Of course, wards can be strong without the presence of ley lines. Such as the Great Chinese City wards, each of which are rumored to be at least as strong as Hogwarts, despite the fact they have to deal with a considerably larger area and the complete lack of ley lines. However, the time it would take the wards to assemble and bleed energy would take considerably longer. Now, the reason I bring this up is because today we will be learning how runes can tap into ley lines. During their next lesson with Moody, he had announced he was going to cast the Imperius on each of them. Instantly several of his classmates had started complaining and tried to tell the professor it was illegal. Unsurprisingly, Moody had brushed aside their complaints, citing Dumbledore wanted them to know what it felt like. Harry wanted to say that Moody was lying, that he was using the excuse to satisfy his paranoia and push his students as far as possible. Unfortunately, he could also see Dumbledore using Moody to prepare the students to resist the Imperius, then claiming plausible deniability if the Ministry got involved. Lining up, Harry got to watch as each of his classmates were bent to Moody's will, none of them strong enough to throw off the curse. Despite this situation, he was fascinated as he got to watch the curse envelope Ernie, who seemed to breathe in the magic. The magic oozed into Ernie's head, where it quickly vanished beneath Ernie's dull orange magic. Even when Moody lifted the curse and Ernie stopped pirouetting, Harry couldn't tell if the magic was still there, lingering under the surface. When it was his turn, he had barely a moment to see the magic race towards him, finally revealing Moody's coffee brown signature, before his mithrilium rose up to defend his mind. Except, rather than repel the attack like it had done with the Legilimency curse, the Imperius seemed to burn right through the mithrilium, sending a burning pain straight into Harry's mind. As he was blinded by pain, he felt the curse leak through his previously impenetrable defenses and settled over his mind. It was like somebody had taken the effects of fire whiskey and dialed it up to 100. He wanted nothing more than to obey the soft voice that was instructing him to turn his wand on his classmates and begin casting. The part of his mind which was favored by his mithrilium was rebelling against the curse, while shoring up whatever control it had left. The other side was under the full domination of the curse, which was trying to both obey the commands and take over the rest of his mind. The result was a huge headache, which prevented him from fighting or following the curse. All he was able to do was slowly chip away at Moody's magic within his mind, gradually expanding his control. Eventually he was able to gain enough ground that he was able to safely split his focus, allowing him to attack from multiple angles. It was like when he had been fighting the basilisk's deadly stare, except this time his defenses had been incapable of withstanding the initial attack. In terms of power, The basilisk easily won, however, it was far harder to force Moody's relatively weaker magic out of the insides of his mind. With one final mental shrug, he was able to destroy the last of Moody's magic, completely freeing his mind from the curse's control. Now, that's more like it. It may have taken him 5 minutes to do it, but he not only fought it, he won. Come back tomorrow after your final lesson and we can work on lowering the time it takes to fight it. If I have any say in it, you'll be able to throw off the curse the moment it's applied. Potter, a word. Moody growled as the class was let out. I noticed you reacted badly to the Imperius and wanted to make sure you were okay. Yeah, it seems like when the Imperius encountered my mental defenses, they rather violently tore through them. Now that I know what to expect, I'm hoping it won't be so bad. Good lad, we'll be working on the Imperius for a while, so you'll have plenty of time to work on it. Take this as a lesson on what happens when you rely on shortcuts. Take my enchanted eye for example. It effortlessly allows me to detect threats, but I still keep my awareness with my natural awareness just in case. Constant vigilance. Dear Harry, it has been officially confirmed that I will be one of the students within the Beauxbatons delegation, so I'll look forward to us meeting again. Perhaps you could give me a tour of your Hogwarts. It occurred to me that we know very little about each other. For instance, I'm in my final year at Beauxbatons. I'm the top of my class, especially when it comes to charms, veterinarian studies and dueling. My grandfather says that my spoken English is passable, which is high praise from him. Of course, he's been able to speak English fluently for longer than my papa's been alive, so I am hoping I am more than just passable. Fortunately, my written English is much better, even if I still get confused. Plus the use of translation charms means I can read your letters as if they were written in French. What year are you in? I took you to be around my age, although it has occurred to me you could be younger. In that vein, at the risk of sounding impolite, I don't even know your surname. Perhaps you could tell me a bit about yourself. Fleur Delacour. Dear Fleur. That's great to hear, I shall await your arrival. I would love to give you a tour. Hogwarts is a second home for me. You are correct in that I am younger than you. My 14th birthday was a month before the World Cup. As such, I am in my 4th year at Hogwarts. I am also at the top of my year, although my best subjects are transfiguration, potions and runes. As for my surname, I must first admit to a bit of deception. You see, when we first met I was under a disguise. You see, my full name is Harry Potter, which makes it very hard to go somewhere without people noticing and trying to get my attention. When you get here I can prove my identity should you wish it. I just hope you can understand why I wanted to keep a low profile. Your friend, Harry Potter. Upon entering Harry's workshop, Bathsheba was mildly surprised to see Harry standing in the testing environment. The testing environment was a plain hexagonal room connected to the main room by a simple arch, with an iridescent mithril ward protecting the entire room. After several failed projects, Harry had created the environment to safely test his projects without risking the other projects or people within the workshop. The ward stopped any magic escaping or entering the room, along with stopping any object with a velocity higher than the allowance. This meant in an emergency Harry could leave the room without any resistance, while dangerous shrapnel would be contained. The ward also gave off a specific magical frequency, which allowed Harry to program any experimental mithril to self-destruct if they crossed the boundary. Inside the room, Harry stood close to the archway, gauntlet raised and staring intently at a floating sword. Jerkily, the sword began to swing around, attacking invisible targets. To Bathsheba's eyes, the sword movements looked stilted. She let him go through a few more moves before interrupting. What's with the sword? Oh, hi. It's an idea I had, where I try and mentally control the sword from as far away. I could then enchant it to fight for me. It's one of the few things I'd do to improve the sword of Gryffindor if I still had it. I'm assuming it has an intangible tether, which you use to modify the sword. She asked. Yup. The only problem is I have to be exact on what I want it to do, hence the jerkiness. That's with it linked to the gauntlet too. Without the gauntlet it's basically impossible to move it around through a tether. If I had some mithrate I'd be able to add a crystal in a controller and in the sword itself, which I'm hoping will let me move the sword on intent alone. If I can get this to work, Then I could create something to get the soul gem to work, without freezing the user to death. So what? You'd hold the controller and the sword would fly around attacking people. I mean, technically there could be more than one sword. I could have a dozen all flying around me. But I was planning on incorporating the controller into my suit of armor, although given it currently needs skin contact to work, it would be a pain to get it to work. The suit of armor he was referring to was still standing by the shelf, although Luna had started sketching an intricate pattern along the east plate. However, I'm thinking in order to get the intent right, I'm going to have to blood bind it to me. Harry added casually. What? No, absolutely not. We agreed you wouldn't imbue your blood into your mithril. We have no idea what could happen. Exactly. I'm assuming it will form a sympathetic bond between myself and the metal, which will let me modify the mithril as if it was mithrilium. That would give me way more control. Yes, and what happens if somebody takes that mithril and breaks it? There is a reason why sympathetic magic is illegal. What happens if you try to change the mithril and it tries to apply the same change onto you? All very good questions. If I could create a one-way sympathetic bond, then I'd be able to manipulate the mithril, but the mithril wouldn't be able to affect me. Sighing, Bathsheba asked, and how are you going to do that? Without testing it on yourself, I might add. I could try it on a mouse or something. I won't know till I get to try it. If it helps, I'm fairly sure the goblins blood bind their artifacts, which explains why they are so upset whenever wizards don't return them. What do you mean? Why would that upset the goblins? Because if their mithrilium contains their blood and magic, then even if their physical body dies, it would be nearly impossible for their soul to actually move on. And you want to make one yourself? She exclaimed. Well, I'm already immortal, so I don't think my soul is capable of being trapped. Anyway, unlike my mithril, they can't modify their metal once it's set, which is why they wouldn't be able to free themselves. If my soul did get trapped, I could just possess the mithril and make it release me. As Halloween neared, a notice went up informing the students the Bobadans and Durmstrang delegations would arrive on the 30th of October, which was only a week away. During that week, Harry stayed within his workshop as much as possible, in a futile attempt at avoiding the near-constant Triwizard Tournament gossip. During their group session, Harry had gotten very close to throwing Ron and Draco out of the room when they had began arguing over who the Hogwarts champion should be. Now, if you are quite finished, I believe Daphne wanted to prove she could last more than a minute against me. I'm just saying, I don't understand why you seem to dislike the tournament so much. Ron interrupted. Look, I've seen enough people die at the hands of dangerous creatures in this school, all right. Besides, people keep asking me if I'm going to compete and it's getting extremely annoying. I mean, you could probably win. You're easily the best in our year and probably the year above too. Ron said encouragingly. Well, we'll never know, because I have no intention of deliberately endangering myself simply to appease other students. I don't have anything to spend the galleons on. The glory clearly isn't eternal, given nobody knows who the last winner was and it would cut into my research time. But 1,000 galleons. Ron whined. Weasley, the Potter family makes around 1,000 galleons per year in interest alone. Harry doesn't need to risk his life to make that money. Daphne cut in, clearly irritated. Now Harry, you promised me a duel and I don't want you to hold back. Standing back in the dueling ring, Harry looked across at Daphne as Ron counted down. The moment Ron went, begin, Harry began sending a scattering of stunning spells at Daphne. Each spell was overpowered, draining a huge amount of power out of him. On the other side of the ring, Daphne's eyes widened as the spells flew towards her, valiantly raising her best shield. The very first stunning spell struck the shield dead center, shattering it instantly and clipping her arm. The shield weakened the spell enough that she only went drowsy instead of unconscious, until the third curse struck her in the face. 2 more spells hit her as she fell, with the rest hitting the ring's shield behind her. And after 5 seconds, Harry wins. Ron announced, sounding unimpressed with the result. What was that? Daphne asked slowly after Luna woke her up. That was Harry, not holding back. Neville replied gleefully. But it broke my shield. She groaned, talking slow enough that Luna decided to strike her with another Renervate. Yup, and it was still strong enough to make you stumble, before you were struck by the second stunner. Trust me, compared to 100 Dementors, you aren't anything. Ron explained. Just how powerful are you, Harry? Daphne demanded, staring at Harry in shock. My actual magical core is not quite as strong as Dumbledore's, however I have several advantages that means my magic recovers quicker than normal. I'm probably one of the strongest students though. I don't suppose there's a way for us to get that strong. Draco asked hopefully. There are a few ways. The best way would be to simply exercise your magic more, such as casting several powerful spells per day. That will encourage your magic to regenerate quicker. Another way is to make your body healthier, such as eating properly and physically exercising. That will decrease how much magic your body has to spend to keep you healthy. What does that mean? Crabbe spoke up from beside Draco, giving off an air of shyness. Basically, your magic wants your body to stay at peak performance. As such, it will actively try and keep you healthy. That's why we live so long and don't suffer from muggle diseases, since even at 100 our bodies will almost always be healthier than the majority of muggles. However, the magic being used to keep you healthy is magic you can't use. For instance, Dumbledore tries his best to eat healthy and stays in shape, so he has the least amount of magic being lost. Then you have his younger brother who was stronger than Dumbledore in school, but because he is nowhere near as healthy, Dumbledore's magic surpassed him decades ago. Stronger body equals stronger magic, which will also mean a longer life. Is that why Aurors always seem so powerful? Neville questioned. Precisely. Of course, the older you get, the stronger you become. Over your lifetime, you get a few dramatic boosts to your core, mainly around the ages of 8, 11, 15 and finally at 17. However, outside of a medical condition, your core is going to constantly grow. However, if you become unhealthy, then your body is going to use up the magic as it grows. Then, once you use your magic quicker than it grows, you start to die. Oh, so somebody who exercises will live longer than somebody who doesn't? Daphne asked, seemingly lost in thought. Basically, yeah, that's sort of why every recorded thaumaturgist has lived for at least 100 years, unless they were murdered or some such. Because even if their body is being supported entirely by magic, where it would otherwise have given up decades ago, they normally have more than enough magic to burn. What's a thaumaturgist? Ron asked. Thaumaturgist. Commonly called mages. It means somebody with a significant amount of power. I'm not sure how they're determined, but I know the headmaster and you know who were both thaumaturgists. In fact, I'm fairly sure in order to go from a dark witch or wizard to a dark lady or lord you need to be strong enough to be a mage. Daphne explained. It's basically determined by seeing how spells it takes to exhaust your core, then divide the number by your age. Then, if you can multiply that number by 3 and get a number higher than 1 you get to call yourself a thaumaturgist. Harry added, having been told the procedure by Nicholas. What spell? And where do you rank? Ron asked excitedly. Sighing, Harry decided it would be best to answer honestly, seeing as the information would be publicly available anyway. The spell is the undetectable extension charm, since it always takes the same power to create and the inner size can easily be measured. We guessed I could hypothetically probably cast around 6 before I needed to recover, which would give me a score of 1.29 on the scale. Dumbledore can get 46 charms at last count, meaning he has a score of 1.23. Voldemort was measured at around 1.46, but he's never actually sat down to take the test. Nicholas had taken the test and while he could cast the charm 97 times, due to his age he only got a 0.47. So, you're stronger than Dumbledore? Draco questioned eagerly, with a hungry gleam in his eye. No, even with my advantages he is still stronger than me, however if I were to instantly age 100 years while retaining my current health, then I'd be the stronger wizard. But, currently I will probably never get naturally stronger than Dumbledore while he's alive, because we will both be gaining power at roughly the same time. We'd both need to live for hundreds of years before the distance starts to decrease. How many times do you think we could cast this expansion charm? Ron asked. Individually. On power alone Neville might get one finished before running out of energy. However, you have to keep in mind the charm needs knowledge and a huge amount of control. I can't actually cast it since I lack the precision and understanding required. If you were interested, Merlin is supposed to have had a score around 2.10, which nobody in recorded history has gotten close to. So what? You're like the next Merlin. Harry noticed Ron had a touch of jealousy in his voice as he said that, something that he hadn't heard since their first year. No, although I guess I'd have a better chance at being Merlin. No, this test is just to find the one or two wizards born every few decades with an extraordinarily large core. To be the next Merlin, you'd need to be a mage and be an elder, which you only get awarded if you either create a whole new magical subject or significantly improve a pre-existing subject. For instance, both Grindelwald and Voldemort rank as a mage, but only Voldemort was able to significantly improve a pre-existing subject, in this case the dark arts. Then you have people like Nicholas Flamel, who has done enough to be considered an elder 3 times over, but he is only a 0.47. Dumbledore is both a thaumaturgist and an elder. Now, most elders naturally develop a large magical core, for 2 reasons. The first is that in order to sufficiently study a field, you end up having to be able to cast numerous powerful spells. As I already said, that encourages your core to start to regenerate faster, and as a result it will grow slightly. The second reason is because as your understanding of magic increases, simply doing magic becomes easier. So basically, you're telling us to study more and exercise. Ronmo.ned, looking downcast. Yup. The day before the delegations were to arrive, Harry and Luna were sitting by the lake, with 2 miniature ships in front of them. Harry was using his HMS Warrior model, which he had recently finished retrofitting with numerous mithril upgrades. Luna meanwhile was using the RCWS Mami Wata model. There had been very few Republic of Caribbean wizardry ships, with Mami Wata being the flagship of the time. Being a fully magical ship, Harry had very little to upgrade, with his mithril easily copying most of the magical effects. During its heyday, the Mami Wata was over twice as fast as a Muggle ship of equal size. It was also capable of reaching that speed regardless of wind speed or direction, allowing it to make laps around the Muggle ships. Even after the Statute of Secrecy was enacted, the Republic refused to withdraw the Mami Wata, giving rise to several ghost ship tales whenever it was spotted by passing Muggles. The ship primarily helped protect cargo ships from both pirates and sea creatures, allowing them to deliver their resources to the Republic's islands. Then, unnoticed by the Republic, the Muggles' iron-clad steamships began popping up around the Caribbean. It then wasn't long until the Mami Wata was fired upon by one such ironclad, having assumed the magical ship was an enemy. Their long-range magical attacks had been absorbed by the iron plating, while the ship's long-range guns had no trouble penetrating the Mami Wata's wooden hull. Of course, Harry's model ships were nowhere near as strong as their real-life counterparts, even when scaled up to the correct size. For a start, what few weaponry the Mami Wata possessed were all magical in nature, having depended primarily on its crew and their magical staves. After the crew, the primary ship's weapon was its hull, which originally had been enchanted and runed to be durable and sharp. At top speed, the Mami Wata could ram right through another ship, without taking any noticeable damage. This had been easy enough to recreate with his own runes and mithril bracing. The other notable offensive weapon was its twin ballistas on the foredeck, which used conjured bolts. The Warrior had been easier, given its weapons all purely Muggle. The model's guns used mithril to conjure tiny pea-sized balls of metal, which were then propelled by banishment runes. He had even been able to transmute the model's plastic hull into a cast iron hull, giving it the same defenses. He could have used his mithril to form the hull for both ships, however he wanted these particular ships to be authentic. In order to control her ship, Luna had a small box with several buttons, each of which were connected to the Mami Wata via individual insubstantial mithril wires. He had recently learned that when he made his mithril insubstantial, he was actually cutting it off from their material plane. Luna had happened to explain that there were 2 planes of reality involved, the material plane and the astral. In theory, they were 2 completely different planes, with completely different laws of physics. However, magic was able to permeate into both realities, providing small links between them. If the magic was allowed to condense enough in or around a structure, then that structure would leave an imprint onto the linked reality. This was apparently how ghosts were able to fly through most material objects while still having a limited effect when affected by magic. Apparition then worked by sending the witch or wizard into the astral plane, sending them to their destination, then transferring them back into the material plane, leaving them unaffected by physical barriers. However, because they were created entirely by magic, Harry's mithril existed within every reality, which is why they could affect both the flow of magic and the permeability of spirits. When Harry made his mithril insubstantial, he was subconsciously removing his mithril from the material plane, while leaving it within the astral. At first he had been alarmed when he had been told that his mithril acted like a beacon to anything within the astral plane, until Luna had told him that his magical core alone was already enough of a beacon to attract attention. He was then relieved when she followed that up by saying pretty much every astral being had better things to do than mess with beings in the material plane, aside from a few minor spirits like poltergeists or pixies. Unfortunately for Luna, all her remote control could do was move the ship and fire the forward-facing ballista. Due to the fact he was possessing the warrior, he was capable of full movement, minimal gun rotation, and even choosing which guns to fire. He had placed a large block of mithril on the captain's bridge, through which everything was connected using physical mithril wires. While his insubstantial wires were easier to use, he was slightly scared of using anything insubstantial while possessing his mithril. His official reason, however, was that he wanted to avoid the slight delay between the material and astral mithril, which was admittedly a fairly big issue during combat. Regardless, the physical wires worked a treat, as while possessing the helm it was as if the ship was his body. He could raise or lower the sails as easily as he would raise or lower his leg, or aim the guns as if they were his fingers. Therefore, because of how inferior Luna's ship was, they had decided to play a game of ship bulldog. Harry's ship was located in roughly the center of the lake, while Luna's remained by the shore. Luna would then have to race past him and make it to the other shore without sinking. To further increase the fairness, Luna's ballistas were enchanted to easily pierce Harry's hull. Then the range of Harry's guns had been scaled down to an accurate distance relative to the model, going from the actual HMS Warrior's 3,500 meters range to a 3.5 meters range. Just as the game began, Harry received a ping from the suit of armor guarding the staircase at the bottom of his workshop. Leaving it be for now, Harry moved his ship to intercept Luna's ship, sending up a whoosh of spray as the propellers were kicked into gear. Regrettably, with the telescopic funnels at their lowest position, the steam from the boilers started being blown into Harry's vision. The soft breeze that ran over the lake was in Luna's favor, meaning Harry had to depend entirely upon steam power, while she merrily skipped over the waves. Just as he was closing into weapon range, Luna suddenly veered off to port. This brought her slightly closer to Harry, even if it meant he now had to turn around if he wanted to give chase. While the Mami Wata had a very responsive turning circle, the warrior had suffered from a poor turning circle. Frustrated at falling for such an obvious trap, Harry fired two of his guns, which just barely fell short. As he finished his turn, he chuckled as he realized Luna had made a mistake. While he was moving away from the center of the lake, he had been going into the wind, but now that he was chasing her, he had the wind behind him. Opening his sails to full, he sped off after Luna, trying desperately to catch her before she could make it to the other side. Firing his bow chasers, he was able to clip Luna's rudder, drastically reducing her control. However, given the race was in a straight line, what little control she retained would be enough to let her cross the finishing line. Just as he was closing into the broadside firing range, the breeze blowing across the lake decided to change direction. This forced Harry back onto relying on his overworked boilers, while Luna's enchanted sails generated their own localized wind speed. No matter which direction Luna's ship faced, she would always have sails full of wind. Desperately, Harry spun to starboard and opened fire with his guns, gambling on one good hit before she escaped his reach. Most of the cannonballs merely bounced off the reinforced hull, although one lucky shot got a direct hit on the central mast. Where multiple shots struck close together, they often had enough combined energy to overpower the hull's enchantments. In most cases this simply dented the wood, although Harry did notice one ball lodged within the hull. While she didn't immediately slow down, Harry wanted to believe he could see her losing speed. Her sails definitely seemed more strained, as if it had become harder to move the ship through the water. Pulling about, Harry continued the chase, hoping he could decrease the distance. As the shore grew larger, Harry was able to close the gap enough to have his bow chasers pierce the stern of Luna's ship, leaving a fairly large hole and no doubt causing damage within the ship. This time the drop in speed was immediately noticeable, even if it was clear Luna would reach the shore before Harry would have time to catch her. On the deck, Harry could see Luna aiming her ballista, before two bolts tore through his sails. Giving a soft growl, Harry judged the distance between the two ships was close enough, prompting him to pull to port and open fire with his broadside. Unlike the previous onslaught, Harry didn't plan to let up until Luna had either sunk or had reached the other shore. After each barrage, Luna's hull took more damage, causing it to sit lower in the water. By the time she cut into the sand and came to a halt, the water was almost reaching the upper deck. Unfortunately, that still counted as reaching the other side. Returning his consciousness to his now stiff body, he turned to Luna and congratulated her, disappointed he had lost but happy he had gotten to spend time with his friend. "Thank you. If you hadn't fallen for my trick, then you would have won." Luna replied knowingly, as if she knew for a fact she would have lost. Even after knowing her for so long, Harry still didn't know if she just pretended to know or if she was using some form of divination to predict her own future. Both were equally possible, but he stubbornly refused to give in and ask. Now that he wasn't busy, he checked his workshop's staircase, to see if his visitor had just gone straight through the passageway. To his surprise, whoever had entered was still inside the staircase. Fortunately, his workshop remained both sealed and empty, meaning whoever it was hasn't penetrated the defenses. "Well, I've got to go find out who's trying to break into my workshop," Harry said instead of replying to Luna, leaving it up to her if she wanted to join. "Have fun. Remember, she is under an oath to keep your secret." Luna returned cheerfully as she skipped off into the forest. Levitating both ships into his outer coat pocket, Harry took off towards the workshop. Upon arriving at the painting, he activated his invisibility cloak, then let himself inside. Once he was on the other side, he was able to see the alert enchantment somebody had set up just inside the doorway. Unfortunately for them, his cloak let him pass right through their enchantment without triggering it. Even his mithril sensors were unable to detect him when under the cloak, although they could tell that something had temporarily blocked the magic. The sensors worked by detecting whatever magic was in front of it, then when anything passed through it would try and detect individual signatures. It wasn't perfect, since even if 3 people were under the same invisibility cloak, the sensors would only know one cloak had passed through. That was why one of the steps had another beam of invisible magic, which went straight up, giving a perfect sight under any invisibility cloak. Near the top of the staircase, he found the would-be invader running her hand over the inner column of the stairwell. "Good morning, Daphne." Harry greeted her cheerfully, having expected to meet her after he had spoken to Luna by the lake. "Oh, Harry. Hi, how are you? Fancy meeting you here." She stammered, clearly startled. "I'm doing good. Have you figured out my secret yet?" he asked as he led her back down the staircase. "Yes, I have. I think you have figured out the secret on how to make goblin-made items. You were seen walking into Gringotts over the summer only to exit with first a plain sword, then a Gringotts bag, which they never give to outsiders. Then when I asked Professor Flitwick about his floating cube, he mentioned that you had given it to him." "Huh, smart. Unfortunately, you don't quite have the full picture. Just remember, you are under oath to not reveal this secret." Instead of letting her answer, he slapped his hand against the keystone, opening the door and making it visible for Daphne. Only he had that ability, while everyone else was only able to open the door for themselves. He was also able to bypass the broom cupboard, opening directly into the workshop proper. "Welcome to my lair," he announced dramatically as he swept into the room, arms open wide to indicate everything. She didn't seem to notice the door automatically closing behind her, far too entranced with the appearance of the workshop. With the morning light streaming through the windows, the room was filled with bright yellow light, making everything gleam wonderfully. "What is all of this?" she asked softly, slowly spinning in order to take everything in. "This is my workshop. This is where I create new inventions and try to figure out how my magic works. You see, I have the extremely rare ability to create mithril, which I suspect the goblins tried to replicate. With it, I can make almost anything. Apart from one or two things, everything in this room is made of mithril. Can you show me? She begged, finally turning to face him. Grinning, Harry held his hand out and let his mithril form a simple sphere. He had given it the ideology to receive magic and channel it into light. He deliberately slowed down the process, so she could see the sphere being created by numerous tendrils of liquid magic. Here, this is a ball of mithril. I've enchanted it so that it will turn whatever magic you feed it into light. Gingerly taking the ball, Daphne frowned before the ball began to glow with her turquoise light. Experimentally, she passed the ball between her hands, getting a feel for it before tossing it into the air and nimbly catching it. Moving around his workshop, she began pointing at different objects and asking for explanations about their purpose. To Harry's joy, he found she was able to easily keep up with him as he talked, once he explained the purpose of each. So, what's this? She asked, pointing at what looked like two Quidditch hoops lined up a meter apart, each having a quartz display attached. Instead of answering, Harry stood in front of both and launched a stunning spell through the first hoop, which then carried on until it entered the second hoop and vanished. As the spell passed through each hoop, it triggered the Tempest spell, which was then stored in the quartz. It makes spells vanish. Well, yes, but that isn't anything special. Because both the spell and the mithril were made with my magic, the mithril can absorb the spell without triggering it. The important bit is the two displays. What? The fact it records the time of when the spell passes through. What good does that do? Okay. What happens if you take the time in the first display and take it away from the time in the second display? You'd be left with a fairly small number, which you could use to see how long it took for the spell to pass through the hoops. She guessed. Exactly. Using this, I'm able to accurately find out how fast my spells are, since the distance between the two hoops won't change. So I can get a finite to make the distance in around 0.25 seconds, making it around 4 meters per second, or just over twice my height in 1 second. I can then also know that a blasting curse is twice as slow, so in a duel I have a rough idea about how much time each spell will take. Cool. What's this? She asked, pointing at his experimental Mutatio watch. Unlike the watch on his wrist, which was composed entirely of mithril, from its thin band holding the watch onto his wrist to its face, the experimental watch had several parts that weren't mithril. The first improvement had been a soft black dragon leather strap, which was about as wide as his hand. Luna had drawn a basic Celtic knot, which she had then enchanted to be a shiny silver. The leather looped round until it reached the special mithril buckle, which was hidden within the watch. The buckle kept the strap comfortably tight, while also preventing anyone but him, or someone with a mithril key, from removing the watch. The key had been suggested by Dumbledore after they had once again struggled to remove some of his mithril after he had to go to St. Mungo's after his chest plate had exploded. The idea was that Dumbledore, Bathsheba and Snape would all have a key, which would then be capable of unlocking his mithril. The second non-mithril addition was the quartz disc, which served as the watch face. When the watch face was active, a Tempest spell would be triggered every fifth of a second, letting the watch actually display the time. He was hoping he could eventually get it to display a silhouette of whatever he wanted to turn into. Unfortunately, every time the spell was cast it would draw a bit of magic, which was normally negligible. However, with the spell being cast 5 times a second, the negligible amount of magic built up to something substantial. He could easily fix it by adding a mithril core, but that would further add to the bulk. Instead, he had the watch project a still image of Dumbledore's variant of the Deathly Hallows, the triangular cloak within the circular stone underlined by the horizontal Elder Wand. In order to see the time, all he would have to do was tap his finger against the watch face and the time would be displayed for 30 seconds before fading back into the still image. After Bathsheba had revealed how quartz was very good at retaining magical illusions, he had figured out a way to transfigure rocks into quartz crystals, rocks he was easily able to find in the Forbidden Forest. That is a device I'm making that will hopefully let me turn into any animagus form. From what I've found out, The animagus transformation works like a mix of self-transfiguration and the metamorphagus transformation. Basically, it transfigures your actual magical core, making it think the animal is what you are meant to be, which then changes your body. No idea why you can only have one animal though. Unfortunately, I won't know until I get to watch somebody learn how to become an animagus, and I've been told I'm not allowed to try it myself. What if I learned how to become an animagus? Would that help your research? Daphne hesitantly asked. Absolutely, but are you sure you want to go through with it? It can be extremely dangerous. I've always wanted to become an animagus, but my father refused to get me a tutor unless I got an O in new transfiguration, but seeing as the two of us are at the top of our year, I'm sure we'll be fine. Maybe your mithril can even help the process. If you're sure, then I'm not going to turn down your offer. I have a friend who's done the transformation, so I'm sure he can give us a few pointers. If you want to wait till next year, I'm fairly sure Professor McGonagall wouldn't mind helping. No. If any of the professors learn, then I'll be forced to register. Where's the fun in that? I'm sure we can do this ourselves, maybe with the help of your friend if they can be trusted to keep it a secret. Daphne said adamantly. Fine, it's your choice. So long as you don't get in trouble, you should be fine. However, I do have to warn you, I am under oath to tell Professor Babbling if I am planning anything major with my extracurricular activities. Helping you with the animagus process won't count, but if I want to use anything I learn, then there's no way I can avoid it. Luckily, I won't have to mention your name or the fact I got my research from another student. I suppose that will have to do. So, do you want to get started now? You can try and find any books on it if you want. I don't want to start anything until I've heard back from my friend. Mainly because I only have a vague idea on how to start. Now, I've got homework to get done, but you're welcome to join me if you want. The next day, Professor Flitwick was so excited during their charms class he had them revisit their calming charms from the last year. He would rate their results by how calm he became after being hit. Due in part to his own nervousness, Harry's calming charm was strong enough to make Flitwick completely pensive, which only wore down as they were leaving the class. As the class left, Flitwick reached behind his podium and removed what looked like a large wooden dish, but which was actually a disguised mithril platform. After Flitwick had experimented with the cube Harry had given him, the professor had apparently figured out a way to move the cube with specific spells. Harry was amazed that Flitwick had been able to get it work, seeing as he needed to possess the mithril to get a similar response. Flitwick had tried to explain, but the theory had regrettably gone over his head. Regardless, all that mattered was that Flitwick had proven it was possible. As such, Flitwick had hesitantly gone to him in private with a request, a mithril dish-shaped platform with the exact same enchantments as the cube, that was big enough for the professor to comfortably sit on it cross-legged. Having done so, and upon discovering Flitwick intended to use the platform as a means of transport around the school, Harry had made the mithril look and feel like plain oak, along with a few cushioning ideologies on the seat. When using his new platform, Flitwick was easily able to keep up with even the tallest of his students, without sacrificing his dignity. As they walked to the entrance hall, Flitwick asked Harry, "So Mr. Potter, excited to welcome our foreign visitors?" "Yeah, I have a friend I met at the World Cup, who goes to Bobaden's, so I'm looking forward to being able to see her again." "What about you, Professor? I couldn't help noticing that you also seem excited to meet them." "Ah, well, I must admit, while I am thrilled that Hogwarts is playing host to new students, I may have ulterior motives. We teachers don't really want the students to know, but I know you are trustworthy. You see, every time a tournament was held, it was an unspoken tradition to show off, as it were. As such, the staff have made a bet on how the schools will arrive. I know Durmstrang owns a number of submersible sailing ships to get their students to school, which can somehow teleport to any significant body of water. I've put several galleons down on them using one of them to arrive, simply because they don't have any other viable means of transport from eastern Norway to here." "What did some of the other teachers bet on?" Harry asked curiously. "Ah, well, I don't want to speak ill of my colleagues, but Rubius believes Durmstrang will use dragons somehow, because the school is rumored to be located near a dragon preserve. Charity seems to favor an enchanted zeppelin, which would be entertaining, if we had somewhere to store such an airship. And Bobattens. That is a tad more difficult. Due to the relatively short distance between our schools, a number of opportunities present themselves. I believe they will use their herd of gargoyles, large bat-like water dragons. Albus has said that Bobattens were building a large carriage when he visited last year, so I suspect they'll use that. The last time the tournament was held in Durmstrang, the Hogwarts students designed and created a giant caravan, pulled by our Thestrals. So, what about you then, Mr. Potter? Any passing observations? Well, unless they can turn invisible, it must be hard to hide these gargoyles from the muggles if they were flying from Paris. I'll assume the dragons have the typical resistance against magic, meaning disillusionment and notice not charms wouldn't be very effective. It's not like the Thestrals, which are completely invisible to muggles. An astute observation. However, gargoyles lack the magical resistance of most dragons, meaning they could easily be hidden under an invisibility spell. Ah, excuse me for a moment, I need to address the students. Flitwick apologies before turning on the now assembled Ravenclaws. All right, you lot, line up neatly. First years at the front, 5 per row. Yes, the Gryffindors are very entertaining, but that is not what we are here for. Now, follow me and stay in order. Throughout this, Harry stood beside Flitwick, desperately trying to stop his grin from being seen. A few of the nearer students sent pointed looks his way, but he was quite content to stay where he was in a position of presumed authority. Right, sorry about that, Mr. Potter. Now, going back to our discussion, what you need to remember is the Bobattens delegation will almost definitely be taking a portkey from Paris to Calais, then from there across the Channel, then to southern Scotland. If they are indeed flying, then I suspect they will only be in the air for half an hour at most. As such, the need to stay hidden from muggles is severely lessened. As they lined up outside the castle, Harry realized the meeting was quite silly. The foreign schools would have no chance to see the Hogwarts under their black cloaks under a dark sky, meaning the whole point of getting the students to stand outside as dusk fell was to allow them to see the foreign students' arrival. He and Flitwick talked some more in hushed voices about what Durmstrang and Bobattens might use to arrive, eventually roping in Bathsheba to get her opinion. He began noticing a few students behind him shivering slightly, very few of them having thought to bring an outer robe. Ever since he had been attacked by the Dementor on the train, he had noticed was less affected by the cold, so he barely noticed the chill in the air. Sighing at the incompetence of his house, Harry waved his wand and summoned a line of bluebell flames that would float in front of the front row. The bluebell flames were an interesting charm, as it wasn't actually a fire spell. Its official designation was an illusion charm. The charm summoned an illusion of dark blue flames, emit soft blue light, and created a heat source within the illusion which would warm anything in a radius. Unlike normal fire, where the heat would be extremely hot within the fire and rapidly cool the further away you went, the bluebell heat was evenly distributed across its entire radius. As a plus, it was extremely hard to get the bluebell fire to set anything on fire, unless you happened to stick something flammable inside the heat source and kept it there for a long time. This made it perfect for the students, seeing as Harry didn't trust them to not stick their fingers inside the fire. The children seemed to grow instantly warm, smiling contentedly as they waited. Seeing the jealous looks the other houses were now sending his way, Harry sighed again and summoned more bluebell fire to float in front of all 4 houses. Oi, Harry, any chance of having that in red? Ron yelled from the group of Gryffindors, earning a harsh shush from McGonagall. Chuckling, Harry changed the illusion and light to become a bright red for the Gryffindors, before making dark green and golden yellow lights for the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs respectively. An excellent use and modification of charms, Mr. Potter. Take 20 points to Ravenclaw. Flitwick murmured. Then, from the back with the rest of the teachers, Dumbledore announced, "Aha, unless I am very much mistaken, the delegation from Bobattens approaches." Using his mage sight, Harry was just able to catch the last of the ripples within the wards as something big crossed the boundary. As the students tried to find where they were approaching from, a 6th-year Hufflepuff was able to pinpoint the carriage over the forest. Harry vaguely recognized him as his Quidditch team's seeker, which would explain why he was able to pick out something from so far away. Muttering, Bathsheba started to make her way back to the other teachers, leaving him and Flitwick alone at the front. Turning to Flitwick, Harry quietly asked, "Am I being put on display to show off to the other schools?" "Perhaps. The headmaster did suggest that you'd be allowed to remain in front should you wish to." Flitwick replied equally softly, eyes dancing merrily. While he rolled his eyes, Harry wasn't actually annoyed, seeing as it gave him a front row seat. The gigantic carriage landed with an almighty crash, startling many of the students. The wheels had barely stopped before a boy in pale blue robes jumped out and unfurled a set of golden steps, upon which an equally gigantic lady gracefully stepped down. Even from a distance, Harry could feel the raw magical power emanating from the woman, almost equal to Dumbledore's power, but far more wild and untamed. Dipping into his mage sight, he could see her magic centered primarily around her bones and muscles. From his passive study of Hagrid, a man of suspiciously similar dimensions to this woman, he suspected her magic was keeping her bones strong and muscles artificially lighter. While she hid it well, Harry could literally see her tensing as some of the students started muttering rudely. Beside him, Flitwick frowned at the students in disappointment, but before he could do anything, Dumbledore was able to defuse the situation by starting to clap. The simple gesture prompted the rest of the students to join in, putting an end to the muttering, getting the woman to relax and send a gracious smile Dumbledore's way. On her way down to Dumbledore, she had to pass down the aisle between the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors, where pure white flames burst into life. The slight movement of Flitwick returning his wand to an inside pocket of his robes revealed the culprit, although nobody else bothered to notice. As the two head teachers greeted each other cordially, Harry noticed the newly revealed Madame Maxime's students exit the carriage. Most of the Beauxbatons students shivered the moment they set foot on the grounds, even the guys in their blue overcoats. Unfortunately for the Beauxbatons students, their coats were both shorter and made of a thinner material than his own trench coat. It was clear their coats were only designed to stop rain, instead of keeping its wearer warm. One of the students that looked unbothered by the cold caught Harry's attention. While he couldn't see her face beneath her shawl, Harry had no problem identifying Fleur's flickering yellow magic, which had so easily caught his attention at the World Cup. Almost every magical signature was a single block color. Fleur's magic constantly shifted as if it were a small flame. When they had danced, Harry had noticed her magic gave off a barely identifiable heat, which was no doubt the reason she remained less affected than her classmates. With a mental trigger, Corvus flew down from the tower and landed on Fleur's shoulder. As he expected, she easily recognized the crow from their correspondence. Nobody else showed signs of being able to see Corvus either, with the notice not doing its job. With the Beauxbatons students inside, it didn't take long for Durmstrang's ship to rise out of the lake. Unlike the Beauxbatons students, the Durmstrang students were dressed for temperatures far colder than Hogwarts. Then one particular Durmstrang student gained the attention of the Hogwarts students, someone even Harry recognized as Victor Krum. Upon entering the Great Hall, Harry was pleased to see the Beauxbatons students had decided to sit at the Ravenclaw table, while the Durmstrang contingent hovered by the doors. As he and Luna walked in front of Fleur's spot, Corvus jumped from her shoulder and flew to his own, causing Fleur to jump in surprise and make eye contact with him. He would have liked to have sat near her, however she was in the middle of her delegation, making it impossible. Instead they were forced to sit a few seats down, the addition of the Beauxbatons students making the normally spacious table rather cramped. The Durmstrang students had decided to sit at the Slytherin table, with Krum sitting close to Draco, until Theodore Nott tried to push Draco to the side and a small argument broke out. As one, the Beauxbatons students rose as their headmistress entered, earning mocking laughter from some of the other students. The manners of the Hogwarts students had clearly dropped when he wasn't looking, although given the treatment of Luna in her first year, perhaps there never had been manners. When Dumbledore began his speech, welcoming the students, Harry couldn't help notice Fleur give off a derisive laugh, suggesting it wasn't just the Hogwarts students lacking in manners. When the food appeared on the table, Harry was pleasantly surprised to see a collection of dishes that must have been foreign. Helping himself to what looked like crispy pancakes. As he was eating, he eyed Fleur rising from her spot and walking towards him, dropping down into a seat across from him. "Ari?" she asked nervously, eyeing Corvus hopefully. The crow had long ago jumped onto the table, helpfully fetching him and Luna several fruits. He was slightly concerned with how alive Corvus sometimes seemed, given he should only be capable of basic, programmed logic. Yeah, it's good to see you again, Fleur. He replied happily. I can prove my disguise later, but not in the hall. He introduced Luna to Fleur and they talked for a bit more, until she returned to her original seat and the feast ended. Soon enough, a bejeweled box was brought out, from which Dumbledore retrieved a large wooden goblet, filled to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. The goblet of fire had arrived at Hogwarts. As everyone began to make their way out of the Great Hall, Fleur remained seated and fixed him with an expectant gaze. Just as he was about to make his own exit, a small burst of phoenix fire erupted in front of him, leaving behind a small note in Dumbledore's neat handwriting. Unless you are in a hurry to leave, I'd suggest remaining within the hall for an hour or two. You may learn something new. Normally, he'd be thrilled to have an opportunity to learn something new, but he had already planned on talking to Fleur. Making eye contact with Dumbledore, Harry nodded and did a thumbs-up gesture, before nodding at Fleur and holding up his hand, trying to convey, yes, I will meet you, but I want to talk to Fleur for 5 minutes. How well that message was received was questionable, but Dumbledore nodded as if he understood. Standing, he looked at Fleur and nodded towards the side of the hall. Ideally, he would have used somewhere private like his workshop, since doing it in the hall lacked the gravitas he wanted. Once she joined him, he threw up his strongest notice not ward around them, ensuring nobody else would learn of his secret. So, as I said in my letter, when we originally met and danced at the World Cup, I was under a disguise. The best way I can prove that is to apply the disguise now, which I hope is good enough for you. Without any further ado, he ran a finger over the mutatio watch face, activating the magic and turning into the same sandy-haired disguise. It really is you, Fleur murmured, staring at his face intently, as if looking for a flaw in his disguise. Yeah, listen, I'd like to talk some more, but I've got something to do right now, but I'd love to be able to talk tomorrow morning. I'd like that. We will be entering our names tomorrow before breakfast, so we could talk then. She suggested, getting a nod from Harry. Parting ways, he made his way over to Dumbledore, who was carefully transporting the goblet into the entrance hall. You'll find it's a truly fascinating artifact, Harry, the headmaster greeted, keeping his eyes on the goblet. As they moved into the entrance hall, a flagstone rose out of the floor and turned into a basic plinth, which Dumbledore purposely walked towards. As they neared the plinth, Harry was surprised when the goblet began growing, from barely a foot tall to over 4 feet tall. When it was finally set down upon its plinth, the flames were easily over 6 feet off the ground. Ideally, Harry wondered if the mere height of the flames would be the deterrent against underage students. So, what can you tell me about the goblet, Harry? Now that you have a chance for a closer look, that is. Dumbledore asked amiably, even as he began to set up some defenses, starting with a strong privacy charm. With them protected under the privacy charm, Harry released the charm on his coat, which had made the coat look like a standard school robe. Following the headmaster's prompt, Harry stepped up to the goblet and fully activated his mage sight, only to regret his decision immediately as he almost went blind. While the goblet was nowhere near as strong as Hogwarts, the magical power of Hogwarts was concentrated over an entire castle, while the goblet's power was focused entirely upon a 4-foot-tall cup. It was easily one of the strongest artifacts he'd ever seen, even stronger than the Philosopher's Stone or the Mirror of Erist. However, its power simply made it easier to understand, seeing as the intent of all its enchantments and runes had seeped into the very essence of its magic. So even though he didn't have a chance of being able to read the runes, it was easy enough to understand how the cup worked. Well, I suppose the most important part to me is how wherever somebody enters their name, they sacrifice a part of their magic to the cup. But, the sacrifice isn't a one-time thing, it's for the volunteer's entire lifetime. Luckily, for the individual it's only as draining as signing your name every day. But, all of those hundreds of students put together. Well, I think it has stored at least 4 times your entire magical core. Oh my, Dumbledore replied slowly, looking legitimately frightened for a moment, unable to hide his glance towards the seemingly harmless cup. Luckily for us, It looks like whoever designed this realized this issue and took steps to protect against it. For a start, it can only use its magic on its core principles, namely to determine a champion for each school competing and to uphold its contract. Then, any time its core principles get modified, it will result in its stored magic being completely flushed, violently. How violently are we talking about? 4. Hypothetical reasons. Dumbledore prompted. Well, this is just a guess, but I'd say from this position, given all of Hogwarts wards, well, the mountain range around the school would most likely be leveled. Perhaps it was a mistake to allow Ludo to take the goblet out of retirement, an ashen-faced Dumbledore admitted. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there. The plus side is it should be impossible to trigger the flushing, since any attempt at changing its principles manually will result in the perpetrator getting vaporized as a warning. I should add, a decent part of its magic is going towards keeping itself immutable. You'd need something like Fiendfire to be able to do enough damage to trigger a flush. Unfortunately, I'm not even sure my Mithril can bypass it. If it didn't have the flush, I'd like to say I could make something to break it. My saber would almost definitely be enough given the Chamber of Secrets entrance was similarly protected. However, upon trying to cut into the cup, you would be destroyed instantly. Yes, I see the issue. It's no wonder they never decommissioned the cup and instead put it in storage for 2 centuries. Harry, I must insist that this conversation does not go any further than the two of us. Not even Nicholas should be told, at least until the tournament is over and this cup is safely hidden away. Dumbledore fixed Harry with a penetrating gaze, unwilling to even blink until Harry nodded and swore to maintain the secret. Excellent. Well, no point dwelling over what may be. Now, this will sound positively ridiculous given your recent discovery, but before I draw the age line, are you certain you do not want to enter your name? Oh, I have never been more certain of something in my life, Professor. I have no desire to enter myself into a tournament where there's a solid chance I'll die, especially since there is no way out if I get cold feet. The relieved smile Dumbledore sent his way was all the confirmation he needed in order to know the professor approved of his decision. Then, walking in a circle around the goblet, the professor began to chant under his breath and used the Elder Wand to draw fiery runes upon the ground. When he completed his circle, he then tapped the wand against the goblet, causing a wave of fire to jump out of the top and run along the floor. Harry instinctively jumped out of its way, but the fire stopped the moment it reached the runes, leaving behind a perfect faint light blue circle around the goblet. While the age line looked as if you could easily jump over it and avoid it, his Magicite revealed the true ward was a large cylinder, stretching from the floor to ceiling. Its magic was quite simple. It scanned any magical signature crossing the line and determined how old it was. In theory, it was infallible, since even with Tonk's level of internal control, it was impossible to change your magical age. However, both the invisibility cloak and his Dementor cloak would allow him to remain undetected. When he pointed out this flaw to Dumbledore, the headmaster chuckled and pointed at a faint magical line connecting the goblet to the Agaline. There are indeed a few ways you could bypass the age line, hence why such a ward is very rarely used defensively. However, the goblet will only let a person enter a name if they have successfully passed through the line. Anyone attempting to enter a name without passing the line, or having failed the check, will get rejected. Nodding, Harry reached out with his magic and tried to test the limits of the ward, only for the anti-magic within the Agaline to absorb his probe. He expected it, but he couldn't help frowning and spitefully sent a spike of magic at the ward, which barely rippled. What's to stop somebody of age entering another person's name? Regrettably, nothing. Part of the rules the schools have to sign is that we allow our students' names to be entered by a professor. Unfortunately, there isn't a way to actually define who a professor is, aside from saying they are of age, meaning anyone of age can enter names. The only real defense is that it is the magic of whomever is being entered must have written their own name. Simply writing the name of another student is not satisfactory. Surely it would be safer to just say students have to enter their own names. Harry asked. Perhaps, but there are circumstances where such a system is useful. For instance, Madame Maxime has 2 of her students arriving tomorrow just before the feast. While they might arrive in time to enter their own names, we can't know for sure. As such, They wrote their names down and Madame Maxime is going to enter their names tomorrow morning. There are of course a few safeguards. The first is that when a student has a proxy vote, the teacher adding their name must be from the same school, so a Hogwarts professor couldn't enter the names of Madame Maxime's students. However, the best defense we have is that none of the students have been told of this security flaw, so it is imperative you keep it to yourself. Of course, knowing my luck, if I told anyone then somebody would enter my name as a joke. Quite. Well then, could I ask you to step over the Agaline, to ensure it works? Dumbledore asked casually, although the excessive twinkling in his eyes made Harry hesitate momentarily. The professor also handed a piece of parchment to Harry, which unoriginally read, "Test name." Sighing, Harry purposely stepped over the line, which fluttered as if moved by a breeze. Stepping through the ward, however, was like walking through a waterfall. While there was no physical pressure, he felt every part of his magic getting scanned. But, once the scan reached his gauntlet ring, he could feel the pressure lifting instantly, along with a flash of magic passing into the goblet. After a few moments of inactivity, he turned to Dumbledore, who said, "You'll have to add the paper to the goblet to see if it has worked. And don't worry, doing so won't enter your own name." Nodding, Harry followed his instructions, reaching up and throwing the slip of parchment into the flames. Instantly, the parchment vanished, the slight flicker being the only indication anything had happened. Just as Harry was starting to think he had tricked the Agaline, several fireballs erupted out of the goblet, swirling around until they struck him in the chest and sent him flying out of the Agaline. Groaning, he sat up and glared at Dumbledore, who was laughing heartily. As he frowned, Harry became aware of an itching along his lip and chin. Reaching up in an attempt to scratch the itch, he was shocked when his hand encountered a thick beard. Summoning a mirror, Harry got to see he now sported a pure white beard that rivaled Dumbledore's. "I believe we can confirm the protections are working correctly," Dumbledore ascertained, still chortling. "You should go to Madame Pomfrey to get it removed, otherwise it will stick around for quite some time. Oh, you should also know that I have taken over your alchemy lessons for now. Our first lesson will be overmorrow." Overmorrow means the day after tomorrow, right? Exactly. Well then, if that is everything, have a good night. With that clear dismissal, Harry exited the privacy ward and started to leave the hall, only to run into Daphne Greengrass. "Took you long enough," she commented, rising from her bench and putting her book away. "I had assumed you were only going to be there for a few minutes." "Well, I am sorry to have disappointed you. Why were you waiting for me anyway?" "I wasn't planning on it. Then I saw you and the headmaster talking and wanted to know what it was about." "You do know I don't have to tell you anything, right? For all you know, it could have been personal." "I doubt you'd have been talking about personal information in the middle of the entrance hall. Especially given a simple talk shouldn't involve you, an underage student, trying to enter their name into the goblet. Nice beard, by the way." "Okay. I wasn't entering my own name. Dumbledore wanted me to test the Agaline, but I had no intention of entering my own name. The last thing I want is to be forced to take part in this tournament," Harry answered, while simultaneously running his hand down his beard and pushing his own magic into it. The magic of the Elder Wand made it impossible for him to actually remove the beard, but he found he had some room for modifying it. As such, using the mirror as his guide, he shortened the beard to just over an inch in length, along with coloring it to match his hair. "So you were helping him set up the Agaline?" she asked leadingly, clearly expecting him to explain it further. "More like I stood around while he set up the defenses. Mostly he let me use my magicite on the goblet to see what I could learn. Along with being his guinea pig, apparently. And before you ask, no, I cannot tell you what I learned. I swore to Dumbledore I wouldn't reveal what I learned." "Shame. So are you keeping the beard? I must admit, it does give you a rugged sort of charm." "Why, thank you, but could you imagine how the other students would react if I started walking around with a full beard? Nah, I need Madame Pomfrey to actually remove it. The other students already talk about how you walk around in that trench coat instead of a normal robe, never mind all the rumors about how powerful you are or the adventures you go on. Personally, I'd suggest keeping it for a while and see what you think of it." Then the next time you get your haircut, you can decide if you want to keep it longer. Daphne said wisely. What do you mean? I didn't think magicals needed to get their hair cut, Harry asked slowly, getting an incredulous look from the girl. No, we still need to get our hair cut. I normally go to Madame Pomfrey to get mine cut 3 times a year. Are you telling me you've never gotten it cut while at Hogwarts? How is your hair so short? I have no idea. It's not like Dumbledore or Tonks get their haircut either. Have you seen the length of Dumbledore's hair? And isn't Tonks your metamorphagus friend? The one who can change her hair length at will? Yes. In the end, he had decided against keeping the beard. While Daphne had raised a good point, he thought it would just be far too much effort to maintain. Once he had explained his problem to Madame Pomfrey, she had given him a potion and then ran a small runestone along his jaw and the entire beard had just fallen off. As he and Daphne had neared the hospital wing, the Slytherin girl had veered off, presumably towards her common room. If he had the Marauder's map on him, he could have stated his curiosity and watched, but he very rarely removed it from his workshop, where he and Bathsheba were investigating it. Daphne was an extremely curious girl. She was undoubtedly attractive, and although Harry liked to imagine otherwise, her looks had certainly helped when he decided to include her in his group. Then you had their shared private lessons with Snape. It was very hard to work together in such a situation without getting to know each other. While some might say she was far too inquisitive, he found that her endless curiosity matched with his long-winded explanations quite well. He could spend ages talking about a benign subject and she'd quite happily sit there the entire time and listen. It was nice to be able to ramble on about his interests without having to put up with bored or tolerant smiles. Having spent so much of his childhood alone, with only his own thoughts for company, it was like he was addicted to being able to share his knowledge with those he cared about. He recognized the same desire to share in Neville, Ron and Luna, whenever they talked about herbology, Quidditch or zoology respectively, where he tried to show them the same patience they afforded him. Draco, he had found, could keep a conversation going on both charms and potions from quite some time, the two subjects he favored. While he wasn't at Harry or Daphne's level, Draco also didn't have Harry's Magicite shortcut or Daphne's tutoring from her father, a highly skilled potion master. In a few years, assuming Draco put the work in, Harry could easily see Draco eclipsing him in potion skill. The boy was also willing to sit through Harry's impromptu lectures, hoping to absorb as much information as possible. In a surprise twist, Crabbe was also happy to listen to Harry ramble. After a few of their weekly sessions, Harry had learned Crabbe possessed an incredible degree of patience and mental recall. While the boy may struggle to sit down and figure something out by himself, Harry often only had to explain a subject once in ways Crabbe could understand and the larger boy would be able to remember it for a long time afterwards. As such, the number of spells Crabbe knew off was growing at a rate faster than Harry could match. The same could not be said for Daphne. He had tried to teach her new spells, with some success, but whenever she tried to cast them they either failed or were extremely underpowered. He would normally suspect her wand of being resistant to combat magic, if not for the fact her ice magic was stronger than any other student in their year. Pushing the thought out of mind, Harry carefully made his way out of the hospital wing. Curfew had officially started a few minutes before, even if he had a perfectly valid reason for being out. Despite that, he didn't want to have to argue with a prefect over lateness. Which was why he reluctantly made his way to the Ravenclaw dormitory, which was closer to the hospital wing than his far more comfortable workshop. The moment he entered the common room, he knew he had made a catastrophic mistake. The room was packed with students, all of whom fell silent the moment he entered. "Oh, hey Harry," Justin eventually called out, waving Harry over to his spot by the window. Justin seemed to be sitting with most of their year mates, along with a few students from the upper and lower years. "We were just discussing if it was worth it to try and enter, along with hypothetical ways to get around an age line. Megan says she overheard the Weasley twins talking about an aging potion, but Adrian is convinced it won't work. Do you have any ideas?" Silently, Harry wondered who Megan and Adrian were, since he was fairly sure neither were in their year. An aging potion definitely won't work. The potion temporarily ages your body, but the age line measures how old your magical core is. Given there is no known way to change the age of your core, there is little you can do to trick the age line. So, are you thinking of entering, Potter? Assuming you can get past the age line, that is. An older student asked casually. No, I have no wish to be killed horribly in front of an audience. I'd much rather just have a quiet year of learning. Oh, because we thought that was why you arrived so late. You know, trying to get around the age line and enter your name without anyone around to see. You certainly know enough to figure a way around it. The same student added. Well, you were wrong. I was talking to my friend from Bobaden's, then I had to go to the hospital wing. If I wanted to enter, I wouldn't bother hiding it, since if my name got picked then everyone would know anyway. Harry replied. Or, you could just be saying that to avoid getting in trouble, then if your name does get called, you can still compete and just say you don't know how your name ended up in the goblet. It would be the smart thing to do. A younger student argued snidely. It would be the smart thing to do if you have a death wish. If I was so desperate to die, I'd rather go into the forest and try to ride a centaur. Harry shot back. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to go to sleep. Normally, Harry liked to lay in, however, two factors conspired together to ensure his early awakening. The first was his dorm mates, who had seemingly unanimously decided to wake up early in the morning and make as much noise as possible as they got ready. The second factor was his desire to have an actual conversation with Fleur, which drew him out of his bed even to join his dorm mates in getting ready for the day. Upon reaching the entrance hall, he was startled by the number of students loitering around the room, with the actual Great Hall only containing a scattering of students. The only table with more than a dozen students was the Slytherin table, simply because of the entire Durmstrang group having already arrived. Making himself a quick breakfast sandwich, Harry wandered back into the entrance hall to see what was up. Morning, Ron. Neville. Why's everyone out here? Surely the goblet isn't that interesting. Harry asked, sidling up to Ron and Neville, who had found a secluded spot near the goblet. Well, we aren't watching the goblet, are we? We're watching for when people enter their names, I guess, to just cheer them on. Plus it lets us know who's interested. So, has anyone I know entered their name? Just the entire Durmstrang lot. Nobody has seen anyone from Hogwarts entering, but they could have entered their name early in the morning. Neville answered. Are you going to enter your name? No. People keep asking, but I have no wish to be killed, no matter how much money they are offering. Harry snapped. Harry, Harry, Harry. A voice said from behind him, soon joined by a second near-identical voice. You don't seem to have grasped just how much 1,000 galleons and eternal fame is worth. Quite right, Fred. For such rewards, what wouldn't we do? Turning, he was met with the infamous Weasley twins, whom he had mostly avoided throughout his time at the school. Aren't you two underage? He asked. Regrettably so. Our birthday is just short of the time limit, a real tragedy. Of course, that's what the aging potion is for. What aging potion? Ron demanded. The aging potion we brewed last night, of course, we just took it. 1 drop each. Harry's opinion on their abilities rose at that. The aging potion was far from an easy potion to make, especially if you were brewing it over the course of a single night. Of course, despite their apparent brewing ability, they seemed to genuinely believe that something as simple as a potion could let them cross such an incredibly robust ward. With some amusement, he had a first-row seat as they crossed the line to some cheering. What they didn't see was the magic flash warningly the moment they crossed it. However, believing they had tricked the ward, they confidently entered their names, drawing more cheers. More cheers until the goblet spat out their names and threw them across the hall. To the delight of everyone present, when they got up they revealed beards identical to the one he had worn the night before. After Dumbledore had appeared from the hall and sent the twins to the hospital wing, a few older students decided to enter their names. It was both fascinating and frightening to see the slips of parchment and paper entering the goblet, causing a small tether of magic to leave the student and enter the goblet. The tether itself vanished almost immediately, but to have proof of the connection forming was thrilling, even if it felt like they were adding more powder to an already full powder keg. For some students, even the initial connection was barely visible, while for some like Cedric Diggory the line was far more substantial. Despite his investigation of the goblet, he still didn't know how it picked its champions. However, at a guess, he'd say it picked whichever student gave it the strongest line. While magical power didn't actually relate to magical ability, it would be a quick and dirty way for the goblet to easily pick the strongest student from each school. If that were true, it would be possible to ensure your success by deliberately feeding more magic into the offering, even if that would then increase how much magic would continuously be lost to the goblet for the rest of the tribute's life. Soon enough, the Bobadan students arrived, Fleur amongst them. One by one they entered their names, giving him an easy comparison of each student's magic. It came as no surprise when those with the brighter cores had the more substantial lines, allowing him to guess their chances for being chosen without relying on the temporary line. When Fleur entered her name, the line seemed considerably brighter than any other student's, however that may have been down to her unique signature creating an outlier instead of an actual sign of power. To his relief, she spotted him by his spot and made her way over to him instead of returning to her group. Bonjour, Ari. I hope you slept well. Bonjour, Fleur. Yeah, I slept okay, although I'm not used to waking up so early. What about you? I assume you're all sleeping in your carriage. We used expanded space charms to increase the internal size of the carriage, making it quite pleasant to stay in, I think. Much nicer than this drafty castle. There was a degree of humor within her voice as she said this, leading Harry to conclude she wasn't trying to offend him or the castle. Just wait until it gets cold. Even with the braziers lit, you only forget to wear a cloak once. Harry laughed, enjoying her shocked expression. I had assumed this was cold. You are telling me it can get colder. She exclaimed. I'm sure you'll be fine. Anyway, is your lot staying for breakfast or? Non, we will be eating within our carriage today. Many of my classmates have claimed jet lag, although in truth I suspect they simply wish to be lazy. She confided, leaning in so her aforementioned classmates couldn't hear her. But we will be joining you for our lunch. Perhaps you may give me a tour of your school after that. I would love to. I'm probably going to be around Hagrid's, since he's a friend of mine. If you want, I could meet you outside and we can walk up together. Certainly. Well, au revoir, Ari. By the time Luna had joined him, he had long since finished his breakfast and suspected he had seen most of the entrance. After explaining his plan to visit Hagrid, she had skipped into the Great Hall before returning with a bowl of pudding. Where she had gotten the pudding from was a mystery, since there had been none available when he had looked inside. That said, it wasn't hard to assume she had convinced the elves to provide her beloved dessert. When Hagrid greeted them at the door, Harry was shocked to see the man dressed in a hairy brown suit and lurid tie. There was also evidence to suspect Hagrid had attempted to brush his hair into a form of order. Hello, Hagrid. Luna greeted the man cheerfully, not even pausing at the man's unusual appearance. Then in her usual kind tone asked, would you like me to help you with your hair? Hurt, I suppose. He agreed, chuckling. If ye think ye can tame it, then go fare it. She got the man to sit down in one of his massive chairs and asked Harry to summon a reinforced comb, which he obediently provided. Carefully she ran the comb through the man's hair, slowly getting it into some form of order. As always, Harry basked in the comfort he could find within Hagrid's hut. With such pleasant company, cozy setting and a lazy dog resting upon his lap, it was incredibly peaceful. So, Hagrid, have you been up to anything recently? Harry eventually asked, absent-mindedly stroking Fang's back. Oh yeah, ye probably wouldn't have heard. I've been having my 4th year's care fair a new species have come into possession of. Ye see, they're called blast-ended scroots, and Hagrid spent most of their meeting talking about his scroots, of which he had most definitely heard of. While he had no interest in Hagrid's subject, it was hard to not know about the man's newest dangerous creature. Ron alone had more than enough to say on the creatures. Then, at around 11:30, they were interrupted by a timid knock at the door, causing the previously docile Fang to roughly jump out of Harry's lap and begin barking furiously. Don't worry, I'll get it. I think I know who's knocking, Harry announced, saving Hagrid from having to rise from his position. Unfortunately, in his quest to get to know his newest visitor, Fang had planted himself right in front of the door. While he considered himself quite strong, he still needed to feed a considerable amount of magic into his muscles to even budge the dog. Hello? He asked, opening the door ajar and awkwardly sticking his face into the gap. Ari. Fleur replied, looking bemusedly at his squished face. Yeah, hi. Do you want to come in? We'll probably be finished soon. Having accepted his offer, Harry had to bodily move Fang far enough away for Fleur to slip into the room. The door had barely closed before Fang broke free of Harry's grip and threw himself at Fleur, who in a surprise twist guided the dog to the floor and began stroking his back. Seeing his surprised look, Fleur quirked her eyebrow and said, "My father has similar-sized dogs, it was a matter of necessity to learn how to control them." Ah, well, Fleur, I'd like you to meet my friend Hagrid, he's the care of magical creatures professor and also the groundskeeper for the school. Hagrid, this is my friend Fleur, she's from Beauxbatons. A pleasure to meet ye. Welcome, feel free to make yourself at home. Any friend o' Harry is a friend o' mine. Merci, thank you for inviting me into your home. It is you who has been chosen to take care of our Abraxans, no? Of course, that was the wrong thing to say. Soon they were engaged in a conversation on various magical creatures and being served tea and lunch, which lasted for several more hours. It seemed Fleur's knowledge of French magical animals almost matched Hagrid's knowledge of the English variety, which when combined with Luna's knowledge on the more mystical animals led the three into a discussion Harry could only just follow. Eventually, the conversation moved to the Triwizard Tournament. Hagrid alluded to the fact he knew what the first task was, something Fleur seemed extremely interested in. Whether Hagrid had seen her expression or he genuinely wanted to keep the first task a secret, the man stubbornly refused to reveal even a single clue. As the afternoon turned into evening, a light drizzling started to patter against the hut, making them glad of the fire's warmth. Then Hagrid stood up and went over to the chest of drawers next to his bed. At first Harry paid it no mind, then a truly horrible smell assaulted his nose. Beside him, Fleur went as far as to cover her nose with a handkerchief and look offendedly towards the man. Even Luna looked uncomfortable. Hagrid, what's that smell? Harry demanded. Eau de cologne. Harry muttered, inexplicably blushing. Maybe, it's a bit much, I'll go take it off. Monsieur, Hagrid, perhaps I could be of assistance. Fleur offered from behind her handkerchief mask. Oh, if ye want. I guess ye can make it worse. With a swipe of her wand, Fleur was able to remove the smell from Hagrid, then with a flourish she applied some sort of scent charm on Hagrid. I hope you like it. It is a combination of petrichor and moss, which has been popular back home for a while now. I thought it would suit you well. She said anxiously. Blimey, it smells great. Like talkin'. A walk in the forest after a storm. Hagrid announced happily, clearly pleased with Fleur's choice. The man then stood up straight and peered through his window before saying, excuse me you lot, there's someone I need to talk to. If ye would lock up fair me Harry. Ta. With that, the man left his cabin without a single backward glance. When he craned his neck, Harry was able to watch Hagrid stroll up to Madame Maxime, who had just exited her carriage, and engage her in conversation. We got ditched. Harry announced numbly as Madame Maxime and Hagrid began walking up to the castle together, the Beauxbatons students having to jog to keep up with the pair. After sharing a look, the three of them left the cabin, pausing just long enough for Harry to lock the man's door with a spare key. It is a shame, monsieur. Hagrid didn't talk more about the tournament. Fleur said. Well, given you are likely to be Beauxbatons champion, I think that would give you a bit of an unfair advantage. Harry commented blithely. What do you mean? The goblet has yet to make its decision. Fleur asked, looking at him in confusion. Ah, well, you see it looks like the goblet picks the champion based on who has the most magic, which seems to be you. But, how could you can see magic. You, avenue the view magique. She demanded. I call it mage sight, but yeah. I've had it since I was a kid. It's quite useful. But this is amazing. Fleur announced as they entered school, before Harry motioned for her to stay quiet. It seemed the Beauxbatons delegation, and as a consequence Harry, Luna and Fleur, had arrived early to dinner, seeing as the great hall was almost entirely empty. As such, When they entered, several heads turned towards them, before their owners returned to whatever they had been doing. Sitting down, Harry reached under the table and stuck a plate of mithril to the wood, which then cast a privacy spell around them. Okay, it's safe to talk now. I don't really want the whole school to know about my power, so if you could keep it quiet, that would be great. Of course. I wouldn't dream of it. But there must be so much you can see that others can't. What does a person's magic look like? Well, mainly it looks like a ball of magic that seems to float near the heart, inside your chest. From there, the magic flows through the body, saturating it with magic. Everybody has a different color and then a different shade within that color, and I have yet to see two identical magical signatures. The exception is white, black, and gray magical signatures. From my observations, nobody naturally has those three. If somebody has gray magic, then it means they are trying to hide their magical signature, making it impossible to tell who the gray magic belongs to. I've rarely seen white magic, but Hogwarts is made almost entirely of it. I think it's formed when an inorganic structure or object gets imbued with enough magic to become sentient, I guess. Bobaddon's is the same. While the palace was built from stone, it has a feeling of self-awareness. As if you are living inside a great benevolent creature. Exactly. Well, given time, such structures start to become capable of producing their own magic instead of relying on another being's power. When this happens, I suspect their color shifts from their creators and takes on the pure white coloration. It is a sound theory. What about black magic then? Is that caused by dark magic? Oh, no. I've never seen anything with a black signature, apart from in a dream. Dark magic seems to turn your magic into a darker, murkier shade, but they still don't go pure black. I've also seen light wizards with naturally dark shades, even if they've never touched dark magic. What about my magic then? What is my shade? She asked excitedly, the food in front of her forgotten. Your magic is unique from anything I've ever seen before, aside from just being a different color. You magic, I would describe it as flickering yellow, because it constantly changes, subtly. It's like your magic is made up of a beautiful soft fire. It sounds wonderful. I don't suppose you can teach me how to see as you do? She asked hopefully. I'm afraid not. Mage sight is something that has to be self-taught. I have it because when I was a child my entire life revolved around my magic, so over time I was simply able to see it. Currently the only way I know of developing a weaker version of my sight is to either spend so much time around a high concentration of magic that you can start to see it. I think there are a few books that can help. Or you can use an artifact like Professor Moody, although that is far more limited. Shivering, Fleur said humorously, I think I would rather keep both my eyes, thank you. But I would appreciate any books. Who knows, this skill may help me win the tournament if you are so sure I will be the champion. If you can learn enough for it to be useful before the tournament is over, then I don't think you'd need the advantage mage sight can give. Harry laughed. Perhaps. So tell me, who will I be facing as my competitors? Pausing, Harry looked around at the students that had steadily streamed into the hall as they had talked, trying to work out who had the most power. Well, amongst the Durmstrang students, it looks like Crumb has the most magic. So I would say him, except for all I know there was a student who had more magic in the morning when they entered their names, then cast a lot of magic. Surely casting a spell does not affect your magical core. Fleur cut in, looking shocked. Not in the way you're imagining. You see, your core is made up of two parts, which I refer to as your magical potential and your magical possibility. For now, I'd suggest thinking of them like a body, with the potential being your skeleton and the possibility being the muscles. Your potential is fairly static, such that it only grows when you are a teenager and stops around your 20th birthday. Your possibility is far more fluid, since it grows and shrinks depending on your actions. So if you spent every day doing magic, then your possibility would grow, while if you stopped doing magic for a long time it would shrink. There seems to be no limit to how much it can grow, which is why older wizards like Dumbledore grow so powerful. However, that is only part of it. So the two together make up your core, which then gets filled by magic. If you have a generously sized potential or work hard to raise your possibility, then you can hold more magic than an average person. Unless I get close and have time to look, all my magicite reveals is how much magic is currently stored within somebody, but I can't know if they have a full core, or an almost empty one. I think I understand. So, if we assume Mr. Crumb's core is full, there might be another student with a larger core, which currently isn't full but could have been this morning. Exactly. I know for a fact you were the strongest when you entered your name because I was there to see it, but because I wasn't there for the Durmstrang students I can only guess. The Hogwarts students are easier, but then I don't know who has entered and who hasn't. If I had to guess, rumor has it Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff has entered his name, which makes him likely to win. If I had to rank him, I'd say he's the third strongest in the school. Only third. Who are the other two then? Are they not also volunteering? Well, Naomi Shinso in Slytherin is the second strongest student in terms of magical power, but since she's in her final year and has been made head girl, she's made it quite clear she isn't interested in competing. As for the strongest, well, that's me, and I am both underage and unwilling to compete. Surely you jest? Fleur asked, giggling. Of course he isn't. Surely you can feel his power. Luna asked, cocking her head to the side. But, how can he be so strong? Ari is so much younger. Age had little to do with it. Luna pointed out, waving her pudding-covered spoon towards Fleur. Since he was a child, the wizarding public have considered Harry to be an extraordinarily powerful wizard. Why are you so surprised that their belief came true? Seeing that Fleur looked gobsmacked, Harry decided to step in. Basically, our running theory is that the continued belief of the public in my perceived power made my magic significantly stronger than it would have otherwise been. Then, because I had studied ahead and had a lot of experience with magic, I arrived at Hogwarts and basically proved to everyone that I was as powerful as the stories said, which further boosted my power. But why should their belief in you increase your power? Fleur eventually asked. Because the public have magic, silly. Get enough magicals to believe in something and their collective magic will try to make it a reality. Luna stated, as if it should have been obvious. Any further discussion was halted by Dumbledore getting to his feet. After announcing the goblet's imminent selection, the man waved his hand and lowered the lights until just the floating pumpkins and the goblet were alight. It was an impressive display of power, unless you saw the only magic he had cast was to instruct Hogwarts to lower the lights. As Harry had predicted, the first champion to be chosen was Victor Crumb, giving him the chance to send a cocky grin Fleur's way. She only rolled her eyes in response, although that didn't stop them sharing a grin when her name was the next to be chosen. With Fleur gone, he was able to properly study the goblet when the final champion, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, was chosen, which just happened to give Harry a perfect prediction score. Alongside the red flash and sparks, a spike of magic would leave the goblet and seek out the chosen volunteer, leaving behind a much stronger connection. While he could only guess, he suspected the new connection bound the champion to the tournament, making it impossible for them to change their mind. In short, it was further evidence to support his decision to avoid the tournament. Then, against all odds, for a fourth time the goblet turned red and spat out a piece of paper. Even before Dumbledore could catch the paper, Harry already knew who had been chosen. After all, the icy chill of dread which had settled upon him alongside the thick cord of magic which was now bound around his magic was evidence enough. Harry Potter. Dumbledore eventually called out softly, causing everyone's head to turn towards him. Numbly, Harry found himself standing and marching up to Dumbledore. It was only when he got close enough to read the slip of paper himself did Dumbledore finally speak to him, leaning in so that nobody else could hear them. Tell me, Harry. Tell me you did not go behind my back for this. Of course not, sir. I don't want to take part. Harry replied honestly. At his words, relief broke over Dumbledore's face. Good. I'm sorry I had to ask, but I needed to be sure. Don't worry, we'll sort this out, but for now I need you to go into the back chamber. Nodding, Harry made his way up past the teacher's table, which was awful. Hagrid looked completely astonished, while Snape looked betrayed and for some reason angry. As he stepped into the chamber, he couldn't help admiring how impressive the three champions looked, even as they turned to stare at him. What is it, Ari? Fleur asked, throwing her sheet of long, silvery hair behind her. Do they want us back in the hall? At her question, Any explanation Harry could have used died in his throat, leaving him truly speechless. Just as his silence was beginning to grow awkward, the sound of scurrying feet echoed from behind him, as Ludo Bagman entered the room. Effortlessly taking him by the arm, Harry was unwillingly led further into the chamber and closer to the champions. Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Gentlemen, lady, may I introduce, incredible though it may seem, the fourth Triwizard champion. In response, Victor Crumb straightened up. His surly face darkened as he stared at Harry, before settling on perplexed. In comparison, Cedric looked nonplussed, staring between Bagman and Harry, clearly lost. Then Fleur decided the whole thing must have been a joke. Oh, very funny joke, Mr. Bagman. Joke. Bagman repeated, bewildered. No, not at all. Harry's name just came out of the goblet of fire. Frowning, Fleur said, but evidently there has been a mistake, he cannot compete. He is too young, he didn't want to compete. Well, it is amazing, Bagman admitted, rubbing his chin and smiling at Harry. But, as you know, the age restriction was only imposed this year as an extra safety measure. And as his name's come out of the goblet, I don't think there can be any ducking out at this stage. At this, Harry's heart plummeted, with his one hope of a disqualification being denied. It's down in the rules, you're obliged, Harry will just have to do the best he. Once again the door behind them burst open, this time admitting a much larger group of people. Dumbledore led the procession, closely followed by Mr. Crouch, Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime. Then Professors Flitwick, Moody, McGonagall and Snape led the rear. Madame Maxime. Fleur cried immediately, striding over to her headmistress. They are saying that Ari is to compete also. That of course sparked a brief argument over there being two Hogwarts champions, which led to Dumbledore being blamed, until Snape stepped up and said, if it's anyone's fault, then the last person to blame is Dumbledore. He set up the age line, which was there to prevent those underage from entering. Seeing as somebody decided to circumvent the protections put in place, then I suggest the blame be placed at their feet. It was a reasonable comment, except for the fact it now placed the blame in his court, reminding everyone that he was in the room. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore commented lightly. As it happens, I have already talked to Harry about this, due to the fact I had already given Harry a chance to have his name entered before the age limit was put into place. I then gave him the same chance moments before I drew the age line. Both times I received a firm no. But, for the satisfaction of everyone here, Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? No, Professor, I did not. Nor did I ask somebody else to enter my name for me, or in any way get my name chosen by the goblet. Harry replied honestly. Ah, but of course, he is lying. Cried Madame Maxime. I will thank you to not accuse my student of lying, Madame Maxime. Flitwick cut in coldly, glaring at the headmistress. In the 4 years I have known Harry, he has never been one to show off or take unnecessary risks. He is at heart a researcher, not a performer. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, Karkaroff interjected in an unctuous tone, you are our objective judges. Surely you will agree that this is most irregular. Everyone turned their attention to Mr. Crouch, who had been standing outside the circle of firelight, half hidden in shadow. In his usual curt voice he announced, we must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the goblet of fire are bound to compete in the tournament. This launched Karkaroff into yet another argument, this time broken up by Moody. If anyone's got reason to complain, it's Potter, he growled, but, funny thing, I don't hear him saying a word. Thank you. Harry replied emphatically before anyone else could talk over him. Now, when my parents died 13 years ago today, they left me more money than I could ever spend and more fame than I ever wanted. The last thing I need is more money and more fame. Admittedly, I like the possibility of being able to prove myself, but I can do that by just doing exams, events which are less public and far less dangerous. But then, why did your name come out of the goblet? Madame Maxime asked after a moment of stunned silence. Evidently a skilled witch or wizard put the boy's name in the goblet, who was then able to hoodwink a very powerful magical object into forgetting there were only 3 schools competing. It is not hard to believe they are using this as an assassination attempt against the boy, hoping that one of the tasks kills him off. You seem to have given this a great deal of thought, Moody, Karkaroff scoffed coldly, and a very ingenious theory it is, though of course, given your history with conspiracies, you'll understand if we don't take you entirely seriously. There are always those who'll turn innocent occasions to their advantage. Moody retorted menacingly. It's my job to think the way dark wizards do, Karkaroff, as you ought to remember. Alistair. Dumbledore called warningly, before taking a calmer voice as he addressed the room. How this situation arose, we do not know. The fact of the matter is that Harry's name has come out of the goblet, which is regrettably now out of our control. But, what we do now is within our control. Given Harry's desire to not compete, along with the judge's desire for him to not compete, there may be a way to remove him from the tournament. However, doubtless such a discussion will be time-consuming, so I suggest a compromise. For the moment, we pretend that we have found a clever way of removing Harry from the tournament. Then, should we actually find a way, then nothing has been lost. But just in case we fail in our task, then we should allow Harry to stand in on any champion-relevant event until such time as we have confirmed his withdrawal. Seeing as there were no immediate arguments, Mr. Crouch stepped forward and began telling them the rules, which seemed to be a complicated way of saying, you are by yourself, only use a wand. Turn up on November 24th. Excellent. Well, unless there is anything else we require of our champions, I suggest it would be best if Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb and Miss Delacour return to their beds. Although undoubtedly their classmates will be up waiting to celebrate with them. As for the rest of us, I suggest we retire to my office. Not only is it warmer than this drafty chamber, Harry's guardian is waiting for us. For a wild moment Harry wondered if he'd get to see Sirius. That was until he realized that between the two ministry officials, 3 professors and 1 ministry official professor, it would be suicide for his godfather to show up. He was also fairly sure Sirius was still somewhere in the Caribbean, making it difficult for him to suddenly appear in Hogwarts. To his great surprise, when Dumbledore let them into his office, it was Nicholas Flamel who rose to greet them. While he certainly did not abhor his tutor's presence, quite the opposite in fact, he couldn't help thinking it would have been nice to see his godfather in person again. For those of you who don't know, this is Nicholas Flamel, the famed alchemy master and philosopher. Dumbledore announced, crossing the room to sit behind his desk. As Harry is his apprentice and in lieu of any other magical guardian, I believe he is capable of speaking for Harry. I trust this tutorship has been officiated with the ministry. Mr. Crouch asked smartly, reaching into his robe pocket and removing a briefcase. It has, although the contract itself is under a secrecy oath, given Harry's minor status and our respective fame. Coincidentally, everyone present will also need to abide by the oath. Nicholas replied, getting a nod from Mr. Crouch. That is fine. So long as Harry's government, which in this case is the British ministry, recognizes your claim, then the Triwizard Charter should also recognize it. This should open a few more clauses that would otherwise have been voided. Excellent. Now Barty, I know you said earlier that the goblet's decision is final, but I distinctly remember reading something about an inability subclause. Yes. That does sound familiar. I will have to check for the correct phrasing, of course. As he talked, he opened his briefcase and stuck his entire arm into it before withdrawing one of the biggest books Harry had seen. Let's see. Here we are. Ineligibility of competing. A champion can be deemed ineligible of playing, and thus disqualified, if any of the following is true. 1. The champion is unable to attend the task under their own power. 2. The champion is magically unable to perform magic of sufficient caliber, such that trying to harness their magic could be detrimental to their health. 3. The champion has been deemed unfit to represent the school, resulting from the champion having been expelled from their institute of learning. Is that it? There are only 3 possible ways to leave the tournament. Harry demanded angrily. You have to understand, it is almost completely unheard of for a champion to be chosen who didn't want to be chosen. Occasionally there would be a champion who would get cold feet, but in such a case the goblet had already decided there is no better student in order to replace them. Crouch replied, a touch of irritation making itself known. Gentlemen, please let's be civil. Obviously, clauses 1 and 2 are notwithstanding, seeing as Harry is both physically and magically capable. However, for clause 3, do you think I would be able to expel Harry, thus invalidating him, then reinstate him as a student without recurring his championship? Dumbledore asked. I think the goblet would reinstate him as a champion if his expulsion got overturned. However, I am certain that line of questioning is a moot point regardless, given that as far as the goblet is concerned, you are not Harry's headmaster. The only person with the authority to expel Mr. Potter is potentially whoever tricked the goblet into thinking there were 4 schools. Mr. Crouch trailed off at the end. And undoubtedly whoever entered Harry would be reluctant to have him removed, especially if he has been entered maliciously. Nicholas finished. There is also the question about whether we should find a way to free Potter. If we are to truly discover the meaning of these events, perhaps we should for the time being let them unfold. Snape broke in, stepping forward from the shadows. Do nothing. Offer him up as bait. Potter is a boy, not a piece of meat. McGonagall exclaimed, rounding on the man. A boy of exceptional power. Moody commented. The lad can handle himself, meanwhile we can track down the culprit at our leisure. If we do remove Potter, the culprit may decide to cut his losses and flee. So you're just going to sacrifice me to appease your own curiosity? Harry demanded. Harry, please. We would never sacrifice you. Dumbledore replied with a pained voice. But you aren't going to do anything to even try and release me. You have to understand, I agree with Alistair. We need to find out who entered your name before they can do any actual damage, so for now it's for the best if we keep you in the tournament. Yes, but I don't want to compete. They have already done actual damage. It shouldn't matter if I might be able to handle it, I shouldn't be forced to find out. I have to agree with Harry. While I would love to have whoever did this brought to justice, I will not put Harry's life in danger to do so. As such, I want it noted that if Harry is made to continue, it is done without my consent or my approval. Nicholas stated firmly. That is understandable, however the nature of the goblet means it doesn't require the Guardian's approval. As we have just witnessed, it doesn't even need the champion's approval. Crouch pointed out, somewhat sympathetically. Well then, there is no reason for me and Harry to stick around then, is there? Come along, Harry. Without a single look back, Nicholas went to leave the office. But Harry hesitated before saying, I just want everyone here to know, if I compete and get killed, then everyone here is responsible for my death. Even if there isn't a loophole to get me out, you are all at fault for not making a loophole before binding students into a death tournament. Good night. Once outside the office, Nicholas said, Now, Harry, it's important to know that both Albus and myself believe you. I personally will be doing all I can to ensure you have the best possible chance of winning. As such, I have been allowed a room here, and we will meet in our normal classroom tomorrow morning after breakfast. Till then, I suggest you try and get a good night's sleep and don't think too much about tonight's events. For all we know, you could show up tomorrow and be told you won't have to compete. Upon reaching the Ravenclaw common room, all he wanted to do was find his bed and fall asleep. Given how late it had grown, he had expected this to be an easy task. Instead, he opened the entrance and found almost the entire house sitting around, seemingly waiting for him. So, are they allowing you to compete? One of the older students asked, making him wish he had actually bothered to try and learn more of the people's names. It seems so. Apparently there isn't a way to get me removed. Harry answered cagily. To his great annoyance, his answer brought a wave of cheers to the gathered students. Go on then, how much trouble are you in for getting yourself entered? Someone else called out. I didn't get in any trouble, because I don't want to compete. Harry snapped. Well, you're competing now, right? Better do us proud, Potter. In reply, Harry let his magic release, coating the entire room with his power. Then, using his gauntlet, he transmuted the air itself, preventing any sound waves aside from his own from traveling. Instantly all sound in the common room died. Quite a few people reached up to their ears, while a few students got out their wands and tried to dispel the magic. Their efforts were of course fruitless. To start with, they were trying to find and dispel an enchantment, when they should have been trying to unravel a transmutation. Then there was the fact transmutation was only taught at Newt-level transfiguration, meaning unless one of the Ravenclaws also had a secret alchemy tutor, there was only a small minority that could theoretically know how to deal with it. But, even if they somehow stumbled into the correct answer and had the knowledge of how to deal with it, they would then need to compete with his power. Assuming they could match his personal power, then counter the power of the gauntlet. It certainly wasn't impossible, but extremely improbable. However, the problems didn't stop there. That was assuming the student was using incantations, which was currently impossible due to the very transmutation they were trying to counter. When forced to use their spells non-verbally, their magic would see a sharp decrease in power. Harry only knew of 4 people who were certainly capable of the feat, 2 of which were Dark Lords and the other 2 were on the other side of the castle. Thus, having failed to dispel his magic, several students decided to point their wands at him instead. Please, how many of you here can actually use any form of non-verbal magic? Harry asked mockingly, his voice echoing around the soundless room. Then, out of those that can, do you really think you can match me? I'll be nice though, if any of you can actually hit me with a spell, I'll lift my magic. In response, less than a dozen wands lit up, half of which only sent out a few sparks, which dissolved long before they reached him. Of those spells which formed correctly, only 3 of them were actually on target. A flick of his coat was enough to absorb them, with the dragonhide easily dealing with the spells. Pathetic. He sneered, earning him angry but still silent looks. Now that we've proven an entire tower full of witches and wizards can't even handle one of my spells, I am going to talk and you are going to listen. Fixing his gaze at those in front of him, he carefully spat out, I did not want to enter this tournament. I don't need a mere 1,000 galleons, I don't want any more fame. I certainly don't want to risk my life to entertain people as pathetic as you lot. However, somebody decided to enter my name, with the current theory among the professors being that I was entered as an assassination attempt. As such, there is a very real chance I will die before the year is out. As such, I will not be aiming to do you proud. I will be doing my best to survive. Alongside that, I will not be representing Ravenclaw, not after all I've had to put up with from this house. Now, I am going to bed. I will not be sleeping here again. I suggest none of you try to follow me, otherwise I will make this silence spell permanent. With his message done, he silently summoned what few belongings he had left in the tower, before opening the entrance and leaving. He only lifted the transmutation when he had put an entire floor between himself and the common room. The next morning Harry awoke with an odd, heavy feeling. It took him a moment to remember the events of the night before. Of being chosen as a champion and bound to the Goblet of Fire and of the Ravenclaw's reaction. With hindsight he should have reacted better, but then the Ravenclaws could have been less pushy. But regardless about what could have been, no doubt he had lost quite a few friends within Ravenclaw. Before he could think any further on his actions the night before, a sharp knocking echoed in from the workshop. Grumbling, Harry hurriedly summoned the Marauder's map and threw on his shirt from the night before. According to the map, Daphne was the one outside his room, which explained the knocking. As far as he was aware, she was the only person who both knew where his workshop was and didn't have permission to enter without invitation. Throwing open his front door, he managed to startle Daphne, who was just about to knock again. Good, you're finally awake then, she said pleasantly as she pushed her way inside, stopping only long enough to raise an eyebrow at his appearance. So do they know who entered you? She asked as she flopped onto his couch. That simple question was enough to alleviate the majority of his tension. The knowledge that at least one of his friends trusted him with this was a huge relief. We don't know, he grumbled, but we suspect whoever did it wants me to die in this tournament. But that won't happen, right? They are going to find a way to get you out, or make it less dangerous or something. She asked urgently, staring at him desperately. Well, I'm certainly not planning on getting killed, but there doesn't seem to be a way to get me out. As for making it less dangerous, I'm fairly sure one of the rules is that the judges have to ensure all the champions are tested equally. What about your mithril? Can you not make something to help you out? Holding out his palm, he tried to will his mithril into existence. But, while the magic pooled under his skin, he felt the invisible restraints of the goblet flex and prevent his mithril from forming. The magic then collapsed and flowed back up his arm, causing him considerable but thankfully temporary pain. Somehow the goblet stops me from forming my mithril, which I suspect carries over into the tasks. I could probably summon something when inside, assuming they don't have wards to block it, but then I need to reveal my mithril to the world. Harry explained through clenched teeth, rubbing his arm to try and alleviate the pain. What? But how? I thought the mithril was just a part of you. How can something just stop you making it? That shouldn't be possible. That's what I thought. He agreed bitterly, trying to avoid the vulnerability that came from his lack of mithril. Subconsciously he found himself playing with the gauntlet ring on his finger, desperate to feel some sense of power. It was illuminating to find out just how dependent he had grown, proving he should have invested more time elsewhere with his magical development. It was just a stroke of his misfortune that he only had this epiphany when he was on a deadline to improve. I'm sure you'll be fine without your mithril, Daphne voiced comfortingly. After all, you've been able to beat all of us without it. Aren't you always boasting about how you're one of the strongest people in the school? Strength doesn't equal skill. It doesn't matter if I have more magic than someone like Cedric. If we get thrown into a volcano, raw untamed power is worthless. Great example, she replied teasingly. Clearly you can't think properly on an empty stomach. Come on, let's get breakfast. As the pair neared the Great Hall, the number of stares he was receiving grew to an uncomfortable level. It didn't take long for him to swipe his hand and throw a notice knot around himself, which he belatedly expanded to include Daphne when he noticed her looking around in confusion. What was that? Why did you vanish? She demanded when she saw him again. I didn't go anywhere. You aren't the only ones who can cast notice knots. The stares were getting to me. Upon entering the Great Hall, he was relieved to see Fleur and Luna sitting together, who he immediately made a beeline for. As he sat down, he made sure to include them in his charm. To his great surprise, Daphne joined him at the Ravenclaw table, who quietly began making her breakfast. Morning, he said apprehensively, worried about their reactions. He was fairly confident that Luna would believe him, but that didn't stop his sliver of fear. While Luna turned towards him, Fleur almost managed to jump out of her seat. Ari, where the hell did you come from? She hissed, dropping into French as she took deep calming breaths. I walked in under a notice not charm. I wasn't all that eager to let people ask me any more questions. Do they know who entered you? She asked, looking at him in concern. No, Harry answered shortly. They also don't think I can be removed, so it looks like we're rivals now. I'm sure you'll be a worthy rival, she returned. Hey, Harry, I've got to go to Transfiguration, but I think the others will want to talk to you later, maybe after lunch. I'll see when they're free, Daphne announced. He was meant to be in history of magic, but he doubted a lesson on goblin rebellions would help his chances of survival. With that in mind, he had made his way to the room they used for his alchemy lessons. When he entered, he was relieved to see Nicholas waiting behind the teacher's desk. What was new were the piles of books and parchment surrounding him, with him writing leisurely in a gilded tome. Good morning, Nicholas, Harry said hesitantly, unwilling to startle the man. Good morning, Harry. Don't hover there for my sake. If there was anything here I wanted to hide from you, I'd have left them in my chambers. He replied, not looking up until he had finished his sentence. If you don't mind me asking, what is it you're writing? Harry asked, stepping into the room fully. My personal memoir and the final Flammel grimoire. I am assured my life was sufficiently interesting to warrant the former, and it would be a shame for my family's collected knowledge to be forgotten over the simple matter of my death. He answered placidly. Shocked, Harry rushed forward and looked at his tutor carefully. You're dying. Everyone is dying. Boy, some of us just go about it slower than others. Suffice to say, I shan't be dying anytime soon. If all goes according to plan, I should last long enough to see you graduate at the latest, an event I regret to say my Perenelle won't be around to witness. But just because I am not dying presently doesn't mean I can't get my affairs in order. While he was relieved to know his tutor wasn't in immediate danger, it was saddening to know of Perenelle's ill health. When you say Perenelle won't be around to witness my graduation, The healers believe she only has a year left, perhaps two. At our age, it is hard to tell how long we may have left. My magic remains healthy, suggesting I have some time remaining. But Perenelle's magic was weakened during the riot, leading it to wilt and slowly die. There are ways to ease her passing, make it painless and give her time to say goodbye. But, surely you'd want to spend time with her. You don't have to stay here just for me. Do I want to spend time with her? Of course I do. She is my wife, and while we have spent over half a millennium together, you will find there is always room to spend more time with those you love. But, at the end of the day, we have spent half a millennium together. If she dies and I am not there to say goodbye, then I will be devastated and I shall carry my regret to the grave. But I will be satiated with all our memories together. But then we have you. Harry, if you die and I am in France, when I could have been here and helping you, I will have more than regret. When I chose you as my apprentice, I willingly and knowingly took up a responsibility of care. If you die and I did not do my utmost to help you, then I will have failed you, I will have failed myself, and I will have failed all those who came before me. Nicholas answered passionately, a shocking degree of affection shining in his eyes. Thank you, honestly. But what did you mean by failing those that came before you? Goodness, have I not told you before? You see, when I gained immortality, my family suffered for it. You see, my son was my heir, meaning in the event of my death he would take the lordship and family grimoire. However, along came the date of his funeral and I was no closer to death. But it didn't matter, for his son, my grandson, became the new heir. Then upon his death his daughter's husband was made my heir. It has been so long now, my current heir was actually fairly unknown until recently. When you took the title of my apprentice, I took a parental oath. As far as magic is concerned, you are my closest living heir, seeing as I have no living child or grandchild. There are of course caveats, one such being that all you will be inheriting is my knowledge, my wealth and possessions will automatically be given to those within my will. Of course, I won't be leaving you with nothing by my knowledge, but in theory I could. There is also the topic of the lordship of my family. Historically, the lordship could only carry to someone holding the name, even if they married into the family. In my case, if I had suddenly died when my great-granddaughter was alive, her husband would have taken her name and his children would still be called Flammel. So, if I wanted the lordship, I'd need to be called Harry Flammel. Historically, yes. However, that is no longer true. There is a practice where you can strip a name of its magic and pass it into the Potter family, elevating your family to prestigious and most archaic, while also giving your children a boon in alchemy. You would then pass the lordship down to my biological heir, making them a noble family. Politically, such a move would be fairly unrewarding, since you already have a seat in your Wizengamot. It was a lot to take in, especially when all he currently wanted was to survive the Triwizard tournament. But enough of that, we have plenty of time to talk about family politics in the future. For now, you will be pleased to know that Professor Flitwick, after talking to your fellow Ravenclaws, has decided to treat your actions yesterday in your common room as a prank. As such, you won't face any punishment, although I would suggest you avoid a repeat performance. Now, on to the actual lesson. As I have already stated, I am here for the entire year, during which I will be here entirely to help you. I have already spoken to Albus and you have a free pass to skip any of your classes, but I would suggest holding back on that. The tournament rules prevent any Hogwarts teacher from helping you with the tasks. Fortunately, I am not a Hogwarts teacher. While this means that I can help you where others can't, that doesn't mean your other teachers aren't a valuable source of information. I would recommend talking to each professor and see what they suggest. But, as for what I can do, is there anything you feel like you need to work on? My aerokinesis. Harry answered immediately. It used to be one of my strongest powers, but ever since then I've been focusing pretty heavily on my mithril and I've lost a great deal of my control. Regaining my control wasn't a big issue, but I can see it being incredibly useful in this tournament. Very well. Show me your current skill level and we'll work from there. After a quick lunch with Nicholas, Harry made his way to the room he and his friends had been using. What was unexpected was his group of friends split in two, each side arguing with the other. What's going on? He demanded. Well, basically, We believe you were entered against your will, Daphne began, indicating herself, Neville and Luna. Then these two believe you entered yourself. Then Crab is just siding with Draco. Why would I enter myself? He asked Draco. Recognition. The boy answered immediately. You are clearly powerful, judging by how often you beat us. It would make sense if you tried to use this tournament to prove your worth to the international community. By winning this thing, you'd be able to get an education anywhere you'd want. Annoyingly, Draco's points were fairly logical, making it hard to rebuke them. As such, he took the easy route and turned to Ron. What about you then? Why do you think I entered myself? Well, the money would be nice, obviously, and it's not as if these tasks will be difficult for you. Then, as Malfoy said, you'd get loads of benefits by winning, as if you needed any more advantages. Could have told us how you did it though, you know, those of us who could have actually used those advantages. Ron replied sourly. I'm glad you're both so assured of my abilities, seeing as both Moody and Snape think this is a plot to have me killed. Rest assured, Ron, if I die, I'll leave you 1,000 galleons in my will. Harry returned cuttingly. Now, I did not enter myself. Admittedly, the idea tempted me, but there's no point in getting recognition if I end up dead, which is a high possibility in this tournament that was cancelled due to the death count. An uncomfortable silence met his words, until Harry turned to Crabbe and wearily asked, Now, Vincent, without following Draco, what did you believe? I'm just curious. Well, I wasn't sure. Crabbe admitted apprehensively, looking at Draco for help. Come on, Vincent, we know you aren't stupid. You must have had some idea about Harry's name coming out of the goblet. Daphne said impatiently, although it was obvious to Harry that she was deliberately softening her words. I thought Harry was too quiet to have entered himself. Crabbe eventually stated, looking incredibly uncomfortable. Too quiet. Harry can talk more than anyone. Ron retorted teasingly. But that is only when he's teaching. Crabbe argued haltingly. He doesn't talk much in the corridors, or when there are a lot of people around. He only really talks when it's just us. That's why I say he's too quiet. He's not wrong. Neville pointed out. Put Harry in front of a bunch of strangers and he gets unusually quiet. Even in class he doesn't talk as much as here. I'm not that bad. Harry protested. I've talked to loads of strangers before, as evidenced by the fact all of you were a stranger at some point in the past. But when you met us it was in small groups, often just two people. You haven't ever started a conversation in groups of strangers, at least while I've been around. Luna pointed out knowingly. My social habits aside, I have no wish to take part in this tournament. If you don't believe me, leave now. I don't have the time to put up with you on top of everything else. Hey, if you say you didn't do it, that's fine with me. I was just saying it would make sense if you had, not that there was anything wrong with that. Draco explained, holding up his hands in a sign of peace. As Crabbe said, entering yourself doesn't seem to be something you do. I just wish it was me who had been entered, you know. Ron said sheepishly after everyone turned towards him expectantly. Nodding, Harry decided to accept Ron's vague apology. Thank you, all of you, honestly. Now, what are we working on today? Dear Sirius, that tournament you mentioned, you may recall I was given the offer to enter myself legally and I declined. Dumbledore gave me the same offer as he was setting up the Goblet of Fire, where I again turned him down. But, despite the fact I had no interest in competing, somehow my name came out of the goblet as a fourth champion, along with a magical oath to force me to compete. Moody thinks somebody did it to get me killed, which looks like a real possibility given there isn't a way for me to leave. Then, me and the Ravenclaws had a falling out, which means most of the house now hates me. The Hufflepuffs hate me because the other Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory, who is a Hufflepuff prefect. Even the Gryffindors hate me, because I was entered and don't want to compete, but they did want to compete and weren't entered. It seems like the only people who aren't against me are my friends and the Slytherins, although I'm fairly sure the latter is due to the fact they prefer a Ravenclaw over a Hufflepuff. It's like my second year all over again, where the entire school has decided I'm guilty of something even after the teachers have said I'm innocent. I'm just so lonely, all the time I either get ignored or mocked. My friends are a huge help, but they have their own lessons they need to attend, leaving me alone for hours on end. I don't understand why I could willingly spend my time alone a year ago, but now that my solitude has been forced upon me, it feels suffocating. More than that, I'm scared of dying, serious. Everyone keeps assuring me I know enough to get through this, that I have enough power, but the truth is that just doesn't help. My main magical knowledge is in theoretical magic, arts which I am a long way from even attempting. So what does it matter if I can do a wandless levitation charm if a minotaur tramples me to death in the first task? I can't even make anything from mithril to try and distract me, because the stupid Triwizard Codex says, a contest must not in any way modify their magical core in a significant way, as such a transformation could either damage their magic or give them a significant unfair advantage over their competition. To ensure the cooperation of the champions, their magical oath will try to prevent a champion from attempting such a transformation, or if needed will attempt to undo such a transformation. Apparently because my mithril is entirely made from my magic, the goblet sees it as an attempt to modify my core. Despite everything I've said, I don't want you to do anything dangerous for my sake serious, while I would prefer to be able to talk face to face, I don't think I could stand it if you were caught. Harry. So, your name came out of the goblet of fire? Tom asked, not even waiting for the riddle manor to fully form within their dream space. Yes, it did. No, I did not enter myself. Harry replied moodily. First he has to spend all day answering the same questions, then he has to answer those questions again in his sleep. Oh, I know. Rita Skeeter was beside herself, but got shut down quite firmly by Dumbledore. Watch out for her. By the way, she'll be at Hogwarts soon, and she will do anything to get a good story. I would advise you to give her a story, instead of letting her make her own. No, what I wanted to do was warn you that I think Voldemort was behind your name being entered. I got a vision of him and a guy called Wormtail were plotting to kill you. They also mentioned they killed Bertha Jerkins, who worked for the Department of Magical Games and Sports, which just happens to be the department running the tournament. Great. So not only do I have a tournament to survive, I also have a Dark Lord personally plotting my death. Actually, from what I know of Voldemort, you may not have to worry about the tournament. If they wanted you immediately dead, they wouldn't go through the bother of entering you. Put it this way, if they had something of yours strong enough to get you entered, then they could have made a golem that would keep attacking you until you died. So the fact they entered me means they want me to die in a way that doesn't leave any evidence. Perhaps, but again, easier ways to do that. An Imperio-used assassin would also leave no evidence. I would think Voldemort is trying to show off, but having you publicly do well in the tournament, only for him to do something to you and announce his arrival. He did the same thing in the last war, when he publicly executed the Minister for Magic. The execution made the war a reality for the majority of people, pushing Millicent Bagnold into the seat of Minister as a temporary measure. A temporary measure which would last for 10 years. But, what people seem to forget is that before that event, Voldemort was about as feared as someone like Antonin Dolohov. Fantastic. How likely is it that I'm going to get killed by Voldemort at some point? Honestly, I have no idea. I could be completely wrong, but I'm just warning you because my theory makes sense. But, it would be better for you to focus on the tournament, since anything you learn would work just as easily against Voldemort. I suggest looking into the restricted section, specifically Magic Most Evil and Secrets of the Darkest Arts. While most of their spells are dark, they've got several spells and rituals you'd find useful. A few days later, Harry was hiding near the back of the charms room, listening to Flitwick give his lecture on Familia Motus, the family for any charm related to movement. They had briefly touched on it the year before with the levitation charm, now they were learning the summoning charm and would eventually move on to the banishment charm. While he had skipped the practical lesson the day before, seeing even his declined aerokinesis was capable of at least matching most of the movement charms, the theoretical portion was useful. Flitwick wasn't just talking about how the charms had been developed, he also talked about the technical reasons for how they worked. It was not just fascinating, but also helpful to rekindling his aerokinesis skills. That was until Colin Creevey knocked and said, "Excuse me, Professor, I'm supposed to take Harry Potter downstairs." "May I know why?" Flitwick asked kindly. "Yes, sir. Mr. Bagman wants him. All the champions have got to go. I think they want to take photographs. Very well. Mr. Potter, you're free to go. Flitwick called, looking directly towards him. At those words, the entire class turned towards him, making his notice not collapse under the scrutiny. Silently, Harry did his best to ignore the stares as he stood and tucked his notebook into an inside pocket. He did his best to leave the room without looking at anyone, although he did give a respectful nod to the professor, who had been kind enough to let him hide under a notice not. It's amazing, isn't it, Harry? Isn't it though? You being champion? Colin asked excitedly the moment the door shut behind them. Not really, I'd much rather have nothing to do with any of it. But enough of me, how are you doing? You stopped coming to our study group. While the boy's overeager attitude could be grating at times, Colin was genuinely likable once you got to know him. Yeah, I've been good. Having Dennis here is amazing, of course. I've been teaching him the tricks you taught me last year, which has been great fun. Also looking forward to the tournament, it's going to be so great. Well, this is you, good luck. Waving at the retreating form of Colin, Harry took a deep breath and stepped into the room. It turned out he was the last champion to arrive. Crumb was standing moodily in a dark corner, while Cedric and Fleur were in conversation at the side of the room, the latter giving him a small wave. Apart from them, the only other occupants were Ludo Bagman, Rita Skeeter and her photographer. Ah, here he is. Champion number 4. In you come, Harry, in you come. Nothing to worry about, it's just the wand weighing ceremony. The rest of the judges will be here in a moment, then we can begin. Ludo announced excitedly, bounding over to him. Wand weighing? Harry asked curiously, having never come across the term before. We have to check that your wands are fully functional. No problems, you know, as they're your most important tools in the tasks ahead. He explained cheerfully, the experts upstairs with Dumbledore. And then there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter, she's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Daily Prophet. Maybe not that small, Ludo. Harry, it is a pleasure to be seeing you again, she said gushingly. I didn't realize the two of you knew each other. Ludo asked, a touch hesitantly. We met at the World Cup. Harry explained, trying his hardest to appear polite. He'd like nothing more than to keep far away from Rita or any other reporter, but Gilderoy had been pretty firm in being polite to the press. Yes, it was a wonderful event, to say nothing of the events afterwards. Rita added gleefully, earning a scowl from Ludo. I wonder if we could have a little word, Harry, before we start. If you insist. Harry agreed, letting himself get steered out into a broom cupboard. Raising his eyebrows at her choice of location, Harry gave a negligent wave with the gauntlet ring and vanished all of the dust and dirt, while simultaneously pushing all of Filch's unused cleaning supplies out of the way. For his final act, he transfigured a nearby box and bucket into 2 sturdy chairs, making the cupboard far more comfortable. My, it seems your magical prowess wasn't exaggerated, we'll come back to that. Rita purred. You won't mind if I use a quick quotes quill, would you, Harry? It leaves me free to talk to you normally. I would mind actually. I find the truth is much better represented when it isn't taken out of context. Harry replied, trying to emulate one of Dumbledore's excuses. Before she could reply, the door was cracked open and Gilderoy Lockhart's face appeared. Ah, Harry, I thought I'd find you here, he said cheerfully, letting himself into the cupboard and conjuring a chair of his own. Internally, Harry was quite impressed he had managed the conjuration silently, given he had admitted transfiguration was not his strongest subject. To what do we owe the pleasure, Gilderoy? I did not expect to see you anywhere near here. Rita asked snidely. Well, funny story. I was here to talk to Harry, but of course I needed to clear it with the headmaster first. It just happens that as we were speaking the headmaster mentioned you were here, to which I correctly assumed you'd want an interview with Harry. I thought to myself, Gilderoy old chap, you can't condemn dear Harry to such a torture, the least we can do is go and be with him through this trying time. So here I am, he finished, smiling unconcernedly, as if he hadn't just insulted the woman. How gracious of you, she bit back, just as cheerfully. Now, I believe I am correct in assuming Harry has declined the use of your quick quotes quill. May I suggest one of my own? It's a self-written quill, so you'll still be free to talk to us normally. He suggested pulling out a peacock feather quill and passing it to Rita. Why thank you. Now Harry, what made you decide to enter the Triwizard Tournament? I'm glad you asked, since I didn't enter my own name. For some reason, somebody decided to enter my name into the goblet. Come now, Harry, there's no need to be scared of getting into trouble. We all know you shouldn't have really entered. I don't think you heard him, Rita. He said he didn't enter. He has no reason to lie. Now you can either accept that as your story, or find someone else to interview. Gilderoy cut in sternly. Come now, Gilderoy, you know our readers love a rebel. Rita urged. I'm sure they do, but that isn't what Harry wants, so it isn't what I want. And of course, what I want, should be what you want. Besides, I think you'd like my story. Harry added, wanting to cut off any possible argument. And what story is that, dear? Rita pressed, visibly trying to ignore Gilderoy. Well, the age limit was added to prevent people under age from competing, yet somehow my name still got entered. Now, I am the youngest champion by 3 years, that 3 years of learning that I simply haven't gotten yet. As it is, I like my odds, but imagine if this tournament was rekindled when I was a first year, where the difference would have been 6 years. Then there's the fact that anyone else could have been chosen, even if they weren't in the school. That means a toddler could have been chosen to compete, if whoever entered my name had decided to attack anyone else. The scary part is this revelation was announced in front of 2 heads of ministry departments, yet to the best of my knowledge no official investigation has been launched. Frightening. So, tell me Harry, were your parents still alive, how do you think they'd react? I'd hope they'd be just as shocked and angry as I am. The fact that the ministry assured us this tournament would be safe but messed up this much in the opening event is ridiculous. The headmaster did his best to help, of course. The age line he drew would make it impossible for anyone under age to enter themselves, but surely it should be up to the ministry to ensure the defenses. While the headmaster is certainly capable, he is busy being the headmaster, then the ministry hands him the goblet of fire and asks him to deal with that too. So, you don't think there's anything the headmaster could have done, no resentment that he is forcing you to compete? Is there something he could have done to protect the goblet? Certainly, there's more everyone could have done. Dumbledore could have sealed the cup inside a giant rock, while I could have pitched a tent and watched the cup the entire night. But we didn't, because the ministry had assured us it was safe. I couldn't have put it better myself. Dumbledore agreed pleasantly, startling all 3 of them at his sudden appearance. However, before we can venture more into that line of thought, the weighing of the wands is about to start, and it cannot start if one of our champions is hiding in a broom cupboard. Leading them back into the room, Dumbledore sat down at the velveted table, joining the other judges. May I introduce Mr. Ollivander? He will be checking your wands to ensure they are in good condition before the tournament. So the ceremony began, starting with Fleur and revealing a rosewood and Vela hair core, a core gained from the head of Fleur's grandmother. Then Cedric was up, with an ash and unicorn hair core, this time not from a family member. Finally Crumb was up, with his hornbeam and dragon heartstring core. Then, it was Harry's turn. Handing over his own wand, he awaited the man's verdict. Blackthorn, 10 inches, particularly unyielding, some might even say rigid. White raven feather core, woven into a petrified elder handle. The wand of a warrior, undoubtedly. The fact this is not your first but your second wand is telling, as is the fact the core is already wearing thin. From the signs, this wand should last you through the year under its current use, but who knows what sort of stress it may be placed under over the tournament. I will begin crafting your next wand promptly, Mr. Potter, and together we shall hope your current wand survives regardless. With that, Harry thought the event was over and was almost out of the door when Bagman cried, "Photos, Dumbledore, photos." That took even longer, since Rita and the photographer kept arguing over his and Fleur's position. Eventually, after the final group photo and the individual photos had been taken, they were allowed out. Sirius Letter arrived in the middle of his divination lesson, disturbing him from his divining. They were still learning hydromancy, although this time Harry had insisted that he would do both the scrying and the hitting, leaving Neville to write down his vision. At first he had thought nothing was happening, even though he could see the magic within the water moving with every strike of the ring. But then he saw the image of a merperson floating along the bottom of the bowl, making him realize his bowl of water was showing him the bottom of a lake. He thought he was able to see more, when Corvus II had flown in and disturbed him, cutting his connection and ending the vision. It felt like the lesson took forever after that, but eventually the lesson ended and he was allowed to leave and find a quiet spot to read. Backquote Dear Harry, I believe you when you say you didn't enter yourself, I know you aren't that type of person. Because of that, I agree with Moody, you being entered was not an accident. Be on your guard, we know at least 2 Death Eaters are in the castle, while Snape and Igor Karkaroff are both former Death Eaters, but no one stops being a Death Eater. That's not even including any potential Death Eaters within the foreign students. It's often left unsaid, but a good majority of Voldemort's army was made up of former Durmstrang students, there simply were not enough Dark Hogwarts students to be a threat. No doubt he promised to help them with their problems, if they helped him first. Then there's Barty Crouch, Heart of Stone, sent his own son to Azkaban. If he sees you as a threat, I reckon he'd do anything to deal with you. Any one of them could have entered your name. Reading between the lines of Rita Skeeter's article last month, Moody was attacked the night before he started at Hogwarts. Clearly someone didn't want him at Hogwarts, knowing their job would be harder if he was around to protect you. But that doesn't help your loneliness, which is something I can relate to. It is hard to be alone, it is far harder to be surrounded by people who don't care for you. All I can say is that I know I care for you a great deal, along with Dumbledore and Professor Flammel. Unfortunately, I know that at your age you need the support of people closer to your own age, and all I have to say is to try and stick it out. Harry, people are telling you that you will get through this because they know it is true. I was there when you took on a werewolf without too much damage, then went on to fight over 100 Dementors and even killed one. But, don't get reckless, as long as you can keep a cool head, there isn't much that could hurt you. Merlin knows being reckless got me and your father in danger countless times. Besides, I have every confidence that Dumbledore won't let anyone, especially you, die in this tournament. No doubt he will have Fawkes on hand to save anyone in danger. I wish, truly, that I could give more help. Know that I will always believe in you, your loving godfather. Sirius. When Rita's article was published, it was a rather scathing review of how much the ministry had messed up, concluding with how he had been forced to compete against his will. She then went on to tell a glorified but flattering tale of both his childhood victory over he who must not be named, then his success at Hogwarts. A brief note was made over Victor Krum being relatively unknown until he got taken on by the Bulgarian barons. Fleur was simply listed as French champion, Fleur Delacour, daughter of a French DMLE officer. While Diggory was limited to the original Hogwarts champion was Cedric Diggory. The article didn't change much of Harry's standing within the school, the Hufflepuffs now hated him because Diggory barely got a mention. The Gryffindors were still angry about how he was entered but didn't want to compete, when they did want to compete. Meanwhile the Slytherins considered the entire thing a joke. What did change was his standings in the outer world, given later Prophet editions began printing letters of people expressing their support of him, alongside the letters of people demanding the ministry fix their mistake. A few days later, Ron told Harry that Hagrid had something to show him, something relating to the tournament. With that ominous message in mind, Harry had made his way down to the man's hut. Ah, Harry, Ron sent ye I assume. Grand. Well, I've got a real treat fair ye, round the back here. Bemused, Harry followed the man round the back, revealing a hippogriff resting in the pumpkin patch. Hagrid. He's called Buckbeak. Beautiful, isn't he? The ministry was all up in arms, ready to execute him, but old Madame Longbottom set him straight. I thought ye might like to ride him. Hagrid announced excitedly. I'm not really too fond of animals, Hagrid. Oh, well ye might find Buckbeak as an exception. Trust me, I'm sure ye'll find the trip interesting. Hagrid replied unsubtly, clearly leading to something. Sighing, Harry nodded, earning a relieved grin from Hagrid. Right, well the first thing ye gotta know aboo hippogriffs is, they're proud. Easily offended. Don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing ye do. What ye'll want to do is walk towards him, and, ye bow. Hopefully, he'll bows back, in which case you're allowed to touch him. Swallowing nervously, Harry made a big show of bowing to the creature, which regarded him regally. After a worrying moment of waiting, the animal bowed back. Well done, Harry, well done. I think he may let ye ride him now. Hagrid cheered, stepping up behind Harry. What? He demanded, shocked. While he had agreed to ride the hippogriff, he had expected a bit more warning. Despite his protest, Hagrid bodily picked up Harry and placed him on the back of Buckbeak. Put ye over here, just behind the win, joint. Don, pull out any o' his feathers, 'cause he won, thank ye fairda. With that thought ringing in Harry's ears, Hagrid slapped the creature, which promptly set off and flew into the sky. For several nerve-wracking minutes, Harry didn't know where to put his hands, until he settled on wrapping his arms around the beast's neck. With his position relatively secure, he was free to actually pay attention to the flight. As Buckbeak flew a lazy lap around the school, Harry marveled at how beautiful the castle looked from on high. Unlike his past experience on a broom, riding on Buckbeak felt liberating. It helped that it didn't feel like Buckbeak's magic was about to expire at any moment, a rather unfortunate feeling he had experienced with the school brooms. When the lap of Hogwarts was complete, Buckbeak leisurely turned back towards Hagrid's hut, but instead of landing they flew straight over its roof and out over the Forbidden Forest. With each beat of his wings, Buckbeak soared further from the castle, until the school became hard to see. Only then did the hippogriff dive, circling over a scorched clearing within the forest. The reason for the scorch marks became clear when Buckbeak suddenly squawked and banked to the side, narrowly avoiding a jet of fire. Looking back, Harry realized the jet had originated from a burnt metal cage, within which a dragon glared back. Dragons, that's the task, Harry announced without preamble as soon as he entered Nicholas's temporary office. Are you sure? The man replied urgently, looking shocked. Extremely. There's 4 dragons in the forest, one for each of us. At least we know what to expect. Better get worried now and prepare, instead of getting shocked on the day. Do you have any plans? Well, I might have an idea, Harry confided, pulling out the Dementor's cloak he had retrieved on the way. A few days later, Fleur sought him out at breakfast. Ari, I know what the first task is. They've got 4 dragons, we've each got to fight one. She whispered frantically. Oh, I already know. I learned about them a few days ago. And you did not think to inform me of these? She demanded crossly. I thought you wanted to compete, surely me telling you what is coming defeats the point. Harry countered. I did, until you became my rival. That was also before I realized they would throw us in front of dragons in the very first task. She muttered angrily. What about Crumb and Diggory then? Do they feel the same way? I do not know. I have not spoken to either since the wand weighing. I do know Professor Karkaroff has seen them though. Nodding, Harry stood and walked over to where Diggory was eating, ignoring hateful glares the other Hufflepuffs sent his way. Forming a hasty privacy spell, Harry sat down beside him and said, Hey, Diggory, if you didn't know, the first task is dragons. They've got one for each of us, I think we're meant to fight them. Are you sure? Diggory replied in a hushed voice, looking around anxiously. Dead sure, I've seen them. Also we're under a privacy spell, you don't need to look so nervous. But how did you find out? We're not supposed to know, Diggory protested. I went flying over the forest and saw them. It sounded like Fleur saw them too, and we both think Crumb knows. It was just you who didn't know. So why are you telling me? You'd have a much better chance of winning if I didn't know what to expect. Because it was the right thing to do, Harry replied, just as he felt his privacy spell tear apart. Come with me, Potter. Moody growled, telling Harry who broke his spell. Shrugging at Diggory, Harry followed Moody out of the hall, neither speaking until they had reached Moody's office. The right thing to do, EYY? Moody asked critically as they both sat down. Well, it was, Harry protested, having taken offense to his tone. It was a very decent thing to do, certainly. But, by doing a kind thing, you may be condemning yourself down the line. For all you know, Diggory beating you in this task could cause your death in a later task. That seems unlikely. Harry responded. Oh, you think so, do you, lad? 1747, Durmstrang. During the third task, the three champions had to find an artifact hidden at the bottom of the nearby sea. The Hogwarts champion was in second place and had been kind to the Beauxbatons champion in third the task before. As they were allowed to start searching based on time, the Durmstrang student had a 7-minute head start, while the other two entered at almost the same time. At some point, the Hogwarts champion ran across a trap that would only let two champions pass, before killing the third. She incorrectly assumed that because she was in second place, she was the second to encounter the trap. Unfortunately for her, the Beauxbatons student had overtaken her and passed through the trap a minute before. Want to know the difference in points before the Hogwarts champion decided to be kind? 4 points between second and third place. Each point equals a minute, you do the maths. I have no intention of walking into a trap like that. Besides, I'm planning on winning. Giving Diggory a heads up is hardly going to let him catch up to me. That's the spirit, lad. Moody barked enthusiastically. So, got any ideas on how you're going to get past your dragon yet? Yes, I've been reading up on a dragon's abilities and defenses, and I think I've got it covered. Excellent. It always pays to be prepared. Constant vigilance. I just hope for your sake your plan doesn't revolve around that dragonskin coat you wear. The Taiyang dragon is a stealth dragon, which as the name suggests relies primarily on stealth. Against the dragon fire of a calamitous dragon like the Horntail or Short Snout, your cloak would melt within moments. The professor warned. Finally, the day had arrived. He felt like he should have been nervous, standing in the champion's tent and waiting for the judges to arrive. Especially since all his magical possessions were stored within his workshop. He was about to fight a dragon, which was considered such a bad idea that wizards often used, at least you aren't going to fight a dragon, as a way to comfort friends. Despite that, he and Nicholas had worked hard to improve his skills, while also working hard on a select few new spells. Most important of all was learning how to harness the Dementor's cloak, which was instrumental to his plan. If the cloak was disallowed, then he'd have to rely on their backup plan, which was far less certain of success. By wearing the cloak, he could push his own magic into the fabric, giving him some degree of control over its aura. The main benefit was that the aura would stop disrupting his own magic, while continuing to disrupt any foreign magic. The crutch of the matter was how the goblet decided what was not a wand. Obviously, it didn't count the clothing that had been provided, so he felt he could argue the Dementor's cloak was just decorative. Then there was the how when it came to the goblet. If it based cheating off what the champion thought, then an ignorant champion would be able to get away with more than a guilty champion. But, if it was based on physical detection, then the cloak should be impossible to detect, given its high magical permeability. In comparison, Diggory looked like he was about to be sick, while both Fleur and Crumb had a stoic unease air around them. Bagman completely broke the mood by excitedly leaping into the tent, grinning excitedly, followed by a far more sedate crouch. Good-o, you're all here then. Time to fill you in. When the audience has assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag. He went on to explain how the dragon models inside the bag represented the real dragons outside, each of whom would be guarding a golden egg, an egg they were meant to retrieve. Before you will be allowed to withdraw your dragon, you must first walk through this gate. The gate is enchanted with the same spells as the task wards, which will trigger if you are carrying anything that breaks the rules. However, this gate will only emit a sound upon being triggered, much better than losing your magic, EYY. Crouch announced, indicating the device. When it came time for Harry's turn, he clutched the cloak anxiously and stepped through. To his immense relief, no sound triggered, meaning the cloak was fair game. Each champion was then allowed to withdraw a dragon, until it was Harry's turn. Not that it mattered much, given the only dragon left was the Horntail. Stepping into the arena, the first thing he noticed was the gigantic Hungarian Horntail sitting in the very center of the stadium. Fortunately, the dragon seemed content enough to ignore him for now. In a ring around the arena were the spectators, with a good majority cheering his name. considering almost every single student and teacher was present, along with a bevy of reporters and their cameramen. Finally, there was a section entirely for ministry personnel and visitors. In short, the stands were packed. With that thought in mind, he threw on the Dementor's cloak, which had already made good progress on freezing his hand. Instantly the freezing aura enwreathed his entire body, making his heart briefly stutter. Before the cloak could try anything else, he focused intently and pointed it towards the elated mood of everyone present. With a new target, the cold became less severe, although it was still present. But, given what he was about to do, he wasn't complaining. Pulling a hand back, he charged the air in front of him with his power, with the cloak augmenting it and chilling the air to freezing point. Then, taking a step forward, he shot the air towards the dragon like a ballista bolt. The crowd gasped as the dragon reared back from the hit, flapping her wings and roaring angrily. In reply, Harry fired off another 2 bolts, barely feeling the strain. With each hit, the audience grew more excited, further feeding the cloak, which in turn refilled his magic. He was in the process of forming a fourth when the dragon locked onto him and let out a bolt of her own. The bolt of fire lacked the intensity of prolonged dragon fire, but it would kill him just as easily. Twirling out of the path of the fire bolt, he released his own bolt, knocking the dragon's head backwards and making it misfire its own bolt. Now furious, the dragon took a deep breath in, its chest visibly swelling and its throat glowing faintly. Already the air was being saturated by the dragon's internal magic, spreading out from the beast-like radiation. He knew he could try dodging the jet of flame, there were plenty of rocks to use as cover. Instead, he took the risky but flashy response. With an iron fist over his power, he pulled in the effect of the cloak until it formed a shield of pure magic. At such intense power, the air itself grew dangerously cold, his magic reading -40 degrees before the spell was killed by the cloak's magic. At such a temperature, it was dangerous to his own health, hence the vacuum he was maintaining around the shield. It was incredibly draining to force the cloak's aura into such a confined shape while also using his control over air to form a near-perfect vacuum, but luckily the dragon ensured he did not need to maintain it for long. The jet of dragon flame tore straight through his vacuum, his magic being eradicated before the flames got close. The cloak's magic was far harder to defeat. The icy magic rushed outwards, enveloping the fiery magic, with each bit of disruptive magic doing its best to devour the other. Inside his shield, Harry went from near freezing to mildly warm almost immediately, with even the Dementor's cloak growing warm to the touch for the first time. Even though the majority of the magical fight was happening directly in front of Harry, enough of the flames had circled around him to hide him from his audience. Along with the shouts of alarm and fear, he could feel the cloak losing its empathic power, having lost the positive emotions it had been feeding from. Fortunately, there was a large supply of heat that it could draw from, leaving Harry free to use his own magic. Making a mental note to thank Riddle, Harry created a ball of incandescent shadow. The spell, Ruina's Impulsa Fluctus, a spell he had found in Secrets of the Darkest Arts. In essence, the spell worked by sending out a shockwave of air, which would try and shred anything it came into contact with. When used against a human, if the wielder was strong enough it would only leave a bloodstain, but even if the wielder wasn't, anyone who survived it would have permanent scars on any exposed skin. Obviously Harry had no intention of using it on another human, but given the spell was air-based and he had a proficiency with air-based spells, he had not hesitated to learn the spell. So, once the spell had gained enough power, he flung his arms as wide as he could within his flaming sphere and released the shockwave. Instantly the flames around him were snuffed out, the force of the wave strong enough to push the jet of fire back towards the dragon. The wave then bounced off the ward protecting the spectators and struck the dragon with twin blades of force, finally knocking it off its eggs. After that display, the crowd roared out its approval, drowning out Bagman's commentary. Along with the crowd's roar, the cloak greedily ked in their positive emotions, feeding some of it back into Harry. The rush of magic that brought was intoxicating, even if it didn't feel as pure as when he drew magic from the Philosopher's Stone or his mithril. Flushed on power, Harry pushed both hands out, summoning the strongest bolt of air yet. This bolt was powerful enough to visibly throw the dragon even further away. That was their main plan: use the cloak to negate the dragon flame, removing its only ranged weapon. Then use air magic to keep the dragon away. Dragons, the horntail specifically, had numerous weapons, such as their jaws that could snap steel or their wings. Most wizards assumed their wings were weak points. What they didn't account for is the amount of force a dragon's wing possessed. Add in the horntail's tail and incredibly grip strength, making it practically suicide to get near a dragon. Ideally, he'd try to disable the dragon, such as knocking it unconscious. The problem was dragon scale diffused magic, making spells practically useless. Area of effect spells would work, but they'd lack the power to significantly affect a creature as large as the horntail. While it was still confused, Harry transfigured a nearby boulder into an equally large metal ball. Harry launched it towards the dragon. As the dragon tried to fly out of the way, Harry fired another ball, hitting the beast right in the chest. Despite its size, a dragon was relatively light, making the metal boulder easily bulldoze the dragon. As Harry ran towards the nest of eggs, the dragon began thrashing wildly, trapped under the boulder. Letting out a huge jet of flame, it swung its tail towards Harry. Seeing the tail fly towards him, Harry forced his head mithrilium to speed up his thought process. As if everything was moving in slow motion, he carefully jumped over the tail, using a burst of air to ensure he had enough clearance. Upon landing, he was then forced to slide on a cushion of air under a random jet of flame, using the Dementor's cloak to negate the worst of the fire. Unfortunately, the dragon's fire had done considerable damage to the boulder, pinning it down, along with its claws that had gauged deep marks into the metal. Hastily getting back to his feet, he released the slow motion and ran as hard as he could towards the nest. Cursing whoever enchanted the golden egg to be immune to magic, he scooped it up and began the sprint back to the entrance. With a deafening roar of anger, the dragon shoved what was left of the boulder off and set off after Harry. With its much larger 4 legs and wings, it took a single bound to catch him. In a reckless move, Harry fired a jet of high-pressure water towards the beast's face. As it retreated from the water, Harry used the cloak to augment a freezing charm, rapidly freezing the water. Now roaring with pain, Harry waited as it reared back, before desperately running towards the entrance, just crossing the threshold as the horned tail crashed into the ward mere moments later. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you fight a dragon. Bagman roared over his microphone, sounding as if Christmas had been announced early. Our youngest champion, not only the quickest to get the egg, but also the best. If there was anyone who doubted the abilities of the boy who lived, they are surely rethinking their stance after that performance. The moment he was free from the dragon, Harry shrugged off the cloak and tried to regain his breath. As he watched the dragon tamer's attempt to subdue the furious horntail, Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, Moody and Hagrid hurried over to him. "That was fantastic, Potter," Flitwick cried out, seemingly overjoyed with emotion. "We always knew you were skillful, Potter, but my word. Never have I seen such exemplary prowess. I doubt even the headmaster could have done better, let alone when he was your age." McGonagall added proudly, beaming. It shocked him to see the normally inscrutable woman being so visibly emotional. "You'll need to see Madame Pomfrey before the judges give out the scores, however." "Ye did it, Harry. Ye did it. And, again's the hortail and, all. Ye know, Charlie said that was the words o' 'em all, but didn't. Stop ye, did it." Hagrid said hoarsely. "Thank you," Harry replied happily. "Good show, Potter. Good to see Albus wasn't lying about your skills." Moody growled. "Right then, Potter, first aid tent, please. Dragons." Pomfrey spat in a disgusted tone, pulling Harry over to a free bed. "Any pain or damage?" she asked even as she began scanning him, pausing only briefly over his damaged arm, which had lost its illusion the moment he had worn the cloak. "Cold mostly. Other than that, I'm fine," Harry answered honestly. "Cold, after being bathed in dragon fire?" she asked speculatively. "Well, the way I battled the fire was by rapidly cooling the air around me, so," he explained, omitting the use of the cloak. While it had been allowed by the goblet, the judges could still deem it as cheating if they knew it was the reason for his success. So you experienced a fairly dramatic shift in temperature, hence your apparent cold. She finished, nodding in understanding. Not to worry, we'll fix you right up. After a moment of rummaging around in a large cupboard, she returned with a green-tinted potion. Drink every last drop, then sit and wait for at least 5 minutes. If your cold chill doesn't let up during that time, call for me immediately. With that, she bustled off to deal with Diggory. Lying back and letting out a sigh of relief, Harry noticed a turquoise magical signature sneak into the tent, clearly under the effect of a notice knot. Hello, Daphne. He greeted happily once she drew close enough, earning an annoyed huff from the girl as she dropped the spell. Harry noticed her normally sky-blue eyes were bloodshot, as if she had been crying recently. Considering she was normally very meticulous about her appearance, along with a fairly tight control over her emotions, Harry wondered what had caused her to be so visibly upset. You didn't die then, she stated playfully. I told you I wasn't going to die. Something as simple as a dragon isn't going to change that. Actually, you said there was a good chance you would die. She pointed out shakily. I thought you had died when you just stood there and let yourself get engulfed in fire. Well, as you can see, the fire never even touched me. Trust me, if I hadn't been positive I was going to survive, then I would have gotten out of the way. Besides, I was drawing a small amount of power from the crowd's reaction. I needed to do something dramatic to get enough power to beat the dragon. Harry explained softly, taking her hands in his comfortingly. What? Empathkinesis. You can draw power from emotions? She demanded. Not normally. Today was a special occasion. I certainly can't do it at a whim, besides the power has side effects. Today was basically the perfect opportunity to use it, but most of the time there simply is not enough intense positive emotions nearby to risk it. If you insist, now come on, they're about to give out your scores. Okay. Hey, would you mind carrying this for me? He asked casually, holding out the Dementor cloak. Shrugging, she took the cloak and folded it over one of her arms, seemingly oblivious to its freezing nature. Every judge gives a mark out of 10, but Karkaroff has been fairly biased. Daphne explained as they stood outside the first aid tent. The first to score was Madame Maxime, who gave him a 9. Crouch was next with a 10, who was followed by Dumbledore then Bagman, both of whom also gave a 10. By now, the crowd was roaring appreciatively. Finally Karkaroff raised his wand, before pausing and taking a look at the cheering crowd. It was not just Hogwarts students that were pleased, even the students dressed in Beauxbatons blue and Durmstrang red were cheering his score, along with the numerous visitors. Seemingly also taking that in, Karkaroff sent up a 7, earning him deafening boos from the hyped-up crowd. You won, Harry. Crumbs in second and he only got 40 points. Daphne announced excitedly, even going as far as to hug him for a few seconds. Before Harry could comment, one of the dragon handlers jogged over, his long ginger hair streaming behind him. Hey Harry, I'm Charlie Weasley, I'm told you know my brothers. The man greeted, holding out a calloused hand that Harry shook. You were unbelievable, never seen anyone withstand dragon fire like that. Although, I'd suggest doing something different if you encounter a dragon in the wild, all you managed was getting it angry. Anyway, they told me to tell you you've got to hang around for a few more minutes, Bagman wants word, back in the champion's tent. Inside the tent, Fleur and Crumb seemed unharmed, but Diggory had half his face covered in thick orange burn cream. Well done, all of you. Ludo Bagman said, bouncing into the tent. He explained how the golden egg they had retrieved contained a clue for the second task. All clear. Just one thing, Harry interrupted. Obviously we were only allowed a wand for this task, is that the same for the second task or? An excellent question. Like this task, you may only start with your wand, however there is nothing stopping you from either summoning or creating further magical items once the task has begun. Just keep in mind, the more time spent creating is less time completing the task. With that done, Harry left the tent and met up with Daphne again, along with Ron, Neville and surprisingly Gilderoy Lockhart. Brilliant Harry, you were brilliant. Neville praised excitedly. Yeah mate, you were scarily good. No wonder you always win our duels, EY. Ron added, nudging Harry with his elbow. Indeed, it was the most impressive battle. Lockhart agreed, but it is important you don't waste it. Everyone in the world has tuned in to watch you survive dragon fire and manage to overpower a dragon. Now is your time to address them all, even if it's only a brief statement. Nodding, they all began walking up to the castle, Ron giving a play-by-play of the other champions' attempts. They were interrupted when Rita leapt out from behind a tree. You didn't need to set an ambush, you know, I'm quite happy to give an interview. Harry called out, causing a faint blush to appear on Rita's face. Pretending like she didn't hear him, she strolled up to the group. Congratulations, Harry. I wonder if you could give me a quick word. How you felt facing that dragon. How you feel now about the fairness of the scoring. I can give you a quick word now, but I am quite tired from that performance, so I will have to be quick. If you would like a longer interview, we can talk tomorrow. In short, aside from the fact I was facing a dragon, I had faith in my abilities. As you saw, that faith was not misplaced. As for the scoring, I can't complain. First place is nothing to scoff at after all. Excellent, that will do quite nicely. Rita purred, looking satisfied. They were stopped again when Justin Finch Fletchley ran up to them. Hey, Harry, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry about what happened after you got chosen. We didn't mean for it to come off like we were trying to attack you, we were just so happy that a Ravenclaw had gotten chosen that we overreacted. If you can see it in you to forgive us, then we're probably going to be throwing a party. Harry regarded Justin for a moment. Aside from Hermione, the boy had been his friend for the longest amount of time. But despite this, he had never felt like the two clicked. The whole thing had come to a close when it had taken a while for Harry to even realize Justin believed he had entered his own name. I think I can understand them. I also shouldn't have been so harsh, it's just everyone was simply pressuring me at the wrong time and I snapped. But, I still can't bring myself to forgive them, are you? You can tell them I won't mind if they party, I doubt they'll be the only ones, but I won't be joining them. Harry replied, trying to be as sympathetic as possible. I see. I guess I'll see you around then, Harry. Justin replied sadly, heading back to the dragon enclosure. There was an awkward silence amongst the group after that, until Daphne walked up and bumped him with her shoulder. You'll never abandon one of us like that, will you? She asked softly. Me and Justin's friendship was abandoned years ago, it just took me this long to realize. In the future, me and Justin may become good friends again, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that. So, to answer your question, I will never end our friendships on bad terms. If I had it my way, I'd never lose anyone as a friend, but I refuse to keep people if they don't want to be with me. It was clear that wasn't the answer Daphne wanted, no doubt she wanted him to say they'd be friends forever. But Harry knew that wasn't possible, he couldn't promise something he couldn't guarantee. That didn't mean he couldn't do something to keep their friendship going for as long as possible. Besides, I have no desire to end our friendship anytime soon. He added, drawing a smile from the girl. By the time they reached his room, Ron had left to go spend time with his brother Charlie. Go on then, Harry. What's in the egg? Neville asked, indicating the golden egg Harry had been carrying. Shrugging, Harry opened it up, before instantly closing it the moment when a horrifically loud and screechy wailing filled the room. For a frantic moment, Harry wondered if it had been the cry of a mandrake, before realizing if that had been true, all of them would have died on the spot. What was that? Daphne demanded. Sounds like a mandrake, Lockhart announced, trying to sound wise. I encountered one once, on my way through Australia. That wasn't a mandrake. To start with, adult mandrakes have deeper voices. Also, there are no wild mandrakes in Australia, they don't survive in the extreme climate over there. Neville retorted passionately, before losing his confidence and weakly saying, sounds like somebody being tortured to me, maybe you have to fight off the Cruciatus. Don't be silly, Neville. The tournament can't get away with torturing someone. Obviously that was Murmish. Luna replied, patting Neville's shoulder sympathetically. How do you know Murmish? Daphne asked, amazed. I tried to learn it when we went to the Caribbean and looked for the mermaids. I had been hoping to talk to them when we found them. And did you get to speak to them? Daphne replied sarcastically. Unfortunately not. Firstly, I discovered it is hard to learn Mermish without someone to learn from. Secondly, they were too far down to be able to hear me. Luna, there are no mermaids in the Caribbean. They have been a myth for centuries, yet nobody has seen them. Daphne argued. Actually, they are real. I went with her and saw the mermaids myself, but they have really good camouflage, along with being at practically the bottom of the ocean. Harry replied. Struck speechless, Daphne did not seem inclined to respond. So, what did the egg say? Lockhart asked Luna. Oh, I have no idea. I think that was in British Mermish, I only learned Haitian Mermish. Completely different language. Luna explained, as if it should have been obvious. I'm sure I'll figure it out, besides I've still got 3 months to work it out. With that said, Harry carefully put the egg away, so as to not get distracted. He and his friends enjoyed the rest of the day together, with Lockhart leaving after a while, to go on a tour of America, hoping to drum up publicity for his upcoming book. As dusk settled on the school, Luna yawned and stated, I think I'll go to bed now, see you all in the morning. I can walk you back, if you want. Harry offered. Thank you, Harry, but I wouldn't want you to go out of your way for me like that. Well, I could walk with you. The Ravenclaw common room is roughly en route to the Gryffindor one from here. Neville replied, getting a bright smile from Luna. I would like that very much. Well, good night, you two. Once the two left, Harry turned to Daphne and raised his eyebrows. That was weird. Agreed, I can't help feeling like Luna set that up, but whether that was to leave us alone, or to get herself alone with Neville. Daphne speculated. Although, I did want to talk to you about something. A while ago we talked about me learning the animagus transformation. Oh yes, I am so sorry, that completely slipped my mind. What with the tournament and everything, I forgot to message my friend. But, because I'm a champion, I don't think I'll have time to devote to helping you this year. Harry replied. Well, how much help do you think I need? Surely I could handle most of it by myself, while you are busy with your own stuff. You certainly could, but if you still want to help me with my research into the animagus transformation, that won't work. You see, with your permission, I'd like to learn legilimency so I'll be able to see your thought process as you go through with the self-discovery ritual and transformation. I can't force you to agree, of course, and I'd help you regardless, but you'd want to view my mind as I go through the process. I'd assume I wouldn't even be able to keep you from seeing stuff in my mind, since you'd need to see the whole mind. I know I certainly would in your place, but you said if you do learn the process, you'd possibly be able to improve it. She mused. I'm fairly sure. I'm hoping there's a part of the brain which stores the animal. If I can determine where it is, I can try and view the same spot in another animagus mind. If that works and it is universal, I would be able to make something to overlap that spot, giving the user a choice of animal. Harry explained, having spent several nights thinking about it even before Daphne had suggested herself as a volunteer. Can I get back to you on that? Being able to change into multiple forms is definitely appealing, but I'm not sure I currently trust you to have that type of access. Can you even do legilimency? Currently, no. Harry laughed. But, I'm hoping given my occlumency it won't be hard to learn. When you tried to use legilimency on me, the room I trapped you in was technically localized legilimency. Anyway, you can take as long as you need. If you decide you don't want to be my test subject in this, I'll still help you with the process. For now, I can get you a few books on becoming an animagus. That would be a huge help. Thanks for being so understanding. Anytime. Funnily enough, there was also something I wanted to ask. So, obviously I've noticed your affinity and dependence on ice-based magic, but I wasn't sure why. But then, today I asked you to carry my cloak, remember? Well, despite how rude that was, I was sort of testing you. You see, that cloak came from a Dementor, meaning it has a really intense cold aura. I can't even hold it for long without getting frostbite. You carried it all the way up here without any complaint, with both yourself and your magic being immune to the cloak's effect. Then there's the fact Snape brought you in to help experiment on the Dementor Ash. While I could relate that to both your father's connections and your skill in potions, I'm sure Snape already has similar connections while there are definitely students in older years with more skill than either of us. That suggests to me that there is something else at play. You already know I was already working with Snape to begin with, along with it technically being my ash, but you were new. You also have an affinity for ice magic, immunity to the Dementor's cloak, and were brought in specifically to help work with the Dementor's ash. So what are you saying? Daphne asked guardedly. I'm not saying anything. If I'm right, I'm certainly not going to say anything. But, while I have never met your family, I did a bit of digging myself, and the terms ice magic and greengrass family show up far too often to be coincidence. To me, this indicates whatever magic is at play is genetic. Well, that eliminates a natural affinity on your part. That also removes the possibility of pure talent, potions, or enchantment. It is unlikely to be any creature heritage, seeing as your magical signature is entirely human, which would be impossible given your ice-based talents. Then you have the possibility of it being your family's boon, but if that were true, I'd imagine at least one of your ancestors would have let slip your ice powers. The fact your family clearly keeps it quiet suggests it wouldn't be approved of. As we've already removed the possibility of creature ancestry, that leaves some type of permanent ritual. Again, it must be something the other houses wouldn't approve of, especially in the past. So we can scratch blood rituals, along with sacrificial rituals. While those are banned in modern times, they were quite common in the olden days. So, to the best of my knowledge, that just leaves some kind of shamanic ritual. From there, it could be anything from Phi to divine, but I don't know enough to tell it apart from that. Is this pay back for me figuring out your mithril? Daphne asked wryly, looking more amused than angry. But yes, you are mostly correct. Some time before the Romans invaded Britain, one of my ancestors, Kyrius, decided it was a good idea to summon a Phi and make a deal. The ice fairy would bless our family with its magic. In return, every seventh child would be sacrificed. Apparently, the plan had been to simply not have 7 children, ensuring there was no child to be sacrificed, which seemed to work. But then, after the birth of Keroy's grandchild, the child began to develop an unstoppable blood curse. Am I correct in assuming the grandchild was the 7th Greengrass? Harry asked quietly. You are. Not that we were called Greengrass then. Since then, every 7th Greengrass has been cursed. Most die before they're 20 years old. That's part of the reason why my family had invested so heavily in different areas of magic, such as my father's obsession with healing potions, which he inherited from my grandfather. Where are you in the order? Harry hesitantly asked, dreading the answer. I'm 6th. My sister was the 7th. Daphne answered miserably. Wow. That KS. My condolences for your sister. Harry murmured apologetically. There are no condolences to give, she's not dead and won't be for a very long time. Not if there's anything I have to say about it. Daphne snapped back aggressively. Right, of course, is there anything I can do to help? No. My family's been looking for 2 millennia. You'd need to be nothing short of Merlin to fix her weight. Do you think your mithril would work? She demanded, cutting herself off mid-sentence. I honestly don't know. I'm not sure how my mithril reacts to Phi magic, but if I could have a look, I'd have a better chance of saying. Just don't get your hopes up too much. I have no idea if I'll even be able to see anything. Right, Astoria, sit here and stay still for a while. Daphne demanded a week later, placing her sister in a specially chosen chair in Harry's workshop. For the event, he had temporarily changed the room so that there appeared to be an ordinary classroom instead of the normal broom closet, preventing Astoria Greengrass from discovering his actual room. Will you tell me what's going on now? Astoria demanded crossly, glaring at first her sister then at Harry. I will when it's over. Just for now, all you need to know is Harry's going to be looking at you for a while. But don't worry, you'll be fine. Daphne reassured her. So, one last time, Potter, run me through what you will be doing. Snape instructed from under their privacy bubble. As both girls' head of house, along with being extremely knowledgeable in curses, Harry had convinced Daphne to bring the man in, so long as he swore to keep it quiet unless someone's life was in danger. I will be using my mage sight to inspect first her magic then her body, in the hope I can discover what exactly her curse is. I will not be trying to mess with it, or even attempt to remove it until I have been cleared by both yourself, her father, and Madame Pomfrey. Harry intoned for the fourth time, getting an approving nod from the man. Good. Then you have my permission to begin. Just remember, most professional curses have anti-tampering spells that will kill the host if it feels it is being attacked. This is not a game of Operation, where you can start over if you get it wrong. Snape replied. Nodding, Harry lowered the privacy bubble and approached the two Greengrass sisters. Hello, Astoria. If you didn't already know, I'm Harry Potter. I just need you to stay as still as possible for a few minutes while I check something over. Pulling his own chair over, Harry positioned himself so that he was at eye level, then let himself fall out of his body and float above the mithril. It was normally impossible for his being to exist outside of either his body or mithril, but within his workshop there was enough passive magic he was able to maintain a spirit form. This gave him the benefit of complete control over his sight, since he had no eyes to see for him. Shutting off his standard vision, he let his mage sight dominate his vision. With a huge force of mind, he then began systematically shutting off different signatures. It was incredibly difficult to keep each signature muted, so that it became invisible to him, but once he had gotten it under control, his mithrilium kept them hidden. Now, with his own green, Daphne's turquoise, and Snape's dark blue hidden, all he could see was Astoria's azure signature. To start with, he then temporarily hid Astoria's magic from his sight, leaving him entirely blind. With that plan of revealing the curse foiled, he let her magic back into sight and carefully examined her magic. After the initial investigation revealed nothing extraordinary, Harry began to meticulously examine her signature's symbols. As he had feared, the answer was similar to Filch's prior squib issues, in that the symbols that made up the human form had been tampered with. With Astoria, this change was around her heart, which added an additional ring that were superimposed over the prior symbols. Making out the original ring was impossible, simply due to how beyond him they were. He could identify enough to say they had something to do with the witch's magic, but that was as far as he could go. The second ring was far simpler, with several symbols Harry recognized as ice runes. Then there was a rune for sacrifice, linked with several symbols he was incapable of comprehending. With the target found, Harry forced himself back into his body, while lifting the block on his magizite. Well, I've succeeded, Harry announced as he tried to regain his vision. The problem with removing his spirit from his body for extended periods was that it took a while to readjust when he returned to his body. Can you cure her? Daphne murmured. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at your magic too, just to ensure I have the right thing. Anything. Daphne announced solemnly, kicking Astoria out of the chair and taking it herself. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Potter. You've never tried to do this so long, especially twice. Snape warned. I'll be fine, it will only take a moment. Harry replied, already falling back into a relaxed state. Now that he knew where to look, it took a fraction of the time, identifying the exact same ring around Daphne's heart. The only difference was that while there had been emphasis on Astoria's sacrifice symbol, Daphne's symbol was more subdued. Returning to his body, Harry nodded once at Daphne. I think the way to cure Astoria is to remove her 5 boon. If she doesn't get the ice magic, she shouldn't get the sacrifice. But, the most pressing matter is I'm not sure if that will remove the family sacrifice. For all I know, the boon is powered by the sacrifice, so it may demand another in her place. The second problem is I am fairly confident that even if it doesn't require a new sacrifice, Astoria will never get the boon back. That will also extend to her children and future descendants. They would never get the curse, but they also wouldn't get the boon. That's fine. I'm pants at the ice magic stuff anyway, so I am not losing anything of note. Not that the ice magic is worth my life anyway. Astoria chimed in. Excellent. I'd suggest you two begin to write a letter to your father. I will also be sending him a missive, since as a Greengrass problem, this is clearly something we must bring Lord Greengrass into the fold. For now, I would suggest putting this matter out of mind. Unless your life is in immediate danger, Mr. Potter does not currently have the legal right to attempt to solve your blood curse. As such, you will not bug him about your curse. Harry stared at the golden egg sullenly. A while ago he had placed it under a silencing charm and opened it, then sat and waited. After around half an hour he had thought he could identify distinct pauses within the screeching. An hour after that, he was recognizing repeating sounds, such as a particularly high note with a deeper note a few seconds later. By the time his friends walked in, Harry's vision was filled with the strange glow on the inside of the egg. He also felt like he could recount the noise entirely from memory. "Hey Harry, what's up?" Ron asked as he settled himself down, only to be completely ignored. "Harry," Neville tried, frowning at him in concern. Cautiously, Daphne poked Harry in the shoulder, which jerked him to awareness and caused him to launch himself out his chair and onto the floor. "What's going on?" Harry asked in confusion, looking around and seeing everyone staring at him. "How long have you been looking at that egg?" Daphne demanded, closing it with a tap of her wand. "Only since 1. Harry replied defensively. "It's 3:30 Harry," Ron commented. "Huh, it doesn't feel that long. So I guess you're all here now for the defense club thing." "Well, we were, until we walked in and saw you staring at the egg like a zombie. If you can't even defend yourself against a shiny egg, I think we'd do better without your tutoring," Draco said jokingly. "As that's so, I guess that means you'll be able to beat me in a duel then," Harry returned with good humor. Well, a good Slytherin knows there's always more to learn," Draco announced, holding up his hands in surrender. "Brave. Anyway, it's probably best we do another group duel anyway, to see where you've all improved and where you still need improvement." A week later, after a double period of divination, Daphne beckoned him over as they were packing away their star charts. "Do you have time to talk?" she asked once he had neared them. "Sure. I've got plenty of time. What's up?" "I'll tell you in a moment. I'll see you in the common room later, Tracy, okay?" Daphne said, turning to her friend. "Sure. Whatever. It's not like I ever want to be involved," Tracy muttered sullenly as she left. Sighing, Daphne nodded towards the open trapdoor and led the way out of the divination tower, then along the corridor instead of down the staircase with everyone else. Only then did she break the silence that had hung between them. "Sorry about her. She doesn't like how I stopped spending so much time with her. Back when she was my only friend, we'd be with each other practically the entire day, but after I started hanging around you and your friends, she's been feeling left out. Of course, she doesn't want to hang out with us either, so I'm a bit fed up with trying to help her. Anyway, my dad's going to be here sometime over the weekend. When he arrives, he'll listen to what you learned about my sister and make a decision. It's imperative that you don't upset him or mess up. Of course, although I doubt Snape would let your father leave without knowing the entire story anyway. Anything I should know about him. He's smart, like really deceptively intelligent. He's really good at acting disinterested and dismissive, but then he'll ask a question and make it obvious he's not only understood every word, he's also come up with ideas of his own. So don't dumb anything down, or get upset if it seems like he isn't paying attention. He is also really protective of us, so be careful about how you phrase anything that might be risky. Smart and protective. Got it. I'm sure it will go fine. So, assuming that's out of the way, do you want to know how I always get to Snape's tutoring before you? What? By throwing yourself out of the top floor window. I've known about that for ages, it's been a rumor since the first time you did it. Daphne replied. Oh, well, want to jump out of the window with me? Otherwise you'll be late to Snape's office. Looking at her watch, she winced when she saw the time. I don't really have a choice, do I? She muttered. Opening a nearby window and stepping out onto the parapet, he held out his hand to her. Don't worry, it's mostly safe. I haven't died yet. That's reassuring, given you've stood in dragon fire and beat a Dementor in one-on-one combat. I'm fairly sure you're made of stronger stuff than any of us puny mortals. She joked as she took his hand and joined him on the ledge. Technically you could do both of those things, Harry returned, although, I will admit, my magic does give me a better chance of surviving such a fall. With that, he wrapped them both in a feather-light charm, before stepping closer to the girl. Unless you want to try your luck by yourself, you're going to have to put your arms around me for the fall down. he explained, to which she rolled her eyes before standing on tiptoe and throwing her arms around his neck. Going down, he announced before casting a quick sticking charm to ensure she couldn't let go and launching himself off the parapet. Reaching out with his aerokinesis, he formed a now familiar shield of air around them, while simultaneously forming a complex structure of air above them. After numerous weeks of using his aerokinesis to jump off the roof, along with the fairly rigorous exercise Nicholas had put him through prior to the first task, his aerokinesis had grown considerably. It was hard to say if it had reached his previous capability or surpassed it, since he had never tried to use his power in this way before. The result was that when they passed the second-floor windows, he unfurled the structure to create an air-based parachute, which killed the majority of their remaining momentum. All he then needed to do was cast a slow-falling charm, which ensured their feet barely touched the ground. How was that? He asked giddily, releasing the magic and letting them both break apart. From behind her now completely ruffled hair, he could just make out Daphne glaring at him. Never again, she announced as she began sweeping her long owned hair back to its usual position. I would much rather take the stairs. Unfortunate, at least you've now tried it. Now, I believe Snape awaits, time to find out if the Dementor's ash will improve the pepper-up potion. On the day of Lord Greengrass' arrival, Snape led Harry to the Hogwarts visitors' chamber. It was easily the poshest room in the school, with walls covered in dark purple tapestries with the Hogwarts emblem impossible to miss. There they waited until Dumbledore entered, followed by Lord Greengrass. Lord Greengrass, a pleasure to meet you, Harry announced cordially. Mr. Potter, the pleasure is all mine. When my daughters said you believed you held a cure to my family's curse, how could I not see for myself? The man replied, holding out his hand for a firm handshake. To Harry, the man felt like he was trying to exude power. No doubt most people would have been intimidated by the man, but when it came to magical power, the man was insignificant compared to the people Harry regularly met with. Well then, tell me how you plan to save my daughter, he ordered, taking a seat at the conference table. First, sir, I will have to insist on a mutual secrecy oath. This would ensure I could not talk to other people about anything pertaining to your family's curse or secrets, while also ensuring you cannot tell anyone that it was me or what I did. It will of course allow us to talk about our own sides, so you are allowed to talk about your curse and I am allowed to talk about how I did it, so that we are both protecting our interests. I applaud your desire to keep your interests private, while ensuring the oath is mutual, but are you sure such an oath is necessary? Lord Greengrass questioned. For my own part, my interests are definitely worth protecting. Already there is a list of people who would want to see me dead simply because I am the boy who lived. I don't need to add to that list by breaking a millennium-old blood curse. Good to know you are as wise as my daughter mentioned. Very well, I will submit to your oath. I trust that everyone present will also be tied to it, he asked, looking at the two professors. We will, although I have business to attend to once my oath is sworn. I trust you will have no issue with me viewing a memory of the discussion once it has been concluded. Dumbledore stated. So long as you are bound to the oath, I have no issue against it. Very well, let us get on with it. With the oath quickly sworn and after Dumbledore vacated the room, Harry began. Sir, I hope you don't mind answering a few questions before I begin, as they will help with my diagnosis. At the man's nod, Harry began listing his questions. First, how does the curse spread? Daphne mentioned it was every seventh Greengrass, but I'd have thought after so many generations the family tree would be so wide it would be impossible to track the seventh child. Nodding, Lord Greengrass explained. In short, the curse follows the lordship. As such, the seventh child will have some relation to the lord, being sibling, descendant, niece, nephew, aunt or uncle. Before my Astoria was marked, my brothers were unwilling to have an heir, since that heir would have been in line for the curse. However, my cousins had no such worry, as with me taking the lordship from our grandfather they were unable to receive the curse. To answer what I suspect is your next question, the curse isn't entirely hereditary. When my grandfather was the lord, his younger brother was marked, who then died without any children. Okay, that should help a lot. My main worry is that by removing the curse from Astoria, the curse may pick a new family member. I would say the chance of that happening is unlikely. With the curse, we only know for sure it has chosen a victim when their magic is marked, often around their 5th birthday. This is no doubt because that age is the point where we know if the child is going to be a squib or wizard. There have been a few times when the 7th child has coincidentally been a squib, where the curse has spread to what would have been the 8th child. Likewise, if the child dies before their 5th birthday, then the curse will move onwards. But, if the child dies after being marked, in events unrelated to the curse, then the curse simply does not strike until the next 7th child. Similarly, there was a single instance when the marked greengrass lost their magic. Without their magic, they no longer had the curse, however nobody else was marked until the next 7th. That suggests it would indeed be safe to remove the curse. Very well. If you want, I will talk you through first how I can identify the curse, then how I theorize the removal. Harry said, getting a firm nod from the man. Well, to start with, I have an exceptionally powerful form of mage sight, which I've had since I was a child. With sufficient concentration, I can use that mage sight along with another ability to extend my consciousness outside my body. I was then able to hide all other magical signatures from my sight, so that I was blind except for Astoria's magic. After that, I was able to inspect her magic far closer than what would otherwise be possible. During that inspection, I discovered the Phi magic around her heart, specifically the part that would sacrifice her life. Harry explained, passing over a parchment with symbols on it. Under my sight, a magical signature appears as both a unique color and symbols. For the most part, the symbols are near incomprehensible, possibly due to them being a pure representation of magic, which is far outside my ability to understand. But, every so often you get symbols that resemble runes. On that parchment is as many of the symbols as I could draw, although the incomprehensible ones I was physically unable to draw. Perhaps you may be able to understand more of the runes than I could. I can certainly understand what you mean by them being runes. There are several I can understand from numerous languages, such as the sacrificial rune you identified. It is quite remarkable. You should be able to see the ice runes. It is my belief that both the ice powers and curse are bound together, so by removing one you remove the other. With that in mind, I would use my magic to remove the Phi magic from Astoria's magic, removing the curse and her ice aptitude. My problem comes in how the sacrifice is used. Initially I believed the curse uses the sacrifice to power the Phi magic, but after you said that those marked with the curse have died without being sacrificed, I am less sure. I assume the family kept the ice boon even without the marked being sacrificed. You assume correctly. To the best of my knowledge, there has never been a time when the Greengrass main line hasn't had our ice prowess ever since the Phi deal. What you would be unable to discover, being from outside the family, is that the Phi magic is powered directly from our family magic. Lord Greengrass explained. That is excellent then. The second problem is removing the Phi magic. Normally, I'd say it would be no problem, however the Goblet of Fire has severely weakened my ability to do so. You may be familiar with goblin metal. Well, I can do something similar called mithril, which allows me to do a great many things. With my full powers I'd be able to use that power to slip the magic out of Astoria. But, due to me being chosen as a champion, the goblet prevents me from summoning the mithril. I could try and remove the magic using my own magic, along with what tools I have already made, but it would have its risks. I take it the alternative is waiting until the Triwizard tournament is concluded, assuming you regain your ability then. Greengrass asked. Yes, sir, but there is a risk I will die in this tournament. If that does happen, then obviously I will be unable to lift the curse. It is your choice. I certainly won't be trying to die, but it is a risk. Daphne seems convinced nothing can kill you. Given she is normally one to play down other people's achievements, I think I will trust in your ability to survive. I propose a deal. You survive through this tournament, then you come round the family manor over the summer and heal Astoria of her curse. Should you be successful, then you may ask for any favor from the Greengrass family. Before you all pack up and leave, I have an important announcement. Flitwick announced after their charms lesson. This year on Christmas Day, a traditional Yule Ball will be held for 4th years and above, although younger students may attend as the partner of an older student. The ball is an opportunity to socialize with our foreign guests, along with being a chance to revel in the Christmas spirit. Dress robes will be compulsory to all students wishing to attend, although in tomorrow's class 1 will be teaching you all a charm to turn standard robes into basic dress robes. While the ball is a chance to relax and have fun, the standards of behavior we expect for you all will still be enforced. I will be most disappointed if anyone from my house decides to embarrass the school in any way. With that, the bell rang and everyone hurried to pack away their bags and leave. Over the noise, Flitwick called for Harry to remain behind. You should know, Harry, that the champions and their partners open the ball. As such, while I am loath to say it, it is important that both yourself and your partner are dressed appropriately and are capable of dancing with some proficiency. While charmed robes are forgivable for the average student, the champions will be held to a higher standard. Most importantly to you, that means your favored trench coat will need to be left behind. Now, any questions? Yes, sir. Am I allowed to take another champion as my partner? Ah, Ms. Delacour, your friend in Beauxbatons, correct. Unfortunately, the rules clearly state the partners cannot be champions themselves, but that doesn't mean you cannot dance with Ms. Delacour after the ball has been opened. Nodding, Harry made his way out of the classroom, slowly making his way back to his workshop. He was then interrupted when a Hogwarts elf appeared in front of him. Master Harry Potter, sir, the risen elf wishes to speak to you, but cannot enter the grounds of Hogwarts. The risen elf wonders if you would meet him outside the grounds. The elf squeaked, startling Harry. Who's the risen elf? Harry asked, bewildered. You might know him as Dobby, sir. Of course I'll meet him. Did he specify where outside the grounds? Deaky can take Master Harry Potter, sir, to the risen elf. The elf replied, reaching out and grabbing Harry's hand. Before Harry could reply, he found himself spun into the elf apparition and deposited into a forest. While it felt like a magical forest, it lacked both the age and darkness of the Forbidden Forest. This was further supported by the soft green and gold light falling through the leaves, making the area far brighter than the Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter has come, Dobby announced excitedly, standing up from where he was caring for a house elf. The house elf was lying beside an unnatural pink campfire, which didn't seem to burn the surrounding trees or give off smoke. Beyond the campfire was a mid-sized tree that looked like it was only a few years old, with a bright golden bark and bright green leaves. He could feel a type of magical energy emanating from the tree, providing a sense of warmth and shelter. Harry had no doubt it was that tree which made the entire clearing feel like it was the middle of summer. As for Dobby, the elf hadn't changed much since they had last met. He was even wearing the exact same green long coat. The only big difference was the elf's curly orange horns, which now formed an open ring around his ears. They were much thicker around their base on his forehead, tapering off once they emerged from behind his ears. What is this place, Dobby? He asked in amazement. This is Dobby's Valley. Dobby has been working on it for nearly a year now. Dobby replied excitedly, before leaning in and whispering. Most of that was spent growing and tending to Zalvadora's tree. Zalvadora, is that the name of your dryad? Harry cautiously asked. Eyes going wide, Dobby nodded enthusiastically, causing his bat-like ears to bounce around. Harry Potter is wise indeed. It is, sir. She helped Dobby learn how to use his magic, so Dobby helped her grow a new tree. But she is still weak, so Harry Potter cannot see her now. If the amount of magic being given off by the tree was done while weak, Harry wondered just how strong the dryad would be when at full power. Already a large dome-like protection was discernible, greatly resembling wizard wards. That's a shame, but I was told you wanted to speak to me. Indeed I do, Harry Potter. It is Winky, sir. She is dying and Dobby cannot save her. He has tried everything he knows, but nothing worked. So now he has come to Harry Potter to request he save her like he saved Dobby. How exactly is she dying? She was freed, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby has found he can give her some assistance, by giving her some of his own magic, but it is not enough. Dobby's dryad says she would be able to help Winky, but she is both weakened and unsure of how. Sighing, Harry went over to Winky the house elf and crouched down next to her. Looking at her magic, he could make out the faint link where she had previously been owned. Unlike when Dobby lost his family magic, Winky's link was neatly cut, while Dobby's had been torn apart. I'm really sorry, Dobby, but I can't help her like I helped you. The goblet of fire stops me from forming mithril, so I have nothing to feed her magic. Harry said apologetically. Even as he spoke, Harry summoned a rock to him, before carving several runes into it. What I can do is make a runestone so that she can absorb the magic around her, but it would be tuned to this clearing's magic. Until I can fully help her, she will be stuck here, but she will be alive. It was fortunate they had covered how to tap into atmospheric magic within his runes class. All the rune scheme would do is draw from atmospheric magic and pass it into whoever held the stone. When compared to his mithril, the amount of magic it would transfer was simply pathetic, being limited to the physical size of the stone. But, it would hopefully provide enough for Winky to live. To finish the runestone, Harry very carefully picked up Winky's surprisingly cold hand and gave it a little shake. Winky, can you hear me? I'm here to help you, but I need you to give up a little blood. Groggily, the elf weakly lifted her finger as a small cut tore the flesh open, letting blood ebb from the wound. Carefully catching the blood on the runestone, making the runes briefly glow with Winky's saffron yellow signature. Gently resting the stone in her hand, the effect was almost immediate. As a golden green magic enveloped Winky's previously exposed saffron magic, the elf's skin grew warm to the touch. Meanwhile, her eyes went from glassy and dull to bright and alert, while her ears jumped from a dropped position to sticking straight upwards. As Dobby rushed to tend to Winky, Harry said, "If you ever need to heal more elves like this, you can call for me, but if you are capable of replicating that stone, then you shouldn't need me. Just be careful. Those particular type of runes are extremely dangerous, as in destroying the entire forest levels of dangerous." Dobby understands. Dobby's dryad Zalvadora was very firm when teaching Dobby how to make his own charms. Dobby knows not to destroy the forest. The elf agreed solemnly. Good. Well, now that's out of the way, why did they call you the Risen Elf, Dobby? Whatever Harry had expected, it wasn't for Dobby to start looking shyly at the ground while digging his toe into the ground. Dobby has been contacting other elves who are also considering freedom, but as Dobby's body changed, the manners stopped recognizing Dobby as a house elf. Makes it harder to keep contact, as it is much harder for a house elf to leave their home to talk instead of Dobby sneaking in to talk. But upon learning of why Dobby couldn't enter, house elves started considering Dobby as not a house elf. But Dobby couldn't not be a house elf, since Dobby has only ever been called a house elf. So Wiggly says to Dobby, "Dobby has clearly risen from the likes of us house elves." Then Pokey says, "Dobby is risen indeed, Dobby is a risen elf. And so Dobby was named. Sounds similar to how I got my title as the boy who lived." Harry mused, although he thought that judging from Dobby's reaction, the elf didn't mind his own title. "Listen, Dobby, I'd love to catch up, but I've got to get back to school before they miss me." "Of course, Harry Potter." Dobby will call for a house elf to return himself immediately. Dobby replied, frowning slightly. Immediately, a new Hogwarts house elf appeared, despite Harry sensing no magical summoning. Before Harry could comment on just how Dobby had called the elf, Harry found himself back in Hogwarts. With the announcement of the Yule Ball, half the school went completely mad, specifically the female half. It seemed like everything the girls were talking about was the ball, what they were going to wear, who was going with who, even laughing as boys passed them. Already both a second-year Gryffindor girl and a fifth-year Slytherin had individually approached him to go to the ball. Despite his initial panic, he had tried to turn them down gently. From the way the Gryffindor had run away crying, he suspected he was not entirely successful. "Hey Luna, would you mind going to this ball with me?" As friends, of course. Harry eventually asked when they were safely within his workshop. "I would love to, Harry, but you are meant to be going with someone else." Luna replied softly. "I suspect Vincent will be asking me to go with him in 2 weeks' time, not as friends, which I will certainly not be saying no to. However, if by then you still do not have a date, then I will go with you." "Who am I meant to be going with then?" Harry asked in confusion. "Come now, Harry, how many girls do you spend time with?" Luna replied with some amusement. Well, I'm not allowed to take Fleur, and I'm certainly not taking my teacher. Other than those two, there's just you and, oh, Daphne. But would she want to go with me? Find out. Luna replied, grinning as she went back to her secret painting. With a yell, Daphne fired several ice spears towards him, which Harry swept up with a gust of air summoned with a simple gesture. Retaliating with a fork of lightning, Daphne was forced to stomp and summon a wall of sandstone. Upon contact with the lightning, the wall exploded, but the electricity was stopped. Behind the resulting dust, Daphne summoned a large wall of ice, which absorbed Harry's spells. After so many months of dueling, she had begun to predict his moves. Before he could respond, she called to her magic within the ice and forced it to melt. Even as the water formed, she kept it as a wall, using her limited water control to bend it to her will. Her ice control would always be stronger, but Harry had made a good point about needing more than just ice magic. With a great heave, she pushed the water towards Harry, clearing away the dust in the same move. Shocked at the appearance of such an unexpected body of water, Harry threw up a physical shield, holding back the water. Instantly he realized his mistake, knowing he should have vanished the water instead, as the weight pushed down upon him. The weight stopped being an issue when his shield unexpectedly broke around another ice spear. It was fortunate the tip of the spear had shattered the tip, as it smashed into his chest and flung him out of the dueling ring. Wheezing, he rubbed his chest, feeling a bruise form. Bemused, he watched as several spells splashed against the ring's barrier. What are you doing out there? Daphne demanded the moment it became clear he wasn't in the ring. Your spear knocked me out of the ring. Harry explained. Right, what's wrong with you? You've been acting weird all day, now a simple ice spear is enough to defeat you. She asked in concern. Is it too much to believe you simply won? Against you? Definitely. I know I've grown stronger, but you've held back dragon fire, some water in my ice shouldn't be a problem for you. Also, that doesn't explain why you've been so weird before you lost, even Professor Babbling looked worried for you. So tell me, what's up with you? I was wondering if you would go to the ball with me. Harry asked awkwardly as he stood up. Oh, wow, all that time thinking about it only to just blurt it out. She teased gently. You know, if you are going to ask me to go to the ball with you, at least bring flowers. Grinning sheepishly, Harry used his gauntlet ring to conjure a bunch of flowers, which he then transmuted to never decay. Revealing them in his hand, he properly asked, Daphne, would you go to the Yule Ball with me? I'd be delighted. She replied happily, taking the flowers and eyeing them speculatively. Not that my dad would have let me turn you down anyway. She murmured to herself. What do you mean your dad wouldn't let you? Why would he care? What? Oh, well, you've said you're going to help my sister, so my dad would want to keep you as happy as possible. She explained. But we don't even know if I can save her. He protested. Even though he believed he could, he felt he needed to protest for the principle of the matter. Harry, even if you can't, you were still a massive help. You've given my father the exact magic for how my family's been cursed for so long. Even Merlin said he couldn't say how my family is cursed. That alone is more than 1,000 years of research has given us. Stunned, Harry didn't know what to say as Daphne returned to her flowers. Daphne's, really? If I had been named Ruby, would you have given me rubies instead? A disguised Harry and Nicholas made their way down Diagon Alley, blending in with the crowd perfectly. They had both chosen appearances that look related, hoping to go for a father and son relation. It was fairly surreal to walk down the alley, given the large number of banners with his own confident smiling face, staring down at himself. Each of the banners had some sort of supportive phrase, or otherwise encouraging others to support the champion who lived. A few apartments were flying Cedric Diggory banners, with perhaps an equal amount supporting Victor Crumb. Sadly, Harry couldn't see any banners for Fleur, although the occasional shop front had her poster up. Harry recognized his image from moments after he had burst out of the dragon flame, such that the flames would occasionally flicker in the background of his posters. Similar posters had popped up in Hogsmeade, although nowhere near to the same extent. Everyone's gone mad over this tournament. Nicholas muttered to Harry. It's the same pretty much everywhere, but not everyone is being as friendly as over here. In Spain, their oars had to break up a street fight over people supporting you over Fleur. Why do they care so much? I suspect they don't. Not really. The tournament is, of course, a chance to compete, which bleeds into misplaced nationalistic pride. But mainly, I believe people are just using the tournament as an excuse. For the most part, people are letting themselves be distracted by first the World Cup and now this, allowing them to ignore how the galleon is deflating its value and rising unemployment. But the worse things get in the real world, the more people are devoting to the tournament. Of course, as both tension and tempers rise, they aren't allowed to show their anger. Instead, they unknowingly use it to fuel their belief in the champions, which can get violent if exposed to someone in a similar situation with opposite beliefs. Nicholas explained. I didn't know things were so bad. Harry replied quietly, shocked at what he was hearing. It probably isn't. Nicholas admitted, or at least, not for everyone. For the vast majority, they haven't noticed a change, but there is enough discontent for it to be a trend instead of simple anomalies. Of course, it doesn't help that you were already a widely known figure, who was then quite outspoken about how your ministry failed you. To some people, they instantly take that as a sign they were right. After all, if the slayer of a dark lord can be abused by his ministry, why would a nameless worker be spared the same fate? Then that cascades into the French and Norwegian ministries, who were very publicly siding with their British counterpart up until your interview came out. But I didn't mean for that to happen. I just didn't want Rita to put me in a bad light. That's exactly what Lockhart told me to do. Harry protested anxiously. I know, Harry. Trust me, I know. In all likelihood, this would have happened without you, it's just you were unfortunate enough to be picked as the people's person. This has been brewing ever since the war first ended. The media has been circling the various ministries for a while now, looking for any open wounds. It's just you representing the perfect spearhead, a weapon the papers could abuse to hurt the ministry, all to sell more papers. You have to realize, the pureblood lords hold significant sway over the British ministry, even after many were exposed as Death Eaters. But even completely combined, the pureblood lords make up less than a fourth of the British population, yet they are the only ones publicly profiting. But enough politics, we must get you some fashionable dress robes. Nicholas announced as they stopped in front of Twilfit and Tattings. Back in the summer, when he had seen the requirement for dress robes in the school list, Dumbledore had assured him a charm to disguise his trench coat would suffice. Unfortunately, while it would have been fine for a common guest, as a guest of honor, it was considered unacceptable. Not only would it apparently make him look lazy, which by extension would make Daphne look bad for being his date, but it would also insult the organizers. By not taking the effort to dress appropriately, he would be silently conveying that he did not see the ball as something worth dressing up for. To Harry, he couldn't see the difference between transmuting a napkin into dress robes, or going to the shop and buying the exact same dress robes for a significant sum of money, but then he wasn't the one organizing the ball. Opening the door, a short violin tune played, seemingly coming out of the bouncing bell. The tune wouldn't be out of place at a ball, but within the otherwise nondescript shop it felt quite presumptuous to Harry. Nevertheless, a finely dressed man hurried in from a back room, smiling politely. Good morning, gentlemen. I am Andrew Tattings of Twilfit and Tattings. How may we help you today? Good morning. We are looking for a full set of dress robes for my son here. Nicholas replied charmingly. You have certainly come to the right place. May I ask what the occasion is? The man simpered. The Triwizard Tournament Yuletide Ball. Magnificent. That will certainly be the place to be this year. Budget. 500 galleons budget, which we shall be expecting to see that reflected in the work. Nicholas stated, making Harry fight the need to roll his eyes. Yet another thing he didn't understand, spending half the prize money on some robes for one event. Of course, sirs, of course. At Twilfit and Tattings we always strive to give our customers the best possible attire. I will of course need to take measurements. What followed was several long minutes as tape measures flew around Harry, while Nicholas and the storekeeper talked business. After almost an hour, Harry was allowed to leave. I thought we might stop for some ice cream before returning to Hogwarts, my treat. Nicholas asked, Not that Harry was planning on turning down free ice cream. I was wondering how you were progressing with that egg. You haven't asked for my help, so I'm assuming you've got it handled. Nicholas asked leadingly once they had sat down, causing Harry to shift awkwardly. Well, I've identified it's saying something in Murmish. Oh, what does it say? I don't know, I haven't yet deciphered it. Harry muttered guiltily. Do not take me for a fool, Harry. All you'd need to do is drop it in water. Don't pretend like such a leap in logic is beyond you. Nicholas chastised him. Yeah, I know. It just feels like if I don't know what's going to happen, then I don't have to think about it. I can just pretend I'm not in the tournament. Ah, well, can I just say that running from your problems will never work? I can understand not wanting to think about it, but if it would be far better to solve it now, then put it out of mind. If you solve it soon, then you won't have to think about it until February, but you don't want to solve it in February and discover you need another month to prepare. Harry nodded, understanding the logic in the man's words. I will also add that I am here entirely to help you, so I ask you don't waste either of our time by procrastinating. Now, anything else you want to do before we return to Hogwarts? Nicholas watched with pride as his apprentice summoned a ball of water, then took control of it, all within the same movement. In a great show of control, Harry then picked up his golden egg with the water and held it in the air, then used the water to open the latch. Instead of screeching, the egg began emitting a song. Together, they listened to it looping several times before Harry eventually closed it again and vanished the water. They're going to take something that belongs to me? Harry asked angrily. Perhaps, but let us go through the clue before jumping to conclusions. Try and talk me through it. Well, come seek us where our voices sound, obviously means I need to go underwater, which I assume means the Black Lake has merpeople. We've taken what you'll sorely miss, they are going to steal something from me, probably hidden it with them. An hour long you'll have to look, the time limit of the task. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. If I don't finish the task in time, I'll never get my things back. And what do you believe is the thing they would take? Nicholas asked. Well, my gauntlet is extremely important to me, but good luck to them if they want to take it. Likewise, my cloak is easily something I could never replace. Other than that, pretty much everything I have could be replaced, especially anything mithril. I would propose that not all of your competitors would have the same attachment to objects. I would suggest there is only one thing all the champions would be determined to save: hostages. So, if I don't save them within an hour, they will die. Harry demanded. It's possible, but at the very least I fail to see Albus allowing that to happen. I'd say the Ministry would also prevent it, considering having a non-contestant die in a task would be extremely bad for their image. Regardless, we will ensure you can save them within the hour, so we don't have to find out. Right, you lot. In the hall. Moody barked, opening the doors into the Great Hall. Harry had been surprised when Moody had told them where their next lesson would be at the end of their last lesson. He was even more surprised to see the Slytherins joining them. Inside the hall, a raised purple dueling stage dominated the middle of the hall. After taking the register, Moody looked over the group. Get your wands, then put your stuff over there. You're here for the next 2 periods, so get comfy. Nice and simple lesson today, we'll be dueling. Basic rules: 2 people go up to duel, winner stays on. When we reach Zabini, we'll loop back to the start, until everyone has gone 3 times. The 3 students with the most wins don't have to do homework. As most of the students rushed over to drop off their stuff, Harry took the time to surreptitiously remove all of his mithril, placing them in his pockets. Once everyone was ready, Moody barked out, Boot, Brocklehurst, you're up first. You'll go easy on me, right? Daphne muttered from his side. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're healthy enough to attend the Yule Ball. Harry jokingly replied, which strangely did not seem to reassure her. On stage, Boot won after hitting Brocklehurst with an Expelliarmus. Bulstrode was next, who seemed unaffected by Boot's Expelliarmus. Boot was so surprised he didn't even move when Millicent's Stupefy shot towards him. Corner also lost against Bulstrode, but Stephen Cornfoot was able to stop her with an Incarcerous spell. Then it was Crabbe's turn. In a shocking twist to everyone outside of Harry's group, Crabbe easily defeated Cornfoot, Davis, Entwistle, Justin Finch Fletchley and Goldstein. By the time Goyle took to the stage to face his ex-friend, the students were getting excited. Of course, it was no battle. Goyle fired one sluggish blasting curse, which Crabbe easily deflected before returning a disarming spell. Greengrass, you're up. Let's see if you can beat Crabbe's streak. Despite how much Vincent had improved since getting Harry's help, Daphne had also improved, while already starting from a skilled witch. Daphne blocked both Crabbe's blasting and disarming with an ice shield, which easily absorbed the attacks. Twirling her wand, blunt spikes burst from the shield, flying towards Crabbe. He replied with a barely contained burst of flame, which did stop the spikes. The fire did absolutely nothing to stop her stupefy, which struck him right in the chest. Dazed, Vincent stumbled into Daphne's Petrificus Totalis, which did finally remove him from the competition. Both Sue Lee and Morag McDougal were easily beaten, while Draco simply let himself get hit. Not put up a fair defense, but was unable to get close to touching her. Then Parkinson and Pottle were both easily defeated. Finally, Potter, show them how it's done. Sighing, Daphne held her wand up as they bowed, before instantly starting into a blistering assault. Given how relaxed she had been in her previous duels, Harry suspected she had been conserving her magic. Harry's dull blue shield stopped all of her spells, while he physically dodged the spikes and blades. Her final move was a rush of water, which began swirling around him in a whirlpool. Grinning, he dropped the blue shield and with two anti-clockwise twirls and a thrust towards the floor, a green shield formed a column around him. When he had used it before his third year, the shield had been opaque. After almost 2 years of practice, the shield was barely visible. With a snap of her wand, the water rose around Harry and bashed against his shield, only to be brushed off without issue. The water drew back slightly, only to grow icy spikes as it once again crashed against his shield. Unnoticed, Harry sent 3 disarming spells towards her. Each spell flew as fast as he was possible, making them near impossible to dodge. With a swish of her wand, her shield blocked 2 of the spells and took the final one with it. Looking back at Harry, she realized her mistake when a jet of water wrapped around her, now under Harry's command. Desperately trying to regain control over the water, she found herself unable to counter Harry's iron will. A flick of Harry's wand then transfigured the water into heavy chains, which easily restrained her. The next student to face him was Lisa Turpin, who he defeated by forming a wall of air, which physically pushed her off the stage. Zabini fell to the same trick, with the wall of air easily going around his weak shield charm. Then Boot was once again on stage. Terry confidently cast Finite Incantatum, causing a wave of magic to erupt and undo any spells. Unfortunately for Terry, Harry's wall of air was completely unaffected. Counter charms are for spells only. Does his wall of air look like a spell to you? Moody questioned gruffly. When faced with the unknown, you can't just try one attempt and expect it to work. Brocklehurst, you're up. Once again, he used his wall of air. Instead of trying to dispel the wall, Brocklehurst sent a disarming jinx at him. Harry could appreciate it as a good idea, since the wall did nothing to stop the spell. Unfortunately for Brocklehurst, he easily sidestepped the jinx, leaving her to get struck by the wall. A good attempt. If you can't stop the magic, stop the one wielding the magic. Bulstrode. Harry wished Moody would wait until after he had won before giving the students tips on how to beat him, but he supposed that would go against the point of a lesson. To his great surprise, as soon as Bulstrode rose from her bow, she made 2 anti-clockwise twirls with her wand, ending with a thrust towards him and incanting, Ne motus. The result was an opaque green shield appearing across the stage. His wall of air crashed against the shield but was unable to penetrate it, causing the watching students to cheer. Unfortunately for Bulstrode, the backlash from the shield knocked her to the ground, preventing her from capitalizing on her defense. Harry was surprised she still remembered that spell from when Lockhart had taught it to them 2 years ago. Although, with a wince he supposed she could have remembered it after seeing him use it minutes earlier to stop Daphne's water attack. Shrugging, Harry brought his wand up high before whipping it down, then thought, Face of Olaire, causing a transparent wave of purple magic to whip down the stage. Being a spell, the wave passed through Bulstrode's green shield effortlessly, then proceeded to pick her up and launch her backwards. Michael Corner tried to copy Bulstrode's shield, only for his shield to briefly flash, then shattered spectacularly. It didn't even matter, since Harry's Expelliarmus struck him right in the hand. Cornfoot also cast the Ne Motu spell, but also dodged the disarming jinx. Harry followed up with another Face of Volaire wave, forcing Cornfoot to drop his shield and jump over the wave. With a flick of his wrist, Harry sent a jet of air towards the still airborne Cornfoot, while simultaneously conjuring a net with his wand and trapping the boy. Finally, Crabbe stepped up. After bowing, Crabbe took a note out of Daphne's book and launched a barrage of spells towards Harry, causing him to shield. Several blasting spells successfully pushed Harry backwards, dangerously close to the edge of the stage. Letting go of the shield, Harry summoned his wall of air and launched it towards Vincent. Having grown used to fighting both Harry and Daphne, who preferred elemental attacks, he used a great slash and was able to physically push the air around him. Even with magic helping, the end push came down to the user's physical ability to move the force, making it fairly underused. Vincent had strength to spare. The resulting noise of displaced air had several people covering their ears. In an impressive show of speed, Vincent moved seamlessly from redirecting the air to summoning a dull orange Ne Magicae shield, the twin to the green Ne Motus. The Ne Magicae shield would only stop magical attacks, but was able to easily block Harry's disarming and stupefying spells. Thrusting forwards with his wand, Harry then launched a large javelin straight through Vincent's orange shield. Twisting, Vincent was able to grab the javelin, right as Harry transfigured it into a net, which wrapped itself around him. Flicking his wand, Vincent managed to lift most of the net off himself, allowing him to send a retaliatory jet of fire. Rather than redirect the fire or stop it, Harry simply covered himself in a flame-freezing charm. Under the cover of the fire, Harry swirled his wand around and summoned a rope, which he then used to ensnare Vincent. The rope combined with what was left of the net, forcing Vincent's wand out of his hand. Davis fell to a disarming spell, while Entwistle was hit with a stunning spell. When facing Justin, after sending a small smile, Harry sent a stream of magic towards him. Justin predictably sidestepped, letting the magic carry on behind him. Behind his back, the spell erupted and took control over the air. Forming yet another wall of air, Harry now pulled it towards him, making it slam into Justin's unaware back. Surprised, Justin was launched forward and was unable to stop the knockback jinx which struck him in the face. Both Goldstein and Goyle were easy to beat, meaning it was time to face Daphne again. This time their duel was far closer, since while Daphne had been allowed to rest, Harry had been fighting non-stop. In light of that, Harry did his best to end the duel as quickly as possible, ending it by landing several exploding charms to her side. The resulting explosion was enough to launch her off the narrow stage, despite the shield protecting her. 2 fights later, he was bowing to Draco for a second time. Unlike in his duel against Daphne, Draco didn't let himself get beaten. In his initial onslaught, he summoned 2 large snakes, shot 2 disarming spells towards Harry and raised a shield. Draco's speed had grown scarily fast under Harry's tutelage, with the boy being limited entirely by how fast he could incant the spells. By the time he perfected wordless casting, he'd be able to match Harry's speed. Regrettably for Draco, he was not yet fast enough to match Harry. The 2 snakes were vanished moments after they appeared, while the spells were deflected back at Draco. He followed it up with a deliberately slowed stunning spell, then waited exactly 2 seconds. When he mentally reached 0, he launched a shield buster charm. From numerous tests within his workshop, he knew how fast he could send both a shield buster and stunner. As such, the shield buster overtook the stunner and struck Draco's shield, ripping a hole big enough for the stunner to slip in and hit him. Realizing he would need his strength, Harry focused on speed and accuracy over brute power for the 5 following duels, with only not presenting the hint of a problem. An excellent sweep by Potter, but you can see he's feeling the strain. For those of you that can't shield, don't just sit there nice and pretty and wait for Potter to hit you. Move around. You have the entire stage, don't cower in the corner. Use wider spells, spells he can't dodge. Moody instructed. Boot, you're up, final chance to get a win. Seemingly taking Moody's words to heart, while possibly being inspired by the previous duels, the students changed their approach. For most of the duels, Harry found himself far more heavily on the defense, which was fine with him. The simple truth was, the average student wasn't strong enough to threaten his defenses. The result was, he could feel himself regenerating his magic even as spells splashed against his shields. It wasn't regenerating quickly, certainly not enough to get him close to full power, but enough to give him a net neutral cost. Crabbe put a stop to that. Harry only held his shields throughout the first attack, with each blasting curse quantifiably costing Harry's magic. The moment Vincent stopped to take a breath, Harry began firing his spells. The first was a dark blue jinx which zigzagged wildly, followed by a yellow hex that moved in a helix path. Finally Harry sent a face of Olaire wave down the stage. Vincent's wide shield blocked both the blue hex and purple wave, but the yellow helix hex corkscrewed over the shield and hit his shoulder. Instantly his arm slackened as the tranquilizing spell took effect, causing his wand to drop out of his numb hand. While Crabbe had been defeated, Harry was starting to feel the burn. By the time he disarmed Goyle, he was dreading the following duels. Rising from their bow, Harry and Daphne raced to be the first to finish casting. Daphne summoned a huge wave of water, which was tall enough to touch the rafters of the Great Hall. She then flicked her wand and simultaneously froze and fired several ice spikes, while also pushing the wave to come crashing down on Harry. Meanwhile, Harry had predicted Daphne's favored move and had raised the green Motu's shield. He then frantically drew an alchemical rune, writing directly on the shield itself. It was the first time in the lesson he had needed to draw from knowledge unavailable to the other students. Moments before the first ice spike was due to crash against the shield, Harry finished the rune with a flourish and pressed his hand against the inner triangle. Almost unseen, the rune lit up with Harry's emerald magic, almost completely hidden by the soft green shield. With each spike that shattered against the shield, the energy from the backlash was directed into the rune. Obediently, the rune then transmuted the energy into Harry's magic, which then forced its way into his hand and into his core. The feeling of having the magic inserted in such a way was deeply unpleasant, but it allowed him to regain his energy. When the wave crashed against his shield, the literal flood of magic made him wince, even as his reserves filled drastically. With the new breath of magic, Harry banished the water back at Daphne. Between the dueling shield around the stage and Harry's shield at the end, the water had no choice but to turn on its summoner. Thrusting his arm out, Harry then summoned his wall of air again. Seeing the water come towards her, Daphne raised her own Motu's shield, hoping to withstand it just as Harry had. What she didn't expect was for the water pressure to suddenly intensify as Harry's wall of air forced its way towards her. The wall itself shattered against her shield, but the backlash was strong enough to physically push her off the stage anyway. Disgruntled, she immediately stood up and huffed. As he vanished the water and cleared the stage, Moody announced, "And that is why you shouldn't stay in a corner." If Greengrass had been just 3 feet further forward, she'd have landed on the stage and been able to continue fighting. In the real world, that could have easily been a cliff she just fell off. "Lee, you're up." After just 2 short duels, Harry found himself facing Draco. If he had been unable to draw power from Daphne's attack, Harry knew Draco would have easily beaten him. As it stood, Draco had recovered from his last duel, while Harry was at barely half his original strength. With that in mind, Harry instantly began a chain of spells, preventing Draco from retaliating. Each spell was deliberately underpowered, making them easy to shield against, while being strong enough that Draco couldn't let them hit him. With his offhand, Harry then started drawing a rune in the air. Glaring, Draco could only watch as the rune was finished, unable to try anything due to the onslaught of spells. At first, he couldn't tell what the rune had done, but then he realized he was finding it harder to breathe. A few moments later he realized the air felt significantly lighter. Soon he found it hard to breathe, which was when his shield broke. He tried to summon a new shield, only to realize he didn't have enough air in his lungs to speak the incantation. Sluggishly ducking under the next spells, Draco desperately thrust his wand out and simply released his magic. To his disappointment, the resulting bolt was easily deflected by Harry, even as Draco's vision started to darken. Before Draco could properly fall from lack of oxygen, Harry was able to nail him with a disarming jinx, then instantly cut his rune in half. The air that the rune had greedily summoned and held onto was finally allowed to leave and flooded back over the stage. At the same time, Moody dropped the stage shield, allowing the air in the hull to leak onto the stage. That's a very dangerous move, Potter. You'd better hope it doesn't escape from you and backfire. Moody pointed out as he checked Draco's breathing. Tiredly, Harry finished off Turpin and Zabini, collapsing onto the stage the moment his stunner hit Zabini and ended the match. Excellent. Well then, that leaves Potter with a new record of 43 wins, Greengrass with 7 wins and Crab with 6. As promised, you three won't have to do today's homework. With that said, I do believe it's my turn. Moody cackled as he took to the stage. Stunned, Harry awkwardly got to his feet as his teacher bowed. The moment Harry finished bowing in return, Moody started marching towards him. Alarmed, Harry formed the wall of air and sent it towards Moody, while also beginning the spell chain that had been so successful against both Draco and Tonks. Unfortunately, Moody ripped the air from Harry's control with a jerk of his staff, then began blocking or redirecting the spells. The entire time, he did not stop his march forward. The only time Moody slowed was when Harry raised a Nemotu's shield directly in front of him, but that only stopped Moody long enough for him to stab the shield with his staff. The shield dissolved from where the staff hit it, through which Moody continued his march. Harry's conjured rope was incinerated before it even drew close. Harry desperately summoned a rock, then banished it straight up. Even as it rose into the air, Harry charmed it into a raven and animated it to fly behind Moody and attack him. Moody's magical eye easily followed the bird, with his wand snapping out to freeze the bird in place. During the time he was somewhat distracted, Harry covered himself in disillusionment and noticed not charms. Before Harry could even try and use his invisibility, Moody had flicked his staff forwards and cast a silent counter spell, shredding Harry of his spells. With only a few feet to go, Harry sent a burst of fire, which Moody stopped with a tap of his staff. Moody then followed it up by raising his wand and filling Harry's vision with the bright red of a stunning spell. Awakening with a start, Harry was greeted with the sight of Moody's disfigured face leaning over him. That wasn't very fair, Harry muttered as Moody helped him to his feet. No lad, I suppose it wasn't. Moody agreed cheerfully. Now, who can tell me what Potter did wrong? He asked the class. He wasn't strong enough to beat you. Not called out. Being strong enough isn't something he has control over, so try again. Moody shot down. He didn't know enough to beat you. Padma asked. Perhaps, but I do not believe it was lack of knowledge that allowed me to beat him. Well, of course you beat him. You're a retired senior Auror. How would anyone be able to beat you? Justin argued. I've been beaten before, lad. I'd still be an Auror if I hadn't been beaten. Moody replied, indicating his eye and leg, causing the students to grow awkwardly silent. On top of that, I was holding back severely. Believe me, if I had seen Potter as a threat, I wouldn't limit myself to stunners and deflecting. The question is, why was Potter unable to stop me? He had wasted most of his magic. Daphne answered. Exactly. But why? Because he had just fought the entire class twice, and kept showing off, she replied. Precisely. Potter was tired from fighting so many opponents. Why was he tired? Because for his first few fights he kept showing off. That wall of air he used, it was undeniably effective. But it was no more effective than a disarming spell. Moody explained. Truth is, even if Potter had been as meticulous with his magic as possible, he'd still be too weak. That is because fighting over 40 opponents is always taxing. Back during the war, because every other soldier was busy elsewhere, Dumbledore was required to defend an important position completely alone. The Dark Lord then sent his Death Eaters one at a time. Every Death Eater was easily beaten, but Dumbledore grew tired, then the Dark Lord himself showed up. I was on the front line for that battle, so believe me when I say it was as legendary as any of their other duels. But the difference was this time Dumbledore started the duel already exhausted. Eventually, Dumbledore was forced to retreat, marking it as the first Dumbledore lost a battle since his fight with Grindelwald. That battle would then go on to be the turning point of the war, where the Ministry went from winning to slowly losing. So what do you suggest? Malfoy asked after a pause. Surprisingly, Moody actually sighed before answering. In truth, there is little you can do. It is a smart strategy for a reason. My personal answer is to prevent reinforcements arriving, whether that be erecting anti-Portkey wards, or summoning a divine fire spell. If that isn't an option, try and find ways to recover. For those of you that missed it, Potter used his knowledge of alchemical runes to modify his shield. The result was that when Greengrass attack struck his shield, the backlash was used to regenerate him. I must admit, I haven't seen anything like that before, although I imagine it's quite painful. In a professional dueling gauntlet like this, you could draw out the fight. With enough control, you can dictate when the round ends. How did we fare against the other students? Goldstein asked excitedly. Well, Potter's 43 wins puts him ahead of the entire school so far, a record I don't see him losing. Diggory in Hufflepuff is in second place with 23 wins, while Shinso in Slytherin managed to get 17 wins. Of course, a big part of that comes down to the position within the register. What do you mean by their position, Professor? Somebody asked. Take this group. If Potter had been last and Greengrass had been first, then she'd most likely have gotten a much higher score. Alternatively, if Greengrass had been right before Potter, then Crabbe would have potentially gotten more wins. To be truthful, this test has never been fair, nor was it meant to be fair. This lesson is to show you all that you have more to learn. How many of you here lost, when a shield charm would have saved you? Then if Potter knew of spells with lower magical costs, would he have been so weakened when I stepped in? One final note before I let you go. Would you care to explain to the class why you didn't bother to fight back against Greengrass, Malfoy? Of course, sir. I knew Harry would be the one to beat, so if I wanted a good score I'd need every advantage I could get. By letting Daphne beat me, I was saving my energy for the important duel, while Harry was weakened by fighting most of the class. Draco smugly explained. Excellent. Take 5 points to Slytherin. That is what you all need to learn, the ability to think ahead. Even though Potter was visibly tired throughout the final round, almost all of you were equally tired. Now, apart from our 3 winners, I want all of you to hand me 3 feet of parchment on how you personally could have done better. Evening. Harry greeted as he emerged in the Riddle Manor. Harry, glad you could join me. Tom replied from his chair, gesturing for Harry to sit in his customary chair. How was Diagon Alley? It was quieter than it normally is, although it's weird to see all the posters around. Is there any reason for me to ask how you know I was there? Ah, well, it turns out when we get near each other, I can feel it. Riddle replied, absent-mindedly rubbing his chest. Can I assume you didn't feel the same thing? No, I didn't feel a thing. Do you think it's just us, or would that include Voldemort too? You should be fine being near Voldemort. Because of how I formed our connection, Voldemort shouldn't be able to connect to you in the same way. Problem is, I'm fairly sure I'm not protected in the same way. Funnily enough, it was Voldemort I wanted to talk about. Another vision from him. Exactly. Now, I could tell you about it, but for this I think you'd prefer to see it. Tom announced, rising from his seat. Confused, Harry followed suit. With a start, he realized he was now only a few inches shorter than Tom, assuming their astral forms were equivalent to their physical bodies. You're looking well, Harry couldn't help saying. Why, thank you. I got a promotion. I'm now a liaison between the Ministry and the Prophet. It has much better hours, with better pay, and it lets me get connections within the Ministry. Do I want to know what happened to the last liaison? Harry asked cautiously. I didn't kill her, don't worry. She was asked to leave by the Ministry, because of her pro-Potter views. Ever since your interview with Skeeter, the Ministry has slowly started weeding out people that support you. But, it did allow me to get up in the world. Now, let's go, we don't have all night. For the first time within this dreamscape, Tom led Harry out of the parlor room. It's impressive you have such a clear memory of this manor. Harry commented as Tom led him up the stairs. He couldn't help noticing that the manor seemed to be in a much better condition than it had been when Harry had helped Frank Bryce work on it. I have a really good memory, even before I took a ritual to boost my memory in my second year. Tom replied smugly. It helps that I spent a few days in the manor during my summer holiday, shortly after I killed my father. I was planning on buying it and using it, but I'm not sure if I succeeded since I had made the diary by then. Why would you bother buying it? Unfortunately, I couldn't ward it against muggles without it being obvious to any wizard within the village. But if I ward it against muggles and wizards, then the ministry would start to question why the area has a high magic concentration. Of course, I can't have a muggle buying what is rightfully mine, so the obvious answer is to buy it the muggle way. Tom explained. Now, do you want to keep questioning my dreamscape or do you want to watch the vision? Sure, but why did we have to move to do that? Harry asked, looking around the landing they had stopped in curiously. Because, it seems Voldemort also has a fondness for this house. While I may only visit this house within my mind, Voldemort is living in it as we speak. It makes it much easier for me to review the visions. With that, he pushed open the door into the drawing room. It was easy to see where Tom's memory of the manor faded into the vision of Voldemort, by how the decay started seeping out of the room. Inside the room, somebody had pushed the furniture around so that an armchair sat in the center, with its back to the door. The chair was silhouetted by a green fire within the grate. Most of the windows were covered with paper, but a few looked like they had been repaired with magic, poorly. How goes your mission, my faithful servant? A voice hissed. Shivering, Harry remembered the same cold, unusually high voice from years ago. While Tom had already told him before, hearing that voice again was the confirmation he didn't know he needed, proof that Lord Voldemort was returning. Potter is doing surprisingly well. He was able to win the first task without my assistance. He has already figured out the golden egg, but I do not believe he has begun working on the task. Most pressingly, in a recent dueling tournament, he has proven his strength. A voice responded from within the fire. Excellent. His success will make my victory all the more devastating. You just need to ensure he lives until the right moment. Wormtail assures me the potion is on schedule, but once it is ready we will only have an hour to complete it. Fail in your task, my servant, and you will feel my displeasure. Voldemort hissed. I would never fail you, my lord. The voice replied confidently. Succeed, and you will be rewarded above any other. For now, leave the Potter boy to his own devices, only intervene if you fear he will die without your involvement. With that, the vision ended, with the room fading back into its original appearance. Before you ask, no, I don't know who the spy is. Tom announced, predicting Harry's first question. So, what I want to know is why could we see the entire room? What? Tom asked, confused. Well, it was you seeing the event because you are linked to him, right? So shouldn't you have seen it through his eyes? That's because the visions are like pensive memories. Tom stated, as if that should explain anything. Seeing Harry's confusion, Tom sighed and sat in an armchair that looked eerily similar to the one Voldemort had just used. Okay, so to start with, despite popular belief, pensives don't let you review the actual memory itself. If they did, the memory would be extremely limited to just what was originally seen, along with being heavily biased towards whoever gave the memory. Indeed, if that was how they worked, then they'd be useless. You'd need to be a good occlumens to even bring forth a memory, at which point there's no reason to move it elsewhere to view it. What about letting other people see the memory? Harry pointed out. Perhaps, but even basic legilimency would allow someone to share their own memory. Of course, the main use of pensives used to be for court cases, where unreliable memories are pointless. Instead, pensives are basically really reliable scrying bowls. The memory you add to the pensive forms a sympathetic bond, giving you the exact event instead of the usual vague visions. Incidentally, that is also why pensives are so rare and expensive. For a start, you'd need to find somebody licensed to form a sympathetic bond. Then they need to be knowledgeable enough to make a bond vague enough that an inexperienced user can change the root of the bond. This is why the memory in a pensive is in third person, since you aren't seeing through the eyes of the memory, but instead getting a vision of the exact event as it happened. It is possible to tamper with your memory, of course, in which case the pensieve will form an incomplete bond. Unless whoever modified the memory is a true master of the mind arts, the pensieve memory will be visibly corrupted, especially when they clash against the real events. And your visions of Voldemort work the same way. I'm assuming whatever links us to Voldemort replaces the memory in the sympathetic bond. Harry guessed. Exactly. In most cases, when I see the visions, they can be days after the actual event, or sometimes I might foresee the event before it happens. The bond between myself and Voldemort is what allows me to see him, even through the wards he's erected to prevent spying. That's also what allows you to form these meetings, right? Is there a way to prevent either these meetings or the visions? With you, I don't mind, but I don't think I'd like to have Voldemort having visions of me. There is little either of us can do to stop our psychic communications, outside of what I have already done. While we both live, we can only psychically meet each other. The only other way to guarantee that is to close yourself off from divination magic entirely. For some that would undoubtedly be appealing, but while any type of divination magic wouldn't work on you, it would also be impossible to use the magic. Active divination like our link bypasses almost every type of ward, but it is limited. The only reason I can initiate these meetings is because I used a fairly powerful ritual, but actually accessing your mind remains blocked. Whatever shields you employ, they are exceedingly powerful. So, as long as I maintain my defenses, Voldemort can't read my mind. Harry clarified. Essentially. Honestly, our greatest defense is that he doesn't know about your connection or even my existence. The longer we can keep that secret, the better. Huffing angrily, Fleur sat down heavily in the sea beside him. What's wrong? Harry asked cautiously. She had been rather terse after he had so thoroughly beaten her in the first task, leading to her spending more time with her other friends. Your friend, Weasley. I was talking to Cedric when your friend walked up to me, shouted that I should go to the ball with him, then ran off before I could reply. I get enough humiliation about not having a date, I don't need your friends to add to it. That doesn't sound like Ron. From what I know of him, he wouldn't have the confidence to do that. Harry hesitantly argued. It was zeal or Cedric is immune, so I was relaxing my control. But I did not expect the nearby students to be so susceptible. Fleur explained, causing Harry to nod in understanding. She had previously confided in him that while she was used to reigning in her allure, it was tiring. Well, I'm sorry about him. If it helps, I'm sure he didn't mean to upset you. Merci, it does, help a bit. May I ask why you haven't asked me to be your date? She asked curiously. Oh, well, I did think of it, but I was told champions cannot take each other as dates. I just assumed everyone got told the same thing. But, if you need a date, I think 2 of my other friends are still free. They are also immune to your allure and won't humiliate you at night. Harry offered. Just the other night Draco had been complaining about his lack of date. Non, I was not told. Who are these friends? Neville Longbottom in Gryffindor and Draco Malfoy in Slytherin. Draco Malfoy is not the arrogant one who seemed to think that everyone should know, as father? Fleur asked. Yeah, that sounds like him. He has been getting better, but perhaps it was wrong of me to suggest him. Harry admitted. What about Neville? I do not think I have heard anything about him, good or bad. Fleur admitted. Nodding, Harry retrieved his wand and conjured some paper, partially showing off by writing his message into the paper as he made it. Hey Neville, if you still need a date for the Yule Ball, come and see me. Fleur Delacour wants to talk to you. Seeing the message had formed correctly, Harry tapped it with his wand. The animation charm then folded the paper into a perfect paper airplane, which then flew over and landed in front of Neville. Looking confused, the boy looked at Harry before opening the plane. After finishing the note, he then looked back at Harry in shock, before turning and looking at Fleur. After visibly gathering his courage, Neville then stood and smoothed down his robes. You wanted to see me, Harry? Neville nervously asked when he drew close. Yeah, I wanted to introduce you to Fleur. I don't think you've met yet. Harry said, indicating the girl beside him. Neville bowed to her politely, right as Harry finished with, you see, we were just talking and it turns out she doesn't have a date yet, and unless you managed to find one recently, I believe you are also in need of a partner. It's nice to meet you, Miss Delacour. You need somebody to go with you to the ball. Despite his slight stuttering, Neville was able to project a mildly convincing air of confidence. You see, most boys, seem incapable of withstanding my allure. If I am to enjoy my night, I would not want to be constantly maintaining it. Other than that, I only require someone who can hold a conversation and enjoys dancing. Fleur stated matter-of-factly. As she spoke, her allure gradually became stronger, drawing a few eyes towards them. Seeing this, Harry cast a notice nod around them, which went a long way to stopping her allure from affecting those around them. With a sense of pride, Harry noticed Neville seemed unaware of the allure, even if he seemed to become less nervous under its effects. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I can withstand your allure. I don't think I've come into contact with it yet. But McGonagall says I have a talent for dancing. If I may ask, what would you be wanting to talk about? Neville replied honestly, drawing a smile from Fleur. I am sure you will be fine against my allure. As for conversation topics, I suppose we could start with our favorite classes and go from there. Ari tells me you have a passion for herbology. While I can't say it is my best class, I do find comfort within the plants. Fleur answered, easily drawing Neville into a conversation about the difference between British and French plants. Funny, I don't remember telling her anything about Neville. Harry thought wryly as he slipped away, patting Neville on the shoulder as he went. When Christmas Day arrived, the school seemed to have an anxious air about it. The Weasley twins had become infamous for their canary creams, which managed to spread around the school overnight. For several mealtimes it became common for someone to spontaneously erupt with feathers, before people began inspecting their food before eating. Surprisingly, Moody seemed very supportive of the prank. It may be canary creams today, but it could be poison tomorrow. Constant vigilance. Here's a nifty food detection spell I personally use. Despite this, there was an outbreak of canaries at breakfast, with most people being too nervous of the upcoming ball to check what they were putting in their mouth. Then as the day wore on, students began vanishing. First, any student under the age limit was allowed to attend a festive-themed lunch within the Great Hall, while the older students either ate in their common rooms or the spare hall near the Hufflepuff common room. Over time, the female population then started retreating to their rooms, leaving the boys relatively unsupervised. The resulting snowball fight was easily the biggest Harry had ever seen, with almost every male student involved. In the face of such snowy conflict, houses were forgotten as students teamed up and split apart at Rondo. While he generally tried to avoid the conflict, by the time it drew too dark to see, Harry found himself bunked down within his fort. One of the Weasley twins crouched beside him. Across from them, the other twin and Ron held off another set of attackers, while Neville and Cedric Diggory prevented the enemy from storming the fort. The game officially ended when a row of seventh years finally managed to reverse Harry's transfiguration, causing the previously protective walls and ceiling to collapse on top of the defenders. Rushing inside, Harry returned to his workshop room and changed into his dress robes. They were certainly worth their extortionate expense. To start with was the white acromantula silk shirt, where each strand was arranged in such a way that the shirt would catch any nearby light and positively shine. On top of the shirt was a low-cut, pitch-black dragonskin waistcoat, with golden embroidery. The designer had somehow woven pure gold strands through the dragonskin to form what looked like a wave of fire on his left side, which spread to the right side where they were held back by the silhouette of a wizard, wand held high and jagged robes fluttering behind him. It certainly wasn't an accurate representation of his stance against the real dragon fire, but the public didn't know that. Just like the silk shirt, the gold would sometimes catch the light, but this time it would make the pattern blaze and shimmer. His bottleneck green bow tie was certainly plain in comparison, although it was the most practical. After a fair bit of struggling, he had managed to inconspicuously hide his mithril earrings between the tie and collar. This left a fair bit of the top of his hair out of the invisible protective bubble, but would still protect his head from damage. Wrestling with the earrings was yet another reason Harry had come to despise the goblet and the contract it had forced him into. Ordinarily he could have easily reformed the earrings to better fit under the collar, or simply made a whole new object to serve the same purpose. Finally, the actual dress robes were made of the same bottle green material of the bow tie, making them far more fluid and lighter than his old school robes. In an extraordinary effort, himself, Dumbledore and Nicholas had managed to attach the invisibility cloak to the inside of the dress robes, hoping to disguise it as an elaborate lining. It was a risk to have the cloak so blatantly on display, but the only people who would recognize it as the cloak of invisibility would probably already know the Potters were rumored to possess it. As it was, the cloak would both protect Harry from any surprise attacks, while also blending in with some success. The outer portion of the robes had only one pocket for a handkerchief, which made Harry miss the numerous pockets on his normal coat. It was even worse given the inner pockets and wand holster were blocked by the invisibility cloak. The lack of pockets had developed into an actual issue when Harry pointed out he had nowhere to store his wand, since having it on display was uncouth. They had solved that with a wand holster on his upper arm, which was then enchanted to be bigger on the inside. Smiling to himself, he exited his room and met Luna waiting for him in the main room. She was dressed in a frilly tiered silver dress, with star-shaped earrings. "You look great," Harry announced. "Why thank you. You look good in those robes too, although I think you'd be more comfortable in your trench coat." Luna replied happily. Grinning in reply, Harry stuck out his arm, which she gladly took, and began leading her to the entrance hall. It was already packed when they arrived, but the moment he was seen a hush fell over the crowd as they gave them space. "Hey Harry, Luna," Ron greeted glumly, having waded through the crowd to reach them. "Hey Ron, what's up?" Harry asked. "Well, I couldn't get a date and I've got to wear these awful robes." Ron Ned, picking at the frilly lace on his dress robes. "I can fix that, if you want. Just tell me what you want done," Harry offered. "Would you? If you could get rid of the lace and perhaps change its color from maroon?" Ron asked eagerly, to which Harry obliged. Tapping Ron on the shoulder, his transfiguration spread down Ron's robes, changing the maroon into a midnight blue. When it was over, Ron's robes were considerably less noticeable, blending in with the other students quite well. "An excellent transfiguration, Mr. Potter," McGonagall complimented, appearing out of nowhere. "Now, if you and your date are ready, could I ask you to make your way over to the doors?" "Oh, I'm not his date, Professor McGonagall," Luna told her. "He just did me the honor of accompanying me here." "Very well, Potter. When she does arrive, please don't hang around. We can't open the doors until the champions are ready." As she hurried off, Harry spotted the Slytherins making their way up from the dungeons. He waved to Vincent and Daphne, but couldn't find Draco. Crabbe was dressed in moss green robes, with a white bow tie. But Harry didn't spend long inspecting Vincent, not with Daphne on his arm, wearing a beautiful flowing layered emerald green dress. Her owned hair had been braided and tastefully thrown over her left shoulder, held together by a pendant with the outline of her family crest, a shield with several blades of grass within. "You look amazing," Harry breathed when she drew near, then took her hand and grazed a key onto her knuckles as she curtsied. Nodding at Vincent, the two swapped partners, with Luna's silver dress working well against Vincent's dark green. "Well, of course I do. What's a surprise is how great you can look when you put the effort in," Daphne replied teasingly. Reaching his other hand into his robes, Harry used the gauntlet ring to conjure a rose made of rubies. With a flourish, he revealed the flower. "For you, my lady," he announced solemnly, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. "Sure. Don't worry about us, we don't mind being shown up, not at all," Ron muttered, getting a soft smack from Vincent, which sent him flying forward. Smiling, Daphne pinned the rose. Seeing McGonagall staring his way, Harry began leading Daphne over to where Cedric and Fleur were waiting. As he had suspected, Neville had ended up as Fleur's partner, while Cedric had taken Cho Chang. "Just waiting for Crumb, then," Cedric proclaimed cheerfully, seemingly immune to the anxious atmosphere steadily filling the hall. Just as he said it, the doors swung open as Karkaroff, Victor Crumb and the other Durmstrang students entered. Amongst the students, Harry could just make out Draco and a Durmstrang girl within the crowd. Under McGonagall's ministrations, Crumb was swiftly led over, where they only had enough time to nod to each other before the great hall opened and the students began flooding inside. Once everyone was inside, McGonagall ordered them to line up, ladies on the left and gentlemen on the right. When she was satisfied with their positioning, she then began marching into the hall. Ready. Daphne muttered as Cedric and Cho began moving in front of them. Yeah, let's go, Harry replied, breathing deeply as the music rose and they entered the hall. Inside the hall, Harry was startled at just how full the room felt. In theory, there were less people than normal, but with everyone sitting around 100 small tables, it felt stiflingly packed. As they walked up to the top table, Harry noticed that Mr. Crouch was missing. In his place, Percy Weasley was smugly looking down on the champions. While he hadn't known the boy well, they had interacted when Percy had occasionally sat beside Penelope Clearwater at the Ravenclaw table. Harry considered Percy the best of the known Weasleys, with his no-nonsense attitude. The main problem Harry had was that Percy saw magic as a tool and nothing more, an attitude shared by many purebloods. To his confusion, Percy seemed content to completely ignore his existence, favoring instead to stare meaningfully at Cedric while he pulled out the chair beside him. But it was hard to feel insulted when Dumbledore indicated for Harry and Daphne to sit beside him. "Merry Christmas, Harry, Ms. Greengrass." Dumbledore greeted them joyfully. "I trust you both had a good day." "Yeah, it was all right. Got into a giant snowball fight outside, which was actually really fun. Got some good presents this year as well," Harry replied, seeing that Daphne seemed unwilling to do anything more than nod. "Oh, I hope my present wasn't too confusing. I had planned on including a letter explaining how to use it, but unfortunately I ran out of time," Dumbledore lamented. Dumbledore's gift had been what had looked like a simple copper key. It was only after a deep scan with his Magicite that revealed a partial conditional charm. He had then needed to leaf through Dippett's book on conditional magic, a book he had assumed he had finished, to find the final conditional charm. He didn't know how he had missed it, but the charm was missing a piece of its magic, making it unable to trigger. Experimentally, Harry had placed the key directly over the charm, at which point both charms had connected and activated. The key had then been transmuted into a final page, clearly written by Dumbledore. This final page instructed Harry on how to create every single conditional charm, ward and rune within the book, in detail. Even though Harry had reverse engineered a few of them, even using them to protect his new workshop, it was nice to have the instructions to hand. "Yeah, I was able to figure it out. Will you tell me how you managed to turn the key into the paper?" "Ah, well, you see, that's deceptively easy. You see, I didn't turn the key into the paper. I actually wrote the page, then used a conditional rune that would turn the paper into the key unless it was placed in your book," Dumbledore explained slyly. Before anyone else could engage him in conversation, the headmaster then scanned down his menu and loudly announced, "Pork chops." For the briefest of moments, students looked at Dumbledore like he was mad, but when his dinner magically appeared on his plate, they quickly began ordering their own food. As a test, Harry decided to imbue his finger with the magical intent of turkey roast, and tapped it to the side of his golden plate. Despite some resistance from the metal, his food did appear on his plate, no doubt courtesy of a diligent house elf. As he began tucking in, he was doing his best to listen in on Crumb and his Beauxbatons date's conversation, which was in what seemed to be perfect French. "Our castle is not as big or comfortable as this, I think. We only have 4 floors, while our fires are only for magical purposes, but our grounds are far more impressive," Crumb was saying, seemingly unconcerned that Harry and Fleur were blatantly listening in. No doubt the other students around the table would also have listened in, if they could understand the language. Before Crumb could talk any more about his school, clearly a subject he was eager to share, he was interrupted by Karkaroff. His headmaster made a big deal about protecting their secrecy in English, concluded with an obviously fake laugh. Then Dumbledore, always eager to stir up trouble, then innocently asked why his fellow headmaster was so concerned with secrecy, figuratively laying down a rug. Unknowingly taking the bait, Karkaroff took that figurative step forward, as he began boasting about how they guarded their secrets, only for Dumbledore to pull the rug from under his feet. "Oh, I would never dream of assuming I know all Hogwarts secrets, Igor. Dumbledore replied amicably, pretending to not notice Karkaroff's agitation. Only this morning, for instance, I took a wrong turning on the way to the bathroom and found myself in a beautifully proportioned room I have never seen before, containing a really rather magnificent collection of chamber pots. When I went back to investigate more closely, I discovered that the room had vanished. But I must keep an eye out for it. Possibly it is only accessible at 5:30 in the morning. Or it may only appear at the quarter moon, or when the seeker has an exceptionally full bladder. While making a note to ask Dumbledore about that later, Harry was sure he caught Dumbledore winking at him, along with Percy frowned disapprovingly in the background. Meanwhile, Fleur and Neville seemed too busy comparing Beauxbaton's decorations to Hogwarts to notice anyone else. Eventually, once all the food had been consumed, Dumbledore got to his feet and asked for the students to do the same. Then, in an impressive show of magic, picked up and moved the 100 small tables to the walls in a single move. He then proceeded to conjure a raised platform, which was quickly filled with instruments by the Weird Sisters' stage hands. As the Weird Sisters began picking up their instruments, Harry felt Daphne try to drag him along. Seeing that the other champions had begun to move to the stage, Harry realized he had missed some sort of cue and allowed Daphne to lead him onto the stage. Taking their spots, Harry rested his hand on her waist, while taking her offhand in his. As the music began, Harry did his best to lead Daphne through the waltz. While it wasn't his favorite style of dance, Tonks had ensured he was competent enough at it. If it wasn't for Neville and Fleur gliding past as if they spent every day dancing, Harry would have felt proud. "Don't worry about them," Daphne muttered, correctly guessing what Harry had been thinking about. "You're doing fine, but there's always going to be someone better than you at something. Really, it's good for your ego," she finished teasingly. It didn't take long for others to join, with Dumbledore and Madame Maxime being the first to enter the floor. Draco and his Durmstrang date were amongst the first students to join, who managed to dance close enough to give a nod towards them. In the corner of the dance floor, Luna was doing some sort of fluttery dance, while Crabbe did his best to mimic her. At the very least they both seemed to be enjoying themselves. Even Professor Moody was doing an ungainly two-step with a Professor Sinistra. As they crossed paths, Harry saw Moody's fake eye give them a brief inspection. Upon noticing his gaze, Daphne glared and huddled a bit closer to Harry. "I don't like him," she muttered once they had danced out of earshot, "that eye should be banned. Moody's not too bad. And his eye can only see magic, it's not like he can see your skin through your clothes." Harry replied in an attempt to ease her. "It doesn't matter, it still feels like he can," she returned, shivering, "and every time I feel his eye on me, I remember how it felt to be under his imperious. Well, it's natural to dislike being under control. It's not even that, it just felt wrong. Like it was him specifically that made it feel so wrong. Now, let's go sit down for a bit, I don't feel like dancing after that." Leaving the dance floor, they made their way out the entrance hall, out into a rose garden. The fact the garden was lit by literal fairy lights was quite alarming, given how fairies took up a decent majority of magical horror stories. The two spent the time wandering around, even finding a part of the garden that overlooked the lake that Harry really liked. That was when they heard a familiar voice a short distance from them. "So, I don't see what there is to fuss about, Igor. Severus, you cannot pretend this isn't happening." Karkaroff replied anxiously, trying and failing to keep his voice low. "It's been getting clearer and clearer for months, I am becoming seriously concerned, I can't deny it." "Then flee." Snape interrupted curtly. "Flee, I will make your Potter. Greengrass, what are you two doing?" he demanded as the pair turned the corner. "Enjoying the view, sir," Harry stated, confused at the professor's angry tone. While the professor was hardly the embodiment of joy, the man normally limited his anger to irritated. Even when Neville had famously managed to melt his cauldron and forced the class to evacuate the room, Snape had only come across as frustrated. But now, talking to Karkaroff in a beautiful rose garden, he seemed incensed. "Well, keep enjoying it then," Snape snapped, brushing past them. Karkaroff spared a moment to stare at them balefully, then hurried after Snape. "As I was saying, Igor, I have nothing to be scared of, can you say the same? I will make your excuses, but I will remain at Hogwarts. Snape called as they left, making no effort to keep his voice low. He should talk a bit louder. I don't think they could hear him in the hall properly. Daphne commented, getting a laugh from Harry. I wonder how long they've been on first name terms. Since they were Death Eaters together. Daphne replied seriously. Karkaroff named Professor Snape in his trial, but Dumbledore stepped up and protected him. They are pretty much the only Death Eaters that plainly admitted to joining, that aren't in Azkaban anymore, aside from Sirius Black, I guess. While Harry desperately wanted to defend Sirius' name, he knew today wasn't the day. Instead, he simply nodded and bore through it. They started to walk through the garden again, only to spot Hagrid and Madame Maxime sitting nearby. Before Harry could decide on walking past or taking a detour, Daphne had decided for them and gently pulled him backwards. Whatever they are talking about, I doubt they would want people listening in. She announced, only to briefly stop to stare at Fleur and Neville, half concealed in a rose bush nearby. I doubt they'd want people watching on. Harry mimicked, taking over as the one pulling her onwards. Yeah, I guess. Come on, let's go back inside and dance some more. So, do you have any ideas for what you want to do for the second task? Nicholas asked the morning after the Yule Ball. Well, I had a thought about a spell, where I can cast it before I enter the water, then move it around and change its properties at will. I'm better at wordless magic than anyone else in my year, but I'm not good enough to trust my life on it. An interesting idea. It is certainly possible, but you'd need to make the spell from scratch. If you use Verbarn magic, you'd have to cast the spell wandlessly, which would make it impossible to use underwater. I would be surprised if you could get a wandless spell to travel further than a foot. However, if you are only interested in this spell for its wordless capabilities, I have an alternative branch of magic for you. I don't just want the spell for the water, I think it would be cool to have that sort of spell available. Like, imagine during a duel, I can cast the spell and have it circle around my opponent, then turn it into a stunning spell and hit their exposed back. It does indeed sound impressive. I'll look forward to seeing it in action when you finish. But I would suggest focusing your immediate efforts on less extravagant magic. Nicholas said diplomatically. If you insist. Harry agreed dejectedly. What's that alternative branch of magic you suggested? In short, archaic sigils. Nicholas announced proudly. They are an art that my Perenelle, based on numerous similar arts. In short, you can think of sigils as a way of imprinting runes upon the world. In fact, I have already taught you an art similar to the sigils, so you should have it easier than others. I assume you are talking about alchemical runes. Exactly. But, unlike the alchemical runes, archaic sigils cannot be drawn on a medium, they have to be drawn on the world itself. Secondly, a sigil has to be drawn in one complete movement, such that they appear almost instantaneously. The main advantage is they require minimal movements and no incantations, making them perfect for underwater use. To demonstrate, Nicholas held his left hand outwards. Then, after letting out a deep breath, rocketed his left arm backwards, while simultaneously launching his right hand forwards. To Harry's surprise, a bright S-R-led runic circle burst into existence, sprouting from Nicholas's palm outwards. The completion of the circle was marked by a soft shockwave. In front of the circle, a larger circular shield faded into existence. To demonstrate the capabilities, Nicholas waved his hand from side to side, with the runic circle remaining stuck to his hand. This is a sigil. As you can see, it is bound to my casting hand, which is true for almost all sigils. This causes them to struggle with ranged combat, but I've found few magics are able to rival its close quarters combat. But, can you think of any potential issues? Well, it looks like it would be draining to maintain the runes for so long, but also if it's archaic magic, then it wouldn't be able to stop divine or Verbarn magic. Harry predicted. For your first point, sigils are actually surprisingly easy to maintain. Obviously there is a drain, but Perenelle was able to make these extremely efficient. For myself, my magic regenerates faster than the sigils can drain it, allowing me to keep them up indefinitely. As for your second, you are completely correct. Sigil shields like this are worthless against anything that isn't archaic. Unfortunately, sigils create weapons by imbuing power into the world, meaning it can be stopped by any magic, even if it was started by archaic magic. So, aside from being useful underwater, why would you use a sigil over other magic? Harry asked. Other than the close quarter combat capabilities I already mentioned, I find sigils are great against magical creatures. You see, because of how sigils imbue their power, even those creatures with magical resistance are affected by sigil weapons. Admittedly, against competent wizards, sigils are vulnerable. Creatures such as the ones in the lake perhaps. Sounds good, so how do I go about learning how to cast sigils? For now, you can't. You see, we bound the magic to our family. Now, while I am able to teach you, due to you being my apprentice, you would be unable to cast a sigil. You could try and reverse engineer them, tying them into your own family, but that brings us back to the time it takes to develop a spell. It's fortunate me and Perenelle foresaw such an issue, and designed a ritual to unlock the use of sigils. Should you choose to take it, you'd be one of 3 to take it. Okay. So how do we do this ritual? Well, we just take a drop of my blood, I cast a sigil and we're done. Which we could do right now, if it wasn't for the fact that the British ministry has banned any type of blood-based rituals. So, how do you feel about a day trip to France? So, are you sure you are ready? Nicholas asked from outside the ritual circle. They had traveled to Nicholas's summer house in France, where he had a ritual area built into his garden. He had placed a basalt altar in the middle of the ritual frame, letting just 2 drops of his blood drip into the basin. I am, so long as you are sure it's harmless. Of course it's harmless, any complications were accounted for centuries ago. Nicholas assured him. The only cost is you'll have one less possible bequest. As Nicholas has explained on the journey over, when a new spell or magic was created, the inventor could bind it to their blood. If left at that, only the founding family could use it, such as Slytherin's lock on Parseltongue. But, there were also a few ways to bequeath the magic onto another wizard. The most common in modern times was a contract signed in blood, placing a marker upon the individual's blood, allowing them to use the specified magic of another family. This method was preferred over Nicholas's ritual version because terms could be tied into a contract, such as, do not use this magic to harm the family. Over time, bequests had become something of an elite trade, with some paying an extreme amount of money to gain access to a rare spell. The entire system was only possible with a mutation of the Fidelius charm, making it impossible to cast a protected spell without the correct marker. The tricky part came in the details. If the inventor of the Lumos spell had protected it, then even a charms master like Professor Flitwick would be unable to cast that specific spell. But, nobody was mad enough to use up a bequest slot with something as simple as a light charm. Which was the other problem, the limit of how many bequests an individual could claim. For most people, they could only take around 20, which felt like a lot until Harry remembered there were over 10 charms in the first-year curriculum alone. It seemed a magical's blood could only hold so many markers before the magic started to collapse into each other. Okay. I'm ready. Nodding, Nicholas held his arm straight up, flicked his wrist to activate a new sigil, then slammed his hand onto the ritual frame. Immediately Nicholas's Arlet magic flowed through the frame, forming the exact same sigil. With a twirl of his hand, the ritual sigil began to spin, picking up speed with every rotation. Once it had gained enough speed, it then began to rise, creeping up the basalt altar and extracting the blood within. The blood drops were instantly absorbed, causing 7 triangles to sprout from the sigil, like petals of a flower. The sigil then focused on Harry, each triangle closing in from all sides. All 7 of the triangles touched him at the same time, causing a brief flash of light then vanished. Blinking away stars, Harry felt no different, disappointing him immensely. He had expected to suddenly gain new knowledge, or perhaps gain some sort of tattoo to mark the occasion. Congratulations, you are now a member of a very small list of people that can use sigils. Nicholas announced grandly, with just enough self-deprecating humor to indicate he was not taking himself seriously. Is that it? I was expecting something more dramatic. Harry muttered, disappointed. You and your need for dramatics. You know, one of these days, you're going to learn that magic spent showing off is magic that could be spent elsewhere. Nicholas reprimanded fondly. In reply, Harry waved his wand in the air and let out some bright blue sparks, causing the older man to chuckle. Now, you have a choice. You can either do your own thing for the day, get an early start on using sigils, or take a second ritual. It isn't another bequest, but a ritual to boost your physical capabilities. Boost them how? Well, it ties your muscles directly to your magical core, meaning both your endurance and strength is proportional to how much magic you have available. For those strong, such as yourself, that gives you a shortcut to near peak human capabilities. Unfortunately, this also means several magical exhaustion will become deadly, with muscles like your heart and lungs shutting down. It also prevents you from increasing your muscle mass using conventional means, so if your magical core decreases, you will become permanently weaker. And the benefits are just increased strength? Harry asked unimpressed. Increased strength is a part of it, of course, but pretty much everything would be enhanced. Better eyesight and comprehension, longer memory and quicker recall times, stronger immunity and metabolism. It should also lower the chance of body pain, even minimize injuries. Nicholas rattled off. Do you think it's worth it for me to take it? Yes, I do. Nicholas stated. To start with, it's possible to reverse the ritual at any time, although it is a time-consuming process. The magical cost for you would be negligible, since the magical cost should mostly be made up by your regular calorie intake. Otherwise, it's the equivalent of casting a fire charm for 2 hours, a noticeable drain perhaps, but not unmanageable. The important thing to note is this: you will still be bound to human limitations. Compared to the average muggle, you'd be stronger, but equal to against professional athletes. You will have to learn your limits, however, since your body will keep working beyond exhaustion, right until you drop dead. Do you know anyone who took this ritual? A few people, most you'd be unfamiliar with. The Crab family is rumored to have tied a similar ritual into their bloodline, giving all of them enhanced strength at the cost of diminished magic. Indeed, one of Grindelwald's main generals was SS Oberstgruppenführer Waldemar Crabbe, a man who was famed for wrestling with giants and trolls. In terms of this specific ritual, Albus took it when he was my apprentice. I believe he hoped it would help him in the war, which did end up helping him defeat Waldemar. As far as I know, he hasn't reversed it. Well, that settles it. If Dumbledore took it, then I can too. Harry announced resolutely. I won't stop you. I've already said I think you should take it, but I would advise you against doing it solely because Albus did. You are your own person, with skills different to Albus. Well, we'll need to get a few ingredients from my stores, then we can begin. Harry was amazed when Nicholas led him into the house's cellar, which had numerous storerooms jutting out of it. Each room was far bigger than the Hogwarts storeroom, with potion ingredients filling it from floor to ceiling. The result of 9 centuries of collecting ingredients. I have the biggest privately owned collection of ingredients, both magical and muggle. There are a few ingredients missing from my stores, mainly those that don't last even under stasis charms, but I can order them when needed. Nicholas told him proudly. After collecting the required ingredients, they then went back to the ritual area. Harry was tasked with drawing circles around the ingredients Nicholas was laying out, trying to keep them equal size even though the giant's sinew was far larger than the 3 drops of Riem blood. With all the ingredients laid out and runes drawn, Harry then took a strength-boosting solution and stepped into the ritual frame. Instantly everything lit up, with the sole exception of the ingredient circles. Nodding at Harry, Nicholas began a long Norse chant, tapping his wand against the ritual frame in regular intervals. With each tap, an ingredient was absorbed and its circle lit up. When the final ingredient vanished, each circle erupted into a cloud of purple dust. Each cloud of dust then started swirling around Harry, before the entire cloud stopped and Harry was completely coated in purple dust. Resisting the urge to sneeze, Harry watched as Nicholas tapped the circle for the final time, causing his own circle to erupt. While he didn't move, Harry could feel the magic rushing past him, lifting the dust as it went. As the flow started to let up, Harry started to believe it was finished, right as the flow suddenly changed direction and crashed back into him. The strength of the magic was enough to force him to his knees, right as the dust reached him. Rather than cascade down his back, the dust somehow fell through him, permeating every part of his body. While it didn't hurt, It did itch, irritatingly so as he felt particles phase through his muscles. It lasted for just a few seconds, then the final particle touched the ground and the entire ritual blinked out of existence. With a big grin, Nicholas then waved his wand and caused streams of blue sparks to shower the area. That was uncomfortable. Harry grumbled as he got to his feet, shaking his limbs out and trying to see if he felt any stronger. I suspect it was, but the worst isn't over yet. This ritual is slow to take effect, sometimes taking a few months to finish. You'll probably go through growing pains when that happens, considering your muscles will practically be rebuilding themselves every night. Why can't it just do it in one go? Well, to start with, that would hurt a lot, while also paralyzing you as it happened. Secondly, the cost required would be much higher for a quicker turnaround. The last thing you'd want when tying your magic to your muscles is to use up all your magic powering the ritual. What's up, Harry? I trust you understood the lesson. Bathsheba asked when Harry approached her after their lesson. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty confident with atmospheric arrays. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with magically linking two runestones together. That's an interesting idea. Why do you want them linked? Well, I want to swap the air around one stone with the air around another, preferably quite quickly. It must also be able to move over a very long distance, without getting slower. Oh, it must also be able to travel through water. Ah, well, I have a few ideas, but you do know I can't help you with the tournament, right? She asked regretfully. You aren't allowed to tell me anything about the task, offer me solutions or do the work for me. But, you are allowed to instruct me and give your opinion on my own solutions. Plus, I am entitled to use any study resource offered by my school, which includes getting help from the teachers. If you're sure, I trust you to be honest with something like this. Well, my first thought is to use a protean charm, which will make the runestones act as if they are physically connected. That would deal with most of the linking issues you were worried about. The charm can work across continents, so distance won't be a problem. Not too sure about the water, but I don't think the charm is affected like most magical links. But, when it comes to breathing with runes, you are basically in uncharted territory. It would make a great owl project though, so make sure you make plenty of notes. That's great. I assume this protean charm can be tied into a holding rune. I'd then need to like it with a transport rune, then feed the switching spell into that. Harry mused. I'd suggest some sort of timer and dispelling rune too, otherwise you'd just have the same air bouncing between the two stones. Bathsheba added. I wouldn't want too long a timer, possibly have it expel the air, wait for 1 second, then K in new air and feed it over, repeating the cycle on the other side. You could, but it might make sense to have both stones expel and inhale at the same time, so the switching spell is always swapping the new and old air in one go. Okay, let me draw a scheme quickly, see if I can get something to work. Breathing carefully, Harry finished stirring his potion and let it lie. As it slowed, the color finally settled into a shiny silver, lazily exuding bright blue smoke. When no further reaction happened, such as a violent explosion, Harry looked up at Snape. The professor was feigning obliviousness, busy marking a student's work. Professor. I think I've finished, Harry announced nervously. Rather than reply, Snape merely hummed questioningly. Well, it's stopped brewing, and it looks right, with the smoke and color. Nodding, Snape wrote a single letter at the top of the homework, a letter Harry was fairly sure was a P. Only then did he put his quill down and stand up. Silently, he glided over to Harry's potion and nodded approvingly. Reaching into his robes, he withdrew a Hipworth potions test and dipped it into Harry's potion. As it dried, he then started casting numerous diagnostic charms on the potion. Eventually, Snape nodded satisfactorily, letting out a rare, genuine smile. Well, Potter, it seems congratulations are in order. You have just become eligible to become the youngest ever potions master. What? But I just made the potion following the instructions, how does that make me a potions master? Harry asked, stunned. You followed the instructions that you wrote, using the Wolfsbane potion as the basis and improving it with your own ideas. Then, using those instructions, you were able to flawlessly make your potion, in half the time it would take to make the standard Wolfsbane. Snape replied sarcastically. But you helped me. Harry protested. I wasn't my own work. Show me a potion master who earned their degree through entirely their own work, and I'll show you a dozen that didn't. And, as you well know, I provided minimal help when writing the instructions, no more than would be expected from a journeyman's tutor. Of course, you aren't there yet. I would highly recommend using this to get a master's award, even if you have no wish of using it. I will exempt you from my class next year, on the condition that you spend the time writing up your thesis. My thesis. Indeed. You will need to explain, in detail, your potion. For this, you'll need to start with the root potion, including all the research you did into it and how you started to come up with your ideas. Then you'll lead the reader through your efforts to create your new potion, finishing up with your observations of the finished product. With your consent, I will send a vial of this potion to the Potion Guild, asking them to send an examiner to review it next year during exam season. You will need to brew a new batch under test conditions, meaning you will be supervised the entire time, with the entire memory sent alongside your sample. But, I didn't do it for a mastery, I just wanted to improve the potion and make it easier for werewolves to get it. I am aware, however, that is no reason for you to not profit from it now. At minimum, you would enjoy the discount on materials and potions offered to a master potioneer. It would also look exceptionally good on both your record and my own. Okay, if you insist. I just didn't expect this at all. I'm sure you'll manage, however, it does mean there is little I can teach you, certainly not enough to warrant weekly sessions. You simply need more experience brewing if you want to get better. So, we can either drop these sessions and stick to our bi-weekly sessions with Ms. Greengrass, or focus on something else. Actually, would it be possible for you to teach me legilimency? Harry asked cautiously. And why would you want to learn that skill, Mr. Potter? Snape returned sardonically. Aside from the fact it sounds generally useful, I think it would help a lot in the upcoming task, since I heard you can achieve some sort of telepathy with legilimency, something I'd probably find useful underwater. Indeed. I had assumed you had been gripped by a desire to see into the minds of your classmates, in which case I'd have to firmly deny your request. Flushing, Harry shook his head vehemently. No, I have no wish to see what they are thinking, it's bad enough hearing about it. But it should be useful for some of my future experiments, or dueling. For stuff like metamorphmagy and animagi, a lot of the process is mental, so I need to be able to see into their head to be able to replicate it. I see. Well, to start with, it is important you know it is highly illegal to use legilimency on an unconsenting witch or wizard. Mental privacy is one of the Wizengame's highest concerns, meaning not even you with your fame will get off lightly. Secondly, the mind is not a book, to be opened at will and examined at leisure. Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls, to be perused by any invader. The mind is a complex and many-layered thing, Potter. Your biggest issue will be that you can only observe that which you comprehend. That is to say, if your volunteer is imagining a concept you do not understand, then you will be unable to interact with it. Even the most powerful legilimencer cannot overcome a failing of their own mind. I do not know of anyone who has attempted to use legilimency in the way you desire, perhaps because none can comprehend as you can. So, you aren't saying it's impossible, just difficult. Harry pressed. In a manner of speaking. The truth is, I am unwilling to say it can't be done, simply because I cannot. I fear that if I were to convince you it was impossible, then your mind would internalize that belief. And if my mind believes it's impossible, then I won't be able to comprehend it if it's real. Harry finished. Do you think my mithrilium will help me there? I cannot say for sure. I do not believe your mithrilium will give you any sort of boost in your legilimency, since it seems to only affect your own mental defenses, while observing another's mind is purely strength of will. But, it may be that your mithrilium will allow you a comprehension beyond that of untouched minds. Does that mean you'll teach me? Harry asked excitedly. Yes, although there will be caveats. Until I consider you competent, I will require your promise that you will not attempt legilimency outside of our lessons. An untrained legilimencer is like using a power whisk for surgery. You will learn nothing and potentially cause irreparable damage. Snape said pointedly, causing Harry to wince. If it's so dangerous, how can I learn without harming someone? Because I refuse to sacrifice people just to learn this. Causing Snape to quirk an eyebrow. While I do not disagree with your sentiment, you'll be pleased to know I had no plans of sacrifice. But, you will only enter a volunteer's mind with me accompanying you, which will allow me to guide you and prevent any damage. Furthermore, the volunteer will also need to be a competent occlumencer, to further protect against damage. Our problem will be to find such a volunteer, who would willingly open their defenses for us. Hey, Daphne, you know how I said I'd need to learn legilimency before we could work on you becoming an animagus. Well, Snape said he'd teach me, but we need a volunteer with good occlumency, fancy volunteering. What? She asked in confusion, having just been led into Harry's workshop. Harry wasted no time in filling her in on what Snape had told him, leaving her no less confused. So, I need to volunteer to have you read my mind, just so you can learn legilimency, so that you can help me become an animagus. Yeah, basically. But, if it's any help, Snape says we won't be going anywhere near memories for a long time. Just emotions and getting used to entering another's mind. Plus, obviously if I do use legilimency on you while you work on being an animagus, I'd need to look pretty deep into your mind anyway. I'll think about it. I'm not too sure how I feel about having you in my head. Now, let's get to work on those runestones so you don't drown, which I feel would make it difficult for you to learn anything. Dear Harry, Happy Christmas. I had planned on sending you this before Christmas, but your bird must have shown up while I was asleep, and didn't wait for me to add my own letter. A way to send you mail without you writing first would be appreciated, wink wink. So, I hope you had a good Christmas and ball. The penknife I have included was given to me by my Uncle Alfred, and in the tradition of my family, it's now yours. I have yet to find a lock it cannot open, and a simple tap will cause knots to animate and untie themselves. Honestly, it's a shame I never really ran into many locks or knots, at least until I got sent to Azkaban and left my penknife at home. As for your question, becoming an animagus did have some effect on my personality, same as your father. I wouldn't say I had a massive personality shift, it's more like my existing personality became slightly exaggerated. My sense of loyalty became stronger, but I also know I became a lot less patient. Even when I wasn't Padfoot, I disliked sitting still for long and would go wild at the chance to run. James often had to stop me jumping off the walls between classes. Of course, James grew far more patient after becoming prongs. We used to joke that he picked up the patience I left behind. Despite that, I'm not sure I'd say my mind changed after becoming Padfoot. I guess it just helped unlock what was already there. Before we changed, I never would have placed James as a stag, but after he transformed it just felt right. There are a few books I could recommend to your friend, but the only really helpful one was one James's ancestor wrote and never released. But I think it might have been destroyed when the Potter Manor burned down. I'll try and write down what I remember for a future letter, but my memory isn't the best with this type of thing. Good luck for the second task. If you need my help with anything, then I'm only a letter away. I believe in you. Sirius. Hagrid wasn't at class today, Neville proclaimed as they entered the room. This had the unfortunate side effect of disturbing both Harry and Daphne, right as Harry was carving a rune. For a brief minute, the runestone activated and began king in as much air as possible, choking all of them of oxygen. Moving quickly, Harry summoned his saber and disintegrated the stone. What the bleeding hell was that? Ron demanded, gasping for air. That was you disturbing us doing runes. Daphne snapped back. Frowning, Ron asked, what are you going to use that for? Suffocating the opposition. No, you idiot, it's to allow Harry to breathe. If he wanted to attack the other champions, he'd just use a spell. Alright, calm down, Harry demanded, stepping into the argument. The runestone wasn't finished. When it is, air will pass through two stones like a breathing tube. Now, what was that about Hagrid? Despite pounding on the door and yelling for Hagrid to open the door, the hut remained closed to them. Frowning, Harry pressed his hand against the lock, trying to open it. To his confusion, the door still refused to open. We'll try again tomorrow. Maybe he'll be willing to let us in then. Harry decided. Every day for a week Harry tried to talk to Hagrid, but was always ignored. It didn't help his mood that a few students kept bringing up Hagrid's article. To pass the time until Hagrid let him in, Harry spent as much time as possible sitting on his doorstep, working on his runestones. Eventually, Daphne dragged him down to Hogsmeade. He was surprised to see Ludo Bagman sitting with a bunch of grumpy goblins. Upon seeing him, the eyes of both Ludo and the goblins lit up. As Bagman tried to get up and make his way over, a goblin ducked under the table and began weaving through the crowd, shoving people out of the way as he moved. "Lord Potter, it is a pleasure to meet you," the goblin said grandly, going so far as to bow deeply. It was an unheard of gesture, one which drew the eye of everyone nearby, or almost everyone, as Ludo ambled over. "Harry, how are you? Been hoping to run into you. Everything going all right?" "Excuse us, wizard, I believe I was already talking to his lordship. You are already being held in contempt for your considerable debts. You would be wise to not exaggerate your grievances by attempting to befuddle Lord Potter." The goblin cut in coldly, making Bagman back off hesitantly. Nodding in satisfaction, the goblin pulled over a barstool and stood on it, so that they were eye level. "Now, Lord Potter, I am Howfoot Barkley, debt collector for Gringotts. Firstly, may I express my uttermost gratitude for your extremely generous contribution to our blessed nation. My sister was able to get a very lucrative job amongst the Makers Guild, a position only available because of your contribution. Her position has gained our clan much wealth. If you need anything from the Howfoot clan, you need only send us a letter." "Oh, thank you. I'll certainly keep that in mind," Harry replied politely. "But, why would Bagman try to befuddle me?" Ludo looked like he was about to talk, only for Howfoot to stare him into submission. "Ludovic Bagman has amassed several thousand galleons in debt from Gringotts, obtained by his inept gambling habit. That is to say nothing of the dozens of wizards attempting to obtain their winnings from Ludovic's accounts. In an attempt to clear his debt, Ludovic has been attempting to take a double or nothing bet on your Triwizard victory. What Ludovic fails to appreciate is that we refuse to bet against a lord such as yourself. He no doubt wants to trick you into letting him bet on you. Now come on now, I would never try to trick Harry here." Bagman blustered. "I just thought he'd be a good sport and help a fellow out, and whatever happened to you not speaking English? Lord Potter's support would make him liable for your losses. Given you have put forth your head as collateral, failure would be bad for Lord Potter's health." Howfoot announced grimly. "Right, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Bagman, but I'm not willing to risk my life any further. Particularly when I don't even know you that well. If you need to bet to make up for your losses, why not just bet on another champion? Now, I'm going to have a drink with my friends." He turned around only to come face to face with one of the Weasley twins. The other twin had already stepped around them to talk to Bagman and Howfoot. "So, Bagman's in debt to the goblins That'd explain why he doesn't want to pay us. Listen, Harry, we're sorry for eavesdropping, but when we heard what you were talking about, we had to come over. We've had an interest in Bagman for a while now. It's a long shot, but do you think you'd be able to talk the goblins into helping us settle our bet with Bagman? I don't think the goblins would listen to me on this. From the sounds of it, you're not the only ones he owes money to. How did you listen in, anyway? I didn't detect any listening charms." "Oh, that. It's an experimental pranking aid we've been working on. We're calling it a listen away, but the name isn't finalized. Its main thing is that it uses a bastardized supersensory charm, allowing the sound to carry through a protean link and out of the receiver." The twin explained passionately. "A protean link? Would you mind coming and joining me and my friends for a bit, because I want to use a protean charm for the second task." It turned out the Weasley twins knew quite a bit about runes, including the protean runes. You see, the trick is you need to consider them as two runes in one place, so everything needs to be linked twice to get the desired results. If you don't, then they get wacky and don't communicate properly. When that happens, it seems to be random with which side gets used. Fred explained, while his brother drew two runeshems on some napkins. With a flourish, George then tapped his wand against the left napkin, causing the right to glow brightly. Lifting his wand, Fred repeated the demonstration with the right runeshem. "This is great. How did you learn this? Professor Babbling didn't mention anything about double linking. Daphne asked excitedly. Lots of trial and error, the same way we do most of our experiments. Like, we're trying to combine an animation potion and firework powder, but it always explodes instantly. Doesn't help a vanishing charm causes the entire mixture to multiply. Only made that mistake once. Have you tried adding lavender clippings as you mix the powder into the potion? It should add a calming property, halting the explosion. Daphne suggested. We haven't, that might just work. Tell you what, how do you fancy coming down to our headquarters at some point? We'll help you with your runeshem and you'll help us with our potions. George prompted, holding out a hand for the girl to shake. Out of habit, Harry tried to get into Hagrid's hut on the way up, only for the door to spring open under his unlocking charm. As the door burst open, Harry got a brief look at a startled Hagrid and smiling Dumbledore, before Fang dived into his arms and obscured his vision behind fur. Stumbling while trying to keep his balance with Fang in his arms, Harry did his best to look around the giant dog. Good afternoon, everyone. Dumbledore greeted amicably. I see you were as desperate as myself to have Hagrid's company, although I personally find knocking to be the polite way of gaining entry. Sorry, Professor. It's just Hagrid hasn't answered in a week and we wanted to prove to him we don't care what the papers say. Harry explained from behind Fang. He was doing his best to get Fang onto the floor, but the dog seemed content to stay in Harry's arms, while doing his best to cover the boy's face in slobber. Yes, I surmised as much. Why don't you all come in? I'll draw up some chairs for you all. Harry waited for Daphne, Neville and Vincent to enter the hut before going over to Fang's bed and prying the dog off. Instantly Fang stood up and bounded over to Vincent, who obediently started petting him. Harry and his friends still seem to want to know you, judging by the way he broke the door down to get to you. Dumbledore told Hagrid. Of course we still want to know you. Why should it matter if you have a giantess for a mother? You're one of the most peaceful people I know. Harry exclaimed. I have never had a moment when I thought you were trying to hurt me, so why should that be any different now? If we had known the door was open, Luna, Ron, Draco, Colin, hell, even Fleur would all be here with us, telling you we still want to know you. At that, 2 fat tears leaked out of Hagrid's beetle black eyes and fell slowly into his tangled beard. Gently, Vincent stopped stroking Fang and laid a hand on Hagrid's shoulder, gripping it firmly. It isn't easy, being called a half-creature. Just because my great-uncle was a troll, everyone thinks I'm this way because I have troll blood in me. I don't, but people say it anyway. My family is used to being treated like we're dumb, or that we are lesser than anyone else, and it hurts. But my ma'am said, Vincent, there will be those that will be mean. Accept that, and accept they are not worth your time. Never be ashamed of who you are. And she was right. I was not ashamed of who I was, and I was able to get third in our dueling tournament. Hagrid looked up at that, fixing Vincent with a bleary gaze. My old dad used to say, never be ashamed. You're right, Vincent, they airin', worth botherin' with. Thank ye fair remindin' me Oda. So the first thing you need to learn about sigils is what we call the base rune, which you will need to memorize. Nicholas began, drawing a symbol in the air. Every future sigil will build upon this rune, so you must get this sigil perfect before we can move on. It is this rune that was bequeathed to you, which is how Perenelle was able to bind an entire magic set into our bloodline. With a flourish, Nicholas finished the rune, revealing the alchemical rune for the Philosopher's Stone. When you can create this sigil instantaneously, I'll give you the list of finalized sigils and you can pick which ones to work on. For now, you must guide your will outwards, forming it into the shape of the sigil. Then, you must fill your magic with power. As we discussed, it takes extraordinary focus, but we will keep working until you can summon it without hesitation. When you are ready, you can start. Nodding, Harry held his palm out and let his magic out. It was easy enough to get his magic to stick around, since it was similar to his initial creation of Mithril. Fortunately, it was different enough that the goblet didn't step in and stop him. But he hit a block the moment he tried to shape his magic into the rune. At first, his magical pane shattered as he tried to distort it, until he finally figured out how to give it enough power to become malleable without trying to liquefy into mithrilium. Not that his task grew any easier. It took him hours of practice before he could create an identifiable circle, which promptly collapsed in on itself the moment he tried to move onto the inner triangle. Drawing power out of the circle allowed it to regain some of its rigidity, but it was incredibly tricky to keep part of the pane malleable and simultaneously keep the rest solid. Eventually he was able to split his focus enough to have feelers holding up the rigid parts of the pane, while his primary consciousness was focused on sculpting the next shape. As it was several days later before he could hold the completed rune in front of him, drawing a satisfied smile from Nicholas. Impressive. Your shapes could do with sharper lines, but you'll improve with time. Well, it seems to me like you are ready to begin powering the sigil. Gulping nervously, Harry nodded and began pushing power into the rune. Immediately it began to lose its rigidity and lost its form, causing a small shockwave of released magic. Chuckling, Nicholas patted the boy on the shoulder. You'll need to keep a tighter hold on that rune. I'd also suggest going faster. Once it begins to power up, it becomes volatile. Take too long, and the sigil will collapse as you just witnessed. Try again. Frowning in irritation, Harry took another 2 attempts before he had a completed rune again. Concentrating, Harry split his focus numerous times, with each one controlling a feeler that the entire rune was evenly supported. Then with a flick of his wrist, every feeler began pumping magic into the rune. Just like before, the rune became malleable and rested heavily upon the feelers, but this time Harry could see the magic spreading through the rune and connecting together. It was harder to see than normal, given it was magic moving through more magic. For a brief moment, Harry thought he had done it, as the last islands of magic reached out for the main mass of magic, when the other end of the mass erupted outwards and forcefully shattered the sigil. You need a more even distribution of magic, although with more speed. I'd suggest trying to introduce a higher quality of magic, although more entry points could do the same job. Nicholas advised patiently, looking up from his writing. Sighing in frustration, Harry went through the process yet again. This time he added a few more feelers and forced as much power as possible into the sigil. Finally, after so many failed attempts, the sigil flashed became a visible construct. As Nicholas had said, the actual sigil did nothing, but that didn't stop Harry's sense of satisfaction when he finally got to see his emerald green sigil floating before him. The sigil was easily one of the hardest spells he had ever performed, solely because of the willpower it took to hold it together. Congratulations, that's a huge achievement. You should be genuinely proud that you've managed this in just 3 days. But, now you need to do it again until it becomes a part of you. Sighing, Harry began reaching into himself again, ready to make the sigil anew. The frustrating part was that the power consumption was relatively minor, however the feelers to activate the sigil needed their own source of magic and will to be maintained. Oh, by the way, your friend Hagrid. I'd suggest talking to Lockhart on his behalf. You said he helped you with your own press, correct? Nicholas mentioned benignly. Although you may have to consider if potentially revealing Lockhart's secret is worth protecting another friend. What's Lockhart's secret? Harry asked evasively. Oh, don't play me for the fool. Me and Albus have known about Lockhart obliviating people and taking credit for a while now. Albus was planning on exposing him when he worked here, but since he is benefiting you, Albus decided to postpone the reveal. But surely you want Lockhart's crimes to become known? Harry protested. My dear boy, do you want Lockhart locked up? If he had not become indebted to you, then we likely would have exposed him. But we gain more by keeping Lockhart out of Azkaban and helping you, which he himself knows. Ultimately, the people he obliviated are not suffering. If you care for justice, you are well within your rights to report him. He is your ally, not ours. And because we care for you, we won't attack the people you consider allies. In this we will trust in your judgment. To say the least, Harry was shocked. He didn't accept that response from his mentor, although he felt like he shouldn't have been surprised. Both Nicholas and Dumbledore had shown a slight apathy to rules and laws, a trait Harry suspected Dumbledore picked up from Nicholas. Instead of thinking about it further, Harry formed the rune, ready to begin again. For Merlin's sake, Harry, can you stop working on those runes for just 10 minutes? You've already gotten them working. Why do you need to keep making them? Ron whined in exasperation. Ron was meant to be helping Vincent duel Daphne, but had stopped when seeing Harry carving the runes on yet another pair of pebbles. Harry was already surrounded by several of the rune stones, most of which had been depowered. Because I've only got an hour to do the task, Ron. Harry explained patiently. Every second I can save when writing these runes is an extra second to compete. As he talked, Harry pressed both palms against the pebbles, hissing as he burned the runes into the stone. It turned out that learning sigils had led to a discovery with his rune making. By preloading the runeshem, like how he loaded a sigil's rune, he could use his magic to print the entire runeshem in one go. Just like his sigils, preloading a runeshem was extremely complex, meaning it could take up to 3 times as much magic to create. This meant creating a runeshem the old way with a chisel was still better, unless you were on a time limit. Letting his magic flood the suspended runes, he was able to drastically raise the temperature of his magic, easily melting the imprint of the rune into the stone. If it wasn't for the fact the molten stone kept burning his hand, he'd consider using this method more, just to show off. Daphne had also tried to learn his new method, but she not only had problems with holding the rune together with just her magic, she had also struggled with mentally drawing the runes mirrored. For the specific runeshems for the breathing stones, the mirroring was not an issue, given the protean runes required it anyway. It was as George had explained. Runeshems that require protean charms are like patterns on 2 floors of a castle. When seen from the ground, they both need to look complete, but if you look at them from the sky, then the protean charms should line up. When they do line up, the 2 patterns should turn into one complete scheme. By mirroring one of the runeshems, they would seamlessly merge together. Harry still needed to mirror one rune, but for him that was a simple process. However, for someone who didn't have his mithrilium, like Daphne, forming 2 separate runeshems was far too difficult to be practical. Burning the schemes into the stones took only a few seconds, so Harry was finished before Ron could turn back to his duel. Even as Ron fell from Daphne's stunner, Harry had already used an appendage minor burn healing charm on his palms. It was an extremely specific charm that Harry was well on his way to mastering. Fred had taught it to them after the first time Harry had burned his hands with the runes. The twins did not explain how they had found the spell, but it did exactly what it said. As with all magic, the more specific it got, the stronger and more efficient it became. From helping with the runes to teaching them healing, the twins had provided so much help. Harry wanted to do something to repay them, but for now he knew he needed to concentrate on the task. The good news is, now that I know I can breathe underwater, I can start learning how to swim. Harry announced cheerfully, earning him stunned looks from his friends. Bloody hell, you don't know how to swim? Ron demanded. Harry mate, this task is underwater, you should have started learning ages ago. There are ways to move underwater without knowing how to swim, but if I couldn't figure out how to breathe, it wouldn't matter how well I can swim. Harry defended himself. Right, you need to learn immediately. Daphne stated firmly. Does anyone know a place to swim in this castle? Otherwise Harry will have to learn in the lake. The elves might know. Other than Dumbledore, they know the school best. Neville reasoned, looking up from where Luna was teaching him how to paint. Right, well you better go ask them, Harry. Daphne nodded, shooing him out of the classroom. I set up this room, you know, you can't force me out of it. Harry protested even as he summoned all the runestones into his pocket and started leaving. Yes, now go out and find somewhere to swim, then we'll teach you. Playfully grumbling under his breath, Harry made his way to Dumbledore's office, stopping only when he reached the gargoyle guarding the tower and realized he didn't have the password. Sighing, Harry conjured a piece of parchment and wrote a quick message asking to be let in. He then used a delivery charm to fold the parchment into a paper airplane, which then flew up into the office. A few seconds later, the gargoyle leapt out of the way and the staircase started to rise. Good morning, Harry. Is there anything I can do for you? Good morning, sir. As a matter of fact, there is. You see, it's come to my attention that I may need to learn to swim quite urgently, so I was wondering if there was anywhere to swim within the castle. Ah, that is quite an interesting issue. You see, according to the castle, history and the previous head teachers, there is no swimming pool within the school, excluding the prefect's bath. However, you may remember that excellent room of chamber pots I mentioned at the Yule Ball. Well, I know for a fact there was a mighty impressive pool there. Unfortunately, I have yet to find that room again. For all I know, one may only come across that room once in their lifetime. A shame too. I consider one of my greatest achievements to be my mastery of the East stroke, but I find it so hard to find time to enjoy the act of swimming nowadays. Of course, if you were to find it, you would be well within your rights to use the room. Would the elves know, sir? You know what? They just might. I'd suggest going down to the kitchens and asking. Just, do let me know if you find the room. As it turned out, the elves didn't know where to find a swimming pool, but they did know how to find the room Dumbledore described. One of the elves took him to the 7th floor corridor, indicating a blank stretch of wall. Confused, Harry put his face as close as possible to the wall, but even with his magicite at full blast, it remained a standard wall. Master will need to pace thrice before the wall, whilst thinking of what use has need of. The elf instructed excitedly. But it's a blank wall, Harry pointed out slowly, wondering if the elf was playing a prank on him. Yes, it is, sir. But when summoned, it isn't. Frowning down at the elf, Harry walked back and forth, thinking of a swimming pool. To his immense surprise, a smooth cedar door started emerging from the stone. However, his magicite was still telling him that the wall was still the same purely white of Hogwarts stone. Cautiously, he pushed open the new door, letting a great waft of steam escape into the hallway. Waving away the steam, Harry caught sight of what looked like a wood cabin, with a large heated pool in the middle. In disbelief, Harry slammed the door shut and watched it sink back into the brickwork, with absolutely no magical sign of it existing. Running down the corridor, Harry turned a corner and spotted an ordinary classroom door. Opening it, he was met with a regular classroom, which clearly took up the same space the pool had just occupied. The entire time, everything still only had intentless white magic, except for the oily midnight blue color of a boggart that had leaked into the teacher's desk. Rushing back to where the pool had been, Harry paced again, only for the cedar door to reappear. Cracking open the door just enough to confirm the pool was still there. Nodding in bewildered acceptance, Harry let the door swing shut and ambled his way back to their meeting room. Given the experience he'd just had, to Harry it seemed only natural that everyone but Daphne had vanished. Where did everyone go? Harry asked in confusion. Well, the boys realized they were late for care of magical creatures. No idea where Luna went. Not all of us can get away with just skipping classes. What? I don't skip classes. Well, okay, I do now, but I used to attend all my classes. You barely attended half of your charms classes, and you'd often leave McGonagall's class the moment you finished the transfiguration. You barely pay attention in astronomy and are still one of the best in class. With potions you used to just sit at the back and do your own thing. Daphne pointed out. Well, I was given permission to do all of that. Also, that's all very specific. Have you been spying on me? You were the best student in the school who was also a celebrity. Of course I spied on you. Good luck finding a student that didn't. Now, did you find a pool? Well, I didn't expect this. Daphne gasped upon stepping into the room. To Harry's personal annoyance, she somehow just glossed over the complete impossibility of the room. Well, I don't know about you, but I don't have any swimming stuff, so I guess we'll have to use transfiguration. Daphne proposed, only for 2 changing rooms to suddenly appear, complete with swimming costumes. Harry was instantly suspicious, poking his own costume with his wand and running detection spells. To his magicite, both the stalls and costume were made of Hogwarts white magic, which shouldn't be possible given they didn't look attached to the building. Grumbling, Harry put it on, finding it incredibly comfortable and the exact right size. While the obvious answer was magic, he didn't know how such a thing was possible without any scanning magic being used on him. By the time he exited, Daphne was already waiting for him in the pool, swimming lazy laps. Experimentally, Harry started walking into the pool, which made his Mithrilium start feeding the knowledge on how to swim directly into his brain. It had been a long time since it had done that before, but Harry suspected it was always there, whispering ideas into his subconsciousness. It would certainly explain why he had started to find learning spells so effortless. As Daphne swam over and started coaching him on how to swim, he didn't have the heart to tell her he had already become competent just by entering the pool. Breathe in, hold, release. Breathe in, relax, breathe out. Breathe in, push thoughts away, release. Let your magic come to you, call it to you, breathe out. Harry thought, floating unaided within the swimming pool room. Part of his mind was focused on maintaining the cocktail of wandless weightlessness, slowing and levitation charms. The result was the ability to counter gravity, allowing him to hover in midair. It also gave him a convenient use of magic, which he could then follow back to his core. As his magic's river made its now familiar appearance, Harry began walking down its banks. Finally, he came across the bridge that the Goblet of Fire's contract had chosen to manifest itself. While the bridge didn't restrict his magic in any way, it nonetheless stopped him sending boats down the river. Of course, Harry didn't know what a boat would represent, but the fact he couldn't launch a boat down his own river vexed him. As had become customary, he knelt beside the bridge and tried to remove it, trying to ignore the burning pain the bridge sent his way. Giving up, he then futilely tried to push the bridge. He had been trying to remove the bridge ever since the night of being chosen, to no avail. He wanted to say he had managed to shift the bridge a fraction, but it was impossible to prove. He could also tell that the repetitive exercise was helping build up his control. He was hoping that if something else tried to bind his magic, he was now strong enough to stop that bridge being created in the first place, potentially by redirecting it elsewhere. Distantly, Harry heard the door to the swimming room open, admitting Daphne's magical signature. Giving one last resentful kick to the bridge, he leisurely let his mind return to his body, letting the sight of her come into view. You do know we've only got half an hour before we need to be at Professor Snape's office, right? Daphne asked with some humor. Yeah, I still don't know how my time suddenly got so busy. Harry muttered. Well, let's see. You asked for telepathy lessons, learned an entirely new way of making runestones, your secret mentoring lessons, and also learning how to swim. With just 2 months before you need to use them. Daphne replied, counting off each item on her finger. That does sound familiar, now that you mention it. Harry grinned. Daphne found herself staring into Harry's eyes half an hour later, after Snape had ensured Harry knew the plan. Her friend would try to touch her mind, while Snape exercised an extremely difficult form of side-along legilimency. Harry took a few deep breaths, then snapped his eyes to her, the familiar feeling of power rising behind him. It was impossible to spend any time with Harry without at least sensing his power, especially if you got into a duel with him. For the most part, Harry's power just gave off a sense of pleasant warmness. Just being near him made her feel more energetic. That was until he got serious and it felt like being near a lightning strike. As such, Daphne couldn't help feeling some trepidation as Harry's magic began to build to an unpleasant intensity, especially since it was aimed against her. Just as it reached a crescendo, Professor Snape forcibly snapped, "Stop." Blinking hard, Harry turned to the professor questionably. Your magic was too tightly contained, there was nothing for me to hold onto. For proper legilimency in the future, that may serve you well, but for this I must accompany you. Whatever that meant, Harry seemed to understand as he nodded resolutely, before looking back into her eyes. Again his magic rose, except this time it wasn't stopped and pushed against her mental walls with enough force to physically push her backwards a step. Despite the blunt force, she was pleased to note her defenses hadn't suffered any noticeable harm. What surprised her was how his magic was still lying there, pressing against her walls. A normal legilimency attack was incredibly quick, often lasting less than a second. With the close proximity, she could read some of its intent, the most prominent being a desire to avoid harming her. Good. While unorthodox, you have now built a connection with her defenses. Now comes the important part. You must form your message and try to press it against her protections. Snape intoned. Once again nodding, Harry's brow came down in deep seriousness, a gesture which made her want to giggle. It seemed Harry noticed her amusement, as his lips curved upwards. Stop laughing. Harry's voice told her faintly, except she knew for a fact his mouth didn't move. You did it? She asked, amazed. Yeah, it was easier than I was expecting. My mithrilium really helped guide me. Harry explained. Indeed, it seems your mithrilium provides more than just your mental defenses. Professor Snape added. But, you must work on your precision. Your message was far too faint, along with taking too long to talk. You want us to go again, then? Harry asked. Assuming Greengrass is okay, certainly. 2 hours, that's how long it took for Harry to go from unable to use telepathy, to barely needing a second of eye contact. Of course, he was only capable of short messages and the initial contact still made her wince, but still 2 hours. Daphne wished she could just spend an afternoon and learn a completely new, complexly rare skill. You all right? Harry asked as they left, looking at her with some concern. Well, my walls feel like they got kicked repeatedly by a hippogriff, almost like you bruised them. Honestly, how do you bruise non-existent walls, Harry? She demanded playfully, unintentionally wincing as her raised voice worsened her headache. Good, I'm satisfied you can now summon the base sigil at a moment's notice. Your shapes could benefit from more refinement, but that will come with time. Now it's time for you to learn how to make complete sigils. In short, you can make up sigils on the spot, although just like with runes, you must know what each symbol means first. For this, you will need to be able to draw the symbols for salt, second form gold, second form iron and phosphorus. You will need to use all of these around the base sigil, to create the pattern of a sword. But, this is not the only way to make a sword sigil, any combination of symbols will work, so long as it symbolically makes sense. Sighing, Harry began the process of memorizing the different symbols. It helped that the gold was just a circle with a dot in the center, while the salt was a circle with a thick horizontal line in the middle. He thought the phosphorus looked similar to a fish skeleton, and the iron was just a smaller sword. As the second task drew nearer, Harry did his best to ignore his anxiety as he steadily worked towards getting the sigil to work. With some reliability he could get the sigil to hold together, but powering it was a constant issue. With just a day to go, he irritably waved his hand through the sigil's hilt while his hand was infused with as much magic as possible. To his great surprise, rather than passing through the illusion, his hand instinctively gripped the now very solid sword hilt. Amazing, Harry, you should be very proud of yourself. Nicholas congratulated softly, staying quiet in both his awe and in respect to the very late hour. Practice tomorrow, so that you can maintain it for the task, but you are ready. Now get some sleep. So as the sun started to rise, with just 24 hours to go until the task, Harry climbed into his bed and let his exhaustion take him. Hey, Luna, Professor Moody was looking for you. I think he wants you to go to his office. Neville announced as he entered their dueling room, carrying his book of magical water plants of the Highland Lochs. With some confusion, Luna put down her brush, halfway through a painting of Harry swimming with a bunch of Scottish merpeople. Harry had been greatly relieved to learn that the merpeople in the lake were nowhere near the size of their Caribbean cousins. I'd better go see him, maybe he didn't like my essay on the best way to stop a water demon. She asked as she packed up her things. I'll wish you luck tomorrow, Harry. Only after she left was Neville brave enough to ask, what was her best way to stop a Grindylow? Give it a dirigible plum and scratch behind its head. I don't think she cared that they were carnivorous. Harry answered. So, how's Fleur doing? Blushing, Neville hugged his book tighter before saying, yeah, she's doing good. Was able to get some gillyweed through her parents, it's a lot cheaper in France apparently. She'd tell you herself, if you let her, then I wouldn't feel like I'm betraying you by spending time with her. I just think it's best if me and Fleur keep our distance when it comes to the tasks, that way nobody can accuse us of cheating. And you shouldn't feel like you're betraying me, because I both trust you and you aren't hiding the fact you are helping her. Harry replied honestly, so she settled on gillyweed. I must admit, personally I would have gone with that enchanted scarf idea. Thanks, Harry. Yeah, she went with gillyweed. It turns out her magic doesn't react well when submerged in water. It's like that magic corrosion thing you talk about. she has to put a lot of power into sustaining her magic. We have enough gillyweed for you too, if you want it. I appreciate it, but I don't think I can trust a plant like that. The unpredictability really doesn't sit well with me. But hopefully it'll work out for Fleur. I'm guessing it's because her magic is already similar to a fire elemental, so the water has a more dramatic effect. After seeing Fleur's seemingly unique flickering magic, Harry had done his best to catalog as many fire elements as he could. So far, that list consisted of just the fire salamanders that Hagrid kept. That had at least proven they also had a dark red flickering, although theirs had a much slower shift. He just hoped Fleur didn't follow the salamander tradition of dying when quenched in water. Well, I'll have my fingers crossed for both of you. I think I'll go to bed now though. Best of luck tomorrow, Harry. After a very light breakfast, Harry made his way down to the lake, joining Crumb by the judge's table. Morning. Looking forward to the task? Harry asked, looking uneasily at the dark water before them. Da, my swimming is very good, I am thinking, perhaps greater than my flying. But I am being glad your lake is warmer than what I am used to. In the winter we cannot enter the sea around Durmstrang without several warming charms, although the summer is not being so bad. Victor replied cheerfully. Victor, do not go telling your rival how to find our school, we must preserve some of our secrets. Karkaroff called out jauntily, having apparently been summoned by Crumb talking about his school. Harry couldn't help feeling bad for Crumb. The man clearly loved his school and wanted to freely share that love, only to be shot down by his headmaster. It wasn't missed how Crumb steadfastly ignored Karkaroff's presence as the headmaster took his seat at the judge's table, leaving a very awkward silence behind. To Harry's great relief, Cedric eventually jogged up to them, giving a reason to break the silence. Morning, lads, Cedric announced, seemingly to also be in a good mood. Wanted to show up early, but I ended up waiting for Cho. I couldn't find her, but I guess she must have slept in. I remember I was exhausted during my owl year too. Actually, now that you mention it, I didn't see Luna either. Maybe something happened in the girls' dorms. Harry added, making a mental note to check on Luna once he finished the task. The three chatted for a while as the audience trickled into the stands and the judges slowly took their seats. Eventually Fleur showed up, with Neville at her side. To Harry's amusement, Fleur gave Neville a quick key, before walking off, leaving a very red Neville to find a seat. Excellent. Well, with all our champions here, we best begin. Ludo announced gleefully as the Ministry wizards checked them for contraband. Welcome, one and all, to the second Triwizard task. Last night something was stolen from each of our champions. A treasure of sorts. These 4 treasures, one for each champion, now lie on the bottom of the Black Lake. In order to win, each champion need only find their treasure and return to the surface. Simple enough. Except for this, they will have 1 hour to do so and 1 hour only. After that they'll be on their own. Canceling his sonorous, Ludo quietly asked if they were all ready, and upon receiving confirmation blew his whistle. In one smooth and well-rehearsed motion, Harry withdrew his 2 rune stones, burned his scheme into them and healed his burns. It had taken them ages to get the perfect size and texture, which also fit within his mouth comfortably. But Harry had realized he could abuse the exact same loophole from his Dementor's cloak. While they were a pre-prepared item, they were a non-magic pre-prepared item, so were completely ignored by both the goblet and officials. Turning, he handed one of the runestones to Dumbledore, who solemnly stuck it to the table. He had already cleared it with the man, where judges were allowed to hold and protect items for the champion that was to be used in the task. Technically the rule was added so that any summoned items were safe before being needed, but his runestone still counted. With a flourish, he then ended the transfiguration on his clothes, reverting his fake trench coat back into the provided swimwear. The flourish also covered his summoning of Sirius' invisible pen knife. Just as Harry placed the twin runestone in his mouth and dived into the water, he saw Fleur do a huge backflip out of the water, landing near to his location. Glad Snape had finally cleared him for telepathy, Harry made deliberate eye contact and formed a 2-way connection between them. A backflip. I thought we were swimming, not flying. Harry sent jokingly, getting a shocked look back. You can use telepathy, she thought back in perfect English. In truth, Neither were actually talking, so neither were using any language. Instead, they sent pure thoughts, that magic then ensured would be received as if heard. Yeah, it turns out the mind arts come fairly easily to me. Say, do you want to stick together for a bit? Because this connection only has a limited range. Harry proposed, getting a grateful response back. Their pause had given Fleur's gillyweed time to work, meaning she shot off instantly. She initially slowed down for Harry, only for him to easily catch up. His magic was pushing his muscles to the extreme limit, but it paid off as he shot through the water. Together, moving at speeds which would have had Olympians weeping, they set off into the lake. As they descended, the light dropped to practically nothing, which would have left him blind without his mage sight. Unfortunately, physical objects didn't show up, meaning twice Fleur had to pull him out of a crash course. Suddenly, Fleur spun around and fired a spell behind them. Even with his mage sight pushed to the limit, he couldn't see what she was firing at, especially when her spell dissolved after only a few feet. What do you see? Harry asked frantically, sweeping the ground around them. Grindylow, she replied, firing a much stronger spell. Not waiting to see if her shot hit, Harry summoned his sigil sword in record time, bathing the area around them in bright emerald light. This revealed a giant swarm of the water demons, which had silently gathered behind them. Enraged by the new light, the entire pack swarmed them. While inexperienced, Harry used his sword to the best of his ability, aided by both his Mithrilium's silent instruction and the sword's innate desire for physical perfection. He was further aided by the sword's complete lack of resistance, even when the demons got in the way of his blade. What didn't help was how polluted the water grew, clouding his view. He had long ago lost sight of Fleur within the swarm, a barely standing shield stopping anything from attacking him from behind. Eventually, with a final slice, one Grindylow became two, leaving a blissful rest. Breathing deeply, Harry swam over to where he had last seen Fleur, a trail of stunned Grindylows providing a helpful path. To his alarm, she was in a very bad state. Her entire body was covered in sharp cuts, the only parts of her undamaged were those protected by her unbreakable swimsuit. Through a half-closed eyelid, she sought his eyes and managed a weak, "I'm going to have to forfeit, I can't continue like this. Please, if you find my treasure, consider saving it for me." Nodding, Harry hit her with a strong buoyancy charm before continuing deeper into the depths. Without Fleur by his side, he was forced to go a lot slower, especially with one hand holding up his sword. To his relief, the sound of the egg's clue started echoing towards him, growing stronger as he dove deeper. Cresting a dune, he was met with the sight of an underwater village, lit up with balls of brightly glowing ice. Entering the village, he was startled at just how fish-like the Selkies were, especially when compared to the mostly human Caribbean giant mermaids. Then right in the middle of a square were 4 ropes, 2 of which were empty. But, instead of the items he was expecting, he instead saw 2 owned girls with a deep sense of dread. The first was a younger-looking Fleur, completely with a flickering light blue signature. The other was Luna, looking serene in her sleep, as if she wasn't deep underwater. Retrieving his penknife, he tapped a hooked blade against the knot tying Luna to the statue, which instantly came alive and started undoing itself. Moving automatically, Harry attempted to untie Fleur's hostage, only for a merman to roughly pull him away. Spinning around angrily, Harry completely forgot about the sword he still held in his hand, until it passed through his assailant. For a shocked moment, nobody moved as the merman sank to the ground, until with a guttural cry another merman howled a war cry. Knowing he had messed up, Harry desperately stabbed his penknife into the girl's rope, while summoning Luna to him. Throwing his sword at the ground, he deliberately made the magic holding it together fail, launching a giant shockwave of magic outwards. The blast knocked a few of the closest Selkies backwards, and stunned a great deal more. Making the most of the time, he stuffed his penknife into Luna's inner robe pocket, then wrapped his hands around both. Wandlessly he hit both with the same buoyancy charm he had used on Fleur, while awkwardly drawing his wand and casting a shield charm. Kicking frantically, he tried to rise as fast as possible, even as he started to feel the burn from keeping the shield and buoyancy charms going, along with pumping magic into his muscles. Blind without his sword, Harry hoped the Selkies hadn't followed, only for a spear to slam into his shield. Now panicking, Harry resummoned his sword sigil, in the hope its appearance kept them at bay. Unfortunately, it seemed like in their rage, they couldn't care less about any threat he might have posed. Spears began to regularly slam into his shield, sending a ripple of strain through his magic, a strain he couldn't afford to withstand. Nearing the surface, Harry threw both girls up as hard as possible, then turned to deal with the soldiers following them. He knew that if they had followed him this far, they wouldn't leave simply because he surfaced, especially when he didn't know how far from the shore they were. In a shotgun approach to using his telepathy, Harry broadcast a general intent of an apology and for them to leave him alone. If they heard, they didn't listen. The next spear that was thrown at him, Harry sliced with his sword, before waving it dangerously at them. One brave merman hissed, then angrily swam straight towards Harry. Being careful to use the hand that wasn't holding a dangerous weapon, Harry used a banishing charm to reverse the merman's course. This had the added bonus of propelling Harry upwards as well. Surfacing, Harry spotted Luna helping the other girl stay afloat, muttering soothingly. "We need to get to shore, now. Those mermen aren't happy with me," Harry shouted, shocking Luna. Pulling the two close, he kicked towards where he could see the stands, occasionally feeling a clawed hand crash against his weakening shield. "Harry, behind you!" Luna suddenly cried, pushing him out of the way. Instantly he felt something stab into his side, although that wasn't the worst part. He didn't have to wonder what had stabbed him, as the spear was still there. The worst part was how the spear was sticking out of Luna's chest, her eyes wide in pain and surprise. Seeing Luna's pained expression, along with the blood that was spreading out of her like a flower, filled Harry with a rage he'd never felt before. Without hesitation he let his magic loose, with no regard from anything other than the two girls in his arms. On a subconscious level, every wizard kept their magic controlled. It was physically impossible to survive without that control. And Obscurial was a prime example of what happened when the witch or wizard didn't keep their magic controlled. But powerful wizards could let their magic run uncontrolled for a time without dying, with the only risk being the complete release of all their magic. This was heavily discouraged, however, entirely due to social pressure. As a people, wizards dislike being shown how weak they are, while unleashed magic was a clear expression of power. With everyone controlling their magic, the weak could pretend they were equal to the strong. It was an ideology Harry didn't completely agree with, but Dumbledore insisted he follow. But now he had no reason to hide, no reason to lie about his power. The lake around them went from near freezing, to lightly steaming. The steam that rose from the water very quickly vanished into the air that had begun to swirl around them, in a loosely held tornado. With strangled cries, the Selkies tried to escape the hot water, swimming into the depths. Frowning in anger, Harry snapped his hand towards the escaping mermen, forming ropes of air that dove into the water and wrapped around them. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the mermen went wild, charging towards who they knew was the biggest threat. Their first volley of spears were smacked down by his magic before Harry even thought of it, his magic doing its best to loyally protect him. Despite that loyalty, Harry could feel the thrum of power under his veins, slowly increasing until he'd burned to death. Meeting the attacking mermen head-on, his sword cut through many of them, although a lucky Selkie got its spear through Harry's shoulder. Harry's pain and anger from the strike carried over into his magic, which tightened the ropes of air in retaliation, killing a half-dozen instantly. The problem was, the rest were able to use their magical resistance to shrug free of the restraints. To his surprise, rather than attack him, the freed Selkies swam down as fast as they could. Fearing they were going to get reinforcements, Harry was just about to reach after them when he felt Luna's magic shift behind him. As a new heart-stopping terror gripped him, he spun around and wadded over to her. Beneath his mage sight, he saw exactly when Luna's heart stopped and her magic began to desert her, taking her soul with it. Desperately, he pulled his own magic back under control and reached out for Luna's, holding onto it with all his might. Her magic tried to resist him, but he held on regardless, keeping her magic tethered like some demented balloon. Knowing the Selkies may not be gone for long, he and the bee-owned girl did their best to swim towards the judges, while keeping a hold of Luna's body. It was during that swim that Harry realized something. By keeping Luna's soul down, his own soul was being pulled up. The moment he realized this, his magic reacted and wrapped around his own soul, further exhausting him. As they swam, Harry thought desperately, knowing the next few moments were going to be crucial. It was fortunate that the dock wasn't far, since by the time the three of them were picked out of the water, the bee-owned girl looked awful. Finding Dumbledore's concerned face, Harry launched himself over to the man and said, "Dumbledore, please listen to me. Luna isn't dead, but she is dying. I'm using my power to stop her from dying, but I need Madame Pomfrey to heal her. You can't let her pronounce Luna as dead." Nodding firmly, Dumbledore waved his wand and forced people back, before grabbing Pomfrey and whispering something into her ear. But instead of focusing on that, Harry was searching for Daphne, eventually finding her fearful face in the stands. "I need you to go into my workshop, find a big ship model called HMS Victory. I need you to bring the entire ship to me. Don't open it and definitely do not touch anything inside. Hurry," he directed to her via telepathy, the brief instructions draining him enough that his soul slipped even further upwards. However, his message was important. He wasn't going to have another friend die, just because she touched the gauntlet ring and triggered its defenses. Moving back to Luna, he was able to follow as Dumbledore carefully carried her into the medical tent, wisely avoiding using magic on her. Percy Weasley tried to stop Harry from entering, but was stopped by Moody pushing the redhead aside and pulling Harry through. "Potter, explain to me what you said to the headmaster, that had him so convinced that I must heal Ms. Lovegood's body. To put it lightly, she's too far gone, there's nothing left to heal." Pomfrey asked the moment she spotted Harry, her tone kindly but stern. "Because she isn't dead, not completely. She's only mostly dead, but my magic is keeping her from going any further. But she can't return to her body in its current state, and I can't hold this magic for long." "Necromancy," she hissed cautiously, eyeing the room. "No, necromancy requires the subject to have died. This is more like stasis," Harry explained, desperately. The truth was, this magic was definitely related to necromancy, since Harry had only known it was possible because he had read it in a necromancy book. However, admitting it was necromancy would get himself thrown in Azkaban and Luna permanently killed. "I can accept that," Pomfrey said. "Now, what do you need to maintain this magic?" "Nothing. My friend Daphne is getting one of the things I need, the other is on its way. I just need you to have healed her as quickly as possible." Nodding, she set off to Luna and began to work, allowing Harry to collapse onto the nearby bed and go into a meditative state. Even with his magic focused on two souls, he had enough sense left to detect Dumbledore's magic standing vigil before him. When Daphne entered the tent, accompanied by Snape, it was like the first ray of sun. Even with his dampened magicite, the gauntlet shone brightly, calling out to him. A flick of his wand had the ring shoot out of the ship's hull and onto his left hand, instantly filling him with the burning magic of the stone. "Harry, that stone won't help you," Dumbledore told him quietly, making Harry extremely confused. After all, the stone was already helping him, allowing him to rejuvenate his magic to retain his hold. "What? Of course it'll help," he replied in the same quiet tone. "The elixir will only work for you, remember Nicholas explained it to you. By placing it in the gauntlet, no other magic can be made into the elixir." "I'm not going to use the elixir, it wouldn't help here anyway." Harry hissed. "The elixir wouldn't bring her back, it only heals the body. I need something that will work with souls." "Souls? But what do you have that will work with souls?" Dumbledore asked. Right as a large albatross dove straight through the tent's roof, shattering its notice knot as it did so. Even as Harry tore the golden ball out of the mithril bird's chest, he couldn't help noticing how it was in a bad way. While the bird was extremely warm to the touch, a thin layer of frost stuck to the metal regardless. The mithril was also visibly corroded in some areas, while some of the more delicate feathers had worn away to almost nothing. Putting the damage aside for the moment, a careful cutting charm was able to slice the gold in half, allowing a ball of ice to roll free. "Harry, no, listen to me. We don't know how to use this, for all you know it'll do more harm than good." Dumbledore protested, cottoning onto Harry's plan. Professor, you need to trust me. We know Dementors can pull souls around, and we know the Soul Gem adopted all the powers of a Dementor. Just the cloak of a Dementor is enough to have empathivoric powers, which means it can also interact directly with the soul. If a piece of cloth can get that power after just proximity to a Dementor, then the Soul Gem will work. Just be careful, please. Dumbledore begged, correctly assuming he would be unable to talk Harry out of his plan. But how will you power the stone? You can't copy what you did last time, and we both know powering it yourself will kill you. Uncaring that everyone was watching on, Harry flicked his wrist and turned the ring back into the full gauntlet. With its true form revealed, the Philosopher's Stone glowed brightly on the back of his hand. I may not be able to make something new to power it, but by my calculations the Philosopher's Stone will make enough to cancel out the Soul Gem's drain. For Luna, I'm willing to try. Saying that, Harry carefully lowered the Soul Gem onto the gauntlet. He was aiming for the spot between the larger Philosopher's Stone and the knuckles of his middle and index fingers. To his mild surprise, the mithril moved out of the way to offer a sizable indent, which the gemstone sunk into perfectly. The moment it snapped into place, a rush of its cold magic flooded through the gauntlet, chilling the mithril and emitting a faint vapor. Within the magic, he could feel the Philosopher's Stone and Soul Gem argue, one wanting to spread its heat, the other wanting to be cold. After a brief power struggle, helped along by Harry's will, the Philosopher's Stone triumphed and subjected the weaker gem to its will. As the Soul Gem was brought under the Philosopher's Stone's rule, Harry's mithrilium perked up and began studying the gem. While Harry could tell that was what the mithrilium was doing, he could also tell that it wasn't telling him what it was finding. Cautiously, he tried to ask his mithrilium how to get Luna's soul back into her body, to which it eagerly told him exactly how to achieve it. Gingerly, he reached out his gauntleted hand towards Luna's soul, passing harmlessly through her magic until he reached her soul. It was like trying to grasp jelly. It oozed around his fingers, but he was able to touch it. Very gently he cupped his hand around her soul, then slowly brought it down to her body, reeling in his magic as he did so. Then with a final push he was able to press her soul against her mouth, at which point her magic leapt back into her body, bringing warmth back. With her own magic helping pull it down, her soul stopped fighting him and began to sink of its own accord. As her soul descended into her body, her magic leapt out and covered it, sealing it back in its rightful place. Gasping, Luna began breathing deeply, although she did not wake as Harry had expected. Giving her own gasp, Madame Pomfrey began scanning her again, eventually turning to Dumbledore and gave her analysis. She's alive. Physically she's in perfect health, but then there was nothing to fight the healing. But, even with my best work I couldn't awaken her. Before Mr. Potter used his magic, her mind was empty, there was nothing to reawaken. Now her mind is active again, but asleep. I would recommend keeping her asleep for the time being, until she awakens naturally. While she has physically recovered from this ordeal, there is no way to say how she will be emotionally. But she is alive, that is to say. At this moment, there is nothing to say she has never not been alive. Dumbledore pressed. If a healer were to scan her now, then they'd only be able to detect a healed mortal wound and a sleeping mind. While Harry would have loved to contribute to the conversation further, but the Soul Gem chose that moment to strike him with a considerable amount of magical backlash. Collapsing backwards, he also became aware of how much pain he was in, particularly from his side. Reaching down dizzily, his hand came away from his side bright red, Daphne's alarmed cry being the last thing he heard as his vision faded to black. Even as his body fell, he felt his spirit being pulled away. After possessing his mithril so often, he was quite familiar with the feeling, except for the fact he currently had no control over his movements. As had happened only once before, he found himself being pulled into the mithril fortress of Azkaban. Where before he had been able to stop and look around, this time he was pulled straight into the depths, falling into the same pitch-black room. Finding himself standing before the giant's throne again, although Harry felt like the throne was fractionally smaller than it had been on his last visit. Looking up in annoyance, he was instantly struck dumb by the figure's bearing. On his first visit, the being's bearing had been that of cool dispassion, which made its current attitude concerning. The being was made entirely of pitch black magic, making him hard to identify or read. However, the pure rage emanating from the giant was impossible to ignore, especially with it focused entirely on Harry. The anger alone was causing Harry a headache, his defenses working overtime to protect his mind. Did I not warn you, child? Did I not say you were reaching for magic beyond you, magic you are unworthy of? I told you to yield, yet now you steal a soul from my grasp. The being raged, each wording ringing in both his mind and within the room. She was not dead. I saved her before that happened. Harry replied bravely, doing his best to look into the being's face. At his words, the figure irritably shifted forms, becoming first a shadowy image of Harry, then breaking into 6 large crows. As one, the crows cried, although the sound they made was that of an owl hooting. But then the cries stopped, the crows coming together and taking the shape of a giant grim, eyes burning with fire. Not content, the figure then shifted a final time, the grim's head turning into a jackal, while the body returned to humanoid form. And who are you, to tell me who is and isn't dead? The figure asked, its jackal mouth untroubled with speech. Breathing deeply, Harry stood tall and announced, I am Harry James Potter, owner of the true cloak of invisibility, master of the Philosopher's Stone, seeker of the true Resurrection Stone, slayer of dementors and basilisks. I am the boy who lived, the survivor of the killing curse. And I name you Death, reaper of souls and Avenue to the Hallows. At his words, a great power rippled through the room, briefly revealing it to be empty aside from regular pillars, which repeated infinitely into the distance. The power was also able to banish whatever fears remained in Harry, raising him up until he was level with the being's knees. However, as the power faded and the room returned to pitch black, Harry felt like there should have been more. Foolish child, I am not death, I am its servant. I am the entity who stands between the living and the dead. I am the one who stops the dead from conquering the living, and the one who draws the dying into my master's grip. The figure replied, chuckling mockingly. But, you are true, you are the current owner of my Pluton Apocrypto, or the invisibility cloak, as you so inelegantly put it. But it will not hide you forever. It will not hide Luna Lovegood. The being threatened. What if we make a deal? I kill Lord Voldemort, the man once known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, in exchange for Luna being forgiven and any perceived crimes against you being forgiven. A promise I know you will not keep. You have formed a bond with the first of his souls, the one that now calls itself Henry Gauntus. And we both know it is not in your nature to kill those you have bonded with, but that is not to say I am not adverse to a deal. The first soul has taken on human form, and is thus a victim to time. His soul will be mine eventually. Ensure all of Tom Riddle's other souls are delivered to me before the first, and I shall forgive Luna Lovegood. Fail, and I will punish her on your behalf. Harry awoke from his sleep slowly, gradually becoming aware of a conversation happening over him. Now, UL's law dictates that nothing can ever truly cease to be. Instead, UL suggests, any magic that makes an object vanish, instead breaks it into infinitesimal pieces and spreads it across the world. His thesis was then confirmed by Gareth Ollivander, who in 1962, I believe, made the first vanishing cabinet. An old man lectured. But how does that relate to vanishing charms? I thought the vanishing cabinets were only called that because they made stuff disappear. A girl asked. Vanishing cabinets actually use standard vanishing charms, albeit given enough power to affect living beings. However, using unknown charms, the cabinet captures the infinitesimal pieces, then passes them onto the twinned cabinet. I believe you are now familiar with how to link two objects. Those stones Harry was using in the second task were very impressive. Well, the linked cabinet receives those vanished pieces and manages to reassemble them. Thus we come across the problem with vanishing charms, the pieces remember what they once were, allowing them to be reformed. That's why it's better to hide stuff by transfiguring it into wood and burning it. Harry slurred as he forced himself to awaken. Harry! Daphne cried, throwing herself over him. Oh, hello Daphne, Professor. Harry, glad to see you aren't dead. Dumbledore replied gravely, his voice missing any of the levity Harry was used to hearing. Professor, do you have any idea what Nicholas found when he looked over the gauntlet, Harry? He found that his stone was spending all its energy on controlling the Dementor's gemstone, which would have happily used up all of the near infinite amount of magic in your gauntlet to turn Hogwarts into the ground zero of an ice age we might never recover from. Dumbledore told him angrily. You almost died because you were trying to use the gauntlet as your focus, but without the Philosopher's Stone, you had to use your magic wandlessly. The amount of magic that passed through you was enough for every one of the blood vessels in your hand to rupture, from which you would have died if Madame Pomfrey hadn't been on hand to help. Well, what was I supposed to do? Let Luna die? If I hadn't used the soul gem, I'd have died anyway. Because guess what? Holding onto somebody's soul with your magic not only uses up a lot of magic, it also pulls your own soul out, and if you think I wouldn't sacrifice myself for any of my friends, you are dead wrong. Harry raged back, doing his best to sit up despite the bee-own still clinging to him. We could have planned something else. I could have used the soul gem, you could have used something other than your gauntlet. Anything that would have worked better, if you didn't rush into situations like you always do. Dumbledore retorted. You would have died long before you reached Luna's soul. We both know your magic doesn't regenerate fast enough to match the soul gem, even if you had the raw will to control it. As for using something else, I only had my saber close to hand, which would have given the soul gem infinite power without any of the control. Yeah, that's so much better. And for your information, I didn't rush into things. You may need several weeks to decide what to do, but my mind works a lot faster than yours. I had the entire swim back to the dock to plan, where I went through everything I could. Okay, I didn't expect the soul gem to put up as much of a fight, but I wasn't wrong. If I hadn't needed to strip off all my mithril for these stupid tasks, I'd have had enough magic to stay awake long enough to remove the soul gem anyway. I think you two should stop shouting so much. You'd both be better off discussing this calmly before you go too far. Daphne timidly suggested, having suddenly realized she'd placed herself between the two most powerful wizards in the country, who seemed gearing up for a fight. Ms. Greengrass, you shouldn't be here. We are discussing confidential information, so you'll need to swear not to reveal anything. Dumbledore insisted, having just remembered her presence. Do not threaten my friends, Headmaster. Harry snapped, summoning his wand to him and searching for his gauntlet. If you are looking for your gauntlet, don't bother. Nicholas took it with him back to his workshop in France, trying to mitigate how much stress his stone is under. If you are lucky, he won't have to destroy it all. So I'd thank you for not trying to tell me what I can and cannot do, even if it relates to your friends. Growling, Harry reached out with his magic and was relieved to detect his invisibility cloak, which he swiftly called to him. Rising from the chair next to him, the cloak slithered onto the bed and wrapped around Harry and Daphne, rising defensively behind them. You forget I am more than just my gauntlet, Harry announced coldly, staring daggers at Dumbledore. And while we are on the topic of you hurting my friends, perhaps you'd answer a question I had the entire task. Who chose Luna as my hostage? Cedric and Crumb had their Yule Ball dates picked, but Fleur had her sister, which only her headmistress would have known about. Who knew how much I cared for Luna? I doubt it was Maxime or Karkaroff, who barely know me. It certainly wasn't Percy Weasley, and I know Ludo Bagman wouldn't want to piss me off. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that leaves just one judge left, no. Because I swear, if it was you, I will never forgive you. At his question, Dumbledore visibly deflated, suddenly appearing weary and distressed. The hostages were meant to be protected by the merman, along with the stasis and protective spells I personally put on them. For as long as they were underwater, few could ever have hoped to harm them. I just never expected harm to come to them once they surfaced. Get out, Harry hissed, eyes blazing, the cloak ruffling aggressively around him. Get out and don't try to talk to me again. Nodding defeatedly, Dumbledore complied, Harry's voice carrying after him, and I will leave it to you to explain to Xenophilius why his one remaining family member was killed because of your incompetence. The hospital wing was dead silent when Dumbledore slammed the doors closed behind him. It was only once the headmaster left that Harry let his emotions loose, helplessly pulling Daphne closer to him as he sobbed uncontrollably. This week's story suggestion is Whispers of a Raven by Theblax Resurgence. Has a strong Harry with a relation to death, which is fitting given what happened this chapter. That ending was not supposed to be as aggressive as it ended up, however, my personal mood pushed their confrontation in that direction. I'll talk about it more in its own section later, but depending on people's reaction, I might go over it with a cooler head and make it less aggressive. Things I think need explaining. Harry's unleashed magic. The magic is essentially autonomous, acting independently of Harry. As seen in this chapter, it is great for dealing with multiple targets, but does leave the user incredibly weak and it'll eventually literally burn the user up. It's underused mainly because only the powerful can safely use it, but by then those powerful enough will know enough magic where they don't need to risk it. Empathivoric. The renamed word for empathkinesis. Name suggested by D. Saint. Kinesis would mean Harry had control over others' emotions, while voric would mean that he gains power from their emotions. The shadowy being origins, first off, congratulations Burst Q for being the first to correctly guess its identity. It only took a year for me to pay it off. For those who don't remember, this being was met in Chapter 51, The Grim. Funnily enough, Chapter 51 was when I had to start a new Google Doc for this story, so for a year I've had to reread that chapter every time I wanted to write. Shadowy being, identity, for now. All I'm going to say is that in this story, death isn't really a being, in that it isn't something with a form and it's not something mortal can communicate with. As such, the being Harry met is employed by death to intervene with the mortals. So the being can be considered to be like the Grim Reaper, who harvests souls and delivers them to the realm of death. He is also related to the creation of the Hallows, so it could be him that is mentioned in the tale of three brothers. Pluton Apocrypto. I'll leave the translation a secret for now, but that is the name given to the invisibility cloak. In my mind, most ancient artifacts were made with names, such as Arthur's Excalibur or Zeus' Aegis. Henry Gontus. I wish I could remember how I got this name, but I can't. But it is the alias Tom Riddle goes by while working at the Daily Prophet. It is not a name used before within the story, but the being knows all. Plus, it would have been a bit confusing to have Voldemort called Tom Riddle, and also have the diary Tom Riddle be around. Harry and Dumbledore's fight. While it does sort of come out of nowhere, emotionally Dumbledore is dealing with the fact he cares for Harry a lot and was scared Harry was going to die, meaning he enters the conversation with very strong emotions. Then Harry enters with it having just met an entity far beyond his comprehension, how he then had to threaten and make a deal with. And that was after he went through the second task and watched Luna be attacked. As far as Harry is concerned, the events of this chapter and the last all happen one after enough, with no room to rest in between. So he's entering the argument with Dumbledore in his attack mode, since he hasn't had a chance to cool off at all. Well, you missed the scoring. After you were sent up to the hospital wing, the judges forced Dumbledore to sit down with them and discuss the task. Cedric won the task with 47 points, despite the fact he was outside the time limit. Although he wasn't too happy with that. He actually got pretty angry, said he deserved a lot less. He seemed to think that if you hadn't stayed with Fleur, you'd have beaten him. Karkaroff agreed and tried to lower his score but wasn't allowed. Daphne informed him as she helped him to his workshop. While Pomfrey had let him leave the hospital wing, he was banned from using any magic for a week and had to keep his left hand in a sling. Personally, Harry found it quite fortunate how the only serious damage from his wounds was on his already irreparable arm. His blood vessels had been fixed, but needed to be unstrained to heal properly. The result was his fingertips going from their previous pale gray to a darker red. After he had ensured nothing bad would happen, he had simply slipped on his Mutio watch and applied its disguise. Because the disguise was a mix of glamour and transfiguration, his arm did become less damaged, but only for as long as he wore the watch. For the tasks, he had to make do with a simple glamour. The only downside was that it did also lock him out of his full-body disguise, seeing as the watch would need to be manually reprogrammed. Before the Goblet of Fire, Harry could have swapped between the two near seamlessly, but not with the goblet's contract hanging over his head. Crumb got second, with 40 points. The judges weren't too fond of how he used an incomplete self-transfiguration, but got points because it was incredibly advanced regardless. I suspect he's on his way to learning how to be an animagus, since being able to self-transfigure is meant to be a huge help. Daphne continued. Makes sense. How's your own self-transfiguration going? Harry asked slyly, giving her a knowing look. I can turn my feet into some different animals, but I don't want to try changing anything else without somebody I trust there to undo it. Then somebody got himself locked into a death tournament. Yeah, I'm not exactly thrilled either. So, how did me and Fleur do? Well, the judges didn't like the fact she didn't save her hostage, got help for you and only used a plant to go underwater. Apparently, according to that Weasley judge, they were looking for creative and imaginative uses of magic to overcome the environmental hazards set forth by the esteemed judges. According to them, Fleur's gillyweed only proved that she could devise a workable strategy to overcome a foretold obstacle. Funnily enough, they didn't say the same about your runes, but they definitely knew how long you've been preparing them. Sounds about right. There does seem to be a certain amount of bias. Of course, I suppose it could have been because my runes could have been modified for different scenarios, while gillyweed is only for underwater. Harry proposed. I guess. Anyway, Fleur only got a 21, which means she's scored the worst in both tasks now. But, funnily enough, you gained the points she lost by helping her. Madame Maxime thought it showed good moral fiber. She also protested quite loudly when Weasley recommended you lose points for taking an additional hostage. Maxime looked like she was going to get violent, until Dumbledore told Weasley that they couldn't blame you for saving somebody. We weren't even told we couldn't take additional hostages though. Harry asked, confused. They did take that into consideration. Apparently the mermen were meant to tell you, but obviously that didn't happen. Daphne admitted awkwardly. Could you see what happened under the lake, then? Not really. Bagman seemed to be able to see, since he was commentating, but we only saw the water for an hour. At the end, Dumbledore was talking with the mermen, so I assume they were telling him what happened, up until Professor Moody accused it of lying. It turns out his eye could see you all through the lake. That does make sense. My magicite could see pretty deep in the Caribbean, but at that depth I was only able to see the magic. Still, that's quite an impressive amount of magic. He must be powering that himself. No way that eye is strong enough alone. Does it take a lot of power to use magicite then? I've never heard anyone other than you talk about it, but it seems like the type of thing that would be draining. It doesn't take as much power as you may be imagining, Greengrass. Moody's voice growled from behind them, suddenly appearing from down the corridor. With a surprised gasp, Daphne took a step to the side, instinctively hiding behind Harry. As Moody marched up to them, Harry spared Daphne a questioning look, who only blushed in response. Just like true magicite, my enchanted eye allows me to project my magic and converts it into an optical representation. As such, it is not a spell like you are imagining. There is no power needed, because there is no spell to maintain. It is true that whilst I am using my eye, my magic is being used, magic I cannot use elsewhere. However, that is only for as long as I am using my eye. The moment I stopped looking, my magic rushes back to me like that. Moody clicked violently, startling them both. Trust me, I've had to take this eye apart a few times now. It is not a weakness I'd let anyone make use of. Now, we aren't here to talk about me, you two, into this classroom, we need to talk. Now, Potter, I should first warn you that the Ministry has been told that you were able to use basic healing magic to keep Lovegood alive. Unless you want a closer look at the inner workings of Azkaban, you will be sticking to that story. On that note, she's going to be spending some time in St. Mungo's. We'll arrange a date for you to visit. Nodding, Harry let out a sigh of relief. A Ministry investigation would make it very hard to hide how he saved Luna, which would result in the Ministry trying to steal his gauntlet. No doubt that was one of the reasons why Nicholas had taken it with him to France. With that said, you did good work, lad, both in the lake and out. You've got another 3 months to go until the final task, so you have time to recover. However, in March there will be a dueling circuit, of which I have the privilege of choosing the Hogwarts contestants. From our lessons, I know you are both quite accomplished within a duel, so if you want a spot, you can have it. But, you will be going against the best all three schools have to offer, in front of anyone who wants to watch. You have a week to submit your names. Well, that was interesting. Harry muttered when they left, once again heading for his workshop. One word for it. Do you think I should apply? Daphne asked. I think you'd find it fun. It would be a rare opportunity to test your skills against those outside Hogwarts. But, don't put your faith in winning, you know. Gee, thanks for the confidence boost. Daphne replied jokingly. You're welcome. No, I mean you shouldn't see it as winning or losing, even if you do have a decent chance of winning. Depending on how the matchups go, you could beat them all. But, if you fail, then you'd still have learned where you are at, you'd still have been able to see how others overcame you. Deep and insightful, but I guess you aren't wrong. I assume you're going to be trying to win then. Oh, but of course. After how much I keep being hyped up, can you imagine my embarrassment if I don't win? Speaking of, you never did tell me what my score was. Rolling her eyes, Daphne looked at Harry fondly as she said, You got a 34. Karkaroff almost got himself lynched when he gave you a 4. The whole murderous rampage you did on top of the lake is where you lost the most points, since they felt at that point you could have escaped. Yeah, well, they didn't have a friend bleeding to death next to them, did they? No, they didn't. Daphne agreed softly, but you did save her. Besides, you're in joint second place with Crumb, with Cedric only 5 points in front. That's not bad. Depending how the third task goes, you could beat them all. Turning a corner, they ran into Fleur Delacour, who looked at him in relief. Ari, I'd been hoping to talk with you. She asked pleadingly, trying to avoid Daphne's irritated expression. Actually, we were on our way somewhere. Daphne announced, trying to lead Harry away, only to jerk back when he didn't move. Daphne, I want to hear what she wants. Harry chastised her quietly, receiving a small huff and nod. Hey Fleur, I assume you don't want to talk here in the corridor. You might as well follow us to my workshop, we can talk there. The resulting journey was incredibly awkward, with two silent B on either side of him. To his relief, Fleur accepted both the intangible painting and secret door, but stopped dead upon entering the room. Mon Dieu, Ari, this room is unbelievable. Fleur exclaimed, basking as the dense magic brushed through her. It's just a room. Daphne frowned, settling into the sofa. Non, this is more than just a room. This is alive. My magic is singing so much, I feel like I could explode. Are you okay, Fleur? Harry asked in concern, not wanting to see her combust. Pardon, I didn't expect so much magic. I feel like I can transform at will, without needing to get angry first. To Avila, this room is like a miracle. I'm glad you like it. So, what did you want to talk about? I wanted to thank you for helping me in the second task and for saving my sister when I could not. I know I did talk to you much after I lost the first task, which I now see was a mistake. I let my pride at being beaten get in the way of a friendship, which was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. I don't care about winning this tournament anymore, I just want it to be over already. My sister could have died, your friend almost did die, but neither of them asked to be a part of this game. I don't want anyone else to be endangered again. Don't worry, Fleur, I'm going to make sure nobody else could die in this tournament. I never wanted to be here in the first place, and now 4 more people were put in danger. Well, I'll try and see you around. I want to spend some time with my family before they return to France. Fleur announced, giving the room one final longing look as she let the door swing shut. Good, just us then. I swear, if anyone else interrupts, I'm going to curse them so bad. Daphne grumbled, trying to pull Harry down beside her. Laughing, Harry let himself fall into her embrace. When you took so long underwater, I kept thinking our runes had failed. I was so scared. Daphne murmured, burying her head into his shoulder. No, the runes worked perfectly. It will take more than that to finish me off. Dear Sirius. First off, while I didn't die in the second task, my friend Luna almost did, even though I was able to save her. She's now stuck in St. Mungo's until she gets better mentally and the healers are sure she is fine. And I hate it. I hate that I was forced into this tournament. I hate that Luna was dragged into it because she was my friend. I hate how she almost died because of it. If I had been too late, or if I hadn't been strong enough to hold on to her, then she'd be gone. All because the judges thought we needed hostages. I even shouted at Dumbledore after I woke up, told him it was his fault Luna almost died. I know I should take it back, that I should apologize, but I just feel so angry, I can't bring myself to do it. How can I try and forgive him, when I know he must have been involved in picking my hostage? Luna doesn't want me to hurt people on her behalf, but she's been so cold since she awoke. She's always been airy and free-spirited, but now she just sits and stares into the distance, detached. Obviously I want to help her, but I don't know how, so all that does is make me angrier, because she's hurt and I don't know how to fix it. Things will never be the same again, that much I do know. Please give me some advice. Love, Harry. Daphne barely paid attention as her spells splashed harmlessly into Harry's nearly invisible shield, already beginning a new volley. You'd have thought that after almost a whole year of dueling him, she'd be closer to beating him. The truth was, while they now worked much better as a team, Harry managed to stay several steps ahead. As displayed by the boulder Draco threw at Harry being cut in half with a spectral sword, halves which Harry then wordlessly shattered and sent the debris back towards them. With a muttered curse, she had to drop her spell chain and summon her pearly green Nemotu's shield, which shrugged off the debris easily. What it didn't block was Harry's modified paralysis beam spell, which she had to spin away from as it phased straight through her shield. Seeing her dodge his attack, Harry whipped his wand to the side, causing the beam to arc back to her. With the arena's shield to her side, she was forced to cartwheel over the beam, knowing better than to shield. Unless Harry went full force, her shield could withstand a few of his spells, so long as they weren't a continuous unbroken stream of magic, exactly like his paralysis curse. Under that type of curse, she'd be bogged down until her shield broke, a trap she had fallen for too many times to repeat. Trying to take advantage of Harry's focus on Daphne, Vincent sent a trio of incredibly powerful blasting curses down the range, spells strong enough to make the air around them steam. In reply, Harry wandlessly directed all three into the ground beside him, then immediately summoned his own shield. Unlike her own Nemotu's shield, his was made up of several distinct runes, although she didn't recognize the language. What was obvious was how strong the shield was, seeing as it didn't even flicker under Vincent's attack. Even as she ducked under a new direction of the beam, she tried to figure out his newest spell. From her angle, it looked like the shield maintained contact with him, compared to a conventional shield which hovered in front of the caster. Similarly, she didn't miss how he hadn't used the shield to take the blasting curses directly, suggesting a weakness to magical attack. Not that the knowledge was doing her any favors, being occupied with Harry's still ongoing spell. From experience she knew he could hold it almost indefinitely, explaining why it was one of his new favorites, which meant she couldn't outlast it. Against anyone else she'd tap into her ice magic, send something high-powered at him and force him to drop the beam. Against Harry, such an attack would be a waste of time, given he had ritualistically started their duels by drawing a fire-based protectional rune. Growling, she stamped her foot as she landed from another spin, creating a large block of ice beside her. She then quickly transfigured it into a rough-looking wolf, which she directed towards Harry. Unfortunately, Harry merely flicked his wand downwards temporarily, causing the beam to glance off the wolf and freeze it in its place. With a quick swish and flick, she raised her paralyzed wolf into the air and used her to block Harry's beam, with some success. Draco's Engorgio charm helped increase the size of her wolf, further obstructing the beam. Finally, Crabbe's brute force banishing charm rocketed the wolf's body towards Harry. As Daphne expected, Harry raised his offhand to completely stop the wolf, spin it around and threw it back to them. During which her yellow mollusco hex spiraled right over the wolf and struck Harry's outstretched hand. Grinning at Harry's audible swear, she began her next attack. She knew from prior experience that her hex wouldn't stop Harry for long, even when it was focused entirely on his already weakened left arm. What it would do is force him to drop his paralysis beam, freeing up his wand to defend against her and Draco's follow-up attack. Due to Harry's breathtaking magical power, it was incredibly hard to affect him even when struck with a direct hit. Only Vincent had a similar resistance, but that boy's slower speed reduced that advantage. It didn't help that ever since the second task, Harry's magic seemed different. It was significantly harder to both strike Harry and get the magic to stick. Which was precisely why she and Draco were firing everything they had at Harry before her numbing hex wore off. Annoyingly, Harry was still able to block both Daphne's transfigurations and Draco's curses, whilst sending a few retaliatory attacks back at them. To her relief, Vincent recovered sooner than she expected, adding his own spells into the mix. They had discovered that the three of them were a good team. She and Draco were able to quickly adapt to each other's plans, while Vincent was already used to just following Draco's lead. Daphne would then focus on transfiguration attacks, using her ice as a cheap starting material, while Draco used his knowledge of curses. The Malfoys had long been renowned for their spell crafting and hoarding, with each generation trying to add more spells to their fabled grimoire. Which left Vincent in the role of raw power, complementing their attacks whenever he could. As such, the three of them combined were fairly close to being Harry's equal, making it all the more aggravating when they kept losing. The fact it was now 3 against 1 instead of 6 against 1 was strangely not much of a help either. With the three of them working together, they were able to push Harry back a fair bit. That was until his left hand rose to catch the trident she had thrown, a left hand that was no longer numbed. From there he steadily destroyed them. He used her trident to block Draco's latest spell, then in the same movement threw it at Vincent. Daphne transfigured the weapon into a much smaller fork, which bounced off Vincent's chest harmlessly. Not that it did him much good, when a stunner raced out of nowhere and struck Vincent right between the eyes. Dazed, the boy didn't move when Harry's Petrificus and Banishing Charms struck in quick succession. Thrusting his hand outwards, Harry took control of the air between them, making the area hum with power. With a slash of his wrist, the giant wall of air crashed first into her shields, then into Draco's, causing visible cracks to appear within both. Sensing Draco's shield was weaker, Harry began repeatedly slamming the air into the shield. Trying her best to help her remaining teammate, she formed the largest ball of ice she could, then swiftly transfigured it into a slightly smaller iron ball and launched it at Harry. To her dismay, the ball got sidetracked and orbited around Harry, before carrying on straight through Draco's shield and into the boy's stomach. Bending over in pain, Draco could do nothing when the wall of air returned to sweep him out the arena. Now it was just the two of them. Harry began to redo the complex wand movements needed to initiate his paralysis beam. Trying desperately to stop him, Daphne threw a mix of spells and transfiguration, all of which were either dodged or blocked wandlessly. As he finished, off-white magic started spurting from his wand, which slowly increased in frequency until the full beam materialized. From there, he started whipping his wand from side to side, forcing her through several gymnastic feats in order to survive. After a quite dramatic backflip, she tried to leap backwards onto to crash spectacularly against a wall of air that hadn't been there a moment ago. Even as the beam whipped back towards her, the wall behind her started toppling over, pressing her into the ground. Knees bent, with the wall pushing down on her back, she could only watch as the beam washed over her, leaving her completely frozen in place. Desperately she threw her magic against the spell, which achieved absolutely nothing. To add insult to injury, for some reason Ron hadn't called an end to the match and Harry's wall was still pressing down on her back. Walking through the wall like it wasn't there, Harry crouched in front of her and made deliberate eye contact. Yield. Yes, yes, I yield. She thought back huffily. Grinning, he laid a hand upon her back gently, pulling his magic from her. With a rush, her body unfroze, unceremoniously dumping her onto the ground as the wall pushed onto her. Another swirl of his hand dissolved the wall, letting her breathe easier and stand up. Turning, she tried to glare at Ron, which was completely missed seeing as Ron was frozen in his seat. As Harry went over to free Ron, he gave his insightful comments. Well, a few things to learn from that. First, I need to increase the power of the arena's wards, my spell shouldn't have penetrated it. Secondly, We need to work on Ron's reaction times. Moody would have your head. Thirdly, find some way for you guys to block continuous magic. Ari, would it be possible to see your room again? Fleur asked in French, sliding into the seat next to him. I could, if you tell me exactly why you want to. Harry replied, calmly continuing his breakfast. You do know that it pertains to me being a Vila. So by telling you I'd be exposing a weakness you could use in the tournament. Yes. But my room also contains secrets about me, so this way we'd be even. Well then, with that logic who am I to refuse? As you might know, Vila are the children of the god Apollo, making us fire-based beings. This makes us go through our magic quicker than the average witch, however we also absorb magic faster than average. As such, our magical levels are functionally equivalent to average, since for the most part our magic is stable. This does mean, if we are placed in an environment that limits our magical intake, we run out of magic significantly quicker. This makes areas such as the bottom of a lake tricky. Of course, the opposite is also true. If exposed to a high concentration of magic, we can absorb and hold magic far quicker than we can burn it. Hence the second task being so hard for you. Harry murmured, finishing her sentence as he began thinking rapidly. What do you mean by children of Apollo? Do you all share him as a common ancestor, or do you mean it spiritually, like you are all the followers of him? More spiritual than you are thinking, I believe, but not entirely. Other than the cult of Apollo, no Vila actually worships the old gods nowadays. But we did some time, before the formation of the enchanted Roman Republic, back when the gods walked amongst us. He gave his most faithful followers his affinity for fire and passion, along with a unique way of enchanting. Over time our power has been diluted of course, but our elders have not forgotten. When Gabrielle was born, I got to see our Pythia evoke the ancient magic, channeling power beyond my imagination. Being inside your room feels like I could reach that power, it feels like I could challenge the Pythia and win. This Pythia, it sounds like they're in charge. Is this because of how powerful they are or age? Harry checked. Yes, she is in charge, because she is the eldest and thus strongest. That is the key difference between Vila and Wizard. We Vila never stop absorbing magic, even on our deathbed. As such, there is no living Vila who could hope to match her strength. No living Vila, until you stepped into my room, right? Because my room KS in atmospheric magic and contains it within itself, whilst preventing any from leaking out. Then if you add in the fact this school is built on 3 ley lines, well it would be hard to find somewhere with a higher concentration. That would explain it. Fleur confirmed, stunned. I don't suppose you'd tell me how you made it. I'm afraid not, it's top secret. But, I guess it wouldn't hurt if you got to visit on occasion. We can go now if you aren't busy. Dear Harry, I am deeply sorry your friend got hurt. You can at least take pride in the fact you did save her. Saint Mungos are very good at what they do, I'm sure she'll be up and about in no time. And hating it. You know what? That is fine, Harry. You are allowed to be mad about this. You have been forced into a truly awful situation, I'd be shocked if you didn't hate it. However, from the sounds of things, your anger in Dumbledore may be misplaced. Obviously I am not there, but the Dumbledore I knew wouldn't risk someone's life like that. Back during the war, he would also want us to disable the Death Eaters, never kill. He fought bitterly when Crouch pushed to allow the Auror's lethal force. To me, that doesn't sound like a man who would willingly sacrifice one of his students. Especially when said student is the best friend of who is effectively his adoptive grandson. It sounds like he either made a mistake when protecting the hostages, or he never thought they'd be in danger. Neither option is particularly good, but still a hell of a lot better than deliberate harm. For now, I'd suggest taking your time, let yourself calm down before going to Dumbledore and talking about it. If you like his answers, then try to see if you can forgive him. As for you trying to help Luna, that's much harder. Let her know you want to help her, that alone would go a long way. But regrettably there will always be some situations where you just can't help your friends. But, I can help you, which is why I'm coming back to England. Don't worry, I'm going to be careful, I refuse to be caught before I can help you. As you know, I went to the Caribbean on Dumbledore's request to clear my mind, to recover from the Dementors. I feel like I have recovered, at least as much as can be helped. Now, the best thing for me is to help you. Hopefully, the next time we talk, it'll be face to face again. I will see you soon. I love you. Sirius. For what felt like the 100th time, Harry drew the familiar philosopher's symbol, which was swiftly encased within an upside-down triangle. The triangle then got its tip bisected by a line, creating the symbol for Earth. On top of the base symbol, Harry then drew a new circle with a horizontal line, creating the salt symbol. To the left of the philosopher's stone he added an upright male symbol with a dot in the circle, followed by the symbol for bismuth, which looked like an 8 with an opening at the top to the right of the stone. Finally, at the bottom under the Earth's bisected line he drew the symbol for Mercury, a female symbol with a crescent moon on top. Holding his breath, he then let his magic rush into the sigil, pressing his left arm against the philosopher's stone symbol as he did so. The unfinished sigil bent around his arm like water, leaving behind the feeling like a sticky film. From his arm outwards the sigil began to manifest into reality, right up until the Earth symbol shattered outwards and the entire thing blew apart. Impressive. I didn't expect you to have progressed so far. Nicholas congratulated, from where he had been standing silently by the door. Harry had known he had entered, of course, his unleashed magic having sensed the man long before he had even entered the corridor. What was wrong with the design I gave you? The man asked, as he made his way over to his desk and unloaded his luggage. Well, it's good with general attacks, but I wanted something more specialized for defending against physical attacks. So I moved salt from the left to the top, to put more emphasis on its physical nature, while replacing the platinum with Uranus, swapping the moon's mental protection for Mars' strength. Whilst leaving gold for its physical perfection. A worthy change, but I would suggest moving the feminine Mercury from the bottom to the right, swapping it with bismuth. This will balance out the gendered element, something we hadn't touched on yet. You see, with your sword the masculine iron was using on the top, whilst in my shield the feminine Mercury was in the bottom. In both cases the sides were unaffected by the gendering. However, by adding an element of the masculine Mars, you gave the left a part of the feminine and a whole of the masculine. In order to fix that, you will need to move the feminine to be its equal on the right, giving you one whole on each side. This may cause some disparity in how each side protects, but it will work. Nicholas advised. Nodding, Harry followed his master's advice, creating the sigil anew. This time, when he pressed his arm into the magic, a shin film of transparent green magic wrapped over the sigil. Grinning, Harry considered the image of a medieval triangular shield that he now had stuck to his arm, which would easily protect most of his body by itself. Without the phosphorus that made up his sword, the shield didn't shine all that much, outside of the general glow of exposed magic. Instead, for as long as he kept it still, the shield seemed to slowly take on an earthly texture, losing its transparency. Just looking at it gave the impression that it could withstand a significant force, which was important when the magic was as symbolistic as sigils. Finally getting to look at it in a physical way, Harry decided that as soon as the tournament was over he'd be attempting to add the sigil onto his mithril shield. His fight against the werewolf Mooney had proven to him that his shield was woefully underprepared for physical attacks, especially if said attack was being thrown against a tree. From his desk, Nicholas banished a large ball of metal towards him, which rolled off the shield weightlessly. Behind the shield, Harry didn't even feel any magical cost, despite the fact he had felt the shield's power fluctuate with the attack. What confused him greatly was that the shield seemed to have regained its power from somewhere. Nicholas, can I ask, where does the power for the shield come from? Because, while I used my magic to form it, I know it didn't have enough power to stop that ball. Ah, I wondered when you'd ask. An excellent question, one I think you may already know the answer to. First, tell me what you remember about magical costs, particularly between the different magics. Okay, well, Verbarn comes primarily from within, so if you lack the power for a spell, it is impossible for you to actually cast it. This is the exact opposite of the divine, where almost all of the power comes from a greater power source, which was originally the earth itself or the concept of the gods. You didn't say what locale a magic runs on, but possibly it draws power from your target. Finally, the arcane draws its power from external, mortal sources, such as the ingredients of a potion. Correct. However, I believe it may be time to retouch your knowledge of Lokela magic. So, despite what I might have led you to believe, you use Lokela magic to bridge the gap between two families. For example, a ward that draws power from the world around it, making it divine in nature. If you used pure divine magic to create a ward, any standard spell would sail straight through it. So, ward makers unknowingly use Lokela magic to translate their Verbarn magic onto a divine property. The exact logic is tricky to explain, but the truth is you can use it to make different families interact. But, that contradicts everything you've said about the families. Harry protested. What's the point of making a divine shield that can only block divine spells, if I could have just made a Verbarn shield that uses Lokela to stop divine spells? What is stopping you is a misunderstanding of how it works, perhaps in part due to my explanation. When I say you can make them interact, I only mean that a power source can interact with a linked magic of a different family. Okay, so the ward, it collects power from divine magic. Then using Lokela it translates the divine magic into Verbarn magic, from which the wardmaker can power its Verbarn defense. As it stands, that ward can now only interact with Verbarn magic, even if its power is being made via divine magic. You could make a Verbarn shield block a divine spell, but you'd need to block that spell entirely with your own personal magic. Likewise, a divine shield could block a Verbarn spell, but the cost of raising a divine shield would far outweigh the actual attack. But once a divine shield is raised, surely it would be more than capable of stopping any Verbarn magic, and you could then swap it back to divine and just use one shield. Harry protested. Oh, it would definitely be enough to stop a Verbarn attack, but remember the power of a divine shield must travel through you from its source. So even with a low-powered Verbarn spell, the entire weight of the shield has to pass through you. Imagine using 10 shield charms to stop a single disarming jinx. Besides which, you can only invoke Lokela magic when initiating a spell, not whenever you like. As such, a divine shield raised to be Verbarn will only ever be Verbarn. Nicholas patiently explained. At the end of the day, on an individual basis sticking to just matching one family against itself is always easiest. Now, back onto your shield. We know that sigils are a member of the arcane family, meaning the shield will be initiated by your magic then fueled by a secondary perishable source. Where do you think this comes from? Stumped, Harry considered what he knew about energy. Well, it obviously isn't coming from me. Some of its power might come from the environment, but I don't think there's enough. That also sounds too much like divine magic, but who knows now? The only other option must be drawing power from whatever magic was left in your banisher, but that type of magic doesn't stick around as a power source. Almost. You are thinking too literally in terms of magic. Remember, there is energy everywhere, if you know where to look. I will also say there is a reason Perenelle chose our Philosopher's Stone as the base sigil. Unless told otherwise, every sigil will convert the heat and light in an area into magic. When it comes to just maintaining a sigil, ambient energy is more than enough to fuel the sigil. When you consider just how efficient the sigils are, especially when you take in how little magic is actually wasted, a single lumos can be enough to keep a sigil active. Does that mean if you tried to cast a sigil in a cold and dark room, the sigil would be weaker? No, because just because it looks dark doesn't mean a lack of energy. Even when the air is below freezing, there is still a significant amount of heat available. The same is true for light. Even when your eyes say it's dark, to magic there is a plentiful supply of energy. That feels weird. Wait, I know this one. When I was making my own mithril shield, I drained the momentum of an attack to slow it down, which I then used to power the shield. It must be the same here, right? The energy it takes to stop the ball comes from the energy propelling the ball. Exactly. That is why alchemists are such dangerous adversaries. To us, almost any attack contains some form of energy that we can harness, energy which we can then use for ourselves. I once saw a man take the energy of a ballista bolt and used it to propel his fireball. Although, I must say I'm surprised. You're normally very good at utilizing different energy sources, I shouldn't have needed to recap it. Yeah, well, I've got a lot on my mind right now. Harry replied half-heartedly, not particularly wanting to get into a fight with his tutor. Yes, I heard. That is part of the reason I'm here. If you're up for it, I'd like to talk about what happened with the second task. Which bit? When I accidentally killed a merman, when I deliberately killed a lot more, or perhaps when Luna almost died. All of it. I want to know how you feel about it, to make sure you are okay with it. Plus, we need to talk about the fact you can now stop others from dying. I'd prefer not to talk about the task if that's okay, Harry asked softly, not wanting Nicholas to think bad of him. That's fine, I'm not going to force you to. Just find somebody to talk to about it. I can be that person if you want, but it can be anyone. However, we do need to talk about you returning Luna to life. What's there to talk about? She was dying, so I saved her. You aren't going to tell me off for that, are you? Harry challenged. For this? No, I fully support your actions, but just because you can now prevent people from dying, doesn't mean you should always do it. Me and Perenelle were forced to learn this the hard way, so my hope is that you may learn it earlier than us. Why would I not want to save people? If I have the power, surely I should keep everyone around me alive. My understanding is your form of revival depends on the body being healed, yes. So keeping someone alive whilst their body is incapable of being healed sounds like the main point. But it's important you know that just because you can halt death, doesn't mean you are responsible for preventing death. There will come a time when you will simply be unable to save someone, but you cannot blame yourself for it. If you do, you will live a very long life full of regret. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you should just let people die, but you should use your own logic for it. That's not very helpful. Harry said blankly. How about, I keep those I care about alive, such as Luna, but let people die if they want to. If that is how you want to do it, go for it. At worst, you merely prevent somebody's death. But at some point you will have to be harsh. If the masses find out you are the secret to immortality, they will harass you and blame you, all in the hope you will save them too. But society as a whole cannot be immortal, as sad as it is. Without death, the young will never get their chance to improve the world, too bogged down by the unremarkable masses. Yes, Nicholas, I understand. Good, now I do have a gift for you. The man responded, reaching into his matchbox-sized luggage and withdrawing a familiar gauntlet. Familiar except for the numerous beige stones that now bestrewed the mithril. What happened to it? Harry asked, aghast, taking the gauntlet gingerly and running his hands over the surface. I had to try and lessen the load your soul gem was placing on my philosopher's stone. You do know that if my stone had lost the fight, most of Hogwarts would now be under snow, given how much power the gem could have drawn through your gauntlet. Dumbledore mentioned as much. At the time, I figured it was a risk, but I expected to be able to mitigate the fight myself, pushing it towards the stone's victory. I didn't expect to faint immediately. Yes, well, I had to make these alchemy stones that are taking some of the load. However, I would advise against using the gauntlet at all for the time being. While there is now some tolerance, the risk is still there. However, the good news is me and Perenelle have figured out a way to fix it. Perenelle is already working on the solution, but when your mithrate crystal finishes, I'd like to take it to France with me. You see, the Philosopher's Stone is unique in that it is a focus, catalyst and alchemy stone in one, which gifted it near sentience. I will try and turn your mithrate crystal into something similar, in effect making it a focus and alchemy stone. My hope is its own nature will provide the power needed for a catalyst, heavily reducing the complexity we went through to make the original stone. My mithrate crystal, will it act like the Philosopher's Stone? I assume you plan for it to control the soul gem, but will it also be capable of alchemy and the like? Harry asked, excitedly. Doubtful, at least not to the extent of the stone. Obviously any alchemy stone can do some level of alchemy, but my stone needed a powerful sacrifice to fuel the modified ritual. Regardless, your mithrate will likely be occupied with controlling the entire gauntlet, just like the stone at present. Not that it will matter, seeing as my stone will be fully operational again. But it will be exciting to see how your crystal will react post-ritual. Now, obviously you got the shield to work. Were you able to get any more of my sigils to work? I tried to explain them as well as I could, but letters are a pure replacement for a good lecture. To Harry's great relief, Luna returned to school after only a week away. She was still alarmingly quiet after her death, but she had assured Harry she had no ill will towards him. Of course, she made it clear she had no ill will to anyone, even the merman, so Harry wasn't completely convinced. Every so often, he would also catch her staring aimlessly into the distance, only for her to snap back and act as if nothing had happened. Most worryingly, her magic was considerably weaker, a fact he could see when he looked. The majority of her magic floated around her, like a cloud. It only connected to her body in a few points through which she accessed her magic. The only relief was that as time progressed, she produced new magic which stayed within her. All Harry could hope for was that both time and proximity to her friends would help her. In the meantime, she had taken to helping him work on the spell he was developing. She didn't mention the second task, something Harry was happy to mimic. But then she would look at him and smile at him, and he thought everything might turn out okay. His eyes had barely closed that night before he felt his mind being pulled via Tom's connection. It had been the same every night since the second task, except this time he let himself get pulled along. Finally, I don't summon you for no reason, you know. Tom complained, sitting casually in his chair. What surprised Harry was the fact he was dressed in a very muggle button-up shirt with rolled-up sleeves, complete with jeans. You mean to say you don't just like my company? Harry replied sarcastically, letting his body coalesce into his own chair, carefully arranging his body to appear sitting down. Your company is passable, but I have been trying to bring you here for several days now. Why did you not answer? Because I didn't feel like talking. Be glad I'm here now. Do not forget, I don't have to be here at all, but when you aren't trying to be evil you can be pretty fun. Fine, I'm sorry for trying to command you. Tom begrudgingly said, so, how does it feel to have killed someone? You did hear the part where I said you are better when you aren't acting evil, right? Do you just have some pathological need to piss people off? I heard, but I didn't ask to be evil. I know some people find it hard to take a life, so I decided to be nice and check on you. He replied coolly, something almost like hurt flashing across his eyes. Right, well, word it better next time. Well, if you really want to know, it didn't really feel like anything. At the time they were trying to kill me, so I did what I needed to survive. The first merman was an accident, of course. I would have preferred not to have killed him. But I don't know if that's because he died, or because of what happened because of his death. Unlike with Nicholas, Harry didn't care what Tom thought of him, making it much easier to admit the truth. Besides which, Tom had nobody else to tell about Harry's confession, seeing as the man couldn't exactly go to Dumbledore about it. Nodding, Tom said, I can understand that. Whilst it may surprise you, I have no deep need to kill. I don't sit around plotting my next murder. In the past, I only killed when I needed to, either to remove an obstacle or make a point, sometimes both. But if not for those reasons, then it's unlikely I would have killed anyone. What about your father? You killed him, right? Because that sounds emotionally driven. Harry countered. Perhaps, but I also used the man's death to fuel my first Horcrux, or me, I suppose. I won't lie, my emotional connection made him an extremely appealing sacrifice, but not without reason. It removed his ability to ever control me, ensured my immortality, and got my uncle out of the way, preventing him from countering my claim as the heir of Slytherin. That's an interesting philosophy. Is that why you are so, you all the time? Flipping between charming and friendly to just the worst? No, but you try remaining consistent when you have to work somewhere like the Daily Prophet. Everyone there is so social, and worse, they expect me to be social back. The other week I got invited to bowling, and I couldn't even say no without being suspicious. Like, just a month ago I had to call in sick because a ritual had taken more from me than I expected. Then my coworker Lucy showed up at my room with a handmade cake. Was it a good cake? It was the first cake somebody has ever made for me, so yeah, it was very good. It wouldn't be so bad if she hadn't sat down with me. Apparently her brother was made redundant and now her family are worried about money. Doesn't help that the ministry has raised the land tax again. I can barely afford my own rent, I have no idea how her family will survive. Especially since the prophet refuses to increase anyone's pay. Not that anywhere else is any better. I'm somehow earning more than an equivalent ministry job. So, you spend time with another human being, without scaring them off. And listen to what they said. Impressive. Don't patronize me, it doesn't become you. Yes, I can pretend to be normal, I did it for 7 years at Hogwarts. Besides, people like Lucy don't exactly make it hard to spend time with them. It's actually quite nice to have people be worried for you. Tom finished softly, lost in thought. It is, you'll have to hold on to her, Tom. Do that, and you might end up as a decent person. Bouncing on the balls of her feet, Daphne felt her excitement grow as Angelina Johnson beat her opponent, some Bobaden's boy. The reason was that as the two left the Quidditch pitch, two names were called. Domenica, M from Durmstrang against Greengrass, D from Hogwarts. Trying to steady her breathing, she excitedly walked onto the stage, bowing to her opponent. Finally, the signal was given and Daphne jumped into action. She didn't want to reveal her ice prowess so early, which quite severely limited her options. Using a trick she had learned from Harry, she raised a Protega and let Domenica's first spell strike it. To her relief, the spell barely affected her shield. While this wasn't a definitive sign of her power, Daphne certainly liked her chances. In return, Daphne collapsed her shield onto the next spell and sent a stunner back. Rather than dodge, the girl raised her own shield, which noticeably shook upon contact. Making the most of it, Daphne started a fairly basic spell chain, hammering against Domenica. While her Durmstrang opponent was able to get a few attacks back, Daphne was left disappointed. Having grown used to dueling Harry, she had expected Domenica to be somewhat equal to him. Instead, Daphne felt like she was fighting in slow motion, each attack coming painfully slow. The only reason the fight was still happening was because the girl's defense was just good enough to counter Daphne's attacks. Which was precisely why Daphne started mixing up her spells, utilizing their different speeds and trajectories. As she had hoped, her opponent had to work harder to defend herself, meaning Daphne's blasting curse tore down the central shield. Before Domenica could even react, her stunning curse struck home and ended the fight. With the impartial judge calling the duel in her favor, Daphne happily joined Harry in the stands. To Daphne's annoyance, Harry's duel had easily been the quickest yet. He had used his petrification beam, which his opponent Polyakov tried to shield against. It had taken the judge longer to figure out what had happened. It didn't help her mood that Harry had still been half asleep when he left the arena. She wished she could just wake up and win a duel. Together they watched. Richie, W, beat, roll, A, another Ravenclaw. They seemed fairly well matched, which dragged their duel out. Finally it was Cedric's turn, fighting against a Durmstrang girl called Dominic, F. Look how he relies on transfiguration. Harry pointed out, waving at the small army of dogs that surrounded the champion. The ease at which the Hufflepuff had summoned over a dozen of the animals managed to spark quite a strong sense of envy within her. Against Dominic, he doesn't really have to worry, but if he sticks with it he won't beat Fleur. Against her fire, he'll be unable to get close to her. At least he has the sense to use a few charms to protect himself. Despite his limited attacks, the sheer number of transfigured animals easily overpowered his opponent. They decided to skip the next 3 duels as they got lunch, getting back just as Crumb started his second duel. Rakewood, oh, tried to put up a good fight, but Crumb completely crushed her. She was spending most of her time moving around, while Crumb was being conservative with his spells. Daphne diligently noted his proficiency in fire, lightning and blasting spells. This indicated he preferred brute force attacks, which concurred with his Triwizard performance. Crumb's biggest strength is definitely his power. He's easily the strongest out of the 3 true champions, which works scarily well with his magical potential. Some of the spells he's throwing around are stronger than I could manage, although he definitely doesn't regenerate quickly. Harry shared, staring down at the duel intently. He's stronger than you. I thought you said you were the strongest in the school. No, but also yes. I have more magic in total, meaning I would always beat him in any endurance test. However, I can only channel a certain amount of that power at once. Crumb barely has 1/4 my power, but it looks like he can channel more power at once. So, if he shot his strongest spell at me, it would break my strongest shield instantly. But, if I continuously attacked his shield, he'd eventually fail long before I would. Given how much damage he inflicted on his dragon, I certainly wouldn't fight him head on. Yeah, like I'm going to try and overpower someone like that. Daphne agreed sarcastically. That's why I'm glad it's you that'll be fighting him, while if I'm lucky I get to fight Frenchie. Funnily enough, your hit and run style would be better against Crumb. He's slow to regenerate, so you could wear him down. But Fleur regenerates insanely fast, so if you take too long between attacks, she'll have completely recovered. Their conversation was interrupted by a deep boom, as Crumb's explosion charm erupted against Rakewood's shield, which blasted her entirely off the stage. The next duel ended with Naomi Shinso from Slytherin winning, relying almost entirely upon her charm work and quick enchanting. By the time the duel was over, parts of the arena were floating aimlessly in mid-air, while a vivid blue fire flared in a corner. According to Harry, the entire arena was bathed in Naomi's, chartreuse green, magic. The second duel started off far less exciting, with the Bobadden's boy hiding behind his shield, right up until Stanislav L. from Durmstrang broke through it with fire. Unlike any fire spell she'd seen before, Stanislav held the tip of his wand and blew, creating an animated stream of flame. She could hear the roar of the flames all the way in the stands, but without Harry she couldn't tell what it had been. Finally Harry entered the arena, facing off against Roger Davies, Ravenclaw. Daphne expected Harry to start with his paralysis beam, which he had used so successfully before. Instead, he silently thrust his wand outwards, sending out the yellow mollusco hex, completely bypassing both incantation and wand movement. He then tilted his head to the side, letting Roger's stunner whiz past, red light illuminating his face as it did so. On the other side, Roger needed to utilize the bubble-like Protega Maxima shield to block Harry's spell. Pointing his wand at the ground, Harry forcefully whipped it up towards Roger, arm tense as if he was pulling a great force. Hurriedly, Roger sent a chain of colored spells at Harry, all of which were neatly dodged. By then, a fissure began to spread from Harry to Roger, until a large shiny black orb broke free of the ground and smashed through Roger's shield. But, before it could travel further and hit him, Harry's unnoticed exploding charm struck the orb and detonated it, knocking the other boy to the ground unconscious. In total, the entire duel had been less than 6 seconds, despite the almost leisurely way Harry had acted. As Harry left the arena, the officials did their best to repair the damage. Even with the brief patch job, Fleur gave the cut a speculatory look as she took her spot across from Angelina Johnson. With the round starting, the two witches immediately began firing spells at each other. Interestingly, rather than rely on a shield Johnson magically raised from the recently softened ground to block Fleur's attacks. In return, Fleur began summoning a wall of flame, just as Daphne was called to the waiting tent. From within the tent she could hear bits of the duel, but without any visual indicator it was impossible to know who was winning, right up until Fleur was announced the winner. Her own fight against Richie was far less impressive, with both of them relying on conventional curses and hexes, neither having the luxury to show off. Finally seeing an opportunity, she wandlessly formed a block of ice on her hand, with which she blocked Richie's blinding curse. With her other hand, she was able to strike him with a freezing hex. Even as he was being covered in ice, Daphne took the time to disarm him, definitely finishing the match. Congratulations, you did good, only 3 more rounds to go. Harry declared when she finally rejoined him, not looking up from Cedric's match. Yeah, against Frenchie, Diggory and then either you or Crumb. She replied, even as she let herself get excited. Aside from Harry, she was the youngest in the tournament, meaning she hadn't expected to get so far. Actually, it's still in the air if Cedric will win, Stimpson is pretty good. But, admittedly I don't think it's a mistake that the 4 champions aren't going to meet until the semifinal. I'd almost say the organizers deliberately gave us 4 bad opponents in the first round, but I wouldn't want to upset anyone. Right as he finished, Cedric tapped his wand against the ground, from which a small head and shoulders started to emerge. Gradually, an arm formed as the creature pushed itself out of the arena floor. Whistling appreciatively, Harry leaned forward excitedly, clearly impressed. Apparently, I didn't give Cedric enough credit. A golem. He must be drained, but assuming he can avoid being hit, he'll win. Harry announced enthusiastically. Wow, you seem way too thrilled about this. Is it really that big of a deal? It is made of dirt after all. Daphne asked, unimpressed. Daphne, you're a pureblood, how do you not know what a golem is? What, you think we sit at home being told the ABCs of the entire world? No, we're mostly expected to just pick it up as we go along, with the rare expectation of a family profession. So tell me, oh all-knowing half-blood, what a golem is. Well, it's a magical spirit that exists within an artificial body. For an earth golem, they are essentially indestructible and will keep repairing itself until it runs out of charge. But they are insanely hard to power. It's probably taking most of Cedric's magic just to create itself. Can't she just trap it? Seems like a pretty weak attack. Trap it with what? If she uses the ground, then she's just given the golem more material to work with. That thing will keep building itself for as long as Cedric holds it, so any trap won't last long. Freezing it might work, since it's the wrong element for it, but you'd need to be quick. As if to prove his point, Stimpson blew the head off the golem as it lumbered towards her, which did absolutely nothing to stop its march. Instead, the dirt it was made of shifted and ran over each other until a new head formed from the stump. By now, it was bigger than a house elf and still pulling material from the ground. While Cedric was sweating heavily, he was smart enough to keep behind the golem, letting it shield for him. No matter how much damage Stimpson dealt, the golem relentlessly reached her, at which point it effortlessly lifted her and slammed her into the ground. Instead of stopping, the golem seemed to be doing its best to bury her into the ground through brute force, right up until the official ended the round. See, I told you golems were cool. Remind me to ask him how to make one. I've looked but nobody would tell me. I wonder why, she muttered, looking at the dying golem with a healthy amount of fear. He must have learned it from his dad. As a spirit, golems must fall under his department's responsibility. Good news is, he's clearly got some affinity for Earth, which won't affect you but will severely affect Fleur. There was a pronounced sense of anticipation as the referee signaled Naomi Shinso and Victor Crumb to begin their fight. The fact the audience had almost doubled as the day progressed only added to the atmosphere. In a single sweep, Naomi cut a rock out of the ground, raised it into the air, multiplied it and animated them all to fly at Crumb. Immediately 2 of her rocks were completely destroyed by Crumb's opening attack, 3 different explosive spells, a metal spike and even a lightning bolt. The remaining rocks flew across the arena, forcing Crumb to focus on them. The closest was pegged with a reducto, with the next being transfigured into a life-sized boar. However, his spell missed the 5th rock, which collided with his right shoulder with a loud crack. In just 5 seconds, Naomi had been the first to hit Crumb in a duel and dealt major damage. Not that she was able to capitalize on it, since during Crumb's distraction she had drawn a ward matrix into the ground, bunkering down at the end of the arena. Heedless of the danger, Crumb's boar ran headfirst into the barely visible ward, where it immediately shattered into bright blue sparks before returning to rock. Grunting, Crumb swapped his wand to his offhand and cast a healing spell on his shoulder, which glowed a continuous deep red. Rolling his arm stiffly, he began to pepper the ward with his power. Each attack caused a ripple of deep red magic to spread across the ward, along with a loud boom. Despite this, the shield held strong, allowing Naomi time to recover her energy. Her first counterattack was a wall of fire, which was easily swept out of the way by Crumb and seamlessly added into his next attack. Without missing a beat, Naomi swapped to water and ice attacks, extinguishing the fire on the way. Once again Crumb swept his wand and made the attack orbit around him, however Naomi's freezing charm managed to wrest control back. Before the circle of ice even hit the flaw, Naomi managed to detonate the ice and sent shards flying in all directions. Moments before he disappeared within the ice, Daphne spotted Crumb summon a transparent green shield. There was a brief lull as everyone waited for the ice to settle, which revealed Crumb hidden safely behind a cylindrical Nemotu's shield. His shield had barely begun to dissipate when he restarted his attack on the wards, which now featured a noticeable decrease in power after the ice. It seemed like no matter what charm Naomi used against Crumb, he had something to counter, until with one great burst of power Crumb fired a giant yellow ball of energy at the ward. The ball was easily the size of Crumb, powerful enough that visible arcs of energy erupted from it. The ball moved slow enough that anyone could have outwalked it, but trapped within her wards Naomi was stuck. Upon contact with the shield, the ball briefly halted, before the entire ward collapsed. The struggle had reduced the ball to about half its original size, not that it mattered as it gently drifted into the floor. Immediately the ball burst open, sending arcs of lightning exploding outwards. The explosion was big enough to completely cover the area Naomi had protected, spreading scorch marks up to the middle of the arena. This time, when everything settled, it was clear who the winner was. On one side, Crumb looked exhausted but still capable. On the other, Naomi was lying on the floor, lightly smoking and unmoving. The moment Crumb was called the winner, Madame Pomfrey checked on Naomi, then told the official something. As she levitated the girl into the medical tent, the official announced to the crowd, Ms. Shinso has only suffered minor electrical damage, which will cause no lasting damage. In light of that, Mr. Crumb will continue on to the next round. In the Muggle world, that type of damage would be considered a lot worse. Harry muttered, honestly, between our natural resistance to damage and our healthcare, we have a pretty messed up idea of minor damage. I guess. For us, that's just life. We don't consider ourselves as resistant or anything, it's just the Muggles are more delicate than us. It took some time before Harry was called to start, mainly as the officials tried in vain to repair the damage from Crumb's lightning. By then, thunder clouds had begun to gather above the nearby mountain range, looming ominously on the horizon. The wards would keep the worst of it out, but it didn't bode well for the next few fights. Just like when Crumb had stepped into the arena, the crowd broke into deafening applause when Harry strolled onto the pitch. It was hard to even hear his opponent's name, a Durmstrang boy called Stanislav, over the noise. The moment the duel began, Stanislav began waving smoke throughout the arena, completely disappearing within it. Without the arena's built-in hominum revelio, they would have been unable to see what was happening. From the way Stanislav was prowling towards Harry, it was clear he had cast his own revealing charm, while Harry calmly walked into the center of the arena. Daphne knew from experience that Harry had a multitude of ways to see through the obstruction, however she didn't expect the smoke to begin to shift around him. Without her elevated position, it would have been hard to see, but the smoke was clearly being manipulated to spin around him. While at first he only affected the area immediately around him, as the speed increased his area of influence grew equally. Whether he detected what was happening or not, Stanislav seemingly decided it was a good time to attack, firing at Harry's exposed back. They could see the light from the spell travel towards Harry, but the smoke blocked everything else. From what they could see, the spell struck Harry, without any effect. Two more spells met a similar fate, but by the time the third spell got close the smoke had moved enough to uncover him, leaving him untouched in the eye of the storm. As the spell closed in, the small dark orange disc of the Armum shield flicked into existence in front of the spell, smashing on impact and taking the spell with it. It was a level of control that frankly flawed her. It meant Harry had wordlessly and sightlessly cast the shield, while perfectly matching the strength of the spell. Then you had Harry's miniature whirlwind, which was still happily picking up speed. The wind buffering Stanislav was strong enough to affect his aim, enough that the next spell whizzed harmlessly past Harry's ear. The following attack had a similar fate, as it splashed at the ground next to Harry's ankle. Clearly giving up on attacking, Stanislav began pushing his way closer to Harry, in some misguided belief that a closer proximity would help. Cocking his head to the side, Harry started letting icicles form from his wand, each flung into the whirlwind with a sharp flick. Whilst they disappeared within the smoke, the outline of Stanislav started to react as if struck, before quickly moving as if maintaining a shield. In response, Harry added his wand to the mix and noticeably sped up the whirlwind. With how fast the wind was going, Stanislav was having considerable problems with just standing, let alone try to fight back. As the smoke hit hurricane speeds, Harry turned towards Stanislav and thrust his wand out. Instantly, the smoke stopped, while a giant jet of fire bellowed out of Harry's wand. The force was great enough that the smoke which had covered the area was torn aside, revealing Stanislav's shocked face a moment before the fire reached him. His wand flashed towards the fire even as it rippled over him, hiding him from view entirely. Within moments the fire had completely consumed that side of the pitch, going far enough to bounce off the wards and back into the mass. After just a few seconds of maintaining the fire, Harry violently ended the spell, breathing deeply. Without any fuel, the flames vanished swiftly, leaving a smoking Stanislav kneeling on a small island of blackened grass. Everything else, including the damage from Crumb's lightning, was gone, leaving just ashy dirt behind. Despite the clear burns, Stanislav grimly got to his feet, transfiguring an iron sword from the ground and pointing it at Harry. Grinning, Harry transfigured his own sword, cheerfully tapping it against Stanislav's. With that, the two resumed their duel, but while it was clear Stanislav was skilled with his blade, his burns and exhaustion made him sloopy. Meanwhile, Harry clearly lacked the experience his opponent had, but made up for it in energy and strength. Stanislav quickly learned to stop blocking Harry's attack, when each clash almost forced the sword out of his hand. It didn't take long for Harry to catch Stanislav off guard, easily prizing the sword away and backhanding him hard enough to send him to the ground. It took a moment, but people gradually realized the Durmstrang boy was unconscious, having been struck with a stupefy with the backhand. With the referee calling Harry the winner, the crowd erupted in cheers. This time, the officials didn't even bother trying to repair the grass, they just put out the remaining fires, leaving over half the pitch completely burned. Making her way to the pitch, Daphne got to pass Harry, who was making his way to the stands. "Did you have to burn half the pitch? I've got to compete on that," she called, causing a smirk to appear on his face. "Of course. Crumb challenged me to beat him with his lightning, so I did." "Really? It's his fault for trying to challenge me," he returned, spinning around so he could face her. "Also, what happened to your, that's a messed up idea of minor damage. I don't think setting the entire area on fire would be minor." The fire wasn't hot enough to be serious, his biggest issue would have been lack of oxygen. "Enjoy your fight." Muttering under her breath, she climbed onto the field and stood facing off against Fleur Delacour. A Fleur Delacour who specialized in fire, standing on a recently burnt patch of ground. Harry would have struggled to give Daphne any more of a disadvantage, especially with how dry the air had become. The moment she could, she cast Aguamenti, focusing it entirely on the ground at Fleur's feet. She had been trying to master the spell ever since she saw Fleur cast it in the first task, finally getting it to work without any help. With the water laid, she had to dodge the two fireballs Fleur had sent her way, transfiguring a third into water and blocking the final with a protega, each fireball having easily been the size of her head. A quick flick shot a basic hex at Fleur, then began a strong spell chain. To her annoyance, Fleur effortlessly blocked every single spell, finishing with a wall of fire that evaporated most of her water. Growling, Daphne reached out with her magic and forcefully froze the remaining water, trying to gain an advantage. From the ice sheet that now covered part of the arena, she was able to raise several icy spikes, putting a wall between them both. Running to the side, she used another Aguamenti pointed at the sky, inducing a brief shower. Which was as far as she got before Fleur exploded one of the ice spikes, sending fragments flying towards Daphne. Thinking quickly, she stepped to the side and used her power to redirect the ice around her, making an orbit just like Harry would. With a flick of her fingers, the shards flew back in Fleur's direction, disappearing in a shield of fire. However, a banished ball of earth followed the shards, earning a satisfying oof when it sailed through the fire and hit Fleur. She sent another chain of spells, including the numbing hex that had been so successful against Harry. Unfortunately, all of them broke against Fleur's shield. Undoing one of the spires, she transfigured two wolves from the ice, tasking them with attacking the other witch. Then she doused the area around Fleur in copious amounts of water, instantly freezing them and drawing out more spikes. With Fleur occupied, Daphne also took the time to strike the air with a powerful cooling charm, eyeing the distant storm clouds enviously. For her efforts, she had to duck under a fireball and then roll away from a whipping chain. What Daphne didn't expect was for the air behind her to solidify and throw her forwards, a trick she had only ever seen Harry use. She tried to recover, sending a wave of ice towards Fleur, while simultaneously dodging her spell chain. To add insult to injury, one of her wolves was turned against her, making her waste time dealing with it. Right as she finished reverting it back into ice, her magic screamed at her from the side. Trusting her instincts, she rolled backwards, manipulating the ice to push her onto her feet. The move saved her from the bolt of fire that blew through her previous spot. The fire was easily thicker than her arm, shooting out of Fleur's still extended fist. Steam erupted from the borehole the fire had dug, passing through the ice without any difficulty. In order to buy herself time, she fired a strong spell at the French girl, which to her surprise broke through her shield and was barely dodged. Grinning, Daphne began a blistering attack, eating away at her remaining magic but putting Fleur heavily on the back foot. Her water and ice-based attacks either landed for minimal damage, or were left on the arena, giving Daphne more material to work with. Right as Fleur took a step back, Daphne raised a block of ice over her foot. With a surprised yell, Fleur fell backwards, just barely sending out a wall of fire as she fell. With the wall coming towards her, Daphne needed to shield herself, allowing Fleur time to get to her feet. Pressing her hands together, Fleur frowned in concentration, then slowly pulled her hands apart, revealing a small orb of fire. As her hands drew apart, the fire grew bigger and stronger, until Fleur was levitating a swirling blazing ball bigger than a beach ball. The fire was hot enough it was almost white, visible affecting the air around it. Despite the fact Daphne was sweating heavily from the proximity, Fleur seemed completely unaffected by the heat. With a yell, Fleur balanced the ball of one hand, before punching it with the other. The punch ripped the ball out of its containment and spewed flames outwards, primarily towards Daphne. While the actual blast was smaller than Harry's fire had been, the flames were considerably stronger. Drawing all the ice she could, Daphne did a backflip, pulling the ice behind her to make a ramp. Immediately on landing under the ramp, she cast an ever-cold charm, ensuring the cold light of the charm coated the entire ice structure. With a roar of wind, the fire shot overhead, having been redirected by the ice. The heat was strong enough that even with the Aeternum Fregus charm protecting it, the ice was slowly melting, letting the flames drop lower and lower. Breathing deeply, Daphne pulled backwards before pushing her hands out as hard as she could, toppling the entire structure towards Fleur. Flames leapt everywhere as the ice fell, creating thick pockets of steam and mist. Daphne was taken aback when a length of chain flew through the mist, missing her by several feet. Two more lengths crashed against the ice, one managing to partially bury itself within a spire. In response, Daphne set loose another wolf. The drain she felt from completing the wolf was enough to convince her to stop using transfiguration, unwilling to lose the fight from magical exhaustion. An explosion of fire freed Fleur from the ice, while simultaneously melting the wolf. The two witches waited a moment, staring at each other angrily, before bursting into motion. Daphne snapped off 4 different spells, only to be bodied backwards by a new wall of air Fleur erected. Deftly redirected the spells, Fleur cautiously stepped forward, firing spells with far less accuracy. When an animation charm missed by several feet, Daphne confidently tried to raise her wand, ready to finish the duel. Instead, she found a chain wrapped around her wrist, pulling her arm far to the side. Shocked, she tried to bring her left hand around, only for Fleur's spell to grasp that hand and knock it against the spire behind her. The moment her hand hit the ice, the chain that had previously remained dormant jumped to life and wrapped around her arm. Before she could even think of controlling the ice, Fleur transfigured the spire into a heavy block of stone. To add insult to injury, the third chain grabbed her right foot and pulled it from under her. Seeing a disarmer coming towards her, Daphne awkwardly threw a stunner in Fleur's direction, which was negligently stepped around. Fleur's Expelliarmus forced her wand out of Daphne's hand, while an unseen Rictusempra struck moments later. The childish hex was completely unnecessary, but left Daphne laughing helplessly while staring daggers at a nonchalant Fleur. With her wand gone, bound and unable to free herself, the referee called Fleur the winner, while freeing Daphne and finitting the hex. Fuming, Daphne stormed off the pitch, taking refuge under the stands, away from the crowds. Hey, Daphne, are you okay? Harry called, having eventually found her within the supports. She humiliated me, Harry, of course I'm not okay. Daphne cried, I failed. I was so close to winning, but I let my guard down and lost. Now everyone's going to think I'm weak. Don't be silly, you got to the third round and lasted the longest out of everyone. As for people thinking you are weak, I doubt it. You didn't stay long enough to see, but Professor Dumbledore was called in to fix the damage you and Fleur did. Your magic was too resistant to change for the officials to fix it quick enough. That's not the sign of a weak person. As for you losing, the people near where I was sitting were impressed with how far Fleur had to go to trap you. They certainly weren't thinking you were humiliated. Do you think you're okay to come back and watch Cedric's match, or do you want to stay here a while? Carefully cleaning her face, Daphne slowly stood and breathed deeply. Nodding to herself, she turned to Harry and held her hand out. Yeah, I think I'm ready. Just promise me you'll beat Fleur for me. Even from her aloft position at the very top of one of the spectator towers, Daphne was almost deafened by the crowd's roars as Harry and Crumb stepped up to face each other, putting their previous roars to shame. The two had been forced to wait while the professors fixed the arena. Despite all the damage it had already obtained, it had taken Cedric driving a meteor into the ground to convince the judges a reset was required. The obvious byproduct was that they both had enough time to fully recover, or at least Crumb did. It wouldn't surprise her if Harry had been ready to go before quarterfinals had even finished. Bowing deeply, both boys took a moment to look in the other's eyes before launching into their attacks. In one fluid motion, Crumb flicked his wand upwards, sending a wave of earth towards Harry, then moving fluidly down into a chain of the Bombarda charm. To finish it off, Crumb raised a significant sum of rocks from the ground, transfigured them into metal blades, which then rode the earth wave towards Harry. Immediately afterwards he was forced to transfigure a larger box over him, summoning a magical shield just before he vanished behind metal. In that time, Harry had almost purposefully wafted his wand through the air, leaving a trail of light gray balls with a black core hanging in the air. After reversing his journey and leaving another line of the balls, Harry had created 15 of the strange objects. With a small push with his hand, all of the orbs leisurely floated over to Crumb, while Harry focused on defending. A vertical slice down cut Crumb's earth wave in half, making it split around Harry. The exploding charms were then redirected into the weapons. It was about that time Harry's spell reached Crumb, settled gently into the ground around his metal box. There was the briefest moment of calm, before that entire side of the arena erupted into explosions, shocking Daphne immensely. Ah, the spore bomb charm, I haven't seen that for a few decades. A voice announced from behind her, startling her for a second time. Spinning around, she was shocked to see the headmaster at the top of the stairs, having entered the otherwise empty area an unknown time ago. Headmaster, I'm sorry, I didn't know you'd be up here. Daphne said nervously, wondering if she was about to be kicked out. Nor would I expect you to have known, given I came up here to talk with you. May I have a seat? He replied pleasantly, smiling easily. Oh, of course, take it. I'm surprised you'd seek me out though. I'm not in trouble, am I? No trouble, I merely wanted a chat. Besides, I find the view up here excellent, a great way to watch the views, assuming you don't mind the climb. On the field, Crumb had pushed away his blackened metal protection and was doing his best to balance the number of craters on Harry's side. When that failed, he used the purple face of Volaire wave, ripping a line down the pitch in its intensity. Barely blinking, Harry let the wave hit him face on, completely unaffected. In reply, Harry wandlessly picked up a large ball of earth, letting it levitate beside him. With a simple swipe of his wand, he increased the heat till the earth turned molten, then threw the lava at Crumb. Even as Crumb rolled away from the attack, he fired over a dozen curses towards Harry, most dark. Each was blocked by the rocks Harry rose in an orbit around him, each the size of his head. Amazing, is it not, to see how far a student can go? Dumbledore commented, pride evident in his voice. Harry's always been like this, casually doing fantastical feats of magic. Perhaps, and yet I remember the boy who first stepped into this castle. Fantastic though they may be, to great wizards magic is simply easier. It takes a rare wizard to challenge them as equals, especially when they have the power, drive and opportunity to cultivate their skill. Great wizards like you. Some might say so, but I never considered myself as great. You see, unlike Harry, I lacked the drive to improve, at least until I was already into adulthood. The truth is, while I spent time working towards my ambitions, Harry was doing magic. I learned the theory enough to impress my teachers, I mastered spells easily, but I never looked beyond. I was in Newt year before I realized I loved magic itself, loved learning new spells. To be truly great, you must have the drive to actively learn their craft. Then they need the opportunity to get the resources and teaching to grow, but then they also need the power to practice their craft. You'd be surprised how few meet that criteria. Surely lots of people going through Hogwarts have had the same chance. Daphne questioned in disbelief. Certainly, they have the chance, but few take it. Harry entered this school with an abundance of power and a thirst for knowledge. All he needed was the opportunity to learn, which he wholeheartedly took. That is why, as the rumors correctly guess, I show him a certain amount of favoritism. I saw something greater than myself in Harry, something that I had the power to help grow. Of course, with that grew familiarity and fondness. But then I failed him. The headmaster finished miserably, right as a sea of bright blue fire consumed Crumb's side of the arena. The Durmstrang student avoided it by pulling a column of rock out of the ground below him, letting the fire flow beneath him. Reaching out, Crumb conducted the fire into the shape of several boars, which rushed back at Harry. I spent too long being told how great Harry was, that I fell for his myth. I didn't take the time I needed to safeguard the hostages, because I foolishly believed Harry would have been enough to keep them safe. I'm sorry, are you blaming Harry for what happened? Daphne demanded. No, you misunderstand. With Barty unavailable, it was my responsibility to talk with the Selkies and ensure the hostages were always safe. It never should have fallen to Harry. It didn't matter if Harry was strong enough, because I had taken a vow to protect them, not Harry. It seems I am cursed to forget how young Harry truly is. I keep falling for how mature Harry acts. So, when my plans backfire, it is Harry that ends up hurt. In that mind, I cannot in good conscience go to Harry and ask for forgiveness, not when I have yet to forgive myself. But, I can at least impact on you the weight of my mistake, so that someone he trusts knows my shame. And that he knows I'm working on making the rest of this infernal tournament safer. I've sent out parties to look for Barty, to find out why he's not here. I'm sure Harry will be pleased to hear that. I think he wants to forgive you, but he's angry. On the field, Crumb sent a storm of small boulders towards Harry, even as he burned the plants Harry had charmed to attack him. On his side, Harry just waved his wand and the boulders sequentially exploded, creating a significant amount of stone dust that joined the orbit around him. The dust spun around him fast enough to hide him from Crumb's view, allowing him to perform a fairly complex maneuver that sent a jagged bright pink bolt rocketing towards Crumb. Eyes widening in surprise, Crumb dived to the side, letting the bolt fly into his last position. Immediately, a shadowy sphere exploded outwards, reaching about 6 feet radius, before snapping back into nothingness. At first, nothing seemed different, until the ground disintegrated, breaking into minuscule pieces. Daphne didn't want to think about what would have happened if Crumb's foot had been within range, given how close it had gotten. Already the circle of ground had collapsed in on itself, adding yet another crater to the field. From his position on the ground, Crumb snapped off a dark blue spell, which zigzagged towards Harry. Instead of reacting, Harry continued his incantation, seamlessly blocking the jinx wandlessly midway through his movement. With a final jab, an off-white spurt of magic shot out towards Crumb, followed by another and another. With each spurt, the frequency between attacks increased, until it became a continuous beam. Where Daphne consistently struggled against Harry's paralysis curse, Crumb spent a moment trying to dodge, then stood his ground. Thrusting his wand into the ground, drawing a pure silver barrier out of the ground. The beam seemed almost attracted to the shield, where it rebounded back at Harry. With a flick, he cancelled his spell while simultaneously raising one of the remaining boudet to absorb the beam. In a sudden move, a bolt of lilac red lighting snuck under Harry's boulder and into his leg, making him hiss in pain. Despite the bolt electrocuting his leg, Harry kept his stance, waiting until the entirety of his paralysis was stopped before wrestling the lightning away. A quick tap on his leg seemed to heal most of the damage, just leaving behind a lightly smoldering mark, clearly visible through the hole in his robes. A second bolt flew towards him, brandished like a whip. Lifting his arm into the way, Harry instantly transfigured his robe sleeve into bark, nullifying the electricity. Frowning in concentration, Harry raised his wand up to the storm clouds above, visibly irritating the clouds above. Within seconds, flashes of lightning began to appear in the sky. For once looking quite fearful, Crumb tried to finish Harry off, only for his spells to vanish into Harry's shield. Not that he had long to attack, when a brilliant bolt of lightning shot down towards Harry, only to curve away from his wand. The bolt seemed to almost run down the outside of Harry's arm, then all the way to the other and straight out from his fingers, straight at Crumb. In a shockingly quick move, Crumb had transfigured a copper spike into the ground in front of him, directly in front of the bolt. To everyone's surprise, the lightning unnaturally circled around the spike, before striking Crumb straight in the thigh. If she had to guess, Daphne would say Crumb got hit in the exact same spot Harry had, except the Durmstrang opponent didn't fare as well. For the brief time the bolt was channeled through him, Crumb remained perfectly rigid, until the tail of the lightning dissipated and he collapsed to the ground. As if that was a cue, a deafening thunderclap followed. The sight of Harry standing tall against the defeated Crumb, wand still raised, the faint echoes of lightning fading behind him struck an imposing figure. In that moment, to Daphne, he seemed to glow with power. What was that? She gasped. That, my dear, is two very competitive wizards trying to outshow each other. Dumbledore explained, chuckling, that is also an example about the importance of knowing where you stand in relation to another's abilities. Mr. Crumb tried to use his minor lightning affinity to best Harry, only to find out the hard way that his opponent was more competent than himself. But, that was a proper lightning bolt, how could Harry channel that much power? Ah, but that wasn't a proper bolt. Without Harry's interference, that bolt would never have left the cloud belt, it was only his drawing of the element that allowed a surprise appearance. Then you have the fact Harry wasn't channeling all of that energy, instead he was simply providing the bolt the path of least resistance, in this case into Mr. Crumb. Lightning redirection is a tricky thing to learn, but when mastered it is perhaps the easiest of lightning manipulation. One must merely lay down a line of magic, with the intent to transfer the electricity without resistance. Mother Nature will handle the rest. It was midday before Fleur and Cedric were able to begin, a fact which doubtlessly annoyed Harry. With them having entered the semi-finals, Harry wasn't allowed to watch their duel, the same way those two hadn't been able to watch his. Taking a leaf out of Daphne's book, Cedric almost immediately began transfiguring the arena into water, managing far more than she had. Spreading too quickly to react, the floor turned into a pool no more than 2 feet deep. Her fall into the water had the unintended bonus of interrupting her warding, leaving a comedic trail of fire as she fell. If it were Daphne, she'd have reached out and frozen the water, maybe throwing a few curses that way. But then again, she didn't have the strength to make that much water in one go. Instead, Cedric took a moment to cast a flame freezing charm on himself, before waving his hand with seemingly no effect. Ah, a space rendering transfiguration, you don't see that nowadays. Ambitious, but certainly useful here. In effect, he's made it so no fire may cross the boundary around him, for a price. Dumbledore explained, leaning forward excitedly. Spitting water out, Fleur glared at Cedric, then jumped out of the water and fired a multitude of spells at him. Despite how weak the spells were, she was able to fire them with incredible speed, making their combined might a problem. That was as far as she got, however, before an animated stone tentacle reached out of the water and pulled her back in. To Daphne's surprise, Cedric didn't dodge the spells, favoring a shield against them all. As strong as he was, she felt like that was a huge waste of power. And thus we see the cost of a spatial rend. While it will isolate him from both flame and smoke, he is likewise stuck within his barrier. Depending on how much power he spent, it's unlikely he can move more than a foot to either side. Enraged, Fleur burst out of the water again, steam hissing off her. Aggressively throwing her hands outwards, a wave of pure white fire spiraled out of her, boiling the water as it went. In response, Cedric pressed his palm against the ground and started lowering the ground around her. It certainly wasn't as fast as his transfiguration had been, but it had the benefit of being focused. If she didn't act fast, she'd disappear within the hole he was digging around her, dropping her below the water. Daphne didn't even see Fleur move, but her spell nevertheless struck the ground at her feet, temporarily halting the descent for all of a second. Definitely frowning now, she stopped her fire and tried to climb out of the pit, only for the edge of the pit to turn to mud and collapse under her weight. By then, the water started to reclaim land, pouring over the lip. A new chain of spells at Cedric forced him to release his control over the earth, reinforcing his shield. During that time, Fleur covered her entire body in fire and tried to crawl out again, using her palm to cook the mud before climbing it. Victoriously leaving the hole, she unleashed a jet of pure fire at Cedric, a jet easily 6 feet in diameter which swallowed him whole. It was only due to their elevated position that they were able to see him, seemingly unaffected by the attack as the flames unexpectedly bent around him. Under this cover, Cedric crouched again and contacted the earth. This was almost immediately followed by the flames shutting off, as a pillar of rock broke through the earth and smashed into Fleur. Toppling backwards, Fleur took her third fall into the water, sending up a plume of steam. Before she could pull herself free, the earth rose up and covered the hole, entombing her within earth and water. Compared to Harry and Crumb's fast-paced duel, Cedric was taking it slow, but he was undeniably doing better than Daphne had. Which was incredibly frustrating, especially when he was throwing around a not insignificant amount of magic. Then you had Fleur, whose cutting charms tore through the earth and faded into the sky, before a large chunk of the ground was thrown upwards by a levitation spell. Before the audience could even see her, Fleur transfigured the dirt and rocks around the hole into wood, which then rose up to block the water. A few burning logs even flew out of the hole and towards Cedric. As the logs passed through Cedric's spatial rend, the fire extinguished while the outer layer of bark was shredded. But enough of the wood passed through without issue, which Cedric swiftly vanished. He was then startled by a piercing spell going through his thigh, barely shielding the incendio charm. Standing on a raised wooden platform, Fleur now stood tall, feathers visibly dotting her skin and heat radiating off her. A burning ring of fire orbited around her, once again boiling the water. Fueled by her anger, spells began flying at Cedric, with a fair few making it past his defenses. Slowly cuts, wounds and minor effects started to spread over him, even as he systematically blocked the worst of it. That wasn't to say he wasn't returning fire. Earthen attacks regularly rose from the ground around her, which were either blown up or untransfigured. Finally, a wall of earth rose and blocked her view of Cedric. She quickly began blasting it apart, but with them both confined to static locations, it was a clever move. The wall was barely 4 feet wide, yet it was incredibly thick. Making the most of his time, Cedric began a familiar invocation, involving elaborately waving his wand from side to side, as if conducting an orchestra. With a final sweep, his wand tip lightly tapped his chest, before then jamming it into the earth. Nothing seemed to happen at first, before a crude stone head rose from within the earth wall. The head was perhaps twice the size of a human head, shaped from a dirty boulder. With a great heave, 2 large arms were pulled free, finally drawing Fleur's attention. Instantly changing targets, everyone was shocked as her spells caused minimal damage to the golem. Compared to his last golem, this one was clearly both bigger and stronger. Even before its legs broke free of the earth, it towered over Fleur, seemingly immune to her magic. As it slowly got to its feet, water began to stream down its body, released from the hollows they had hidden in. With the water, loose bits of dirt and rock were pulled away, revealing a pure granite body. Most impressive. I think me and Minerva will need to test Mr. Diggory next year. It's rare to see such transfiguration talent. I was impressed with his previous dirt golem, but to follow it up with a granite golem, that takes some skill. Using a material like granite against Ms. Delacour also shows a great degree of wisdom. Not only does granite present a reasonable resistance to magic, it has a similar heat resistance. She will struggle to counter it with her normal means, especially while the golem remains in contact with the ground. To match his words, the golem lumbered through Fleur's jet of fire, seemingly unaffected even as what water had remained steamed away. Even when she raised a wooden barrier in front of it, the golem didn't even stop, its foot crashing through effortlessly, sending shrapnel back at her. Seeing that nothing was working, she was forced to jump down into the water, avoiding the thing's fist. Despite how flushed he had grown, Cedric seemed capable of manipulating the ground again, causing Fleur to visibly struggle to walk. Every so often, she'd need to stop and burn the ground under her, costing precious seconds. With the golem lumbering after her, Fleur came to a stop under a ray of sunshine, which had broken through the dying clouds above. Reaching upwards with her wand, holding it tangentially to the sunlight. In a fluid motion, Fleur then pulled the wand tip towards her chest, before slipping the wand out of the ray and back upwards. She repeated this several times, with noticeable effect. With each repetition, the area around her grew brighter and more defined. Soon, even the water started to generate faint fog, as the tip of Fleur's wand seemed to have rays of sunlight stuck to it. Drawing a slow circle around her with the wand tip, leaving rays of sunshine floating parallel to the ground, Fleur then pointed her wand at the approaching golem. Instantly, the circle around her seemed to s.k. in the light, leaving the ground at her feet in an unnatural shadow. Despite this, Fleur's hair seemed to glow brilliantly, glowing with some inner light. Not that it was easy to focus on her hair, not when her wand seemed to connect with the ring via a faint beam. There was no noise to signal the event, yet in a moment a beam of purest white fire appeared, linking her wand tip with a spot some 6 feet behind the golem's head. However, even with the ray of fire going through its head, the golem barely faltered, raising its fist up high to crush her. Clearly struggling to contain the power, Fleur was just able to flick the wand sideways, sending the beam through the creature's wrist. The fist then obediently crushed the ground below it, although it had struck near its own feet, instead of on top of Fleur. A final swish carved a deep fracture into the golem's chest, Fleur's spell fading mid-cut. With a sharp rush, the ring around her imploded, sending her falling to her knees. Not that Cedric was faring much better, given he was on his hands and knees. What followed was a fairly awkward moment, as everyone waited to see who would recover first. Eventually Fleur raised her wand, throwing a faint stunner at Cedric, which he lacked the will to avoid. He had barely fallen unconscious before Fleur collapsed sideways. And thus the problem with touching divinity. Ms. Delacour is lucky she was able to find that patch of sunlight, otherwise she'd have burned up trying to power such a spell. Of course, I know of several adults who've burned up before managing spells weaker than the sun's fury. Then you have Mr. Diggory, who shouldn't have tried to repair his golem against a divine spell. If he had let the golem be destroyed, then he'd have won. For that, I blame the ministry for forbidding us from teaching any divine magic. Dumbledore mused. So, Fleur used too much magic with that fire beam, but Cedric wasted magic trying to repair it. Quintessentially. Seeing her spells fail against the golem, Ms. Delacour chose a spell with more than enough power to melt the rock, but didn't seem to account for the cost. It's lucky her Vela nature allows her an affinity for both fire and channeling divine fire, but then without that nature, it's unlikely she'd know about the spell. Now we get to wait for her to recover to a duellable condition in time. Otherwise Harry'll be declared the winner by default, something I'm sure he'll despise. Dumbledore finished cheerfully, reaching into his robes and withdrawing some knitting while the officials desperately tried to remove both the dead golem or the remaining ring of fire. Fleur recovered with just a few minutes left on the clock, much to Harry's relief. Having realized the tent was extremely good at blocking out the outside world, even against magic, Harry had been left with nothing but his own planning. Suffice to say, he was bored out of his mind, and he was fairly sure the official that had sat with him during all those hours was of the same mind. While he worked on his magic, it was funny to see the official's face go from odd to bored as time went on. The official had been quite startled when Harry had immediately sat on the floor and caused several objects to levitate around him. Harry knew he wanted to be tested, and part of that meant entering the fight at 100%. For him, that involved entering the duel with his magic already regenerating magic, avoiding the slight delay of starting with a full core. For once, there was something he simply didn't know, which was why did it take so long for magical regeneration to kick in after magic was being spent. Despite the lack of a why, it was easily avoided by just doing something small beforehand, kickstarting the regeneration early. Of course, something small slowly grew alongside Harry's boredom, finishing with 2 large orbits of intersecting figure eights of furniture. When he was called forth, he happily stood and left the circle. With barely a thought, he walked straight through the orbit, sending the furniture to their rightful place as he went. In all honesty, he'd have willingly given up some more time to let Fleur recover longer, had his opinion been asked for. After all, he'd had several hours now to plan how to beat her, time she hadn't gotten. Stepping onto the field, he was pleased to see that she didn't look awful. From the way she was slouched over, it was clear she was exhausted, but magically she was quickly recovering. It was quick enough to be alarming, far beyond anything he'd manage alone, proving that in any war of attrition he'd lose. His next thought was that the ground was surprisingly waterlogged, causing him to leave footprints of water behind in the grass. Anything else had been cleared away by the officials, able to fix everything but the punishment the previously perfect pitch had received. As soon as he was allowed, he sent a ball of lightning at her, sending her running and giving him time to start his defense. For his protega, he made sure both his wand movement and incantation were perfect, creating the strongest shield he could. Seeing a streak of fire fly towards him, Harry hastily began drawing an alchemical rune on the shield, a rune he had spent the last few hours mentally designing. The base of the rune would take any heat in front of it, then turn it into magical energy, which would then feed itself. A second overlaid rune would then absorb any spare magic and pass it into the shield. Finishing the runes just in time, Harry could only grin as the flames dissipated, coinciding with the shield flaring. Now that the runes were done, he had effectively neutralized Fleur's attacks. Her very nature caused any spell to give off heat, constantly feeding his shield. With the shield done, he anchored it onto his off arm, allowing him full mobility around the arena. This was why the runes had been so important, allowing him to move without maintaining his shield, at the cost of cooling the area around him. The chill was perfectly manageable, especially given his exposure to both Dementors and his Dementor's cloak. Easily blocking 3 fireballs and a boiling rock, he began his offensive. Against a regular fire user, the counterintuitive advice was to get as close as possible, seeing as they were often equally susceptible to fire. But, he knew for a fact Fleur had at minimum a higher tolerance to heat. With that in mind, keeping at range would give him more time to react, but then that also worked in reverse. With his superior defense, he could sacrifice his own reaction time to gain another advantage over her. As he marched towards Fleur, she began hammering his shield with an incredible number of spells. It reached a point he couldn't see through his shield, almost blinding by the flashes of light. Occasionally she'd fire a curving spell that would have gone around his shield, which he needed to avoid. In a creative move, she even pitched a large ball of fire behind him, whereupon it detonated and spread waves of fire in all directions. Her plan was clear, she didn't expect him to be able to protect both his back and front, proven by her spells battering his shield quicker. Unfortunately for Fleur, Harry had aerokinesis, allowing him to make a vacuum in the shape of a wall. As the wave passed through the wall, the fire was instantly snuffed out, without either oxygen or heat to fuel the reaction. The actual shockwave carried on, ruffling his robes dramatically, but was otherwise unscathed. Given she knew he had done a similar trick against the dragon, he wasn't too sure what Fleur's plan was. But given it was working in his favor, he wasn't going to complain too loudly. But, he did have to admit that while she had yet to hit him, he was at considerable risk of having his own shield hurt him. With each hit it absorbed, it generated a small amount of heat which appeared on the wrong side of the runes. Then the runes themselves were generating a considerable amount of both heat and light, which fed into a near infinite feedback loop. A very hot, very close feedback loop. Harry figured there would be a reason why the heat sink wasn't commonly used, now he knew. When he considered himself close enough, he started his own attack. He stuck to basic spells to start with, but he made use of his full power, hitting hard and hitting fast. Fleur only tried to directly shield once, only for his stunner to instantly collapse it. Unfortunately, her style was similar to Daphne's, preferring to acrobatically dodge instead of static shielding. They both had the annoying ability to incorporate their exaggerated dodges into their wand motion, adding a stronger will to their spell. Harry had none of that, but then the mithrilium in his head gave him a drastically increased source of will, placing them on an equal footing. Thrusting his wand upwards at a diagonal, he fired off a jagged bolt of golden light, which sailed up into the air before fragmenting. Each fragment formed a new smaller dart, which locked onto Fleur and shot towards her. The darts would keep following the point of his wand, but he could continue sending spells with point casting. Despite her best efforts, two of the darts managed to strike her, one in the shoulder and the other in the thigh. His yellow mollusco hex was able to make use of her start at the pain, striking and numbing her shoulder. Eyes literally burning in anger, Fleur turned and pointed two fingers at him, firing a brilliant golden fire at him. As it drew closer, Harry suddenly became aware of the raw sense of divinity emanating from the fire, which explained how it passed through his shield without even a ripple. Without time to react, the fire easily splashed against his chest, disappearing beneath his skin. The burn wasn't serious, no more than an annoying itch, but it would take time to counter. Seeing that she was clearly ready for a higher form of dueling, Harry was willing to oblige. Pointing his wand a bit over her shoulder, he fired a bolt of emerald green magic at her, which formed in the shape of a cartoon lightning bolt. As he had planned, she easily dodged it, only for his spell to slow down and spin around. Without her notice, his spell snuck up behind her, hitting her in the small of the back. Instantly his paralysis curse took effect, freezing her in place. His Expelliarmus and Stunner soon followed, winning him both the duel and tournament. Duel over, Harry cancelled his shield and checked on the golden flames he had been struck with, startled to see a bright golden glow coming from his chest. It took several charms for him to cancel the divine curse, which was quite alarming. With the referee declaring Harry the winner, the audience broke into thunderous applause, the stands filled to the brim with people from all over Europe. Before he could decide if he liked the attention or not, Madame Pomfrey had dragged him into the medical tent. He was forced to wait there alone for a long time until he heard some raised voices from the tent entrance. Eventually, a disguised Tonks burst in, dragging Remus Lupin behind her. They were then followed by Ron, Percy and another two redheads. It was certainly not who he was expecting, given he was fairly sure one was Ron's mother and the other must have been Ginny. "Watch her, Harry, it's madness out there," Tonks announced, throwing herself into a chair next to him, body reverting to her usual pink-haired form as she fell. "Oh, I wouldn't know, Madame Pomfrey won't let me leave," Harry replied mulishly. "Well, loads of people want to speak to you, but the ministry officials are trying to keep them all back. Mad Eye has placed himself as guard outside, but he must be quite stressed because he didn't recognize me until I showed my badge. Normally, he can identify me from across a field, much like you can. Anyway, I showed up and found Mr. Lupin here trying to talk his way in, so I brought him with me 'cause I remember you got on well last year. Then I kind of ran into the Weasleys, so we decided to come in together." "Quite," Percy announced, stepping forwards. "Firstly, I've been asked to give you your trophy. There was a ceremony planned for the winner, but with how the crowd is acting, that is impossible, so I volunteered." He finished pompously, as if volunteering had been a big sacrifice that he had bravely faced. "Secondly, I wanted to apologize. After the Yule Ball, Ronald was able to explain to me that you were in fact telling the truth in your article. The ministry told us all that you were simply covering for Dumbledore's favoritism. But, when my girlfriend and brother both assured me you were telling the truth, I decided to look into it. That's not to say I disagree with Dumbledore's favoritism, but I believe that you are innocent in this affair. With that said, Percy flamboyantly handed over the trophy, a large cup with two wands sticking out, bowed and left. No idea how someone like him can be the brother of Bill and Charlie. Tonks muttered, shaking her head. Oh, no offense, Molly. None taken, dear. We've known for a long time that Percy takes after his grandfather more than anyone. Arthur's father, Septimus, was a very judicial man, but very influential because of it. Not that we're complaining, of course. The ministry is a wonderful job, certainly better than the twins and their idea of a joke shop. Anyway, I wanted to thank you in person, Harry dear, for saving our Ginny. I know Ronald gave our thanks last year, but we really are indebted to you. Mum, it was Dad who was going to thank Harry, you didn't trust me to do it. Ron cut in, suddenly looking nervous. No, Arthur said he didn't have time, the ministry was demanding a lot of his time back then. He was meant to tell you to do it. Molly argued. To me, this sounds like nobody told Harry, Remus quietly pointed out. If Mr. Weasley was too busy to tell Harry, he was probably too busy to tell Ronald either. At this, Ron and Mrs. Weasley began to shout back and forth, until finally a new voice spoke up. For goodness sake. Hi, Harry, as you may remember, I'm Ginny. You saved my life, but despite everyone's best efforts, I seem to be a squib now. Any questions? Ginny said, giving a sardonic curtsy in his direction. Hi, I must admit I thought you might have died, but nobody seemed to speak about it and I didn't want to upset anyone. Harry returned tentatively, using the time to scan her with his mage sight. Sighing, Ginny nodded. Yeah, that's about right. Can't have people knowing they have a squib in the family, can they? No, I get to be kept at home throughout the year working on the farm. We don't keep you at home, Ginny dear, we just want to know you're safe, since you can't protect yourself anymore. Mrs. Weasley replied, in a voice that was clearly meant to be appeasing. Except I only had magic for less than a year, I've been a squib for longer than I've been able to use magic. Ginny exploded, spinning on her mother. Just because you'd be helpless without magic, doesn't mean I am. With that said, she stormed out of the tent, leaving a heavy silence behind. I'll have to talk to her when we get home. Mrs. Weasley said with a sigh. We came here because Ginny's wanted a chance to thank you in person for a while now, and says she still enjoys dueling tournaments. You did very well, I'm sure your parents would be proud. With a friendly pat of the cheek, she went after her daughter. Left behind, Ron grimaced and with a hasty nod in Harry's direction ran after them, leaving them alone. Never a dull moment with a Weasley around. Tonks pronounced sagely, earning a chuckle from Remus. Quite. Trying to teach them was memorable. Now that I think on it, I do remember seeing Ms. Weasley's name on the students not returning list, which I found odd. It's rare for a student to be removed by a parent while their siblings remain, especially without any disciplinary record. So, Harry, any ideas what's wrong with her? Gonna whip out a miraculous cure? I'm not sure, Tonks. I saw what was wrong, but I'll need to talk to someone about it before I can do anything. So, Professor Lupin, what are you doing here? It's Remus, Harry. And can't I just visit my favorite ex-student after he wins his first dueling tournament? Remus asked innocently, holding it for just a moment. Besides, I have a message for you. I've been in the Caribbean for the last few months, but I'm back now. There's also a certain dog staying in Hogsmeade who'd like to see you, perhaps tomorrow. I might be a bit late, but I'll try and be there. Harry promised, having a strong suspicion about the identity of the mystery dog. Great. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. Remus announced. I must say, you were brilliant out there, Harry. Both Lily and James would have been so proud. Despite the day's events, it didn't take Harry long to fall asleep, instantly appearing within the Riddle Manor. In a rare turn, he appeared before Tom, but only by a bit. Good job on that dueling tournament. Tom congratulated, lazily taking his seat. I got to attend it as the press, hopefully you'll be able to read my report tomorrow. Thank you, but I saw Ginny Weasley after it finished. I found out why she's magicless. Harry replied solemnly, instantly drying up Tom's cheer. Ah, what did you find? Don't play dumb, Harry snapped, she can't use magic, because you are stealing it all. The link between you two was never severed, meaning even now you're stealing her magic. That is true, but if you'll let me, I'll try to explain why. You see, after I regained my body, I still needed to draw from Guinea's magic. My own magic was still too weak. Then by the time I felt I could have drawn enough of my own, I had changed. As I'm sure you know, one's magic is intrinsically linked to personality, and I had taken both Guinea's memories and magic. As I settled, I had both my memories of being an orphan, alongside memories of growing within a loving family. Combine that with the magic I'd later get from you, and I had the misfortune of growing compassion. But this compassion required Guinea's constant magic. Without it, I'd be consumed by Voldemort. Why? Why would you be consumed? Surely your own magic would start replicating the effect over time. Because I am a Horcrux, and a Horcrux was never meant to be able to exist alone. My magic would normally try to return my soul to my greater self, but the corruption of Guinea's magic blocks this. If you want, you can give Ginny her magic back, but that will kill me. All of my memories will become available to Voldemort, possibly including this connection. The choice is technically yours, but I know I want to live, and that I can work to undo Voldemort's damage. So, give a girl back the gift of magic, and kill you. Or let you live, knowingly withholding magic. How can you possibly ask me to make that choice? Just think about what I can offer, compared to some girl without any training. I have a vast knowledge of spells, both untaught at Hogwarts and self-made. I know how Voldemort will think, along with a direct, unknown, link into his mind. Can giving a 13-year-old girl magic compare to that? Tom asked, a hint of nerves penetrating his voice. Despite that, Harry knew exactly what giving someone their magic back looked like, clearly seen with Mr. Filch, who was still starstruck with his magic. Just before the Yule Ball, Filch had gleefully shown Harry how he'd learned to clean every statue in the hallways, all in a single move. With his growth in magic, the man had grown fervently loyal to Harry, showing him several new secret passages. Some of them hadn't even been on the Marauders map, including one that led directly into the library. The man's mood had drastically grown, just from his ability to finally learn magic. But, Harry knew Tom was incredibly valuable, even outside their tentative friendship. Tom had helped with suggesting spells against the dragon, pointing Harry towards useful books. Dumbledore wouldn't want you to end a life, even indirectly. Tom tried. I'm not Dumbledore. I'll wait, I can't act until the Triwizard Tournament ends, anyway. Harry finally decided, before turning away and forcefully leaving the dreamscape. To Harry's great surprise, Nicholas was waiting for him within his workshop the following morning, a small drawstring pouch sitting beside him. The alchemist was benignly stroking the crude frost-bitten feathers of the albatross, which had been stored within his workshop until it was needed. With the soul gem removed, the bird had lost most of its intelligence, becoming more like an automaton statue. Good morning, Harry. I was just sitting here when I was once again struck by just how fantastical your mithril is. Just think, it would be impossible to have a transfigured animal last under the conditions of this albatross. Even a transmuted animal would have died, yet months later your mithril is still fully functional. That soul gem of yours is more dangerous to magic than we expected, even when it's not powered. I had to create several new alchemical stones, specifically to control the gem, but even now it's on a hair trigger. But, with that said, here you go. Reaching into the pouch, Nicholas withdrew the gauntlet. Immediately, Harry noticed it had changed. It was covered in a thick layer of frost, with several beige alchemical stones sticking out. Carefully cradling the gauntlet within his hands, Harry could feel the angry flow of magic surging beneath the metal. Without his direct influence, the fiery philosopher's stone had restarted its war against the frozen soul gem. It was only the alchemical stones, desperately taking the soul gem's magic into themselves, that allowed an impasse between the two stones. Each alchemical stone was using the stolen magic to both repair themselves and transmute it into thermal energy. To Harry, the entire thing was a nightmare. Not only was his most prized possession literally trying to tear itself apart, it also looked horrible. The alchemical stones had been put in places where they'd be most effective, with no thought of the aesthetics. Despite that travesty, the gauntlet was back within Harry's grasp, something he was extremely relieved about. It was a familiar weight that he hadn't realized he'd been missing. With an unusual amount of force, Harry was able to return it to its ring form, with all the stones magically scaling to fit. Once it was back on his finger, he was able to impose his own will onto the soul gem, breaking the stalemate. Half-heartedly, he tried to remove the gem, but as he expected he found it deeply embedded into the mithril. Just like the philosopher's stone before it, the gem would remain a permanent addition. Now, while I was working, I remembered that sword idea of yours. I believe that mithril will be an extremely poor material to use as a sword blade, given its weakness to dark magic and physical distortion. Even that gauntlet can't stop you from getting hurt. But, obviously we still want it to be a magical metal, capable of channeling effects similar to your mithril. With that in mind, I think it's time I teach you the final major skill of alchemy, metallomancy. This is the art of creating magical metals from mundane origins. I assume these metals are similar to enchanted electrum. Enchanted electrum is simply one of the many magical alloys available through metallomancy. Of course, the metal we'll be making will be a fair bit more complex than simple electrum. First, I'll teach you the method, then guide you to picking the correct materials. I will, however, provide the first material, something I found while working at home. Reaching back into his pouch, Nicholas set down a crude pure black knife blade, which looked like it had been smuggled out of a museum. Way back when, in celebration of my second century, I went and found the Jipuria village, who were kind enough to take me in for just over 2 decades. I spent a lovely time learning their culture, and most particularly their magic. Indeed, their rituals were second to none, although their practices were later heavily frowned upon by the ministry. Eventually, my master considered me competent enough to go through their maturity ceremony. The first step in this was to climb the nearby volcano alone and BPD, and retrieve a piece of obsidian. I would be marked by how well the fragment fit me, both physically and magically. It was just my luck that I only found such a piece near a still spewing stream near the top. Now, before I was able to get close to my piece, I first had to spend several days recovering the materials I needed for a heat cancellation ritual, but eventually I was ready. Even with the ritual in effect, I had to be careful as I crossed the lava. If I punctured the outer layer, my feet would not be happy. But nevertheless, I got across unscathed and was able to retrieve my shard of obsidian. Returning to the village, I was then told to turn it into a proper blade, then take it with me into the jungle and find a handle. By the time I returned, I was covered in so many venomous stingers it's a wonder the poison dilution ritual was able to keep up, but I had my handle. Merging the two together was simple enough when compared to what I had previously gone through, but then I had to enchant it and draw my runes. Holding up the blade, Nicholas pointed out some of the runes that were still visible so many years later. I'm proud to say this knife, newly named the Purnell, was finished just in time for my 222nd birthday. Enchanted and shaped to have the sharpest blade imaginable. With it, I was able to slice a single layer of a tree, wood so thin it was practically invisible. Well, in time I took my knife and my knowledge back home, highly satisfied with my time away. They were a lovely people, willing to share all they had simply for the pleasure of sharing, expecting nothing in return. If it weren't for my family back home, I'd have spent many lifetimes with them, their simple lifestyle giving them the room for highly complex magical thought. During my time there I was able to teach a considerable number the art of alchemy, eventually showing many of them how to brew gold. They didn't appreciate gold for its economical value, but solely for its magical complexity. By the time I left, gold could be seen all over, proving the capabilities of their alchemists. But then the ministry decided to step in a few years later, slaughtering the entire village for their use of dark magic, helping themselves to the gold the entire time. This blade is all that's left of them, but I'm sure they'd be proud for it to be used to further magical knowledge. Certainly better than it being lost in some chest in my house. Now, I'm leaving you with some homework. Much like other arcane rituals, we are taking the element of this knife and imbuing it into the alloy. For our next session, I want you to come up with other potential materials, clearly identifying which property you'd like to steal. We will also need somewhere to do the ritual, preferably somewhere without any magical interference, close to ley lines and with a stone base. I know a lovely spot in France, but it's dangerous to transport any magical alloy before it sets, which can take weeks. Nicholas finished, sliding his expanded pouch into a robe pocket. Actually, I think I know just the place. Making his way down to Hogsmeade, he spared a moment to look down at Daphne fondly. The storm he and Crumb had formed the day before had come back with a vengeance, doing its best to drown the valley. Without the magical carriages, it would have been completely impossible to get down to the village, what with the giant mudslide in the way. Not that Harry had an issue with the rain, not when it provided such excellent cover. A simple exertion of will kept a wide cone of air around them, pushing the rain far away, while Daphne's impervious charm kept their feet and hem of her robes clean. While everyone else was desperately running between buildings, cloaks held over their heads, Harry and Daphne were almost leisurely. That did unfortunately mean the three broomsticks was absolutely packed, with a noise level that was almost deafening. Harry was tempted to turn around and leave, but Daphne kept a firm hold on his arm. Even with the newfound prestige he had earned from the dueling, it was almost impossible to move around, at least without Harry's enhanced strength. Eventually, they were able to make their orders and find a seat, Justin and his date Hannah Abbott being willing to give up some of their booth. A simple privacy charm kept a semblance of privacy between the two couples, which also helped drown out the mindless chatter. I want to move on with the animagus process, Daphne announced suddenly, staring at him intently even as she took a sip from her straw. Move on how? I wasn't aware you'd started yet. I haven't, but I'm reading to have you to start documenting my mind. You said you'd need to know every part. You said you want to be able to see any changes. Well, I want to start the process as soon as possible, so I guess that means getting used to you being in my head. Okay. If you're okay with that. But, don't feel like you need to go through with this, I'll help you regardless. It's just, I really feel like I'll be able to figure out how to replicate the ability if I can see how it forms. If you want, we can get started next week. Anything else they might have said was blocked by Rita Skeeter, who pushed her way into the privacy charm. Harry, fancy meeting you here. Do you mind if I get a quick word, ask you what you're feeling after that exciting tournament? Sighing, he shared a look with Daphne. You know what? Sure. I can give a quick interview. Excellent. Rita crooned, sliding into the booth next to them and pushing Daphne over. This had the effect of sending her into Harry's lap, something Rita took a clear interest in. So, tell me Harry, how did it feel to be invited to that tournament? How did it feel to face opponents older than yourself, only to come out on top? How did it feel to win, to prove to the entire country your strength? Well, I was thrilled to be invited. It proved that Professor Moody had noted my abilities and trusted I was worthy. To me, that was a great feeling, as magic means the world to me, so I spent as much time as I could practicing. Seeing that work yield tangible results is amazing. This also meant I was only excited about meeting other students in a duel. I knew I would either win or lose, but either way I'd be able to find out where I am in relation to others. I was also looking forward to learning any new magic, which I'm pleased to say I did. As for winning, while I am thrilled to have won, I'm not sure it's as big as people seem to think. For a start, I was able to enter that final duel at full strength, while Fleur Delacour was weak from channeling an incredibly powerful spell. I know some might say conservation of magic is part of the duel, but if our slots had been reversed I may not have had the strength to beat her. I'm sure the same is true for many of my competitors, so while I did win, I know I've still got far to go. Wonderful. Now, final question, any suggestions to our readers who aspire to be strong like yourself? Practice. You'll never be good at something until you try it, then you have to keep trying it, until you can look back and realize how far you've come. Even doing the same spell a few times every day will eventually lead to you getting better at it. After Rita's visit, Daphne was more willing to leave the bustling pub, going back out into the nearly deserted street. After some searching, Harry was eventually able to spot Remus talking to someone within Zonko's, with a black shaggy dog laying miserably outside under the shop's overhang. Closing in, The dog raised its head at the sound of Daphne's footsteps, only for him to lock onto Harry and rush over to him. Recognizing the rose-red magic, Harry grinned happily as he let Sirius Animagus form crash into him, barely moving under the weight. Unlike Fang, Sirius seemed far too light, even with his letters saying he was getting healthier. With some alarm, Remus rushed out of the store, only to smile at the sight before him. With some purpose, Sirius led them out of Hogsmeade and up to the rocky foot of the nearest mountain. Confusion evident on her face, Daphne loyally kept her spot by his side, even though he wasn't yet able to explain what was happening. It was only as they started climbing the mountain, with Daphne slowly getting out of breath, that she asked for an explanation. Letting the other two go on ahead, he slowed down to make it easier for her. Spreading his magic out to check for magical bugs and any other bugs, Harry slowly filled her in on what she'd missed with Sirius, only leaving out his animagus capabilities. Squeezing into a narrow fissure, leading to a regular wooden door, which had been left wide open. The inside was a fairly cramped wooden apartment, blanketed in wards thick enough to affect the air. There was a stack of newspapers on the floor next to a disgruntled sofa, which was covered in black dog hairs. The topmost newspapers all had some connection to Barty Crouch, until Remus added a fresh paper to the pile. His own stern face was clear to see, hand outstretched as a large lightning bolt raced down over his arm. The light was strong enough to distort the photo, until it looped back to the start. While the title, Harry Potter, Triwizard Dueling Champion, by Henry T. Gauntis, seemed okay, a quick glance revealed the article wasn't positive. Henry took the view that the magic Harry showed was quite dangerous and not taught at Hogwarts, making him wonder where Harry had learned it. It seemed in line with the few pro-ministry articles Harry had seen from Tom's alias, even as it did accurately sum up the previous day. The paper below that, A Mystery Illness of Bartemius Crouch, by Lucy Cattermole, was almost the opposite, accusing the ministry of covering it up. Started a new collection hobby? Harry asked, turning back to his godfather only to be stunned by his appearance. Back in human form, Sirius looked leagues better than he had at the end of the last school year. For a start, his hair was neatly cut, framing his face in wavy curls. On top of that, his facial hair had clearly been fought into a shaggy goatee, which matched the hair around his dog-formed snout. Then you had his clothes. Gone was the tattered robe he had been using, replaced instead with a bright red and green coat of rich silk, with bright yellow highlights and golden buttons. Now that he looked, Remus was dressed in a similar coat, although this one was a far more subdued blue. With a barking laugh, Sirius hugged Harry before collapsing into the sofa, knocking over the pile of papers on the way down, showing what seemed to be a forced levity. Might be, but let me tell you, those papers have been highly illuminating. Not a lot I can do other than read anyway, stuck in this cave. Mind you, it's not so bad here after Remus convinced me to transfigure it, what with his wards hiding me away. Now, Harry, tell me about that duel. I saw it from the stands, but that's not as good as hearing it from you. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.